How to end totalitarianism. O reclaim public sphere. O go for civil disobedience. O when people will achieve freedom, i.e. will gain capacity to do something new and establish a new democratic order. Theory of political action. Hannah Arendt's theory of action is given in her book, Human Condition, where she has differentiated action into two parameters, vita contemplativa and vita activa. Vita contemplativa entails the thinking action, while vita activa refers to the physical realm of actions. The two central features of action are freedom and plurality. O action as the realization of freedom is therefore rooted in natality, in the fact that each birth represents a new beginning and the introduction of novelty in the world. AC.T surprised face. Vite. Audiva. R. O plurality, to which we may now come, is the other central feature of action. For if to act means to take the initiative, to introduce the novum and the unexpected into the world, it also means that it is not something that can be done in isolation from others, that is, independently of the presence of a plurality of actors who from their different perspectives can judge the quality of what is being enacted. In this respect, action needs plurality in the same way that performance artists need an audience. Without the presence and acknowledgement of others, action would cease to be a meaningful activity. She differs from Plato, who considers thinking theory of ideas as the highest form of human action. Instead, she agrees with Marx and contends action is more important than thinking. She has also differentiated amongst different forms of actions performed by humans. O labor. Marx has regarded this as the most important action. However, Arendt regards the absence of freedom in labor as even animals perform labor. O. Vark. This has more freedom than just labor. However, even here man is not completely free and operates within certain limitations. O zoopolitican. TBJS is essentially the realization of man as a political animal. Aristotle. Here man engages in political action with complete freedom, and thus this is the most important form one of action ensuring complete freedom. Essence of zoon politican. According to Hannah Arendt, by engaging in the public sphere, citizens create power which in turn helps in creating a stable civil society, keeping totalitarianism in check. Arendt's conception of the public sphere is known as agonistic, which takes its cue from the civic republicanism of the Roman times. According to this agonistic model of public sphere, the family and the economy belong to the private realm, whereas being a public citizen and acting in concert with other men in the political realm was more important. This is also in consonance with her critique of the Western philosophy since Aristotle, which holds vita contemplativa or contemplative life to be more important than life of political action or vita activa. She blames the decline of the public sphere on modernity, and capitalism reinforces this tendency by placing all the significance in life on family and economy, whereas the direct participation of citizens in politics is rendered unimportant. As a result, man has lost his tendency of being zoon politican, and in response totalitarianism has emerged. Civic republicanism, tradition of political thought that stresses the interconnection of individual freedom and civic participation with the promotion of the common good. The concept of civic republicanism is most easily understood as a form of government that contrasts with autocratic forms of government, where one person rules over the state in his or her own interest. The phrase residential publica is most readily understood as that which belongs to the people, where the people represent not just the masses but an organized society founded on justice and a concern for the common good. It follows, then, that a state founded on civic republican ideals is one whose political constitution is aimed at securing the common good of all its citizens. Within this approach, the freedom of the individual is closely linked to the freedom of the state. On citizenship, there are three features of the public sphere and of the sphere of politics in general that are central to Arendt's conception of citizenship. Artificiality, political activities in general, the fact that they are man-made and constructed rather than natural or given. Spatial quality of public life. Spatial quality of public life refers to political activities. Politics, for Arendt, is a matter of people sharing a common world and a common space so that public concerns can emerge and be articulated from different perspectives. Distinction between public and private interests. According to Arendt, political activity is not a means to an end, but an end in itself. One needs to distinguish public from private. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Sunna Notes 50 page 261. According to Arendt, the active engagement of citizens in the determination of the affairs of their community provides them not only with the experience of public freedom and public happiness. She believes in Thomas Jefferson's words for citizens, participators in government. For her, it is only by means of direct political participation, that is, by engaging in common action and collective deliberation, that citizenship can be reaffirmed and political agency effectively exercised. Theon of power. Tuesday conventional theory of power describes the coercive element of it, i.e. the ability of A to coerce B into acting contrary to what he would generally do. Hannah Arendt's theory of power is regarded as unconventional, as she describes power in terms of acting in concert, or power emerges when people come together and participate. She differentiates between power and force. According to her, the state does not have power. It does not use power to enforce its will but rather uses force. Power belongs to the people while force and violence belong to the state. For Arendt, power is the ability to agree upon a common cause of action in unconstrained communication. Power is sui g, one eris, and emerges on its own when people come into the public sphere and disappears when they go back to the private sphere. Her view on power comes close to G.A. 11 Dye's view power, who talked about concentric circles of power, with one human empowering the other with the absence of coercive power. When writing about power, also write how it is different from Marx's coercive view of power and Foucault's micro view of power, wherein not just state, but people to exert power on each other. Nature of power. Hannah Arendt states that power is sui generis, or it generates on its own. It cannot be destroyed or created. It only emerges when people come together and participate, and disappears when they go back to the private sphere. Power is S11 I gu 11 eris. The phrase, power is sui generis, means that power is neither destroyed or created but only arises on its own. This view is often associated with the political theorist Hannah Arendt, who emphasized the importance of power in her analysis of politics and society. For Arendt, power is not simply a form of domination or control, but is a creative and transformative force that emerges from collective action, interaction. Power arises from the ability of individuals to come together and create something new, whether it is a work of art, a scientific discovery, or a political movement. Unlike other conventional notions of social or economic power, which are based on coercion or manipulation, Arendt's power is based on mutual recognition and respect. It involves a willingness to engage in dialogue and debate, to listen to others, and to work together to achieve common goals. In Arendt's view, the most important form of power is political power, which arises from the ability of individuals to participate in the democratic process and to shape the direction of their society. This activity of citizens she refers to as zoon politiken. Political power is distinct from other forms of power, such as economic power or military power, because it is based on the consent and artisanization of the overmed. Overall, Arendt's view of power as sui generis reflects her broader emphasis on the importance of human agency and creativity in shaping the course of history. By recognizing the unique and transformative nature of power, she sought to provide a new framework for understanding the possibilities and limitations of political action. On modernity. In her major philosophical work, The Human Condition, Arendt articulated a fairly negative conception of modernity. According to Arendt, the loss of the world, which she defines as the limitation or eradication of the public sphere of action and speech in favor of the private realm of introspection and the pursuit of economic interests privately, is what defines modernity. Arendt identifies two main stages in the emergence of modernity. The first, from the 16th to the 19th century, corresponds to world alienation and the rise of the social. The second, from the beginning of the 20th century, corresponds to earth alienation and the victory of animal labyrinths. According to the second account, however, the modern age is characterized by a growing artificiality, by the rejection of anything that is not man-made. Arendt cites the fact that natural processes, including that of life itself, have been recreated artificially by means of scientific experiment, that our natural environment has been extensively transformed, and in some instances entirely replaced by technology, and that we have searched for ways to overcome our natural condition as earthbound creatures by setting out on the exploration of space and envisaging the possibility of inhabiting other planets. All this leads to a situation where nothing around us will be a naturally to, even event, object, or process, but will instead be the product of our instruments and the will to refashion the world in our image. The modern era is marked by the emergence of mass society, the blurring too of the lines between the public and private spheres, and the triumph of animal labyrinths over Homo faber and the traditional view of man as zoon politiken. Modernity is the age of bureaucratic administration and anonymous labor, rather than politics and action, of elite domination and the manipulation of public opinion. This has led to the decline of the public sphere and enabled the rise of totalitarian regimes. Hannah Arendt suggests the return to the Greek tradition of civic republicanism, which enabled citizens the power to come together and participate in political affairs. The infusion of such traditions can ensure that man realizes his potential as zoon politiken, rather than be part of a society of animal labyrinths. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 263. Earth alienation. Hannah Arendt appears to say only that modern societies encourage us to become alienated from the world and neglect the traditional aspects of human condition. Hence, for most men or women, Arendt is suggesting we are encouraged by the structure and organization of modern societies to believe in the lack of meaningful action, of the lack of purpose, of the lack of solidarity, of the lack of acting plurally, purposefully, and meaningfully, and this despite the political institutions of liberal representative democracies. Banality of evil. The banality of evil thesis is given in Arendt's book, Eichholm, Am, Jerusalem, which documents the trial of Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann, who was the mind behind orchestrating the killing of Jews during the Holocaust. The work forms one of the harshest critics of modern bureaucratic societies and its impact on human psychology. It essentially solidifies Arendt's claim that the modern age is a complete alienation of traditional human values. During the trial of Eichmann, it was seen that Eichmann showed no remorse or guilt for the acts done by him, resulting in the direct and indirect deaths of over 6 million Jews. However, there was also no sign that Eichmann was a sociopath who took enjoyment in doing such acts. When asked the reason for his acts, he simply stated he was following orders and doing his duty as a soldier. According to Hannah Arendt, such a contempt over one's actions and alienation from the results of one's acts were a result of excess bureaucratization, where apparently normal people lose touch with their thinking capacities and perform tasks based only on systemic orders. It is not that people are inherently evil, but as they have lost their thinking capacities and moral consciousness, they are completely independent from the outcomes of such orders/actions. In Hannah Arendt's words, evil becomes banal, commonplace, when it acquires a systemic character which is devoid of thinking. This causes ordinary people to participate in it without being limited by morality. Evil becomes normal when it becomes a part of daily life, and people start viewing it as common and routine. Criticism. The major criticism of this work has been that Hannah Arendt in a way absolves Eichmann from the crimes he committed in his position. She holds the system and modernity responsibility while completely removing the human will of engagement from the action. Critics contend that although the system is evil, human beings in every capacity still have the element of choice and morality that can effectively check against such acts. They give examples of multiple defectors who chose to escape executing such actions and seek refuge in allied nations. On revolution. Arendt believed that revolutions are distinct from other forms of political action because they involve a fundamental transformation of the existing order, rather than simply seeking to reform one or improve the system. She argued that revolutions are driven by desire for freedom and self-determination, and are often sparked by a crisis or moment of disillusionment with the existing political and social structures. Arendt was critical of revolutionary violence, which she saw as a dangerous form of political action that relied on force rather than the exercise of power. Instead, she believed that revolutions should aim to create a more inclusive and participatory form of politics, in which all individuals have an equal voice and stake in the decision-making process. She emphasized the importance of democratic institutions in creating and sustaining a just society, and saw the ultimate goal of revolution as the creation of a more democratic and participatory political system. Arendt also recognized the dangers and limitations of revolutions, and was skeptical of their ability to bring about lasting change. She argued that revolutions often lead to tyranny or authoritarianism, and that the most effective forms of political action are those that are nonviolent and work within existing democratic institutions. On rights, there are three maxims that are Arendt's conception of rights. The Universal Declaration is based on an abstract conception of the human being, while there is no guarantee for human rights outside the political community. Human rights lose all their signification as soon as an individual loses her political context. The right to have rights should be recognized as a precondition for the protection of every human right. Relevance. Her ideas can today be found in the essence of civic republicanism, and in specific examples of people movements like the Black Lives Matter movement in the US, the global LGBTQ movement, which shows people coming together to demand recognition and rights. In India, Gram Sabha and participatory democracy are similar to what Hannah Arendt has urged for. Similarly, RTI gives the power to the people as suggested by her. Criticism. By insisting on a strict separation between the private and the public, and between the social and the political, she is unable to account for the essential connection between these spheres and the struggles to redraw their boundaries. She has overemphasis on political freedom. For her, freedom from tyranny is more important than freedom to do what one wants to do in social and economic sphere. Standard conclusions. The current context of civil movements across the world are the proof that Hannah Arendt's theory of power is a relevant form of legitimate power. Hannah Arendt's contribution can be felt today whilst understanding the nature of civil society and its subsequent success in holding governments accountable. The rise of rightism and extremists today are also a result of societies losing their essence as zoon politikans. Thus, Hannah Arendt's works today become even more indispensable. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Sunnotes 50 page 265. Unit 10. Indian Political Thought. Ancient Indian Political Thought. Previous Wycow. Questions. Compare and contrast Dhanasastra and Arthasastra with reference to state power. 2010. Explain the sources of ancient Indian political thought. 2020. Examine the significance of Dharma in ancient Indian political thought. 2013. Standard Introduction. Dharmashastra shaped the guidelines for IAR's social and religious code of conduct in Hinduism, the past where high 11 do monarchs E11 forced the laws as part of their religious duty. Dhanashastra is a 11 importa 11t book ancient Indian political thought. Dhanashastra was considered as embodiment of complete knowledge given to Manu by Lord Brahma. Thus, establishment of Dharma or cosmic order is the P1 and primary goal. The power and authority of the king is secondary. Background on Indian political thought. The history of ancient Indian political thought is the story of great minds like Manu, Kautilya, Ved-Vyas, as well as countless sages. The ancient Indian thinkers have given us their rich political and administrative ideas and policies, which have ensured political as well as socio-economic well-being of Indians for the past 2 millennia. Scholars' views. L/Fax Mueller. India has been the source of enlightenment of the world. He stated that Indian political thought conducts one of the deepest studies of the human mind dealing with various questions of life and death. Amartya Sen. Sen contends that ancient Indian political thought was pluralistic and focused on public reasoning, where the goal was to foster democratic debate and consensus building. Thomas Pantham suggests that ancient Indian political thought was marked by a concern for ethical governance and social justice, as well as a recognition of the importance of balance and harmony. Ramala Thapar maintains that ancient Indian political thought was complex and varied, encompassing diverse perspectives on kingship, justice, and power. Upinder Singh argues that ancient Indian political thought was shaped by a dynamic interplay of ideas and practices, including the influence of religion, literature, and social norms. Features of Indian political thought. Since it addresses society as a whole and does not distinguish between social, economic, and political factors, Indian political thinking is quite broad. With varied degrees of focus, it incorporates social law, economic policies, and political jurisprudence into a unified document. Manusmriti, for instance, is a dharmashastra that places greater emphasis on social law and purushtras, or the division of society into castes, while Arthashastra, Dandashastras, places more emphasis on diplomacy and statecraft. Indian political thought is also described as the following. 1. Communitarianism. Community has always been at the center of Indian political ideology, which is in line with Eastern mentality. Western philosophy places individual at the center, focusing on his or her own well-being. According to Kautilya, Indian citizens are still knit into a complex social fabric where dharma serves as the center of power, imposing obligations on its members and distributing rewards in accordance with social hierarchy. 2. Pluralist. Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist tradition does not differ in any qualitative sense of the term. We can call Buddhism and Jainism the rebel child of Hinduism. Hence, there are a lot of similarities between major traditions. Buddhism also believes in the concept of karma and rebirth like Hinduism. The basic difference between Buddhism and Hinduism is that Hinduism represents the hegemony of Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Jainism mainly represents the hegemony/alliance of Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, whereas Buddhism challenged the caste system, thus being more egalitarian in nature. 3. Dharma. The concept of dharna, or righteous conduct, was central to ancient Indian political thought. It encompassed not only individual moral obligations, but also the ethical principles that govern society as a whole. 4. Kingship. Ancient Indian political thought placed great importance on the institution of kingship, which was viewed as a necessary means of maintaining order and ensuring the welfare of the people. However, kings were also expected to adhere to the principles of dharma and act in the best interests of their subjects. 5. Cosmopolitanism. The idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, has always been central to Indian philosophy. India has always taken a fusion approach. It is stated that visitors from various backgrounds and beliefs are so enthralled by the experience of taking a dip in the Ganges that it eventually becomes a staple of Indian culture. 6. There exists continuity of ancient and modern Indian thought, and philosophical ideas are dealt in consonance with each other. Hence, there is a continuity on the concept of dharma and danda. Dharmashastras and Dandashastras I. These works, which were composed between 200 BCE and 200 CE, are regarded as some of the most ancient and important legal treatises in Hinduism. 2. There are no ancient Indian texts that are solely political, according to Western researchers. 3. Hindu writings from both traditions have a connection to Dharma. It is a notion that unifies the fundamental principles of the universe, cosmic law, economic law, and social law as they apply to 1. PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram Channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 267. Rituals and life cycle ceremonies, as well as the processes for resolving conflicts and the consequences for breaking these laws. 4. However, on the basis of classification of knowledge, Bhikkhu Parikh categorizes Hindu texts into two interdependent groups, that is, S. Dharmashastras. Dandashastras are ancient Hindu texts that contain the rules and regulations for the behavior and conduct of individuals in Hindu society. Dvanashastras are a type of Hindu law code. They contain guidelines for various aspects of Hindu life, including rituals, social customs, and ethical behavior. Dharmashastras cover a wide range of topics. Including the duties of different castes and stages of life, the role of women, and the proper conduct of rituals. The Dharmashastras are considered authoritative texts, but they are not considered divinely revealed. Instead, they are seen as a human interpretation of dana, or the moral and religious duty of Hindus. It consists of laws and rules of conduct of the people of different categories and had its origin in the Dharma Sutras, which formed a part of the Vedanga, Kalpa Sutras. Most well-known Dharmashastras are Manusmriti, the Yajnavalkya Smriti, Narada Smriti. 6. Dandashastras. Statecraft and politics were main topics of Dandashastras. This is obvious fro. The name, Rajati/Dandaniti equals politics. Dandashastras stated warfare, attack strategies, siege tactics, spy networks, politics, etc. The Dandashastras were legal treatises from antiquity that discussed the civil and criminal law and order, as well as the punishment for transgressions against the outside world. Arthashastra is one of the most well-known Dandashastras. Difference between Dhanasbastras and Arthashastra Dharmasbastras Arthasbastra, Dharmashastras, which primarily deals with ideas and philosophy, but also consist of elements of law. Arthashastra falls under wider gamut of Dhanashastra, which deals with rules and regulations related to society at large with some elements of philosophy. They cannot be credited to individuals as they were constantly enriched by sages, however Manusmriti being the most prominent texts, thus Manu represents the face of Dharmasbastras. Although Arthashastra also contains. These texts concentrate more on problems like the duties of Varnas, the purity of family life, sanctity of social institutions, and social life. They refer to sacred character of the laws in the 4 castes and 4 orders to the ancient customs and duties of the kin. Contributions from its numerous interpretations, the majority of the text can be attributed to Kautilya. Arthashastra focuses on realistic problems like battles, war, conduct of government departments, internal and external dangers to the state, and espionage. Arthashastra also mentioned the relative importance of the sacred law and the state jaw, but he used either stress on the state law. Manu and Manusmriti Manu is frequently referred to as India's first real ruler and lawmaker. Manu left behind a wealth of political and administrative ideas and practices that continue to have an impact on India's social and political landscape today. 1. Manusmriti. It holds a position of preeminence in the Hindu literature and is considered at par with Vedic texts. They are distilled and codified through observation, experience, analysis, and the study of the Vedas, keeping in view the best interests of humanity and society. It is the oldest and known Smriti, Smriti meaning one that is based on Vedas. Manusmriti or Manavadharmasastra is a work of encyclopedic scope. Among all Dharmashastras, Manusmriti is considered the most important and widely used. Unlike the Vedas, the Hindu law books fall into the category of intellectual or scholarly works, Smritis. 2. Manusmriti contains 4 basic concepts which forms the bedrock of Indian society. Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha are the 4 Purusharthas or purposes of existence. The 4 Purusharthas demonstrate that followers of Hinduism viewed life as a whole. They haven't shunned either sensual or material pleasures. As a result, it stands for a balanced way of living. Concept of ashrams. Ashrams denote different stages of life. There are specific goals in each stage. Brahmacharya ashram, Grahastha ashram, Vanaprastha ashram, Sannyas ashram. Concept of Varnas. Hindu society was split into the 4 Varnas of Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. Each Varna must adhere to its own dharma. Dharma must be practiced in order to avoid arajakata, which results in pralay. So, the king's primary responsibility is to ensure that each Varna practices its respective dharma. The king bas the danda rod because of this. Concept of sanskar. There are 16 essential rituals to be followed by Hindus. These rituals are called sanskars, starting with Garbhadana samskara, ending with Antyeshti samskar. 3. Manusmriti on king. He suggested that though the king derived his authority from God, in practice he should be guided by the Brahmanas. The rationale behind it was the assumption that Brahmanas possessed knowledge and knowledge should rule. Manusmriti talks about the role of the king that is to maintain dharma, and Io make him capable. Manu bestows the power of danda to the king. Manu doesn't concentrate all powers into the hand of king. Rather, he kept dana as the all-powerful entity, and even king had to maintain dharma and discharge his duties accordingly. Some duties of a king were compulsory, requiring knowledge of Vedas, constructing public utilities, taking care of praja, citizens, not to indulge too much into extravagance. 4. Manusmriti on origin of state. Manu employed quasi-contractual theory of state, under which contract takes place between man and God. Thus in Manu's state kingship has divine origins, but not divine powers. Manu was in favor of social hierarchy and caste system and his notion of justice, as based on diverse customs and practices of different castes. Paper L, PSIR, optional subscribe ROM. Telegram channel, Sunni, Motes 50 page 269. Manu discusses a system of punishment which was surprisingly proportional not to a person's crime, but to his caste. I.e. higher the caste, lower the punishment. Relevance. Morris Jones asserts that the West will get poorer if Indian political philosophy is ignored. Indian philosophy can be seen as the opposition to the growing materialistic dominance of the ideological realm by Western ideologies, since ancient Indian political thought placed significant respect to the religious underpinning of human existence and acceptance of traditional morality. Manusmriti continues to be the primary scripture that defines Hindu personal laws, despite objections. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that it would not be appropriate to say that Indians lack political wisdom. Indian texts also discuss the principles of statecraft, the ideals of kingship, and the objectives of governance. Indians have made huge progress towards the spiritual aspects of life. Indians have ignored the material well-being. Politics is this worldly, whereas Indians have been concerned about the other world, the world of God. Hence in the Western world, the status of Indian political thought remained contested. Kautilya. Standard introduction. Kautilya is a realist who believes that interstate relations are the struggle for power. According to realist wisdom, Interstate relations, or I-11 international politics, is a state of war. Kautilya deals with statecraft in his book Arthashastra, which is considered as canonical text in the art of conducting state affairs. Kautilya's work Arthashastra belongs to the tradition of Dandashastra. The prime issue in Arthashastra is statecraft. However, it also discusses dharma, and we see the continuity between Manu and Kautilya. Concept of Purusharthas. In order to explain the nature of state theorized in Arthashastra, it is important to understand what he meant by the concept of Purusharthas, which Kautilya shares with the wider Dharmashastras. The concept of Purushartha hovered around as usually the concept of righteousness. According to Kautilya, there are 4 virtues in a state: dharma, artha, kama, moksha, o dharma, performance of one's duty as prescribed by the SA Red Law; o artha, acquisition of wealth and material prosperity; o kama, gratification of desires and sensual enjoyments; o moksha, final liberation or emancipation of soul. These 4 virtues serves as the guide for an ideal life in Indian society. Every action of human beings aims at achieving moksha, the path of which is following Purusharthas. Thus, Kautilya implies that the king himself must follow this path and make arrangements for his subjects to follow. Arthashastra. Arthashastra was transcribed in around the 4th century BC by the prime minister of the great Mauryan Empire Kautilya, also called Kanausia or Vishnugupta. Arthashastra is one of the most persuasive and comprehensive treatises in political science in the Indian Vedic civilization. Arthashastra contained the thoughts on state, war, social structure, diplomacy, ethics, politics, and on top of that, statecraft. Arthashastra can be considered as the first textbook in geopolitics. It is possibly Kautilya's Arthashastra which stands out to be systematically scientific and most authoritative explanations of these prehistoric studies. The Arthashastra linked political governance with economic governance. The end is economic governance, while political governance is the means. Arthashastra explained that there is a sturdy connection between good governance and the economy of a nation. Paper L, PSIR optional subscribe from Telegram channel. Paper L, PSIR optional subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 271. Regarded as the essence of ancient Vedic wisdom in politics and economics, Arthashastra has noteworthy significance in modern times with some inquisitive resonance with the thoughts and theories of various philosophers, economists, and political scientists around the globe. Kautilya on kingship. 1. His political thought hovers around the prevalent idea of kingship, i.e., monarchy as a political order. 2. The safety of their praja, and especially women, and the property of the subject was uppermost in his thought process. 3. King must abstain from arrogance and should not forget the dharma while enjoying worldly pleasure. 4. Elaborate provision of the regulation of dissolution of marriages, desertion, remarriage, protection of dignity and chastity of women, etc. 5. State control over trade and other occupations and determine the rates of tax, profit, and interests. 6. Kings or rulers' function of defense included inter alia, the followings: defense from external enemies and assailants, maintenance of law and order within the state, protection of the subjects from natural calamities. Saptana theory of 1. Dandashastra believes in organic theory of state, where all the 7 elements of states are integral parts of the state, just like all human organs are integral parts of the body. 2. 7 elements of status are similar to 7 parts/organs of our body. All organs of the body are complementary with each other. 3. The 7 elements of state are as follows: King Swami, the king is the head, king is center. All other elements depend upon the king. According to Kautilya, if the king is smart and other elements of sovereignty are weak, he can convert these elements into the elements of strength. On the other hand, if the king is not smart, lacks courage, but other elements of sovereignty are strong, then also these elements will not be able to play the role of determinant of power. Minister, Amatya, the minister its eyes, Arnashas are the senior ministers, preferably Brahmins. Required for consultation. Should be well versed in Vedas, Shastras. He suggests, king should have at least 3 Amatyas because 2 can easily conspire against the king. King should keep on testing the integrity of the Amatyas because they can be a potential challenge. Fort, Durg, the capital as its hands, Mauryans were known for fortifications. Forts are the symbols of the offensive and defensive powers of the state. Kautilya advises to construct different types of forts that include hill forts, water forts, desert forts. District, Janapad, Rashtra is its feet. Janapad also represents the heart of the state. It is a place where common man/citizens live. It is a place for economic activities. It is the duty of the king to take care of the needs of Janapada. King should treat his citizens as his children. Jo, the words of Kautilya, in the happiness of the subjects lies the happiness of the king. Shunya IAS 2. Treasury, Kash, the mouth signifies the treasury. Kash of the state should be enough not just for meeting day-to-day expenditures, but to meet any sort of calamity, whether it is war or natural disasters. Ally, Mitra, its allies the ears. Mitras have symbolic importance. When a person has a lot of mitras, it shows that the person is powerful. Hence it is a symbol of power to be the friend of the strong. Punishment, Danda, the army its mind. Kautilya prefers the army of Kshatriyas. However, if need arises, other Vamas can also be included. King should have a sufficient army and should always keep the morale of the army high. 4. The modem Western political theory identifies 4 elements of the state: population, territory, government, and sovereignty. Stronger state comprises powerful organs. Mundal Siddhanta Kautilya's Mandala Siddhanta is a political theory that focuses on the relationship between states and how they interact with one another. The theory is based on the idea that states are constantly competing with each other for power and resources, and that their behavior is shaped by their position in a mandala, or circle of neighboring states. According to Kautilya, a state's behavior is influenced by its strategic interests and its relationships with neighboring states. He argued that a state's ultimate goal was to maximize its own power and security, and that it would engage in alliances, warfare, and other forms of competition to achieve this objective. The strategy of war is explained through Mandala Siddhanta. Mandala represents the concentric circle of kings frequently used in Indian texts. Elements forming concentric circles can be understood better through following figure below. The Mandala Siddhanta holds that neighbors are inherently hostile, because both rulers must pursue material prosperity and have the same land acquisition goal. There is no such thing as a lasting friend or enemy, according to Mundal Siddhanta. The Mandala Vijayajishu king expands when he takes possession of the enemy's country. The nation that was formerly Mitra, a friend, will now be an adversary. Nations therefore desire both hegemony and a balance of power. When the king TL1 inks of going for expedition in one direction, he should not ignore enemies and friends in the opposite direction. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 273. An example in modem times can be Oflan Diapalsistan. China all aim to acquire the territory of Kashmir, which is not only full of resources but also strategically located. Hence there is bound to be a war between India and Pakistan, India and China over the territory of Kashmir. Summary of key ideas in Kautilya's Arthashastra, the concept of the mandala, or circle of states. Kautilya believed that states are in a constant state of competition with each other, and that their behavior is shaped by their position in a wider network of relationships. The importance of the ruler. Kautilya believed that the ruler was the most important figure in the state, and that his actions and decisions could have a major impact on the success or failure of the state. The role of ethics and governance. Kautilya believed that rulers should be guided by principles of ethics and morality in their decision-making. He believed that rulers should prioritize the welfare of their subjects and act in accordance with the principles of Dharma. The importance of intelligence gathering. Kautilya believed that intelligence gathering was crucial for a state's success. He advocated for the use of spies and other means of gathering information to gain an advantage over other states. The use of force and diplomacy. Kautilya believed that states should use a combination of force and diplomacy to achieve their goals. He believed that diplomacy was a valuable tool for building alliances and partnerships with other states, but that force was sometimes necessary to defend the state against external threats. The role of economics in governance. Kautilya believed that economics played an important role in governance. He advocated for the use of taxes, trade, and other economic policies to support the state and promote its welfare. Kautilya on taxation. He placed a strong emphasis on sound financial management and methods for growing every area of TPE economy. He acknowledged that taxes are the main source of income. To state has unrestricted taxing authority, but taxation shouldn't be overdone. He favored raising the tax base rather than the tax rate. He contends that the purpose of public money is to increase global prosperity rather than serve TL1E king's personal interests. According to Jha and Jha, Chanakya gave top significance to the upkeep of a rich treasury, which had a good impact on all of the administration's actions. King must collect taxes like honeybees, enough to survive but not too much to destroy, according to Kautilya. Kautilya on corruption 1. Kautilya is very worried about the issue of official Kamwantayan. 2. Kautilya asserts that corruption is unavoidable and a component of public life. It is impossible to avoid tasting it since it is like honey on the tongue. Shunya IAS. 3. The amount of resources that are handled by public officials makes corruption inevitable. It's possible that even officials are unaware of their own wrongdoing. Fish swimming in the water will not be able to tell when they have consumed water, he claimed. 4. Although corruption exists in public life, it is not a desirable thing. Both internally and externally, corruption makes the state weaker. 5. It weakens the capacity of the state to achieve the welfare of the people. It brings the morale of the people down. It is VE1Y easy for an enemy to win if morale is down. Hence corruption needs to be tackled. 6. The biggest problem is detection of corruption. 7. In the words of Kautilya, it is easy to detect the movement of the birds in the sky, but it is not easy to detect the act of corruption by the officials. 8. Kautilya himself made the list of at least 40 types of embezzlement done by officials. Officials can play with weights and measures. Officials can sell the resource at a higher price but show lesser value in the accounts. Officials can sell the resources at a lesser value than the actual value. They may take out public money for private purposes but enter it in the account later. 9. Kautilya also suggests measures to deal with corruption. Right-sizing the bureaucracy. Transfer the person before he understands all the loopholes in the system. Protection to the whistleblowers. Not just punishing the official, punish the entire chain. Punish Dayak, one who gives bribe, one who receives Pratigraha, one who keeps Nityayak. Public humiliation of the corrupt officials and reward honest officials. Kautilya on espionage. Kautilya aspired to wage war using all methods necessary, including espionage. Like Sun Tzu, he discusses psychological warfare, in which a king can use his spy network to protect his subjects if his opponent's strength is greater. Kautilya advises kings to maintain an effective intelligence system. He names at least 10 different kinds of spies. He even goes so far as to advocate using spies who are women, children, orphans, poor, bhikshus, or sadhu students, domestic servants, and Udasthita are only a few of the spies listed by Kautilya, destitute. He proposes using sadhus to scare the enemy monarch. They can do this by invoking misfortune, i.e., the impending arrival of bad events. Similar to Machiavelli, he also allows use of reli, ion for warfare. Kautilya's Saptanga theory. Kautilya's Saptang theory, also known as the 7 limbs of the state, is a comprehensive framework for understanding the different elements that make up a successful state. The theory is based on the idea that a state must be strong and well organized in order to achieve its goals and maintain its stability. The 7 limbs of the state, according to Kautilya, are Nabi. The ruler is the head of the state and has the ultimate responsibility for its success or failure. Paper 1, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 275. Kautilya believed that the ruler should be a wise and virtuous leader who is committed to the welfare of his subjects. Amatya, or the minister. The minister is the second in command and is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the state. He is expected to be loyal, efficient, and knowledgeable in his Janpada, or the territory. The territory refers to the geographical area that is under the control of the state. Kautilya believed that the state must have secure borders and be able to defend itself against external threats. Durg, or the fortress. The fortress refers to the defensive structures and systems that are in place to protect the state from invasion or attack. Kosha, or the treasury. The treasury is the financial system that supports the state's activities. It is responsible for collecting taxes, managing resources, and providing funding for projects and initiative. Sena, or the army. The army is the military force that is responsible for defending the state against external threats. Kautilya believed that the army should be well-trained, well-equipped, and disciplined in its operations. L/Fitra, or Tli ally. The ally refers to the diplomatic relationships that the state has with other states. Kautilya believed that alliances and partnerships with other states were crucial for a state's success, and that it should work to build and maintain strong relationships with its neighbors. Overall, Kautilya's Saptang theory provides a comprehensive framework for understanding to be different elements that make up a successful state. It emphasizes the importance of leadership, administration, defense, finance, and diplomacy in achieving the state's goals and maintaining its stability. Kautilya's SB, Fold Polak. Kautilya's 6 forms of diplomacy. Sandhi means conciliation with other rulers, Vigrabha hostility towards enemy state or neighbor, Asana means indifference or maintaining neutrality, at 10-1 ES. Dvadi Bhava means double policy. Samsara policy of protection in case of stronger states attacking weaker states. Yana policy to attack and retaliate when other means failed to establish peace strategy of diplomacy, Upayas. Kautilya's 4-fold Polak, or Shadguna Siddhant. There are 4 devices of political expediency. Sama, or conciliation, a policy towards stronger neighbor/king to defeat him, Dana, or gift, suitable to deal with a stronger king to appease them, Danda, or use of force, suitable to deal with the weaker king to extract concessions or gift, including resorting to terrorize them, Beda, sowing the seeds of dissension in the enemy's camp. Refined and rechristened in modern times as a policy of divide and rule. Kautilya and Machiavelli. Pundit Nehru in Bis book, Discovery Ofundaya BAS mentioned Kautilya as Indian Machiavelli. Upinder Kaur in her recent book titled Political Violence in Ancient India suggests that ideally Machiavelli should have been Sud Italian Kautilya. Scholars like Winternitz, Batazzi have traced the roots of realism in Kautilya along with Thucydides. Machiavelli is also a realist. Machiavelli and Kautilya differ in time and space, yet there are remarkable similarities between the 2 scholars as both were concerned about the state of the motherland. Both were fearful of the motherland being vulnerable to external invasions. Both are realists. Both give advice on statecraft. Both go for the separation between ends and means. If Machiavelli suggests that in politics ends justify the means, Kautilya suggests Sama, Dhamma, Danda, Beda. Both permit the use of religion for political purposes. Both support imperialist international relations. Both people are worried about the corruption in the government. Both argue that the king ought to exercise absolute power. Both anticipate the king to serve as a representation of sacrifice and wisdom. Thus, directly or indirectly, Kautilya's king and Machiavelli's prince come near Plato's philosopher king. Kautilya's king shares many characteristics. According to Kautilya, kings should have the knowledge of Vedas, Shastras. Kings should have self-control, should not be arrogant, should control the appetite. Max Weber in his book, Politics as Vocation, has mentioned that Kautilya was more Machiavellian than Machiavelli. Machiavelli appears hesitant about what kings should do. There is no hesitation in Kautilya when he suggests extreme means. Relevance. One of the most well-known political philosophers from India is Kautilya. Although he lived a long time ago, several of his theories tenets to hold true in the context of contemporary politics. Kautilya outlined an imperative that is of the utmost importance. Advancement must be connected to the welfare of the populace. He presented an esteemed foundation for economic science. It contains a wealth of practical economic insights on international commerce, taxes, public spending, agriculture, and industry. Stability and good governance are inextricably intertwined. There is stability if the rulers are receptive, responsible, removable, and recallable. There is uncertainty if not. Standard conclusions. Thus, even though written more than 2 millennia ago, Arthashastra would remain a referral guide in statecraft even in the 21st century or in the foreseeable future. The most renowned Indian political philosopher Kautilya lived a long time ago. His philosophies are still applicable in the modern framework. Tulsa important elements established by Kautilya are governance, politics, quality and progress are to be direct, i.e. linked the present governance and statecraft. Kulsanakya is regarded as a great thinker ankle diplomat in India. Many Indian nationalizers regard him as one of the earliest people who envisioned a united India spanning the entire subco 11-111. Paper L, PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel. Su.Nunotes.50 page 277. India's former National Security Advisor Shiv Shah 11 Kar, LVFE 11011 praised Chanakya's Arthashastra for its precise and timeless descriptions of power. Furthermore, he recommended reading the book for broadening the vision strategic issues. Buddhist political thought. Previous year questions. Do you think that Buddhist tradition has lent a greater ethical foundation to ANC and Indian political thought? Give your arguments. 2021. Evaluate the contributions of Buddhist tradition to Indian political thought. 2014. Write a note on the Buddhist tradition in Indian political thought. 2012. Standard introductions. Buddhism offers a unique perspective on politics, emphasizing the interdependence and interconnection of all beings. In Buddhist political thought, the ultimate goal is not the acquisition of power or wealth, but the pursuit of collective well-being and happiness. Background. It is a matter of debate whether Buddhism has politically significant ideas or not. The reason behind TBJS is that Buddhism is often termed as religious tradition rather than political thinking by many scholars, including VR Mehta. But many of Dalit scholars like Kinsha Alayah recognize Buddha as the socio-political reformer. Scholars like Prof. Gopal Guru and Gail Omved have asserted that Buddha is a political philosopher. Nevertheless, we can infer some political thought from Buddha Charita written by Ashvaghosha. We can draw some political teachings from Jataka stories. For example, term Sammat mentioned many times in Jataka refers to contracts. Apart from that, Sutta is also a source of few political ideas. Upinder Singh Kaur in her recent book, Political Violence in Ancient India, mentions 3 major sources to understand Buddhist idea of kingship and statecraft. Ashvaghosha's Buddha Charita, Ashokavadana, Jataka, late canonical works written in Sanskrit and mixed Sanskrit. According to Baiku Parekh, we do not find a radical break from the past. Buddhism continues to share the basic beliefs of Hinduism. Buddhism continues to believe in karma theory. Buddhism always gave importance to dharma. He calls Buddhism the rebel child of Hinduism or Protestantism of the East. Buddhism is a reaction against Vedic religion. The political tradition of Buddhist India was in some respects antagonistic to the Hindu political ideas. Ethical basis of political ideas was a characteristic feature of Buddhist political tradition. The Buddha was, indeed, a profound social thinker, though not necessarily an abstract theorist in the Western philosophical tradition, who chartered new ways of thinking not just about the human condition, but also about the place of the individual in society. According to Professor VR Mehta, there is an absolute emphasis on moral principles in Buddhism with respect to governance. Buddha tried to explore human suffering and gave Phom Ving theory about it, Four Noble Truths. 1. PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel, Sunya Notes 50 page 279. Dukpa, suffering exists. Suffering is real and universal. Suffering has many causes: loss, sickness, pain, failure, and the impermanence of pleasure. Samadaya, Firk is cause of suffering. Suffering is due to attachment. It is the desire to have control over things. It can take many forms: cravings of sensual pleasures, the desire for fame, and the desire to avoid unpleasant sensations, like fear, auger, joy, or jealousy. Naradba, there is an end to suffering. Adadumpt can be overcome. Suffering ceases with final liberation, Nibbana. Magga, in order to end suffering you must follow 8-fold paths, for end of suffering. 8-fold path to nirvana. Right view, right intention, right speech, right conduct, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right samadhi or concentration. Political thoughts of Buddhist tradition. Origin of the state. In contrast to Brahmanical literature, we have a different version of the origin of kingship in Buddhist literature. The divine origin theory is not accepted. According to Buddhist texts, the state arises as a punitive institution, charged with the responsibility of imposing law and order, without which human beings cannot survive as an orderly society. Thus the kingship arose out of A contract between the subjects and the one chosen by them. The state becomes an agreement between the government and the ruled, wherein the ruled transfer a part of their sovereignty to the state for a specific purpose. The sovereign rights of the king were limited to the protection of subjects and punishment of wrongdoers, and he was bound by the law. The people, according to Jataka evidence, maintained their rights and privileges for a long line. They derive their importance partly from their numbers and partly from their organizations. The contract is symbolized by the institution of taxation, which is payment for specific work. Origin of the ruler. The Agganasutta in Daya Nikaya states that the origin of kingship evolved and passed through certain stages of human society. In the final stages, such a situation occurred in society. The people gathered and discussed ways to solve this problem. They then decided to select a being, Mahasammat, to solve this social problem. PFR 1, PSLR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel, Shunya IAS 0. They believed that one needed a king and a warrior for protection. Just as the tree is the refuge of birds, so is the king refuge of his people. It is evident from the stories that the origin of kingship was by a process of election by the people. The king was the symbol of the state. The king occupied the highest social and political status. It was the moral obligation of the ruler to give protection to the ruled in return for their obedience. According to Arya Deva, the king was a mere slave of the multitude because the people paid him 1/6 share of their crops, and he was bound to protect his subjects. The king should be empowered by 5 strengths, as follows: physical strength, material strength, strength of court officials, strength of nobility, wisdom, or intellect. Dasavitarajadama, 10-fold virtue of the ruler. It is one the Buddhist dharma that rulers are proposed to hold. It could be found in Sutta Pitaka, Kudakanakaya, Jatakas. Dana, charity, /sila, morality. Dadajava, honesty, /madhava, gentleness. Tapa, self-control, /akoda, non-anger. Avahimsa, non-violence, /kanti, forbearance /patience. Avaroda, uprightness, /parakaga, altruism. Principles and policies of the government. Jataka stories say that the king should avoid falsehood and anger, and whatever he has done in the past under the influence of passion and sin, he should not repeat. The king should choose his ministers and other officials, who are steady, learned in affairs and free from the vices of gambling, drinking, and so forth. The king should, himself, examine the income and the expenditure. Punishments for wrongdoers and rewards for good and efficiency should be promptly given. Principle of political righteousness of Dharma. The most important contribution of the early Buddhist canonists to our ancient political thought consists in their total application of the principle of righteousness to the king's internal administration and to his foreign policy. The best king was one who devoted himself to the welfare of the whole realm, including animals. The king should avoid specified vices and practice specified virtues. Righteousness of Dharma imposed some principles and policies of state like protection of good, impartial justice, friendliness towards neighboring kings, and temporal and spiritual benefits to all classes of people. According to Buddhist theory, ethical standards were applicable uniformly to ruler and his subjects and equally upon king's public and private acts. Paper L, PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 281. The Buddhist thinkers rejected the Brahmanical ethics in relation to statecraft, such as treacherous war and questionable methods in war and diplomacy. Buddhist foreign policy. In Buddhism, there is a total application of the principle of righteousness in guiding both internal as well as foreign policies. In Buddhist literature, Danda does not have a central role. Dharma is to be upheld in more positive ways. Buddha was against the concept of war. He believed that war brings suffering and promotes hatred. He wanted the Chakravarti Samrat to follow the principles of nonviolence. This Buddhist policy promotes replacement of baraish, sounds of war drums, by Dharma gosp, sound of peace. The most sought-out foreign policy of India for the peaceful coexistence, i.e. Panchsheel, has been also guided by the Buddhist tradition of thought. The term Panchsheel is derived from Buddhist inscriptions, which literally means 5 prohibitions that determine a Buddhist monk's behavior. They are in mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. The timeless relevance of Panchsheel is based on its firm roots in the cultural traditions of its originators, 2 of the world's most ancient civilizations. The linkage that was established by the spread of Buddhism in China laid the historical basis for the formulation of the principles of Panchsheel by India. In China, do you think that Buddhist tradition has lent a greater ethical foundation to ancient Indian political thought? Give your arguments. 2021. According to Professor Wire, what distinguishes Buddhism from the mainstream ancient Indian political thinking is an absolute emphasis on moral principles in every aspect from statecraft to foreign policy. Buddhist political thinking, along with earlier Indian political thought, considers politics as a moral undertaking for any leader, in contrast to modern Western political philosophies that construe politics as morally neutral, based purely on a leader's utilitarian considerations of power and public good. Although the earlier political tradition has also laid the emphasis on the ethical and moral values, like Manu outrightly has rejected cruelty and deceit. He has emphasized on the rule of law and code of conduct. Manu exhibited a deep concern for the protection of ethical autonomy of the society. Similarly, in Arthashastra, Kautilya held that in the happiness of subjects, happiness of the king lies. Cantilya is categorical that if progress of a kingdom is equally attainable through peace or war, then peace is to be preferred. But Buddhism has lent the greater ethical foundation to Indian political thought, because in some circumstances the Dharmashastra and Arthashastra suggested the king to follow barred policies and deceit. But Buddhism never moves towards the unethical and immoral ways, and follows the principle of non-violence in the Dhamma. Buddhist traditions have devoted much attention to the moral. Shunya IAS. 2. Significance of thoughts and feelings, intentions and actions, consequences and character, duties and kami.tmets. Buddha's political and ethical thinking has its emphasis on equal rights, protection against tyranny via equality before the law, and participatory and deliberative governance. On the kingship, the Buddha said that the moral character of a ruler determines the moral character of society. Buddhism was concerned with harmonizing political power with the ethical and moral principles of the Dharma. Standard conclusions: the Buddhist traditions of political thought also become the guiding light for the Gandhian principles and the Panchshil principles, as well as the principles of the Constitution, like the Arli Lu 50. Standard conclusions: the Buddhist traditions of political thought also become the guiding light for the Gandhian principles and the Panchshil principles, as well as the principles of the Constitution, like the Arli Lu 51 of the Constitutions. How the state should promote international peace and security. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 283. SIRSYD Almelid Khan. Previous year questions. When a nation becomes devoid of arts and learning, it invites poverty. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan. In light of this statement, assess the role of Sir Syed Ahmed Khan as a reformer in modern India. 2021. Comment on Syed Ahmed Khan as a modernizer. 2013. Standard introductions. He was first Muslim modern thinker to believe that Islam is compatible with science and rationalism. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan was a 11 Islamic scholar, reformist, and philosopher of the J9th century. In modern India, Syed Ahmed Khan's legacy remains complex, where he is seen both as a reformer and at the same time regarded as the inspiration behind the two. Nation theory. Scope of stud. Views on modernization of Muslim community, views on Western and scientific education of Indian Muslims. As originator to the two-nation theory. Background. In 1838, Syed Ahmed Khan began his career as a civil servant in the British East India Company. He rose through the ranks and became a judge in the colonial administration. However, he was also deeply involved in social and educational reforms for the Muslim community in India. Syed Ahmed Khan believed that Muslims in India were at a disadvantage due to their lack of modern education and exposure to Western ideas. He saw education as the key to the progress and development of the Muslim community. In 1858, he founded the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College in Aligarh, which later became Aligarh Muslim University. The college aimed to provide modern education to Muslims and to promote a spirit of unity and cooperation between Muslims and Hindus. Farks. His most notable book, Asbabi Bhagawat Hind, also known as The Reasons Behind the Revolt of I-857, he pointed out the real reasons behind the revolt, including policy excesses of Britishers themselves. Asara Sanadid, 1847. This book is a history of the U1I and its monuments, and is considered a landmark in the development of modern historiography in India. Atharal Sanadid, 1846. This book is a collection of inscriptions and monuments in Delhi and the surrounding areas. Tapkakai Hind, 1864. This book is a history of India from ancient times to the reign of the Mughal Emperor Akbar. On modernization of Islam, he argued that social movements in other communities have pushed their communities forward in areas such as education, profession, political powers, business opportunities, leading to Muslims falling back as second-tier citizens in the social sphere. He stated that traditional orthodox interpretation of Islam no longer fulfills the interest of the community, and there is a need for a similar social reformist movement among Indian Muslims. He was the first person to attempt the modernist interpretation of the Quran. He founded a society for scientific research in Ghazipur, which was later shifted to Aligarh with the primary aim at uplighting the socio-economic standards of Muslims in India. He launched a journal named Indian Institute Gazette for promotion of scientific research. Described as a modernist, he stressed the role of freedom in religious thought and the need for Muslims to constantly reinterpret Islam in the light of circumstances. Comment on Syed Ahmed Khan as a modernizer. Syed Ahmed Khan belonged to the time when the Muslim community was passing through the phase of stagnation. He felt that the situation became more complex when Britishers recognized Muslim community as primarily responsible for the revolt of 1857. According to him, there was a need to rid certain outdated and unsocial practices, which Syed Ahmed Khan considered to be one important factor responsible for the prevailing situation of the Muslims in the country. He was fearful enough that under such condition, Muslim community would not be able to make any significant contribution in the history of human civilization. In order to bring Muslim community out from such frustrating situation, Syed Ahmed Khan started working on the idea that modernity in education brings recognition. Hence, he wanted Muslims to go for scientific learning and founded Scientific Society in 1863. One of Syed Ahmed Khan's other contributions was the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, later Aligarh Muslim University, in 1875, which which aimed to provide modern education to Muslims in India. The college offered courses in English, science, and other modern subjects alongside Islamic studies, and it played an important role in the development of a modern Muslim intelligentsia in India. He also started a journal to promote scientific research, which is titled Indian Institute Gazette. He firmly believed that being the most scientific of all religions, Islam should be interpreted in the light of science. In order to end some of the practices of Islam with the objective of reforming social practices of Muslims, he brought a magazine titled Taza Balakhlak. Syed Ahmed Khan was also critical of some traditional Muslim practices, such as purdah, seclusion of women, and polygamy, and called for their reform. He believed that Muslims needed to adapt to modern ways of life while still maintaining their religious and cultural identity. Overall, Syed Ahmed Khan's ideas and actions were aimed at modernizing and reforming the Muslim community in colonial India, and he played a significant role in the intellectual and social history of the country. His legacy continues to inspire generations of Muslims in India and beyond. Paper L, PSIR optional / subscribe from Telegram channel, Sunanox 50 page 285. On education of Indian Muslims, while pursuing studies of different subjects including European jurisprudence, Sir Syed began low. Realized the advantages of Western-style education. Sir Syed felt that the socio-economic future of Muslims was threatened by their orthodox aversions to modern science and technology. He called education both the root cause as well as the tool to bring FONTH change in the social condition of Muslims. Muslims were losing work and jobs due to the demise of Indian princely states which had employed services of Muslims in their court for hundreds of years. Suddenly these artists, courtesans etc. found no place in modern British society. Sir Syed criticized the influence of traditional dogma and religious orthodoxy, which had made most Indian Muslims suspicious of British influences. Muslims ignored Western education and culture, which led to other modern communities sweeping in all of the limited job opportunities in the government, which in later stages proved detrimental for the interest of Muslim communities. Syed Ahmed Khan aggressively promoted the benefits of Western education in community schools, madrasa, and opened many schools imparting scientific education. It was because of his actions that Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, later Aligarh Muslim University, opened and subsequently became the foundry for Islamic ideas. Criticism. His view of Islam was rejected by Muslim clergy as contrary to traditional views on issues like jihad, polygamy, and animal slaughtering. Clerics condemned him harshly as a kafir. To an adder of the two-nation theory, his works in the social as well as education sector made him the most prominent Muslim politician in 19th century India, often influencing the attitude of Muslims on various national issues. According to Hassan Tariq, Syed Ahmed Khan in course of time, increasingly became fearful of the loss of Muslim political power owing to the community's backwardness. He was also averse to the prospect of democratic self-government, which would give control of government to the Hindu majority population. This brought gradual change in Sir Syed's political views and was represented by a strong aversion to the emerging nationalist movement as it was composed largely of Hindus. In his earlier times, he supported the efforts of Indian political leaders Surendranath Banerjee and Dadabhai Naoroji on mutual objectives such as to obtain representation for Indians in the government and civil services. However, later he opposed the Indian National Congress, 1885, on the grounds that it was a Hindu-majority organization, calling on Muslims to stay away from it. Syed Ahmed Khan argued that Hindus and Muslims had fundamentally different cultures and ways of life, and that these differences made it impossible for them to live together in a single nation-state. He was a strong advocate of Muslim separatism and believed that Muslims needed to assert their separate identity and interests in order to protect themselves from Hindu domination. Syed Ahmed Khan supported the creation of a separate Muslim political organization, which eventually became the Muslim League. He believed that Muslims needed a political platform to advance their interests and protect their rights in a predominantly Hindu India. Syed Ahmed Khan's emphasis on the importance of Islamic identity and his support for the Muslim League helped to create a sense of Muslim unity and separatism that would later be embraced by other Muslim leaders and culminate into the conception of a separate Islamic nation. His fierce criticism of the Congress and Indian nationalists created rifts between Muslims and Hindus. At the same time, Sir Syed sought to politically ally Muslims to the British government, which caused further alienation between him and the nationalists. Scholarly views and criticism. There were some Congress leaders who felt that the emphasis on separate Muslim identity promoted by Syed Ahmed Khan and The Muslim League could lead to communal tensions and division. James Baljan said that his ideas created a real hurricane of protest and outburst of wrath among the local clerics in every town and village. Indian nationalist Lala Lajpat Rai wrote a series of open letters expressing grief and surprise at his change in attitude towards Congress. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. He was deeply influenced by Syed Ahmed Khan's ideas and believed in the need for Muslim education and social reform. Shafi Kidwai notes that Sir Syed promoted advocacy of the empowerment of all Indians. Standard conclusions. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan's status among the Muslims can be treated at par with Raja Ram Mohan Roy among Hindus, though he became controversial, yet he is one of the greatest leaders of Muslim community in the Indian subcontinent. Syed Ahmed Khan's contribution cannot be ignored just because of his outlook on the Indian freedom struggle. His work gave rise to a new generation of Muslim intellectuals and politicians who composed the Aligarh movement to secure the political future of Muslims in India. Thus, it can be argued, in the context of his vigorous attempts at reforming and modernizing Islam and Islamists, that Syed Ahmed was a Tian E visionary because only a vision can transform an idea into such a mission. Paper L, PSIR, optional / subscribe from / Telegram channel. Shunya Notes, point 50, page 287. Aurobindo Ghosh. Previous year questions. Comment on. According to Sri Aurobindo, Swaraj is a necessary condition for India to accomplish its destined goal. 2017. Discuss Sri Aurobindo's views on cultural nationalism. 2016. Comment on. Nationalism is not a mere political program, but a way of life like religion. Aurobindo goes. 2014. Comment on. Sri Aurobindo's idea of freedom. 2013. Standard introductions. Sri Aurobindo had a versatile brilliance and was a re-11 personality in the history of the Indian resurgence and Indian nationalism. Sri Aurobindo was a great poet, a thoughtful thinker, a distinguished metaphysician, a great prophet, and a passionate patnotee. Sri Aurobindo is credited for texts that represented the crystallization of the new and rising soul of India and gave a spiritual message for Huma 11/D11D. It is significant low note that Sri Aurobindo was not a theoretical philosopher. He was a yogi, a practitioner of integral yoga who looked upon himself as the pathfinder, as somebody who has gone where nobody else had ever been. Siddhartha Das has regarded Aurobindo as the poet of patriotism, the prophet of nationalism, and the lover of humanity. Background: in 1906, Aurobindo became involved in the Indian nationalist movement and became a prominent leader of the Bengal Revolutionary Party, which advocated for the use of militant tactics to achieve Indian independence. He was arrested in 1908 and charged with treason for involvement in the Alipur bomb case, but was eventually acquitted in 1909. Following his acquittal, Aurobindo withdrew from politics and turned his attention to spiritual matters. He moved to Pondicherry, a French colonial town on the east coast of India, where he established an ashram and began a period of intense spiritual practice and inner exploration. During this time, Aurobindo developed a philosophy that combined elements of Hinduism, Vedanta, yoga, and Western philosophy, and wrote extensively on topics such as the nature of consciousness, the evolution of humanity, and the spiritual transformation of the world. Aurobindo's spiritual teachings had a significant impact on the development of integral yoga and the growth of the New Age movement in the West. His writings, which include works such as The Life Divine and the Psi 11 Thesis of Yoga, continue to be studied and discussed by scholars and practitioners of yoga, spirituality, and philosophy around the world. Aurobindo on nationalism. Nationalism is not a mere politic/progmy. Nationalism is a religion that has come from God. 11 Alism is a creed of the divine in humanity. True nationalism seeks to express the soul of the people, to realize its spiritual potentialities, to 11-fold its psychological and cultural riches. The strength of a nation is not in the number of its soldiers or the size of its arsenals, but in the spiritual force that animates its people. Aurobindo's notion of nation and nationalism. Aurobindo's notion of nationalism emerged in a time when the moderate faction of the Congress was increasingly asserting the idea that India was a nation in making. Aurobindo challenges this view and says that India is not a nation in making. Rather, India has always been a nation. He critiqued moderates that nation. O is not a geographical expression. O is not a piece of land. O is not just a collection of human beings. O is not a creation of mind. O is not a figment of people's imagination. O is not a political program. He is also perhaps the only person who has given the most comprehensive and broad idea of nation and subsequent nationalism. Inspired by German scholars, he held that every nation is a reflection of one or the other dimension of the universal spirit. In this way, he also established that ultimately all humans are part of the universal spirit. Indian civilization represents the spiritual element or the dimension of universal spirit. India represents the spiritual element. India should fulfill the divine mission to spread the message of spirituality. Influences. His ideas of nationhood were both inspired by Indian thought as well as European ideas. His concept of nation is similar to the German notion of fatherland. Hegel. He was inspired by Hegel, who held that nation was a community of people who shared a common language, culture, and history. It was not defined by geographical or political boundaries, but rather by a shared sense of identity and purpose. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. He was inspired by Bankim Chandra's Vandi Ivataram, which held the concept of India as a goddess. Aurobindo's nationalism is also known as cultural nationalism, because he employed culture as the thread which sewed human beings into a nation. Sri Aurobindo's notion of nationalism was closely tied to his broader philosophy of spiritual evolution and transformation. He believed that nationalism was an important stage in the evolution of humanity and that it had the potential to be a positive force for social and political change. He saw nationalism as a means of awakening people to their shared identity and colony island destiny, rather than as a narrow form of tribalism or separatism. Thus, his conception of spiritual nationalism was linked to his philosophy that rests on evolution of human life into the divine life. He elevated the demand for national freedom to a religious faith so that the masses could be. Optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 289. Awakened. an idea that was further developed by Gandhi in bis mass movements. However, he does not suggest that we should cling to everything that is Indian or avoid everything that is Western. We have to negate the evils. We have to tout the good features of both. He also shows that the fall of India happened because we emphasized too much on Tom Moss or dark elements. He also held that British rule was a necessity. It is like a hammer of the god to punish, eliminate lamas, and arrive at the original spirit. Thus, nationalism for Aurobindo was a mix of cultural unity and recognition of a spiritual identity. One, in his opinion, nationalism is akin to religion. It is a faith and a creed which one has to live. It is a religion which has come from God. Hence, it cannot be crushed. Even if attempts are made by external forces to suppress it, it re-emerges and survives due to the strength of God in it. Quote, according Lo Aurobindo Ghosh, Nafian is not a piece of land. Nation is not a collection of human beings. 11 Asho 11 is not a figure of speech. Nation is not the figment of people's imagination. Nation is not a political program, and nation is not intellectual pastime. Nation is a faith. Nation is a reli ion. Nation is divine. Nation has a spirit. Aurobindo's cultural nationalism. Sri Aurobindo believed that the key to India's freedom lay not only in political independence, but also in the revival and rejuvenation of its cultural heritage. Aurobindo's views on cultural nationalism can be summarized as follows. Importance of cultural revival. Aurobindo believed that the revival of India's cultural heritage was essential for the country's progress and development. He saw India's ancient culture as a source of strength and inspiration, and argued that India could only achieve true independence by reconnecting with its cultural roots. Unity in diversity. Aurobindo believed that India's cultural diversity was a strength rather than a weakness. He argued that India's cultural traditions were varied and diverse, but were united by a common spiritual and philosophical outlook. He believed that India's diverse cultural traditions could be integrated into a unified whole through a process of synthesis. Rejection of Westernization. Aurobindo was critical of the tendency among some Indian nationalists to emulate Western culture and values. He believed that India should not simply imitate the West, but should instead draw on its own cultural resources to create a new and dynamic civilization. Cultural pride and self-respect. Aurobindo believed that Indians needed to develop a sense of cultural pride and self-respect in order to assert themselves as a nation. He saw the lack of cultural confidence among Indians as a major obstacle to their freedom and development. Role of education. Aurobindo believed that education had a critical role to play in the revival of Indian culture. He called for a system of education that would help students develop a deep appreciation of India's cultural traditions, as well as a critical and analytical mindset. In summary, Aurobindo believed that cultural nationalism was essential for India's progress and development. He argued that India's diverse cultural traditions could be integrated into a unified whole through a process of synthesis, and that India could only achieve true independence by reconnecting with its cultural roots. He also emphasized the importance of cultural pride and self-respect, and the critical role of education in the revival of Indian culture. Aurobindo on freedom. According to Sri Aurobindo, the craving/or freedom is lodged so deep inside the human heart that countless arguments against it are powerless to uproot it. India's liberation from foreign domination was the final goal for Aurobindo. Swaraj, i.e., self-rule by Indians, was not merely of economic and political nature. Aurobindo was against the liberal concept of political and individual freedom. According to him, this notion was mechanical, and of liberty was to satisfy the natural impulse of a person, it must also satisfy the natural impulse of all others. Thus, in other words, liberty must ensure harmony between individual, nation, and humanity as a whole. His concept of freedom is broad and beyond just political and socio-economic freedom, but also freedom from ignorance. He arrives at this through deliberation of the ancient Indian doctrines of tamas, evil, and sattva, trnth. To him, true freedom lies in liberating oneself internally, as well from tamas. Thus, in this way, freedom would be in line with realization of the universal spirit and the idea of Satchinanda. This state would also be attained through the use and practice of integral yoga. In the context of India specifically, he advocates freedom or Swaraj for the purposes of, being free is the first and most important requirement for the growth of the mind on all levels: intellectual, moral, personal, and political. It is also essential to maintaining a free society. Thus, it was worthwhile to work for its own sake. Second, spiritual and moral development is more significant than material progress in the 1. Process of human development. Aurobindo believed that because of her spiritual advancement, India was destined to lead the way for global growth, and as such, she must be free. For India to prosper and be happy, Swaraj is a must. Indians ought to live in freedom rather than as slaves in order to strive for the intellectual and spiritual advancement of humanity. Aurobindo on human unity. The pursuit of human unity, in Aurobindo's opinion, is the next natural step in the Indian freedom movement. There won't be a mechanical oneness imposed by the iron laws of the state or any organization because that would nullify the diversity of different groups, people, or things. He expresses the idea of a universal spirit and believes that it is this spirit that has to be nourished by human togetherness. To achieve this, each individual and each nation must perform their unique dimensions of the universal spirit. For instance, the Greeks symbolized beauty, whereas India represented the spiritual side of the same energy. Every person and community will have the best possible chance to realize their full potential and fully express their diverse variety. The strength of human brotherhood is the only thing that can bring about the union of birdy and equality. It cannot be based on anything else. But fraternity can only live in and through the soul. It cannot exist through anything else. Paper 1, PSIR option, IOTS.50 page 291. Role of India in human unity, Aurobindo on India on the world stage. He realized more intensely than ever before the one spirit that unites and moves mankind, and it changed his perception of the role that the political struggle had played in his life. His idea of the high role that India was intended to play in world affairs was to be the driver of human unity. He held that India's role was beyond its own independence, but also to fulfill its obligations as the representative of the spiritual aspect of the universal spirit. At a time when British rule in India was firmly and securely established, Aurobindo bade the breadth of vision to predict India as a free nation and her contribution to the world community. Aurobindo believed that India's tradition of spiritual thought and practice was very advanced, and the whole of humanity could benefit from this in its spiritual journey. He wanted India to take the lead and for this reason, thought that India ought to be free, to play her true role in the spiritual regeneration of the world. Scholar of Evaluation. Bipan Chandra. He views Aurobindo's contribution to Indian nationalism as significant. They credit him with promoting the idea of complete independence from British colonial rule, which inspired other nationalist leaders. Romain Rolland. Sri Aurobindo was the highest synthesis of the genius of Asia and the genius of Europe. He tried to integrate the materialist trend in Western philosophy with the idealist tradition in Indian philosophy. Deshabandhu Chittaranjan Das. He will be looked upon as the poet of patriotism, as the prophet of nationalism and the lover of humanity. Long after he is dead and gone, his words will be echoed and re-echoed, not only in India, but across distant seas and lands. Rabindranath Tagore. It is through the voice of Sri Aurobindo that India will spread its message, PM Narendra Modi. In his book, Convenient Action, Gujarat's Response to Challenges of Climate Change, Modi Ba referred to Sri Aurobindo's philosophy as a source of inspiration for environmental conservation. Mahatma Gandhi. In a letter to a friend in 1926, Gandhi wrote that he had read some of Aurobindo's works and found them to be very profound. He also wrote that Aurobindo's philosophy of integral yoga had the potential to transform Indian society. Criticism. Difficulty in understanding. Sri Aurobindo's philosophy is highly complex and abstract, making it difficult for many people to understand and apply in practical life. Overemphasis on spiritualism. Some critics argue that Aurobindo's philosophy places too much emphasis on spiritualism and ignores the practical realities of life. Relevance in modern era. In context of the rise of global threats, transnational terrorism, and radicalism, we can say that it's beyond the capacity of any nation to deal with it on its own. We can only address it collectively. Aurobindo's syncretism, or his attempt to bring together different religious and philosophical traditions, continues to be relevant in an increasingly diverse and interconnected world. Aurobindo's belief in the power of spiritual and moral values to bring about social and political change is still relevant today, particularly in the context of the ongoing struggle for justice and equality. Standard conclusions. Aurobindo is very much relevant in this 21st century where science and spirituality should go side by side. Scientific development, which is fixed only in materialistic progress, will not be able to achieve permanent peace in the world, but simultaneously it is very much necessary to uplift the human being through spirituality. Aurobindo believed that India's tradition of spiritual thought and practice was very advanced, and the whole of humanity could benefit from this in its spiritual journey. Romain Rolland said, Sri Aurobindo was the highest synthesis of the genius of Asia and the genius of Europe. He tried to integrate the materialist trend in Western philosophy with the idealist tradition in Indian philosophy. It is said that none of the intellectuals had explored the nature of freedom more profoundly and passionately than Sri Aurobindo. In his writing, The Longing to be Free, he explained so nicely that the masses were influenced by his great opinion. Paper 1, PSIR optional J subscribed from, I Telegram channel, Shunya IAS 50 page 293. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Previous year questions. Comment. M.K. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj. 2019. Explicate the ideological components of Gandhism. 2020. Examine Gandhi's critique of modernization. 2016. Comment in 150 words, Gandhi's views on state. 2015. Examine the Gandhian idea of village community as an ideal unit of self-governance. 2012. explain Gandhi's ideas regarding state and highlight their relationship with modem democracy and principles of anarchism. 2006. Standard introductions. It has been widely recognized that Gandhi contributed and led one he, Jandayan masses into, as Bipan Chandra Kales, one of the most spectacular 1F2 as movements modem society has ever seen. According to Judith Brown, Gandhian political ideology appealed to few wholly but to many partially. The presence of wide spectrum of social values in his theories provided something or Eve one yon to identify with. Gandhi consciously fomalized India's freedom struggle with a dual aim of fighting against colonial rule and benefiting the cause of women's liberation in the country. Background. Mahatma Gandhi studied law in London and later moved to South Africa, where he lived for over 2 decades and became actively involved in the anti-apartheid movement. It was in South Africa that Gandhi developed his philosophy of nonviolent resistance, which he called satyagraha. Gandhi's political philosophy was based on his belief in the principle of Swaraj. Swaraj, or self-rule, and his commitment to social justice and equality. He was a strong advocate for rights of poor and marginalized sections of Indian society, including farmers, workers, and untouchables. According to Professor Humayun Kabir, Gandhi was not a political philosopher in the true sense, but rather he was a politician with an exceptional understanding of the mass psyche. Ideas of Mahatma Gandhi. Ahimsa, nonviolence, satyagraha, Swaraj, freedom, Sarvodaya. Influences. Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita, a Hindu scripture, was a key influence on Gandhi's spiritual and philosophical outlook. Gandhi saw the Gita as a source of inspiration and guidance for his ideas about nonviolence and self-realization. John Ruskin's book, Until Bees Last, had a profound impact on Gandhi's thinking and helped to shape his ideas about the importance of economic self-sufficiency and the role of manual labor in building a just society. Leo Tolstoy. Gandhi was deeply influenced by the Russian writer and philosopher Leo Tolstoy, particularly his ideas about nonviolence and simple living. Tolstoy's book, The Kingdom of God is Within You, had a profound impact on Gandhi's thinking and helped to shape his philosophy of nonviolent resistance. Thoreau. Gandhi was also inspired by the American writer and philosopher Henry David Thoreau, particularly his essay Civil Disobedience. Thoreau's ideas about individual conscience and the duty to disobey unjust laws had a significant impact on Gandhi's approach to civil disobedience. Gandhi on truth and nonviolence. For Gandhi, ahimsa was not just a moral or ethical principle, but a way of life and a means of achieving social and political change. He believed that nonviolence was a powerful force that could transform individuals and societies, and that it was the only way to achieve lasting peace and justice. Gandhi's philosophical philosophy is woven together in large part by the idea of nonviolence. This is the basis for many of his ideas, including the purity of means and objectives, satyagraha, the philosophy of trusteeship, the critique of modernity, etc. Gandhi's dedication to religion and ethics served as the foundation for his nonviolent philosophy even in a political setting. Gandhi's adherence to these principles was an essential component of his search for the truth, which ultimately led him to enter politics. Gandhi claimed that nonviolence in its dynamic sense entailed conscious pain, while elaborating on the idea of nonviolence. It meant standing up for one's well-being in opposition to the tyrant's will, not a passive acquiescence to the evildoer. Gandhi presented the concept of nonviolence as a multidimensional concept in the following manner. For him, nonviolence is both positive as well as negative. 0. In a negative sense, it means refraining from inflicting injury and harm to others, either through action or thought. Since God resides in the soul, inflicting injury to others means violence against God. In a positive sense, nonviolence is based on the spirit of love, brotherhood, charity, and compassion. According to Gandhi, nonviolence, in its positive connotation, is based on the highest moral values of unselfish self. Gandhi's idea of nonviolence as active love and compassion leading to selfless service, in 0. Bik. Parek's opinion, was a dramatic break from Indian traditions. The Gandhian philosophy, which is three-dimensional in that it incorporates individual 0. Societal and ecological dimensions, is consistent with the Gandhian conception of nonviolence. Gandhi therefore promotes nonviolence towards not only humans but also animals and the environment. Gandhi believed that the most pure method for seeking the truth is nonviolence. Nonviolence 0. In the context of confronting injustice does not imply exhibiting weakness. He makes the case that using nonviolence is the most powerful tool that mankind has at its disposal, not the last. Paper I, PSIR optional I subscribe from, W/YL, page 295. Resort of the helpless. It is more powerful than the most powerful destructive tool ever created by humans. According to Gandhi's philosophy, man's soul force or spiritual force is awakened by self-purification and discipline, which result from a steadfast dedication to the truth. Ahimsa as the correct path. According to Gandhi, if the end is to attain God, then the means taken must also be those which are in coherence with God. Thus ahimsa serves as both the ends and the means. According to Gandhi, the principal implication of spiritual force emerged from nonviolence is that it strikes a responsive chord in the opponent's heart, resulting in change of heart. It is in this context. It has been argued that nonviolence is the art of gaining victory over physical brute force by a spiritual force. Gandhi on Satyagraha. Ti term satyagraha derives from the Sanskrit words satya, meaning truth, and agraha, meaning insistence. Gandhi first used the term satyagraha to describe his nonviolent resistance campaigns against the British colonial government in South Africa in the early 1900s. He developed this concept as a way to peacefully resist colonial oppression and fight for the rights of Indians living in South Africa. Gandhi later brought the concept of satyagraha to India, where he used it as a key strategy in the Indian independence movement. He believed that satyagraha could be used to challenge unjust laws and policies, and to bring about social and political change through peaceful means. Concept: Satyagraha is the battle between good and evil, hence means and ends should have continuity. It essentially implies the quest or pursuit for the truth. In Gandhi's case, the truth was the salvation of India from British rule. Gandhi's concept of satyagraha is intimately related to his concept of nonviolence, and constitutes an important part of his thought. Satyagraha literally means holding fast till truth is arrived at. Initially, Gandhi described it as passive resistance. However, it may be noted that the concept of satyagraha differs from passive resistance, insofar as the latter was supposed to be a weapon of the weak and was characterized by hatred. It could also manifest itself in violence. Under the passive resistance, the violence is abjured on account of weakness, and a passive resistor to embarrass the opponent into submission. If there is a suitable opportunity, the passive resistor would not mind adoption of violent methods. In short, passive resistance was a weapon of the weak, based on the principle of expediency. On the other hand, satyagraha is based on soul force and stands for vindication of truth, not by the infliction of suffering on the opponent, but on one's own self. No doubt that there are certain common methods like non-cooperation, boycott, strikes, etc., in satyagraha and passive resistance, but their spirit differs under the two. In passive resistance, these methods are used to coerce the opponent into submission. On the other, in satyagraha, these instruments are used to exert spiritual influence through self-suffering. Another notable feature of Gandhi's satyagraha was that it could be resorted to by the individual as well as by the community, and could be applied to all walks of life. Alternatively, satyagraha appealed to the Indian masses, who could act upon it based on inspiration from the ancient Indian notions of Satyameva Jayate. Fourth, Gandhi is regarded as a political psychologist who understood the science behind mobilization of Indians as a whole. Methodology: civil disobedience. Satyagraha involves breaking unjust laws and policies through nonviolent means. Gandhi believed that it was necessary to disobey unjust laws in order to bring about change, but he also stressed the importance of accepting the consequences of one's actions. Self-suffering. Satyagraha requires self-suffering and sacrifice as a means of demonstrating one's commitment to the cause. This includes fasting, boycotts, and other forms of self-denial. Constructive work. Satyagraha involves constructive work that aims to build alternative institutions and practices that embody the principles of truth and justice. This includes activities like building schools, hospitals, and other social institutions. Dialogue and negotiation. Satyagraha involves engaging in dialogue and negotiation with opponents in order to seek a peaceful resolution to conflicts. Gandhi believed that all parties involved in a conflict could find common ground through respectful dialogue and negotiation. Gandhi on Swaraj, essentially Swaraj in this context, has always meant the goal of Indian independence from the British. However, its character and methodology has differed from time to time. Gandhi's notion of Swaraj is in continuity with the Swaraj emphasized by Sri Aurobindo. For Gandhi too, Swaraj entailed not just the physical freedom of India from the British, but also the spiritual freedom of Indians from vice, ignorance, and evil. Gandhi's version of Swaraj was based on the principle of nonviolence, or ahimsa, which he believed was the most powerful force for social change. He believed that India needed to develop a self-sufficient economy based on the principles of decentralization, village self-rule, and local self-sufficiency. Gandhi also emphasized the importance of equality, including gender equality, and the need to eliminate the caste system in Indian society. According to Gandhi, Swaraj could only be achieved through the active participation of the people in the political process, including nonviolent civil disobedience and mass mobilization. He believed that true Swaraj could only be achieved when the people of India were able to govern themselves, free from the domination of any external power, whether it be colonialism or economic exploitation by multinational corporations. Further, Gandhi has classified Swaraj into various levels. At the individual level, it entailed abstaining from violence and other vices and living life according to the principles of truth. At the level of society, it meant an elimination of all discriminatory policies and communalism. Politically, he referred to Swaraj in his concept of concentric circles, implying empowerment of the masses to self-rule themselves. Example: Panchayati Raj. In such a political system, a military is unnecessary, because any aggressor can be thrown out using the method of non-paper L. PSIR optional. I subscribe from I Telegram channel. Sunna Notes 50, page 297. Violent non-cooperation. However, a police force is necessary given human nature, but it will be used only as a restraining force. Gandhi believed that Swaraj not only can be attained with non-violence, but it can also be run with non-violence. Gandhi on Sanradava. Sarvodaya was another important pillar of Gandhian philosophy. The two constituent tenets in Sarvodaya are Sarva, all, and Uday, rising. Thus, Sarvodaya means upliftment and welfare of all. The term Sarvodaya was coined by Gandhi as a title of his translation of John Ruskin's book, Unto This Last, in which Ruskin has proposed the concept of social affection. Sarvodaya is an important component of Gandhian ideal state. It is the basis of Gandhian vision of state of Ramrajya. The central theme of Gandhian concept of Sarvodaya is based on three ideas from Ruskin's unto this last. The good of the individual is contained in the good of all. It means that the good of an individual and the good of society is complementary. Work of a lawyer has the same value as the work of a barber, i.e. the same value of labor. Life off Lahore, i.e. life of tiller offland and craftsman, is the life worth living. Components of Sarvodaya. Bread labor. Gandhi insists on physical labor in the pursuit of bread. Doing so will help an individual appreciate the hardships of those engaged in manual labor. Trusteeship. On the lines of Aristotle, who proposed single ownership but common use, Gandhi criticizes the Marxist approach to labor and capital. Instead of class struggle, he believes in scope for class harmony. This can be ensured through trusteeship, which involves the capitalists keeping whatever wealth they require at the minimal level and letting the remaining flow down to the poorer masses. Example: the concept of corporate social responsibility. Gandhi also favored cottage industries against mechanized industries and revived the charkha. The principle of Sarvodaya was applied in its practical sense by followers of Gandhi like the Vinoba Bhave, J.P. Narayan, etc. In the post-independence phase, these followers converted Gandhian Sarvodaya into social movement in the Fomi of Buddhan movement, Gramdan movement, etc., in which rural rich were persuaded to participate in the process of land gift to landless. Gandhi on state. Gandhi's concept of state is inspired from Tolstoy's Kingdom of God Within You, where Tolstoy has stated that man can control himself without the need for state regulation. Similarly, Gandhi held state as a soulless machine and represented an element of force. This force was not compatible with the non-violence of man. Further to Gandhi, state was the manifestation of man's inability to control himself and his need for an external regulator. Gandhi was opposed to the present state because it was based on force and centralization of authority, which led to the negation of individual freedom. Gandhi attached great importance to the individual and pleaded for decentralization of authority. Though Gandhi was against the existing state and wanted to replace it with an ideal state, he refrained from painting the picture of an ideal state. In the first place, he envisaged an ideal state which would be predominantly nonviolent. Gandhi admitted that in actual practice, use of force was inevitable in politics on account of imperfections of human beings. He therefore advocated a predominantly nonviolent society. He did not favor imposition of nonviolence from above and insisted on voluntary nonviolence. He said that this could be achieved through moral evolution of the individual. Gandhi's Ram Raya, it conveys his idea of equality, which is attained when the poorest of man is able to enjoy all those things which are available to a prince. Its components: nonviolence. Gandhi believed that nonviolence was the key principle of Ram Rajya. He envisioned a society where conflicts could be resolved peacefully without resorting to violence. Ekatayati. Gandhi believed that very pet sons should be treated equa, regardless of their caste, creed, or religion. He envisioned a society where there was no discrimination and everyone had equal rights and opportunities. Self-sufficiency. Gandhi believed in the concept of self-sufficiency, where people would produce their own goods and not rely on imports from other countries. This would lead to economic independence and a more sustainable way of living. Swadeshi. Gandhi believed in the promotion of Swadeshi, which means using locally produced goods instead of imported ones. This would help in the development of local industries and promote self-sufficiency, rural development. Gandhi believed that the development of rural areas was essential for the overall development of the country. He believed that rural areas should be given more attention and resources so that they could become self-sufficient and prosperous. Decentralization of power. Gandhi believed that power should be decentralized and given to local communities. Plus would ensure that the needs of the people were met and that decisions were made by those who understood the local issues. Gandhi's Ram Rajya, different from socialism. Gandhi's doctrine of Sarvodaya is his conception of nonviolent socialism, which is significantly different from Marx as socialist society. This distinction is significant in the sense that although both Gandhi and Marx were against exploitation by capitalism and favored classless and stateless society, their shun of social change and ideal society was different. Gandhi's Sarvodaya is based on the idea that human personality consists of both materialist as well as spiritual components and equal development of both is necessary. On the contrary, Marx's socialist society is envisaged in the domain of materialism, means of production, only. Gandhi's Sarvodaya implies limitation of wants, with a sense of moral responsibility towards social links. On the contrary, Marx envisaged a self-regulated society ruled by principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, i.e. satisfaction of wants. Gandhian doctrine of Sarvodaya envisages nonviolent process of social change based on the doctrine of trusteeship, moral persuasion of capitalists/rich to regard themselves as trustees of public property, dignity of labor, self-sufficiency, bread labor, and distributive justice. He held. Paper 1. PSIR optional /subscribe from /Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 299. That exploitation of the poor and workers is itself a violence against them, which can be overcome only through a nonviolent process of social change. On the contrary, Marx proposed a violent revolution to overthrow capitalism to achieve social ownership of means of production. Gandhi's view on property, not trusteeship. Gandhi emphasized the value of leading a simple life and advocated that a person should only have the possessions necessary for his or her day-to-day needs in pursuit of self-realization. He opposed the pointless accumulating of possessions or money. To the extent that it was required for one's moral, mental, and bodily well-being, He conceded the right to private property. Gandhi thought that everyone should have access to a healthy diet, a suitable place to live, sufficient resources for their children's education, and enough medical care. He believed that when one man's ownership of property interferes with another man's ownership of property, when one group of men is secured in the ability to obtain and maintain the means of realizing their will in such a way that others are essentially denied the ability to do so, then such a property is stolen. Gandhi opposed the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few wealthy individuals, but he opposed using force to seize this surplus income from the wealthy in order to give it to the poor and worthy. He claimed that in order to make the wealthy feel justified in maintaining their excess fortune, one must awaken their consciousness and sense of justice. They should be made to understand that as trustees of the society, they own excess riches and should use it for the sake of the neighborhood. It would be simple to create a classless society without the need of force or violence once the wealthy were made to feel that they were only trustees of the extra money. According to Gandhi, the rich man would keep his riches and only utilize what was necessary for his personal needs. He would then act as a trustee for the remaining wealth. But if the rich do not become guardians of the poor, the only solution to the infallible problem was to resort to nonviolence, non-cooperation, and civil disobedience. Gandhi on rights and duties. Gandhi believed in functional interdependence between rights and duties. He was influenced by the philosophy of Gita, as it emphasized on nishkam karma. According to Gita, do your duty, but do not concern yourself with reward. Gandhi believed that rights are inherent in the duties performed in the embryonic sense. If we perform our duty, we automatically get our rights. It is wrong to think that we can enjoy rights without fulfillment of our duties. It is to be noted that Gandhi does not sacrifice individuals for the sake of the society, nor he supports the view of atomistic man. He promoted the concept of human dignity and believed in coexistence. Gandhi on Democrat and Gram Swaraj. Gandhi was a strong critic of the centralized system because it curbed individual initiative and stood in the way of self-realization. He therefore pleaded for decentralization of authority both in political as well as economic sphere. In the political sphere, he favored curtailment of authority of the state and grant of more autonomy to the village community. According to Gandhi, a society based on nonviolence can only consist of groups settled in villages in which voluntary cooperation is the condition of dignified and peaceful existence. In other words, he insisted on the creation of self-sufficing autonomous village communities. As regards decentralization in the economic field, he favored replacement of the large-scale industry by cottage industry. He asserted that through cottage industries alone the spiritual values could properly be understood and appreciated. In short, Gandhi favored decentralization in the political and economic spheres. As a critique of modernity in his book, Hind Swaraj, Gandhi has criticized the facets of modern industrial civilizations and referred to it as satanic civilization. Gandhi's critique of modernity was based on his belief that modern civilization had created a sense of alienation and fragmentation in society. He believed that modernity had led to loss of spiritual and moral values, and people had become disconnected from nature and each other. He has been influenced by the thoughts of Edward Carpenter, who had regarded modern medicine as detrimental to human health. As an extension of this, Gandhi regards the notions of mass production and industrialization to be similarly detrimental to humans. However, his opposition to modernity is not due to its Western origins, but rather the fact that with modernity comes consumerism, materialism, and individualism, all of which are against Gandhi's vision of a harmonious society. His views are similar to those developed by Hannah Arendt later, where she blames modernity as the root cause of rise of fascism and totalitarian regimes in the world. In his views against modernity, Gandhi was not against the concept of civilization. In his views against modernity, Gandhi was not against the concept of civilization. According to him, true civilization is that which limits man's wants and desires rather than always satisfying them. Modern civilizations have been deceitful, and an example of which he gives is the East India Company that created havoc in India in the name of civilizing mission. Criticism. M.N. Roy, he has called Gandhi as a medieval and reactionary leader and stated that Gandhian nonviolence is actually violence on the masses. He called his charkha economy as a gimmick offering no real solution for the basic needs of the poor masses. B.R. Ambedkar, one of the staunchest critics of Gandhi, called his Quit India movement as a mad venture of Gandhi. He criticized Gandhian methods of direct action as grammar of anarchy. France Fanon, he was critical of Gandhi's nonviolent approach to resistance. He believed that nonviolence was ineffective in the face of colonial oppression and advocated for more militant forms of resistance. Noam Chomsky, he has criticized Gandhi's views on imperialism and the use of nonviolence. Chomsky has argued that Gandhi's approach to anti-imperialism was not radical enough, and that nonviolence can be used to justify inaction in the face of oppression. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram ch.uml. Shunya Notes 50 page 301. Other criticism. Critics have bitterly condemned Gandhi for his efforts to combine politics and ethics. Gandhi has been criticized for soaring idealism and utopianism with regard to the concept of nonviolence and trusteeship in the existing context. Doubts have also been expressed about the effectiveness of non-cooperation as a weapon to bring about a change in the heart of the opponent, and there is every possibility of such a movement being suppressed with an iron hand by the oppressor. Gandhi's concept of stateless and classless society also seems quite impracticable. Gandhi himself lives this fact and felt contented with a nonviolent democratic state believing in socialism and decentralization. Similarly, Gandhi's opposition to modern industries and preference for cottage industries was a retrograde step. The establishment of cottage industries to supplement the income of rural areas may be good, but to them as substitutes for modern industries is bound to prove suicidal for the country's economic progress. For clients of Gandhi in modern times, Ashish Nandi believes Gandhi is still relevant due to his philosophy of nonviolence, ethics and politics, and decentralization of power. Gandhi's principles of justice, equality, and nonviolence are still applicable in modern times, inspiring movements and individuals worldwide. Bika Parekh believes that Gandhi is still relevant due to his ideas of multiculturalism, intercultural dialogue, and the need to understand and appreciate diverse perspectives. Gandhi's vision of a just and harmonious society based on mutual respect and understanding is still relevant in today's diverse and globalized world. Dennis Dalton. He believes that Gandhi is still relevant due to his ideas of active citizenship, nonviolent resistance, and individual responsibility. Gandhi's emphasis on the importance of individual agency and the power of the people to effect change is still relevant in today's world of mass movements and social media activism. Others, the ideals of truth and nonviolence, which underpin the whole philosophy, are relevant to all humankind and are considered as universal by the Gandhians. More than ever before, Mahatma Gandhi's teachings are valid today, when people are trying to find solutions to the rampant greed, widespread violence, and runaway consumptive style of living. The Gandhian technique of mobilizing people has been successfully employed by many oppressed societies around the world under the leadership of people like Martin Luther King in the United States, Nelson Mandela in South Africa, and Aung San Suu Kyi in Myanmar, which is an eloquent testimony to the continuing relevance of Mahatma Gandhi. The Dalai Lama said, "We have a big war going on today between world peace and world war, between the force of mind and the force of materialism, between democracy and totalitarianism." It is precisely to fight these big wars that the Gandhian philosophy needed in contemporary times. Shunya IAS. In my life, I have always looked to Mahatma Gandhi as an inspiration because he embodies the kind of transformational change that can be made when ordinary people come together to do extraordinary things. Barack Obama. Standard conclusions. In spite of some shortcomings and criticisms of Gandhi's ideas, it cannot be denied that his ideals are worthy of emulation and can greatly contribute to the saving of civilization from its complete eclipse. Gandhian ideologies shape the creation of institutions and practices where the voice and perspective of everyone can be articulated, tested, and transformed. Today, Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy is looked at as a live experience with potential for transformation leading to a global awakening. Irrespective of time, geographical space, and cultural background, his values such as truth, satya, nonviolence, ahimsa, human dignity and respect, and the love of our fellow beings are more relevant today. It is rightly said that Gandhi belongs not only to Indians but to the whole world. He is not only of our times but all of all times, and he will continue to have relevance throughout the coming ages. Paper 1. PSIR optional. I Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Beach J. M. Rao Ambedkar. Previous year questions. Comment. Ambedkar's concept of social justice. 2006. Examine Ambedkar's critique of Marxism. 2013. Comment. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar's idea of state socialism. 2016. Political democracy could not last unless social democracy lay at its base. B. R. Ambedkar. Comment. 2017. Discuss Ambedkar's ideas on annihilation of caste. 2018. Comment in 150 words. Ambedkar's ideas on constitutionalism. 2020. Ambedkar's idea of social justice leads to egalitarian justice as compared to Rawls' justice as fairness, which aims at the notion of pure procedural justice. Comment. 2022. Standard introductions. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru paid a glowing tribute to Dr. Ambedkar while moving a condolence resolution in the parliament as follows. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar was a symbol of revolt against all oppressive features of the Hindu society. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar was not only a crusader against the caste system, a valiant fighter for T/Z cause of T/Z downtrodden in India, but also an elder statesman and national leader whose contribution in the FO 1111 of the Constitution of India will be cherished forever by posterity. He is considered as Che's greatest Dalit leader ever was. He is credited to act as the voice of lower caste, i.e. the majority in Indian society, which was never heard in the great game of politics. Background. Ambedkar was born into a family belonging to the Mahar caste, which was considered to be one of the lowest castes in the Hindu social hierarchy. As a result, he faced significant discrimination and marginalization from a young age. Despite these obstacles, Ambedkar excelled academically and went on to study at the University of Mumbai, Columbia University in New York, and the London School of Economics. Throughout his career, Ambedkar was a vocal advocate for the rights of Dalits, the lowest caste group in India, as well as for other marginalized communities such as women and workers. He played a key role in drafting the Indian Constitution, which was adopted in 1950 and is considered to be one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Prominent works: The Annihilation of Caste, Who Were the Shudras, Mukh Nayak, Balshkrit Bharat. Ambedkar's views on the caste system. According to Ambedkar, this subdivision of a society is quite natural. But the unnatural thing about these subdivisions is that they have lost the open-door character of the class system and have become self-enclosed units called castes. Ambedkar believed that the caste system was a social evil that was responsible for perpetuating inequality, injustice, and oppression in Indian society. He argued that the caste system was not just a social institution but a political one, with caste-based discrimination and opprors' eye on being supported by the state and its laws. On origins of caste, initially the Varna system was fluidic and mobile, where there were only three Vamas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, but later all the politically and socially inconvenient groups within these Varans were given the status of Spudras. Ambedkar argued that the Brahmins, who were the priestly class in ancient India, created the caste system as a means of preserving their power and privilege. They did this by assigning different occupations and social roles to different castes, with the Brahmins themselves occupying the highest position in the caste hierarchy. Ambedkar believed that the caste system was a political institution that was designed to keep the lower castes in a state of subjugation and subservience. Ambedkar believed that the caste system was a social evil that was responsible for perpetuating inequality, injustice, and oppression in Indian society. He argued that the caste system was not just a social institution but a political one, with caste-based discrimination and oppression being supported by the state and its laws. Ambedkar believed that the caste system was a violation of the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity enshrined in the Indian constitution. He saw the caste system as a major obstacle to India's progress and development and believed that it needed to be completely abolished. On untouchables. Ambedkar has said that those considered untouchables were actually groups separate from the fold of Hinduism. Possible followers of other religions, those that accepted the hegemony of the Brahmins, were taken back into the caste system while the others were socially outcast and regarded as untouchable. Ambedkar contends that the whole premise of untouchability was to an extent political. By that he means that by terming certain groups as untouchables, they were condemned to perform jobs that were not being performed by the other castes. This also ensured that all professions were kept within a closed circle of upper castes. They were broken men with no connection to high Hindu society and were forcefully inducted to act as the serving caste. Ending untouchability. According to Ambedkar, it is not possible to reform the practice of untouchability while being within Hinduism. He says that Hinduism will never accept them as equal after centuries of oppression. Therefore, he suggests putting dynamite on the Vedas and 1/1 Anusmriti, only then can caste be truly annihilated. Paper PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 305. Annihilation of caste. Annihilation of caste is the speech Ambedkar had prepared for the 1936 annual conference of the Jat. Pattodak Mundal of Lahore could not be delivered because the Mundal cancelled the conference, citing the reason that the views expressed in the speech /Vood. Pattodak Mundal of Lahore could not be delivered because the Mundal cancelled the conference, citing the reason that the views expressed in the speech /Vood be unbearable to the conference. Key highlights. Ambedkar argues that because of evil customs, Hindu society was not in a state of efficiency and ceaseless efforts must be made to eradicate these evils. Ambedkar explored various ways to abolish caste, like abolishing subcastes. Ambedkar did not favor this view because even if we assume the fusion of subcastes is possible, there is no guarantee that the abolition of subcastes will necessarily lead to the abolition of castes. On the contrary, it may happen that the process may stop with the abolition of subcastes. In that case, the abolition of subcastes will only help to strengthen the castes and make them more powerful and therefore more harmful. Start intercaste dining. Ambedkar felt this was inadequate because many castes allow interdining, but that has not destroyed the spirit of caste and the consciousness of caste. Encourage intermarriage. Ambedkar believes that fusion of blood can alone create the feeling of being kith and kin, and unless this feeling of kinship becomes paramount, the feeling of being aliens created by caste will not vanish. Nothing else will serve as the solvent of caste. Critique of Hinduism. Hinduism is based on the concept of purity and pollution and notions of endogamy. Hindu society is hierarchical in nature. Subsequent studies show that in caste system originally, there are only three Varnas, i.e. Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas. Ambedkar rejected the view of Manusmriti, which included untouchables as the lowest caste, concretizing their sufferings. The Hindus lack, to use a sociological term, consciousness of kind. In every Hindu, the consciousness that exists is the consciousness of bis caste. Due to Fa, Hindus fail to form a society or a nation. He said that the Hindu religion is not a missionary religion. The real question is, why did the Hindu religion cease to be a missionary religion? According to Ambedkar, Hindu religion ceased to be a missionary religion when the caste system grew up among the Hindus. Caste is inconsistent with conversion. The problem is, finding a place in caste for the convert in the social life of the community is difficult. He held that Hindus cannot found a nation. They are segmented communities and waning tribes. He debates that Hinduism is not capable of being a community. According to him, Hinduism is nothing but Brahmanism. It is a hegemony of Brahmins, thus the caste system is not just responsible for the exploitation of Dalits, but is responsible for the weakness of India as a nation. Her idea of Hinduism is endogamy. Hence, without destroying endogamy, the caste system cannot end. Ambedkar on Marxism. As for Ambedkar's views on Marxism, he was critical of some aspects of Marxist theory but acknowledged its potential as a tool for social and economic analysis. In his book, Buddha and Karl Marx, Ambedkar compared the teachings of Buddha and Marx and argued that while they had some similarities in their critique of the prevailing social and economic order, there were fundamental differences in their approach to addressing inequality and injustice. Ambedkar was critical of the Marxist emphasis on class struggle and argued that it was inadequate to address the complex social and economic problems facing India, particularly the caste system. He believed that the caste system in India was a unique form of social hierarchy that could not be reduced to a simple class struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie. Ambedkar once stated that even if untouchables achieved economic parity with others, they will be shunned, deprived of respect, and ultimately be outcast from society as unequals. Ambedkar differed with Marx's view on the state. Marx called state as an instrument of dominant class. Ambedkar thought of the state as the only savior of untouchables from society. He stated that society is more exploitative than state. He believed in the ability of the government to alter social norms through affirmative action and policy change. He was a staunch supporter of political democracy and said, "I would not have accepted any kind of dictatorship, even if it were a proletarian dictatorship for a transitional time." He rejected Marx's assertion that religion is the opium of the people, believing that Marx could not have developed such a radical viewpoint without having studied all major religions. According to him, Buddhism cannot be viewed as the common people's opiate. Buddhism provides a lot for the feeding of the human spirit because it is founded on the virtues of prajna, samatha, and karuna, rejection of superstitions. In conclusion, we can say that Ambedkar recognized the potential of Marxist analysis to shed light on the economic roots of inequality and exploitation. He saw Marxism as a useful tool for analyzing the relationship between capitalism and caste, and for understanding the ways in which economic factors reinforce social hierarchies. Ambedkar on democracy. He views democracy as a form of society, or a mode of associated living, and a social conscience is the only protection of all rights. The origins of democracy are to be examined in social relationships, in terms of associated life among the people who form a society. According to him, social relationships are main factors to democracy. Ambedkar is a social democrat in spirit and practice. His special contribution to political thought lies in his connecting liberty, equality, and fraternity to concept of social democracy. Ambedkar is very critical of liberal democracy for its inability to institute equality in any meaningful sense, and sometimes thinks that the rise of fascism has much to do with the yawning inequalities in society subscribing to this political perspective. Constitutional morality. Ambedkar project, a written constitution for an effective democracy. The conduct of constitutional morality may be essential for the maintenance of a constitutional form of government, and he puts more emphasis on the moral society and its customs than the PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Sunny Notes 50 page 307. Written legal law and governing its people. He invested in social morality for effective working of the democratic form of government. He stated that while devising the Constitution, the principal aim of the Constitution must be to remove the governing class from its position and to prevent it from remaining as a governing class forever. Tuesday politicals never realized that democracy was not a form of government. It was essentially a form of society. He was highly anxious of the Dalits' fortune in independent India. 4. He could evidently see that most political structures of his time were preparing for a democratic form of government, without considering the Varna/caste organization of TL1E Indian society. That is why he was adamant on Frau H social reform movements or launching a new one for Dalits. PYQ 2022 Ambedkar idea of social justice leads to egalitarian justice, as Compa 1. Ed to Rawls, justice as fairness, who aims at pure procedural justice. Comment. 20. Justice is one of the central ideas of political theory which has been dealt with by scholars from ancient times like Plato and Aristotle to contemporary times like Amartya Sen and Jean Dries. There are approaches to justice procedural and substantive. While John Rawls supported former, Dr. Ambedkar supported the latter. Rawls' theory of justice is based on fairness as by giving difference principle he makes it clear that inequalities are allowed only when they benefit the least advantaged. Hence according to Rawls, inequalities can actually be just as long as they benefit the least well off. Rawls' difference principle is meant not to replace inequality with equality in income and wealth but to transform unfair or unjust degrees or kinds of economic inequalities into a fair or just kind or degree by maximizing the benefits of least advantaged. However, contrary to Rawls' purely procedural theory of justice, Dr. Ambedkar gave the idea of social justice which leads to egalitarian justice. During a speech in Constituent Assembly, Dr. Ambedkar said, "We are entering an era of political equality, but socially and economically we remain a deeply unequal society. Unless we resolve this contradiction, inequality will destroy our democracy." Ree was a great social liberal. His vision was to produce a new social order based on the principles of justice, equality, and fraternity. Social justice, according to Dr. Ambedkar, involves equality both social and economic, and fraternity with a view to create such human conditions that ensure free and fair development of all human beings. Due to widespread social inequalities, the concept of social justice requires preferential treatment for certain sections of the population which have been deprived for ages, with a view to bring them on an equal footing with other sections of population. As a result, being the chairman of Drafting Committee of Constitution of India, Dr. Ambedkar championed preferential treatment for socially and educationally backward classes under Article 15 and 16 of Indian Constitution. Hence Dr. Ambedkar wanted social justice to form the base of political democracy. Findings of Oxfam report and continuation of discrimination on the basis of caste/race across the world reflects that social economic inequalities are still widely prevalent, hence the idea of justice of both Dr. Ambedkar and John Rawls hold relevance. To do away with the vast social economic inequalities, multiple tools/methods like preferential treatment, government schemes for vulnerable sections, ROS of taxation, and co-orate social residential on civili should be effectively used. Ambedkar and Gandhi both were prominent leaders in India's struggle for independence and both played important roles in shaping India's political and social landscape. However, they had fundamental differences in their approach to social reform and political action, which led to a sharp critique of each other's ideas and practices. 1. Ambedkar believed that Gandhi's views on caste were paternalistic and did not address the deep-seated inequalities faced by Dalits. 2. He argued that Gandhi's vision of a harmonious society based on mutual respect and cooperation between different castes was unrealistic and did not acknowledge the power dynamics and social hierarchies that existed. 3. Ambedkar also disagreed with Gandhi's emphasis on spiritual and moral purity, which he saw as a form of elitism that ignored the material conditions and economic realities faced by Dalits. 4. Ambedkar had stated his differences with Gandhi over Varna system. Gandhi had been critical of the ills of the caste system, but upheld the utility of the Varna system as the natural division of labor. To this, Ambedkar calls Gandhi's views as textual, while in the contextual sense, the Varna system always manifests itself as the caste system. He says that while the Varna system may be a division of labor, it will always turn into the caste system, which is a division of laborers. He says that while the Varna system may be a division of labor, it will always turn into the caste system, which is a division of laborers. Harijans. Ambedkar was also critical of the use of the word Harijans or those of God. Ambedkar felt this is misleading as the untouchables were treated with contempt in society and such an exploitation did not show any signs of being those of God. He also criticized Gandhi for not including Dalits in the Harijans of Aksan. Satyagraha. Gandhi did not keep a fast for the Dalits, nor did he support Ambedkar in the Mahad Satyagraha aimed at uplifting the Mahats. 5. In her essay, The Doctor and the Saint, Arundhati Roy states that there are also similarities between them, like Ambedkar also agreeing to non-violence in his initial support to Satyagraha before shifting towards constitutional methods. Criticism 1. Arun Shairi in his book, Worshipping False Gods, has criticized Ambedkar for Ambedkar held that depressed classes should be grateful towards the British for improving their status. Ambedkar called the Pune Pact as Himalayan blunder. He wanted separate electorates for Dalits. Ambedkar supported Jinnah's demand for Pakistan. 2. Iman Srinivas. Srinivas was a sociologist who criticized Ambedkar's views on the caste system, arguing that his analysis was too simplistic and did not account for the complexity of caste dynamics in different regions of India. 3. Kane Halaya. Alayat is a Dalit scholar who has criticized Ambedkar's views on religion, arguing that his rejection of Hinduism and embrace of Buddhism was a form of cultural elitism that ignored the religious practices and beliefs of Dalits and other marginalized communities. Relevance. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 309. Gail Amved. Amved is a sociologist and writer who has praised Ambedkar's contributions to Indian democracy and social reform. She has written extensively on the role of Dalit politics in contemporary India and has highlighted Ambedkar's importance in this context. Andre Patil. Patil is a sociologist who has praised Ambedkar's efforts to challenge the caste system and promote social justice in India. He has argued that Ambedkar's legacy continues to be relevant to contemporary debates on caste, religion, and identity in India. Partha Chatterjee. Chatterjee is a political theorist who has praised Ambedkar's contributions to Indian constitutionalism and democracy. He has argued that Ambedkar's vision of democracy is inclusive and pluralistic, and that it continues to inspire political movements in India and beyond. Dhananjay Akir. Ambedkar is the tallest leader of Dalits in India. No other Dalit leader could achieve what Ambedkar could achieve for his community. Ambedkar's ideas on constitutionalism. B.R. Ambedkar played a crucial role in the drafting of the Indian Constitution, and his ideas on constitutionalism continue to be influential in Indian political discourse. Here are some of his key ideas. Constitutionalism as a means to protect individual rights. Ambedkar saw constitutionalism as a means to protect individual rights against the excesses of government power. He believed that a written constitution was essential for securing individual rights and ensuring that the government was accountable to the people. Separation of powers. Ambedkar was a strong advocate for the separation of powers between the executive, legislative, and judiciary branches of government. He believed that this separation was necessary to prevent the abuse of power and ensure that the government acted in the best interests of the people. Federalism. Ambedkar believed in a federal system of government, which would allow for greater autonomy and self-governance at TL1E state level. He believed that federalism was necessary to accommodate the diverse social, cultural, and linguistic identities that exist with faux India. Universal adult franchise. Ambedkar was a strong supporter of universal adult franchise, which he saw as essential for ensuring democratic participation and representation. He believed that every citizen should have the right to vote, regardless of caste, gender, or economic status. Social justice. Ambedkar's ideas on constitutionalism were rooted in his commitment to social justice and equality. He believed that the Constitution should be used as a tool to redress historical injustices and ensure that all citizens had equal opportunities and access to resources. Overall, Ambedkar's ideas on constitutionalism emphasized the importance of individual rights, democratic participation, and social justice. His vision for the Indian Constitution continues to inspire political movements and social reform efforts in India and beyond. Standard conclusions. Unlike the popular perception, Ambedkar does not subscribe to a disembodied modernity but proposes a critical interpretive method to read culture and traditions. Ambedkar has emerged as a chief political philosopher with the rise of the Dalit movement in modern times. Dr. Ambedkar is undoubtedly a magnificent personality that has immensely contributed to bring independent India onto the path of modernized India. His philosophy ever guides the nation on the path of justice, liberty, and equality. Thus, we conclude Dr. Ambedkar was one of the foremost makers of modern India. Ambedkarism is of great relevance to Indian society even today in achieving justice, removal of untouchability, and establishing equality and freedom in TME democracy. If Gandhi was the father of the nation, Ambedkar was the father of the Constitution. The two leaders had similar aims, though their paths were different. It is essential to understand the philosophy of Ambedkar, which is the theoretical foundation for the Dalit movement. Paper 1. PSIR optional I from I Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 311. Mosh, Abindranath Roy, M.N. Roy. Answer questions. Analyze M.N. Roy's ideation journey from Marxism to radical humanism. 2002, comment on radical humanism. 2009, comment on the Marxist and radical humanist phases of M.N. Roy's thoughts. 2012. Standard introductions. M.N. Roy was a prominent Indian philosopher of the 20th century. He was famous as the father of Indian communism and viewed as the first revolutionary leader of India. According to N. Jaipam, M.N. Roy was definitely the most scholarly of modern Indian political philosophers. M.N. Roy was one of the most fascinating, though highly controversial modern Indian thinker on politics and philosophy. According to M.N. Roy, radical humanism is a philosophy which aims to establish human society on the basis of the scientific understanding of nature. According to M.N. Roy, the most important objective is to gain freedom. He defines freedom as the context of man's Vict 01J over struggle for survival. Background: his early life revolved around India's independence struggle, which led him to start as a revolutionary. He was associated with Yugantar. He was influenced by Jatin Das, and in pursuit of their revolutionary activities, he was sent abroad on a mission to procure arms for revolutionaries. M.N. Roy was one of the founders of the Communist Party of India in 1920 and was elected as its general secretary. However, he soon became disillusioned with the communist movement and began to develop his own ideas about socialism and revolution. Roy's political ideas evolved over time, and he eventually developed a theory of revolutionary humanism, which combined Marxist analysis with a concern for human freedom and individuality. He was also an advocate for internationalism and believed that socialism could only be achieved on a global scale. Ravan Communism. His search for satisfying explanations during his stay to the USA drew him to American radicals, who introduced him to Marxism. He relocated to Mexico to further his studies of Marx. He joined the Communist Party of Mexico as a founding member. He was now alleged as a leading Marxist philosopher. M.N. Roy intended to build and spread communist ideals among the masses because he was convinced that the only way for India to get independence was through a communist revolution. Indians were initially unaware of communism, but Roy persuaded many senior nationalist freedom warriors that by choosing the road of the communist revolution, they could complete their task and liberate India. They ultimately decided to send Marxism and communist ideas to India. The first communist emissaries to bring communist philosophy on Indian soil were Nalini Gupta, Shamsuddin, and Ajodhya Prasad. He believed that communist parties, peasant parties, and workers' parties should all receive direct backing from communist internationals. He maintained that there is no need for a two-stage revolution because the Indian people are now completely prepared for the communist movement. However, he then said that he had been misinformed about the situation in India, which had been caused by Abani Mukherjee's inaccurate information. M.N. Roy and Lenin. In 1920, Roy was invited to Moscow to attend the second conference of the Communist International. Roy had several meetings with Lenin before the conference. On Lenin's recommendation, the supplementary thesis on the subject prepared by Roy was adopted along with Lenin's thesis by the Second Conference of the Communist International. In October 1920, as he formed the Communist Party of India, Tashkent Group, he contacted his erstwhile revolutionary colleagues who, at this juncture, were determining allegiances between radicalism, Jugantar, and Mohandas K. Gandhi's novel program. By the end of 1926, Roy was elected as a member of all the four official policy-making bodies of the Comintern, the Presidium, the Political Secretariat, the Executive Committee, and the World Congress. Ravlin differences, nationalism. Roy was a vocal advocate for national liberation struggles in colonies and believed that national liberation movements were an essential component of the global socialist revolution. Lenin, on the other hand, believed that national liberation struggles could sometimes be a distraction from the primary struggle for socialism. Proletarian revolution. While both Roy and Lenin believed in the importance of proletarian revolution, Roy emphasized the role of intellectual and creative classes in revolutionary movements. He believed that artists, writers, and other intellectuals had an important role to play in the creation of a new society, while Lenin emphasized the central role of the working class in the socialist revolution. Democratic centralism. Roy disagreed with Lenin's concept of democratic centralism, which emphasized strict discipline and centralized decision-making within the Communist Party. Roy believed that this approach stifled individual initiative and creativity and could lead to authoritarianism. Roy's philosophical differences made him a pariah in the global communist movement. Following the rise of Joseph Stalin, Roy fled from the USSR and subsequently left the mainline global communist movement to pursue an independent radical politics focused on his homeland. Paper L, PSIR optional I subscribe from. My Telegram channel. Shunya Notes Point 50. Roy's criticism of Mahatma Gandhi. 1. Roy called Inc. as a bourgeoisie party and Mahatma Gandhi as bourgeois leader. He criticized TBC idea of charka economy as it offers no solution to the basic needs of the masses. 2. He stated that Gandhi's political program is not in the interest of the masses. He stated that Gandhi's nonviolence is actually violence on the masses as the capitalists continue to exploit masses due to inaction of masses. 3. Gandhi's emphasis on religion and his criticism of modernity has made Roy calling him as medieval and reactionary. 4. While Roy was a nationalist, he disagreed with Gandhi's emphasis on cultural and religious nationalism. Roy believed that Indian nationalism should be based on a secular and socialist vision of society. 5. Differences in approach. Gandhi was a politician while Roy emerged more of a philosopher. While Gandhi was a spiritualist, Roy was a humanist. Roy was influenced by Western socialist as well as democratic values, while Gandhi was influenced by Indian ancient traditions. 6. Similarities. Both had been the early advocates for party-less democracy and grassroots level development. Rov's criticism of communism. Although Roy was an influential Marxist philosopher during the early 20th century, his evolution with Marxism is complex and he has been vocal regarding his differences with the philosophy advocated by Marx. Historical materialism. According to M. Roy is not the scientific explanation of history. Economic determinism is at play. It disregards the crucial part that ideas have played in influencing history. He believed that dialectical materialism is idealism rather than materialism. He argued that rather than history being the consequence of class conflict, it is the result of class cooperation. Not all surplus value is handful. Only when it is not allocated fairly is it bad. In the sense that revolution entails a shift in the mode of production, he was opposed to it. He believed that the first step in any meaningful revolution should be an ideological shift in the public's thinking. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Roy opposed the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which he believed would lead to the establishment of a new ruling class that would be as exploitative as the old ruling class. Nationalism. Roy criticized Marxism for its lack of attention to nationalism and national liberation struggles. He believed that Marxism failed to appreciate the importance of national identity and the role it played in shaping political movements. Radical democracy. Instead of communism, we should strive to get radical democracy and cosmopolitan union of free persons. Though he criticized the above principles of Marxism, he continued to assert himself as Marxist and suggested that he is giving humanist interpretation to Marx. Rov's idea of humanism. The intellect 1 movement of humanism focuses on man and his power. Humanism is based on the tenets that man is good by nature and capable of unending progress towards perfection, and that no impassable obstacle can prevent the advancement of human civilization. The new philosophy of revolution Roy created in the latter stages of his life is known as New Humanism. Roy has outlined P's viewpoint in HRS 22 Theses and expanded on it in his New Humanism, a manifesto. The 22 Theses presentation of New Humanism contains both a critical and a constructive element. The critical part consists of outlining the shortcomings of formal parliamentary democracy and communism, including the economic interpretation of history. The positive element, on the other hand, emphasizes the importance of individual freedom, offers a humanist interpretation of history, and sketches out a vision of radical or organized democracy as well as a strategy for reaching the radical democracy ideal. 3 components of New Humanism: ethics, reason, and freedom. Ethics are man-made in nature, thus deprived from utilitarian process. Reason in man is the basis of liberation of man. Rationality is a common link between humans transcending all divides of caste, class, financial accounts. Democracy is grassroots democracy. Roy was also against parties and favored in party-less democracy. He also emphasized on bringing ethics into politics. Radical humanism. Roy's radical humanism is a philosophical and political framework that he developed as an alternative to Marxism. It was a human-centered ideology that emphasized individual freedom, creativity, and autonomy, and rejected the deterministic and teleological view of history that was central to Marxist thought. Radical humanism as a mental revolution. He pushed for a shift in the way people think. Since a scientific way of thinking is needed, education will be the main tool. He favored modernization and industrialization. He believed that resources should be distributed fairly. According to MN, radical humanism is a philosophy which aims to establish human society on the basis of the scientific understanding of nature. Thus, radical humanism is a philosophy that comes close to existentialism, which concludes that M. Roy represents the rationalist school of thought. Organized democracy. Partless democracy. The main features of organized democracy are that the new state structure stands on a firm base of hierarchy of people's committees at the base village to national level and to be elected by the local people for a period of 1 year. Paper I, PSIR optional I subscribe from. My Telegram channel, Shunya Notes Point 50 page 315. Decentralization of power was a goal of organized democracy, but the people will not be able to exercise their power if they lack the motivation or skills to do so. Roy introduced the idea of partyless democracy as a result. In India, Roy was the first political scientist to develop the theory that the party system is detrimental to the upkeep of a true democracy. As political parties began to appear, Roy created the party-less politics Theo 1Y. All negative aspects of party politics have been brought about by parties in the democratic process. But to gain the public's support and their votes, they frequently prey on their prejudices and religious beliefs. Party politics has consequently turned into a dirty game in all democracies, especially in nations where the populace is ruled by religious orthodoxy and blind faith. Political leaders encourage people to have faith in their respective parties rather than encouraging them to have faith in themselves. The main drawback of the party system is that it is based on the delegation of power by the people to party candidates who, after their election, remain responsible only to their respective parties instead of their voters. Under the party system, the people lose their power completely and remain powerless till the next election takes place. According to Roy, if democracy consists of the widest diffusion of power, the party system functions in just the opposite directly 0-1, one by concentrating power in a few hands, if not in the bands of a single leader. Criticism. Sudipto Kaviraj, according to Sudipto Kaviraj, M.N. Roy, is a remarkable failure. He is criticized for committing the guilt of heteronomy, i.e., to misuse or misrepresent history in favor of proving someone's hypothesis. E1/1. S. Namboodiripad. E. M. S. Namboodiripad was an Indian Marxist politician who criticized M.N. Roy's rejection of the dictatorship of the proletariat and argued that it was a necessary stage in the transition to socialism. Marxists. He has been criticized generally by Marxists and communists for renouncing Marxism, as well as for finding fault with communist doctrines like the dictatorship of the proletariat. B. R. Ambedkar. B.R. Ambedkar was an Indian social reformer who criticized M.N. Roy's Marxist views and accused him of being too focused on economic factors while neglecting the social and cultural aspects of Indian society. Standard conclusions. In conclusion, it can be said, in brief, that LVF. N. Roy, as the exponent of new humanism, has asserted that the advance of science was the factor for the liberation of man's creative nature, from which emerges the future of modern civilization in the progressive triumph of science over superstition, reason over faith. A1. N. Roy can be criticized as a utopian or romantic thinker, but still humanistic and moralistic in his T11 LDNG. He was an ethical revisionist in the Histo, Y of socialist thought. Unit L, A. Indian nationalism. Political strategies of India's freedom struggle. Previous year's questions. Comment on the efficacy of satyagraha as moral resistance to colonial rule. 2012. Explain how peasant movements promoted nationalist ideas during the struggle for Indian independence. 2014. Comment in 150 words. Satyagraha as a strategy FO the Indian national movement. 2015. The success of Mahatma Gandhi lay in transforming both political and non-political movements into a unified nationalist movement. Comment. 2017. Differentiate moderate nationalism from extremist/militant nationalism in terms of their objectives and means. 2017. Comment in 150 words. Revolt of 1857 is a sepoy mutiny, or First War of Independence. 2018. National movement in India was anti-imperialist and increasingly radical in its socio-economic and political programs. Discuss. 2019. Trace the role of militant and revolutionary movements in Indian national movement. 2020. Nationalism refers to common bonds that hold people together within a nation. It is based on the premise that nation should have that right to govern itself, the right to self-determination and belief that one's own nation is better than other nations. The growth of modem nationalism in India is intimately connected to the anti-colonial movement. People began discovering their unity in the process of their struggle with colonialism. The sense of being oppressed under colonialism and colonial intervention in socio-economic, political, and religious affairs has provided shared bond that tied many different groups together. Scholar views eye on Indian nationalism. Benedict Anderson, book, Imagine Communities. According to him, Indian nationalism is the result of British rule. Nationalism is completely an act of construction through print media, railways, etc., and product of bourgeoisie class. It dilutes class struggle, creates false consciousness, and harms the interest of the weaker sections. Eric Hobsbawm, nationalism is not old as history. It is just creation of the bourgeoisie class for their convenience. Valentine Chiral, book, Indian unrest. India was a mere geographical expression, and even this geography was forged by the British. Thus, for him, the term India was no more than a geographic creation by the British for administrative purposes rather than a nation. Radha Kumud Mukherjee, book, Fundamental Unity of India, 1914, put forward the idea that India had been great and unified since ancient times. According to him, there had existed a sense of geographical unity of India since early times, and even the idea of nationalism was already present in early India. Harbila Sarda, in his Hindu Superiority, 1906, declared that the ancient Hindus were the greatest nation that has yet flourished in the earth. Lajpat Rai asserted in Bis Young India, 1916, that fundamentally India has been a nation for the last 2,000 years. Paper I, PSIR optional / subscribe from / Telegram channel, Sunya Notes 50 page 3L7. Aurobindo Ghosh was not satisfied with mild defensive approach of early nationalists. He rather established that India was not nation in the making but was a nation from the beginning. He combined nationalism and patriotism to challenge the British discourse. He held that India was always a nation. His theory of nationalism believes that nation is made up of spirit, soul, faith, religion, and it never dies. Jawaharlal Nehru. He spoke about unity in diversity and a cultural unity amidst diversity, a bundle of contradictions held together by strong but invisible threads. Constitutionalism. 1. Meaning, the political strategy adopted by early nationalists/moderates was of constitutionalism. It is based on philosophy of liberalism, which believes that man is rational. Hence, there is no need of the use of violence in achieving political aims. They believed the British had a sense of justice and would be open to discussing Indian grievances. Gopala Krishna Gokhale in his speech at Allahabad on 4 February 1907 described constitutional methods as methods adopted to bring change through the action of constituted authorities. 2. Inspiration. The moderates were inspired by the ideas of Western philosophers like J.S. Mill, Burke, Spencer, and Bentham. Moderates imbibed Western ideas of liberalism, democracy, equity, and freedom. They believed in the justness of British rule, and if public opinion could be created and public demands be presented to the government through resolutions, petitions, etc., authorities would concede to these demands. 3. Demands of moderates. Reforms in the Legislative Council in terms of expansion of their size and more representation to Indians, greater control over finances to councils. Basic changes in existing economic relations between India and England, and long-term objective of democratic self-government by the beginning of the 20th century, they demanded for Swaraj, self-rule, within the British Empire, similar to the self-governing colonies in Canada and Australia. 4. Methods of moderates. Prayer, petition, persuasion, and philanthropy. Their demands were constitutional, and so was their agitation. Their methods were regarded as passive resistance. The early nationalists employed constitutional methods like bringing resolutions in assembly, sending memorials, prayers, petitions, appeals to justice, and protests. 5. Views of important proponents. Dadabhai Naoroji stated the need for loyalty towards the justice-loving British. S.N. Banerjee appealed to introduce Britain-like modern institutions in India so that Indians can rejoice in permanent union with British. M.G. Ranade. The British rule established the rule of law in India. British rule is divine intervention to eradicate events of misrule in the past. 6. Why constitutional methods? Ideological reasons. They were inspired by glorious revolution in Western education. They had fascination for British sense of justice. They believed British rule as a blessing in disguise and a divine mission to relieve India from evils of misrule of indigenous despots. M.G. Ranade praised British for introduction of rule of law and ideas of freedom. Similarly, Dadabhai Naoroji argued the one Britishers are justice-loving. Indians have to communicate the stability of their demand. Situational reasons. Gopala Krishna Gokhale believed that the time is not right for heroic methods which requires immense preparation. Bipan Chandra argued that effective political action is possible only when masses are organized, unified, and have common consciousness of the common end. According to C.Y. Chinamani, before introducing direct actions, we have to address internal divisions and disunity. 7. Achievements of moderates. Formation of Inc. The moderate leadership was the architect of first all India political organization and represented the most progressive forces of their times. Their efforts led to the consolidation of the Congress as a pan-India political organization. Political mobilization and socialization. The moderates played a vital role in creating enough awareness of British politics and economics in India which mobilized the next generation of freedom fighters. Civil liberties. They believed in unity of India, modern state society and economy, liberal and democratic ideals, racial equality, rule of law, civil liberties, spirit of tolerance. Economic critique. The moderates helped establish the notion of the economic drain of India due to the British revenue policies. The work of the moderates sowed the seeds for later demands of national Istanbul. Broad agendas. It must be said to the credit of the nationalist leaders that though they belonged to the urban educated middle class, they were too broad-minded and free from narrow and sectional class interests. They kept MED the larger interests of the people in general. Popularization of liberal ideas. The moderates were successful in popularizing ideas of liberty, equality, fraternity, rationalism, secularism, and democracy. 8. Drawbacks of moderates' narrow social base. It was highly elitist. They belonged to an urban background, and most of the people lived in England. Lord Dufferin remarked that the Congress was microscopic minority of vast population. British appeasement. They were not against the British rule in India, but they favored cooperation with the British to avail concessions. Neglect of social issues. The moderates had decided not to address social issues before political issues and thus led to the neglect of two major social issues in India. Rise of extremists. The rise of extremist leaders like Tilak appealed more to the masses than moderates despite the failures. Their contribution was enormous in legislative councils even though they had no real official power till 1920. Issues with Congress. Lala Lajpat Rai pointed to failure of Inc. later as, after 20 years of more or less futile agitations for concessions and redressal of grievances, it received stones in place of bread. P. Siddaramaiah maintained that the membership of early Congress was limited, so were the objectives, and so was contact of masses with representatives. 9. Criticism of constitutional methods. Bala Gangadhar Tilak has called constitutional methods in front of alien bureaucracy is a political suicide. Aurobindo Ghosh has called it intellectual bankruptcy of moderates and suggested passive resistance. Paper 1. PSIR optional. I subscribe from. I Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Pandit Nehru, constitutional methods will not work because India does not have constitutional government. Conclusion. Bipan Chandra argued that although moderates didn't carry mass struggle, they carried ideological struggle, which provided the critique of colonialism and laid the foundation of most spectacular mass movement in the world. He stated that the period from 1885 to 1905 was the seed time of Offlandian nationalism and early nationalists, so the seeds well and deep. 1G. Ranade held that the memorials are not addressed to the British, they were addressed to Indians, which led to the rise of nationalist consciousness among the people of India. Gopala Krishna Gokhale held that we are at such stage that our achievements are bound to be less and our failures too frequent. We must contend or satisfy ourselves by serving our country by our failures. It is through these failures that the struggle will emerge. L/1 Militant nationalists/extremists. 1. Definition. Militants are extremists, also known as cultural nationalists. They represent the second generation of leaders representing aspirations of middle class. They were led by Lal Balpal. 2. Inspiration. They were inspired by the ideals of ancient India, the lives of Spavaji and other great Indian kings, as well as from the War of 1857. 3. Objectives. The extremists demanded Swaraj or complete independence from British rule. Their aim was not to mend but into colonial rule. 4. Methods. Extremists were radical in terms of their approach and believed in militant methods. The extremists believed in self-reliance as a weapon against domination. They rejected the mendicant technique of 3PS by terming it feudal and raised the level of movement to make it more mass-based and popular. P. Siddaramaiah and J.L. Nehru called Tilak as first mass leader of modern India. Tilak has rejected the method of petition and asserted that Swaraj is the birthright of Indians. 5. Views of important proponents. Lala Lajpat Rai. Swarajya means Surajya, which can't be achieved by alien bureaucracy. Aurobindo Ghosh called moderate methods as mendicancy, beggary, and ideological bankruptcy. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Swaraj is my birthright, justified prajadro, right of people to resist an exploitative government. 6. Reasons for rise of extremists. Biju Chakrabarti calls them as an offshoot of the moderate struggle. Disillusionment with moderates. Moderates failed to stop government to roll back the representation. For e.g. in Calcutta Corporation Act 1899, Indian Universities Act 1904. The moderates' methods failed completely in getting any of its demands fulfilled. Political atmosphere. The political atmosphere was surcharged with anti-British feeling because of attitude of government during famine and epidemics. Government has withdrawn the relief from affected areas. Thus recognition of true nature of British rule. Partition of Bengal. The Indian National Congress, Inc., had to accept the extremist proposal for Swadeshi. Paper I, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Cultural resurgence. The disillusionment from moderate politics and cultural resurgence during 19th century. Nationalism emerged as a result of this in fawn of cultural revivalism. Critique of moderates. Bipan Chandra Pal argued that we have been brought too long a period upon political lollipops and Congress as begging institution. A.K. Dutta has described Congress as 3 days tamasha. Lala Lajpat Rai stated that political rights cannot be won by an organization that does not distinguish between begging and claiming rights. Aurobindo has criticized Congress leaders for playing with bubbles like reforms in legislative councils. 7. Achievements of extremists, right to self-government. The Indian national movement moved a few steps forward from petition and memorandum to the right of self-government, broadened mass base. Youth, lower middle classes, and to some extent peasants and workers were incorporated in freedom struggle. Concept of nation. They gave a new meaning to the concept of Indian nation. They invented and spread such din as Mother India, Bharat Mata, Swaraj. Swadesby movement. The boycott of the partition of Bengal and the Swadeshi movement was a success attributed to the works of the extremist leaders. Foundation of later national movements. The leader of the extremists, Lokmanya Tilak, preached non-cooperation with the government in all sectors. Mass mobilization. The extremists also encouraged cooperative organizations. Voluntary associations were set up for rural sanitation, preventive police duties, regulation of pilgrim gathering, for providing relief during famines and other national calamities. Urged for Indianization. The extremists thus projected their viewpoints, expressing their dissatisfaction against the increasing westernization of Indian society. 8. Drawbacks of extremists. Lack of effective organization. The movement lacked effective organization and party structure, which led to limited success of extremists. Conflict within Congress. The emergence of extremism caused a split in the Congress for the first time in Surat session, L907, and at Varanasi session held in 1905 presided over by Gopala Krishna Gokhale. Isolated struggle. The extremists relied on isolated incidents of attack and shock the British, but failed to create any mass mobilization. Government repressal. Laws were passed to check their activities and influence. The following laws were passed between 1907 and 1911. Seditious Meetings Act, 1907. Indian Newspapers, Incitement to Offences, Act, I-908. Criminal Law Amendment Act, I-908. And the Indian Press Act, 1910. Arrests of the leaders. Their methods proved too extreme, and thus most of the leaders were arrested like Tilak was sentenced and served in prison in Mandalay. Promotion of communalism. Since they glorified ancient past and bypassed the medieval period which has Muslim power structure at the main seat of power, India came to be identified as being Hindu. P. Ige 3.1. Differences between moderates and extremists. 1. Ideological inspiration. Moderates were inspired by Western liberal thought and extremists were inspired by Indian culture, history, and traditional Hindu symbols. 2. Methods adopted. Moderates insisted on the use of constitutional methods only. Extremists did not hesitate to use extra-constitutional methods like boycott and passive resistance. 3. On colonial rule. Moderates believed in providential British mission in India. They believed political connections with Britain to be in India's social, political, cultural interests. Extremists rejected providential mission theory as an illusion. They believed it would perpetuate British exploitation in India. 4. Role of masses. Moderates believed that movement should be limited to middle-class intelligentsia and masses not ready for participation in politics. Extremists had immense faith in the capacity of masses to participate and to make sacrifices. 5. Social base. Moderates consisted of zamindars and upper middle classes in towns. Extremists consisted of educated middle and lower middle class in towns. Conclusion. The extremist phase was the next logical step after moderates. The extremists created the base for the launch of Gandhiji's mass movements. Revolutionaries/militant nationalism. Revolutionary nationalism emerged as a potent political force in Bengal in the wake of the Swadeshi movement in the first decade of the 20th century, and thereafter it worked alongside mainstream nationalism that was represented by the Congress Party, sometimes in cooperation, at other times along parallel tracks. The activities of revolutionary heroism started as a byproduct of the growth of militant nationalism. The first phase was a result of fallout of the Swadeshi and boycott movement, which continued till 1917. The second phase started as a fallout of the non-cooperation movement inspired by Irish and Russian nationalists, Bankims, Anand Math, S.N. Sanyals, Bandi Jivan, and B.C. Vora's Philosophe of Bomb. Through individual acts of heroism, they wanted to remove the fear in public minds. Bhagat Singh envisaged a socialist mass uprising. Gaddarites planned invasions while V.D. Savarkar, Lala Hardale, Madame Karna, Ajit Singh were part of secret societies. Bhagat Singh stated that the struggle of India would co-11 ti 11 ue, so long as a handful of exploiters go on exploiting the labor of the common people for their own ends. It matters little whether these exploiters are purely British capitalists or British and Indians in alliance, or even purely Indians. Reasons for the rise, disillusioned with Congress. There was now an increasing sense of impatience among sections of Bengalis, including some politicians within the Congress, because they felt that the official Congress policy of pleading with and petitioning the government for reforms, involvement of the youth. The idea and practice of Shahadat drew together the revolutionary nationalists and their supporters into a common bond of emotion, which went a long way in fostering the unity called the nation. Rise of educated youth. In the early 20th century, we see the emergence of a large educated section of the youth who take up the national struggle. Success of the Swadeshi movement. They believed that by terrorizing British officials, they would be able to demoralize the entire machinery of the government and bring about freedom. Such was seen during the Swadeshi movement. Foreign inspiration. The revolutionaries were inspired by the developments taking place in Tsarist Russia and elsewhere in Europe. The Chittagong Armory raid was inspired by the 1916 Easter Rising in Ireland, advent of communism. Many of the revolutionaries like Bhagat Singh and HSRA members were inspired by the ideals of Marx against exploitative regimes of capitalism. Revolutionary terrorist program. It involved individual heroic actions such as organizing assassinations of unpopular British officials, of traitors, and informers. Conducting Swadeshi dacoities to raise funds for revolutionary activities, organizing military conspiracies with expectations of help from enemies of Britain, organized in secret societies, training in arms, and making bombs. The idea was to strike terror in the hearts of colonial rulers, arouse people, and remove the fear of authority. Drawbacks. Organization. All such movements were organized in small groups of mostly students, and thus could not achieve any large interest. Violence. Due to their violent methods, it was convenient for the British to use extreme force to repress the movement. Absence of leadership. The organizations lacked any central leadership and were mainly dependent on the sacrifices of individuals. Lack of mass base. As they relied on individual acts of sacrifice, they failed to mobilize the masses to join them in their pursuit. Lack of support. Major political parties like Congress did not support their cause and often criticized their methods. Views of Bipin Chandra. According to Bipin Chandra, the revolutionaries lacked mass base. They thought that organizing mass movement would be an uphill task and preferred individual acts. Conclusion. The revolutionaries filled the vacancies whenever mainstream movement was in passive phase and has given lost pride of manhood back to Indians. Despite failures, their remarkable heroism generated a feeling of patriotism in the young and old alike. Mass SNH Agraha. It was primarily under Gandhi TL1 that the national movement acquired a clear-cut and long-term strategic framework. It was clear-cut because there were to be no ambiguities and confusions. It was long tenue in the sense that it was not confined to any single episode or activity. All the different activities were connected to each other through a common strategy. The strategy was not to row out British imperialism, but to create such conditions as to make it impossible for them to stay on in India. 1. BPM. Shah 11 DRA calls to be Gandhian phase of LNM as the largest and most spectacular national movement ever. He said that its Wantal 1 is still felt in present times. He equates it to Gramscian war of position against the semi-autocratic British Raj. 2. Origin. Gandhi first conceived Satyagraha in 1906 in response to a law discriminating against Asians that was passed by the British colonial government of the Transvaal in South Africa. In India, the first Satyagraha campaign was mounted in the indigo-growing district of Kbampuran in 1917. 3. Essence of Gandhian strategy. Understanding of adversary. It was based on acquiring a proper and scientific understanding of the nature of the adversary. Gandhi was quite clear that not all strategies can be effective in all situations. He understood that the colonial state in India was different from Hitler's Germany or Tsarist Russia. Mass-based movement. The struggle was to be fought with the help of the masses. The major strength of the movement was to come from the masses and not from the intelligentsia or any particular class or any trained cadre. This required practicing the politics of class adjustment as against that of class conflict. Masses were to be mobilized on some strong moral basis. Racial or religious issues were avoided in campaigns of mass mobilizations. Power of truth. Satyagraha emphasized the power of truth. It suggested that if the cause was true, if the struggle was against injustice, then physical force was not necessary to fight the oppressor. Gandhi practiced two types of satyagraha in his mass campaigns. 4. Mass movements can be categorized into two basic types. Uncontrolled mass movements. French Revolution was spontaneous. Uncontrolled mass movement. Controlled mass movements. Russian Revolution, Chinese Revolution. Gandhian movements are examples of planned, directed, and controlled mass movements. 5. Classification in terms of strategy. Marxist-Leninist movement. The characteristic is they are sudden, comprehensive, and achieve the immediate overthrow of the system. Overnight movements. Gramscian and Gandhian movements. Gramsci and Gandhi were contemporaries and show unique convergence in context of the strategy. They suggested two-stage revolution in case of opaque states. Hence the movement has to be pro-track, TED movement, known as war of position before at a point of direct action or war of maneuver/frontal attack. 6. Major features. Belief in masses. Controlled mass movement tapping the latent energies of masses centered around Gandhian ideals. Moral battle. A protracted struggle to erode the British ideological hegemony. Methods. Struggle, true struggle, STS, and constructive programs. Essential part of Gandhi's strategy was struggle. His movements had active phases and passive phases. Active phases included mass agitation. Passive phases included constructive programs. During truce, Gandhi continued with constructive programs. Gandhi's approach as proactive rather than reactive. Gandhian movements are proactive in the sense Gandhi never left ball in the courts of enemy. He forced enemy to respond. It was always initiative of Gandhi. The time and place, issue was all choice of Gandhi. Gandhi was offensive rather than defensive. Non-cooperation movement L. Major demands. Favorable treaty for Turkey, redressal of Punjab wrongs, and establishment of Swaraj. 2. Reasons for movement. Economic reasons. Post-First World War years there was a rise in prices of commodities, decrease in production of Indian industries, increase in burden of taxes and rents, etc. This strengthened the anti-B1 Irish attitude. A government policies and acts. Rowlatt Act. The act evoked wide-scale resentment of Indian as it provided that government could imprison a person without trial in a court of law. Jallianwala Bagh Massacre. On April 13, 1919, in Amritsar, a large but unarmed crowd had gathered to protest against arrest of their two leaders. The commander opened fire without warning, killing several people. It was an incident of naked brutality. Reforms on 1919. The Montague, Che Womsford reforms with their ill-conceived scheme of diarchy failed to satisfy the rising demand of the Indians for self-government. Eyewash by Hunter Committee. The Hunter Committee on the Punjab atrocities proved to be an eyewash. In fact, the House of Lords endorsed his action and the British public showed solidarity with him by helping collect £30,000 for him. Muslim dissatisfaction, like Muhammad Ali, Abul Kalam Azad, Hakim Ajmal and Hassan Imam, had now become more influential than the conservative Aligarh school elements who had dominated the League earlier. Annulment of Partition of Bengal in 1911 further made Muslims suspicious towards British rulers. Khilafat issue. The Muslims regarded the Sultan of Turkey as their spiritual leader, Khalifa. During the war, Turkey had allied with Germany and Austria against the British. When the war ended, the British took a stem attitude towards Turkey. Turkey was dismembered and the Khalifa removed from power. This incensed Muslims all over the world. Creation of ground for common political action by Hindus and Muslims. Lucknow Pact. 1916 to be Lucknow Pact has resulted in the unity of the Congress and the Muslim League along with the unity of the extremists and moderates of Government hostilities. The Rowlatt Act. The imposition of martial law in Punjab and the Jallianwala Bagh massacre exposed the brutal and uncivilized face of the foreign rule. Paper 1. PSIR optional subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 325. Pro 2 RAM of Non-Cooperation Movement 1. Destructive aspects on non-cooperation. Boycott of government schools. People were asked to withdraw their children from government-controlled or aided schools and colleges. Boycott of foreign goods. People were asked to boycott foreign goods and use only Indian-made goods. Boycott of legislative councils. People were asked to boycott the elections to the legislative councils. Boycott of judicial institutions. Boycott of law courts and dispensation of justice through panchayats instead. Renunciation of titles. Renunciation of government honors and titles. Give up government jobs. People were asked to resign from their Gov. 1 and in jobs. Not to serve in British Army. People were asked not to serve in the British Army. Refuse to pay tax. It was also planned that if the above steps could not bring results, people would refuse to pay their taxes. 2. Constructive aspects. Self-sacrifice. People were urged to develop spirit of discipline and self-sacrifice. Set up national institutions. National schools and colleges were to be set up 1/1. Mutual arbitration. Deciding disputes through mutual arbitration. Promote charkhan, taking to hand spinning and use of Swadeshi goods. Religious unity. People were asked to maintain Hindu-Muslim unity, untouchability, giving up untouchability, nonviolence, observe strict nonviolence. Withdrawal of NCM. Gandhi called of the movement abruptly in February 1922 after Chauri Chowra incident. Garidi felt that people had not learned or fully understood the method of nonviolence. Such incidents turned the movement as violent, inviting armed Maitov state against protesters. Views of R.P. It indicated and confirmed the bourgeois character of the movement because Gandhi did not want the movement to go out of control and turn against the propertied classes. Views of Sumit Sarkar. In his article, The Logic of Gandhiya 11 Nationalism, explained the Gandhi-Irvin Pact by invoking the class character of the movement. According to him, the pact was signed because there was considerable pressure exercised by the capitalist class, and the pact was intended to protect the interests of the capitalist class. It was also the fear of the movement getting out of control and the preference for a controlled mass movement, as against a spontaneous mass movement, which was seen as the real reason behind many decisions taken by Aichi leadership. Views of Marxists. Gandhiji called off the Congress as bourgeoisie of calling off the movement when it was close to reach mass consciousness. Believed that Gandhi was fearful of masses acquiring power, and Roy held that this shows Gandhi is a bourgeoisie leader. Views of Bipan Chandra. He argues that Gandhi was looking for graceful exit. Gandhi had deep understanding of mass psychology. He called since growing fatigue in masses and opted for PSIR optional. Subscribe. Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Graceful exit, instead of allowing violence that would have led to violent repression. Significance/achievements of non-cooperation movement 1. Social significance, social mobility. For the first time, people of all classes, religion, gender worked together, accelerating social mobility and reform. Hindu-Muslim unity. The unity reached its peak during this time. For X, Swami Shraddhananda Arya Samajist was asked by Muslims to preach from Jama Masjid at Delhi, issue of caste discrimination and untouchability. An important issue which the non-cooperation movement brought to the fore was the need to fight against caste discrimination and untouchability. 2. Economic significance, import fall. The import of foreign goods have between 1921 and 1922 benefited Indian industries. Economic boycott proved to be more successful than one during Swadeshi movement. Indian industries benefited immensely due to Swadeshi promotion. 3. Political significance, mass movement. The movement emerged as the first true mass movement involving all classes and communities in India. Recognition of Inc. as mass party. Inc. emerged as a true mass party, and the charge of it representing a microscopic minority. Sprung up of national institutions, like Gujarat Vidyapath, Kashi Vidyapath, Bihar Vidyapatha, the Bengal National University. Jamia Millia Islamia and the National Muslim University were established to give the idea of Swadeshi a strong base. Understanding of common oppressor. The movement helped bring people together and help them understand their common oppressor. Boost to local struggles. The Congress organization was able to reach down to villages. The spirit of defiance and unrest gave rise to many local struggles such as Awad K. Isan movement, EKA movement, Mapla revolt, Sikh agitation for removal of Mabans in Punjab. Conclusion. The non-cooperation movement was failure in tens of stated objectives and the promises made by Gandhi and Congress. However, for Gandhi it was instrumental to test the capacity of masses for struggle, establish Inc. as the party of masses, make Indian national movement a multi-class movement, and counter British challenge that Congress represent microscopic minority. Civil disobedience movement. Civil disobedience movement is based on ideas of Henry David Thoreau. In USA, anarchist civil disobedience means a peaceful protest against unjust laws by civil society. It was a mass movement during Paper I, PSIR optional subscribe from. Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 327. They'll die in freedom struggle against British policies. It began with the famous Dandi March of 90 to annihilate oppressive British salt taxes. Comparison of CDM and non-cooperation movement NCM was mild. It was not assisting the government and to attack the economic interest. COM is a direct challenge to authority of state. It is denial of flaws and WS more offensive in nature. Objective, the stated objective in CDM, as complete independence, whereas in NCM it was redressal of Punjab wrongs, Caliphate issue, attainment of Swarajya. Method, the methods involved a violation of law from the very beginning and not just non-cooperation with foreign rule. Forms of protest, there was a decline in Form 1s of protests involving the intelligentsia, such as lawyers giving up practice, students giving up government schools to join national schools and colleges. Muslim participation was nowhere near that in the non-cooperation movement level. Labor movement, no major labor upsurge coincided with the movement. Causes the Great Depression of 1930, it especially hit the EXP-01T, based colonial economy of India. Prices of food crops started falling down and it affected rich as well as poor peasants. Credit crunch added to the challenge which forced peasants to sell the land. Parallel streams of protest, outside Congress ambit, of poor Muslims in Bengal, to balls like Santals, untouchables like Namasudras. Puma Swaraj, Congress had declared its goal of Puma Swaraj and the movement was a product of those objectives. Discontent within industrialists, Indian industrialization happened unintentionally during World War I protectionist policies of government. These industrialists organized themselves under FICCI and came in direct friction with government, thus their opinion about Congress changed, and the need to cooperate with it was felt. Labor activism. Rising industrialization invariably raised the importance of the labor class. Increasing communist influence on the working class, Shikap, Gurney Kambursan, led their united organization. Congress tried to attract them by projecting itself as pro-workers. Simon Commission Report. The racist outlook and failure of the Simon C01 Mission Report also intensified the need for the movement. Gandhian strategy. The movement was part of Gandhi's strategy of playing phases of peace struggle and peace to make the opponent weary. Salt Satyagraha. Until the passing of the 1882 Salt Act, which gave the British monopoly over salt and authority production to impose a salt tax. Indians had been making salt from seawater free of cost. Violating the Salt Act was a criminal offense. 11-point demands of Mahatma Gandhi. 1. Abolition of salt tax. 2. Total prohibition on liquor. 3. Reduction of land revenue by half. 4. Reduction in military expenditure by half. 5. Reduction in salary of officials. 6. Tariff hike for imported clothes. 7. Releasing political prisoners. Abolition of CID. 8. License to use firearms for self-defense. 9. Rationalization of rupee-pound sterling ratio. 10. Coastal Tariff Regulation Bill to be introduced. 11. Accept the Postal Reservation Bill. Significance of CDM, inclusion of peasant demands. For the first time, the socio-economic demands of the peasants were reincorporated in the Congress program and signaled the growing assertiveness of these sections. Emancipation of women. Civil disobedience movement led to women participation in numbers that were never seen before. Power of Congress. The release of leaders from jail and the signing of the Gandhi-Irwin Pact showed how deliberation regarding the future of India cannot be completed without the participation of Congress leaders. British recognition. The Round Table Conferences and Gandhi-Irwin Pact proved that the British were now seeking Indian cooperation and support in the colonial policies. Paralysis of British policy. The revolution shook the British government. Its nonviolence made it impossible for them to suppress it aggressively. Highlighted Satyagraha. As a tool in the war against imperialism, it showed the power of the nonviolent Satyagraha. New modes of protest. It popularized the new method of propaganda like the Prabhat Ferris, pamphlets, etc. Broader objectives. Civil disobedience carried out by the citizens was widespread. In addition to the salt tax, other unpopular tax laws, such as forest laws, chakadar tax, land tax, etc., were defied. Larger reach. The movement has covered even the remote areas. In East India, no payment of chakadar tax. In Bihar, the no revenue campaign was successful. Drawbacks of CDM. Apprehension of anarchy. By September-October 1930, the movement had started to show signs of fatigue. Peasants and tribal militancy shot up. The enthusiasm of merchants fell sharply. Leading congressmen were put behind bars. Lack of any outcome. As the first Round Table Conference did not yield any results, the British government grew anxious to secure Congress participation. Thus, the leaders were released so that they could deliberate and agree to participate in the next round. Paper PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Sunnotes 50 page 319. Lack of public response. The second phase did not evoke a similar response from the people as the earlier phase had done, and it became apparent that this movement would not continue for long. Lack of Muslim participation. Muslims were less likely to participate as a result of communal leaders' advice in the government's efforts to promote communalism as a counternationalism. Strategy. Geo-martial law. This was passed by Lord Wellington to deal with the movement, which involved the passing of sweeping ordinances banning all Congress organizations. Repressive government. Government unleashed a reign of terror. Congress offices and funds were seized. Gandhi ashrams were cordoned off by police. Agitators were beaten up and properties confiscated. Conclusion. The civil disobedience movement was victory for Congress as government put Congress at an equal footing with it in Gandhi-Irwin Pact. It has raised the level of expectations of Indians in their self-confidence. The Britishos came to know they have to negotiate with Congress. Gandhi made British state clueless on what action to be taken. Quit India movement. QM is also known as August Revolution, started on August 8, 1942. It is considered as the most militant, least controlled, and most un-Gandhian of all Gandhian movements. Gandhi allowed the use of arms in self-defense, called for do or die, refused to condemn violence by the people against bigger violence of the state. Even Pym wanted to take control of police stations if needed. Views of scholars. Francis Hutchins, Gandhi used nonviolence as a means to bring masses into his fold. Once that was achieved, he became open to sort of means. Bipan Chandra, the autonomous, unguided character of the movement, made the masses resort to violence. See Rajagopal Akbari. He found the idea dangerous as it will lead to anarchy without resolving Hindu-Muslim conflict. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he called it a mad venture of Gandhi and asked untouchables to refrain from. JLDIDG. Communists, M. N. Roy held that we should support British as the freedom of India is contingent on the victory of Allied powers. Reasons for starting Quit India movement. 1. Failure of Cripps mission. The failure of Cripps' mission to solve constitutional deadlock exposed Britain's unchanged attitude on constitutional advance and made it clear that any more silence would be tantamount to accepting the British right to decide the fate of Indians without consulting them. 2. Economic hardships. Rising prices. There was popular discontent because of rising prices and shortage of rice, salt, etc. Industrialist, rich peasants, though profit increased, but excessive profit tax, forcible collection of war fund, coercive sale of war. Industrialist, rich peasants, though profit increased, but excessive profit tax, forcible collection of war fund, coercive sale of war bond, etc. 3. High-handed attitude of British authorities, such as commandeering of boats in Bengal and Orissa. This considerably angered people. 4. Fear of scorched earth policy. There were fears of Britain following a scorched earth policy in Assam, Bengal, and Orissa against possible Japanese advance. 5. News from Southeast Asia. British reverses. News of reverses suffered by the British in Southeast Asia and an imminent British collapse enhanced popular willingness to give expression to discontent. Manner of evacuation. The manner in which the British evacuated from Southeast Asia, leaving the subjects to their fate, shattered white prestige. Exposure of racist attitude. British behavior towards the Indian subjects in Southeast Asia exposed the racist attitude of the rulers. 6. Demoralized Indian population. Due to the above factors, the national leadership also felt that people were becoming demoralized and might not resist in the event of Japanese invasion. Hence, it was necessary to remind them of their worth and power. 7. British policies, like denial policy, through which British started destroying all means of communication in coastal Bengal, atrocities by Australian and American soldiers on Indian civilian population. Evaluation of Quit India movement. 1. Positive outcomes showed depth of nationalism. Loyalty to government suffered considerable erosion. This also showed how deep nationalism had reached. The movement established the truth that it was no longer possible to rule India without the wishes of Indians. Severe blow to moral basis of British rule and illusion that a majority of Indians were loyalists and favored continuation of British rule. Persona non grata. The movement demonstrated with ample clarity that the British were persona non grata in India. The movement showed that demand for independence became non-negotiable, and any future negotiations with the British could only be on the manner of transfer of power. This was the biggest contribution of the movement. Role of common people. In this struggle, the common people displayed unparalleled heroism and militancy. The repression they faced was the most brutal, and the circumstances under which resistance was offered were most adverse too. Negative outcomes. Consolidation of Muslim League. This was the worst fallout of the movement. The League grew from strength to strength during this period. Consolidation of base. It consolidated its base in villages and promised an Islamic state along with a peasant utopia for Muslim peasants. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 331. Closer to British. By condemning the movement and supporting British in war efforts, League came closer to British and occupied a prominent place in Indian constitutional politics. Communalization of India due to the acts of Muslim League and Hindu Mahasabha further sowed the seeds of partition. Death of several people due to policies of Britishers. That's another fallout of the movement. Views of Muhammad Jinnah. Jinnah described QM as the most dangerous movement intended to force Congress demands at the point of bayonet, which if conceded would mean the sacrifice of all other interests, particularly those of Muslims in India. The movement proved that India could have nothing short of independence. Therefore, QM regarded as the culmination of India's struggle for independence. The dawn of India's freedom, as the only question left of QM was the time and mode of transfer of power. Peasant movements. The major reason of the peasant revolts and protests were overburden on agriculture, unequal tins of trade, land revenue system, and ruin on indigenous handcraft industries. Indigo Revolt, Pabna Agrarian League, Deccan Riots, EKA Movement, Champaran Satyagraha, Kheda, and Bardoli Satyagraha all were based on the foundation of economic grievance. The peasant movement in India reflected two ideologies: Gandhian nationalist who worked along with the Indian freedom leaders like AU India Kisan Sabha formed under the leadership of Sahajanand Saraswati. Communist-led movements like Telangana movement in Andhra Pradesh and Telugu movement in Bengal. Various phases of peasant movements. First phase, up till 1920s, Congress did not take up the peasants' cause. However, once Gandhi emerged on the scene, he included the issue of peasantry in the agenda of Congress, but his approach was conciliatory, which has limited outcomes. Second phase, from 1930s onwards, Congress started organizing peasantry. Parallelly, Kisan Sabhas and peasant parties were emerging on their own, and also because of the role of communists. In 1936, All India Kisan Sabha was formed under the leadership of Swami Sabajananand. Third phase, 1940s, Telangana movement and Tabhaga movement were two prominent movements. It was inspired by communists, localized and autonomous in nature. Characteristics of peasant movements. Peasants emerged as the main force. The peasants now fought directly for their demands and also showed remarkable spirit of sacrifice and solidarity, which cut across lines of caste and religion limited in aim. The peasants and tribals rose in revolt with the limited aim of solving their immediate grievances, which were almost wholly economic in nature. Association, ITB, religion and caste. Given the multiplicity of caste and religion in India, on several occasions these class conflicts were given a communal or caste angle, as in the case of Mappila and Pabna peasant struggles. Paper 1. PSIR I subscribe from. I Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Limited in region. The movements were also limited in terms of the region affected. They were localized and isolated from one another. Role of Indian intelligentsia. Unlike the revolt of 1857, these movements saw the beginnings of the support of Indian intelligentsia, whose pro-peasant sympathies were expressed in some newspapers and contemporary literary works like Nil Darpan. Limited in organization, they also lacked continuity or any long-term organization. The leaders rose and fell with the movement and left behind no successors. Lack of adequate understanding of colonialism. Unlike the previous tribal uprisings and the revolt of 1857, the post-1857 peasant uprisings did not directly challenge the colonial state, and hence, the state was willing to walk a certain distance to mitigate their concerns. Restorative in character. Like the previous uprisings, even these uprisings attempted to look back into the past when life was much better. Thus they sought to establish a previous order. Views of scholars. The subaltern school scholars, such as Ranjit Guha, Gyanendra Pandey, Irfan Habib, Sumit Sarkar, highlighted the role of peasantry in Indian national movement. Ranjit Guha argues that the INM led by Gandhi was primarily elitist. Gandhi wanted peasantry to make compromises with oppressors in the name of harmony between classes. Gyanendra Pandey, peasant insurrection in India was autonomous of intervention of outside leaders. The way mainstream leaders dealt with concerns of peasantry was just marginal. Workers' movements. The modern Indian working class arose in consequence to the development and growth of factory industries in India from the second half of the 19th century. Initially, the worker movements were not autonomous, rather philanthropical, S.S. Bengali and Shripad Banerjee. The worker movements developed with growth of industries, jute, textile, steel, and service, railway, post, in India. Organizations for workers' movements. Working Men's Club. It was founded by Sasipata Bain Yi in 1870 in Bengal. He also started publishing a monthly journal, Bharat Shram GB, to further increase workers' costs. Working Men's Mission. It was formed in 1878 in Bengal by leaders of Brahmo Samaj. The prime aim was to impart moral education among the workers. Bombay Mill Hands. It was formed in 1890 by N.M. Lokhande in Maharashtra. This was to help the mill workers get awareness about their rights as workers. Bombay Mill Hands Defense Association. It was formed in 1908 by Bal Gangadhar Tilak to further the cause of mill workers of Bombay. Various phases. 1. First phase, 1875 to 1918. The early nationalists were indifferent to workers' cause as they did not want a division in national movement on the basis of classes. The trade unions were sporadic or ad hoc in nature, which are devoid of funds. Regular. Paper 1. PSIR optional. I subscribe from. I Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 333. Membership, Constitution, etc. N.M. Lokhande has started first labor organization. In 1890 known as Bombay Mills Hands Association. During Swadesby movement, workers participated in variety of political issues. Various strikes were organized under the leadership of nationalists. However, attempts to form one trade unions were not very successful. During World War I, establishment of Soviet Union, formation of Comintern, and emergence of Mahatma Gandhi lent new dimension to the movement of working class, and the focus shifted towards addressing workers' concern. 2. Second phase, 1918 to 1924. Several organized labor unions sprouted throughout the country's industrial centers owing to economic miseries experienced by Indian working class by way of price rise, low wages, long hour of work, etc. Mahatma Gandhi founded a Medabad Textile Labor Association in 1918, which desisted workers from taking militant class struggle against capitalists by advocating for class collaboration. Formation of National Level All India Trade Union Congress, ADUC, in 1920. 3. Third phase, 1924 to 1934. Passage of Trade Union Act, 1926 by British government with an aim of directing labor movement into safe channel by putting restrictions in political activities of unions. Strong communist influence on movement lent a militant and revolutionary one content to it. There was considerable participation of workers in civil disobedience movement in 1930. In early 1930, trade union movement reached a low ebb when disunity and dissensions rose to a great height. 4. Fourth phase, 1935 to 1947. Congress ministries in various provinces gave a fillip to Trade Union Act 1v1 tie. They were sympathetic to workers' demand and passes several favorable legislations. Workers organized multiple strikes on economic issues under the direction and leadership of various nationalist leaders. Conclusion. In present day, working class conditions started improving due to organized struggles. However, even in the present era, majority of the labor laws and policies are a result of the age-old workers' movements, which shows that the impact of these movements have been timeless and still continues to teach our policymakers. Unit L, B. Indian Nationalism. Perspectives on Indian National Movement. Previous year's questions. Analyze the Marxist perspective of the nature of Indian National Movement. 2021. Dalit Perspective on Indian National Movement. Discuss. 2019. Critically examine the radical humanist perspective on Indian National Movement. 2016. Comment on Marxist understanding of India's freedom movement. 2013. Comment on Dalit Perspective on Indian National Movement. 201J. Scope of study. Theories of nationalism. Different perspective on nationalism. Introduction. The Indian national movement has been a historical movement and led to a new political and socio-economic order. It was undoubtedly one of the biggest mass movement modem societies have ever seen, which was successful in meeting the objective of freedom struggle. The nature of Indian national movement remains contested. It is a meta-narrative with various conflicting sub-narratives where different groups look at it from different angles. The debate took the central stage among academicians and scholars from different schools. Theories of liberal theory. According to liberals, nationalism is not natural, but it is a nationalism evolution. It is a product of modernization, which means humanism, rationalism, and other features of modernity. Marxist theory. Nationalism is a bourgeoisie concept. Nationalism is an invented tradition. Benedict Anderson. It was invented to weaken this struggle of underprivilege. Nationalism always favored the interest of elites. Cultural theory. Nationalism is natural. Nationalism is a spirit. Nationalism is closely related to the concept of race. The term nation comes from the term nasi, which means race. Race represents an extended kinship group. Every race develops in a particular geography, impacting our way of life. This became culture. Hence, people speaking one language or belonging to one race or belonging to one religion, ethnicity forms one nation. Colonialist perspective. The colonialist paradigm on Indian history was given a mature form during 19th century. James Ilfey/1. Mount Stuart Elphinstone, Henry Eliot, and John Dowson, W. Hunter, and Vincent Smith were some important historians who provided overarching interpretations of Indian history. Arguments. Rejection of existence of Indian nation. The colonialist view rejected the idea of India as a nation. The diversity and disunity of India were emphasized as justification for the colonial rule, which was considered to have united it. India was depicted as a land of hostile and warring units. Paper piece are optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 335. Example. Imperialist historians and administrators like Lord Curzon, Dufferin calls India was nothing more than a geographical expression, non-existence of grand idea. They asserted that political leaders of community were not inspired by any grand idea, like French liberty, fraternity, equality, and lib 1I, but by instinct. Elites were competing to extract greater gains from British Raj for themselves. For them, nationalism was merely a cover different communities used for their own interest. Emphasis on divisions. Even when the national movement became a pan-Indian reality as a mass movement after 1WW, the colonialist historians questioned its effectiveness. CL. 11D attempted to highlight the religious, caste, and linguistic divisions to deny it a national character. The imperialists call this phase as the phase of communal politics, and creation of Pakistan was the logical outcome of communal politics. Different views of scholars. \V. Hunter and Herbert Risley attempted to prove it by segregating and classifying the country in innumerable tribes and castes. John Strachey asserted that India was a conglomeration of different and often antagonistic religious, ethnic, linguistic, and regional groups which could never be welded into a nation. Valentine Chiral in his Indian Unrest 1910 asserted that India was a variegated jumble of races and peoples, castes, and creeds which could never evolve into a nation, and which, in fact, is an antithesis to all that the word national in one implies. He held that India was a mere geographical expression, and even this geography was forged by the British. Vincent Smith, there was a basic lack of unity among Indians. Except during brief periods of imperial rules, Indian body politic always consisted of mutually repellent molecules. John Seeley in Expansion of England calls India as a nation is a vulgar error which political scientists should aim at eradicating. The Cambridge School historians like Lewis Namier, Percival Spear, and Anil Seal support the view of colonial administrators like Curzon, Dufferin 11, and Herbert Risley. They see 11 political activities during this phase not as national movement but communal movement, where leaders were just power brokers. They were looking for patronage from the British, competing against each other for British favors, not guided by any great idea but by animal instincts. However, nationalist historians like R.C. Majumdar and Tara Chand rejected above view. It is wrong to call it a communal movement. Political activities very much qualify for being called as national movement. They have argued that there was definite desire among Indians to emerge as nation. Nationalist perspective. Nationalist views were formed in response to the colonialist view. While the nationalist writers accepted some of the ideas present in colonialist historiography, they strongly reacted against colonialist denigration of India and its people. There are primarily two views among them. 1. Early nationalist, liberal nationalist. The propagation of Western ideas prepared the English-educated middle classes to fawn nationalist consciousness. Their yearning for liberty and freedom strengthened their patriotic feelings. According to Bishwar Prasad, the loss of freedom and the specter of domination by the alien rankled in the hearts of the people, and this intense feeling was expressed in numerous revolts since the establishment of the British rule, culminating in the Great Revolt of 1857. Surendranath Banerjee in his work, Nation in Making, accepted Orientalist discourse that India is not a nation but held that under the processes of modernization introduced by British, India is evolving as a nation. R.C. Majumdar argued that the conception of India as a common motherland was still in the realm of fancy. There was no India as it is understood today. There were Bengalis, Hindustanis, Marathas, Sikhs, etc., but no Indian at the beginning of the 19th century. He thought that it was the movements launched by the Congress which gave reality to the ideal of Indian unity. Tara Chand also held that creation of an Indian nation was a recent phenomenon which emerged due to the combined economic and political change. He, along with R.C. Majumdar, have given following arguments. Oh, it is wrong to suggest that the Congress-led movement was a nationalist movement. Oh, it is also wrong to suggest that the agenda of Congress was exclusive. Oh, it is also wrong to suggest that no grand idea was inspiring political leaders at that time. 2. Cultural nationalists. Cultural nationalists such as B.C. Chatterjee, Aurobindo held that India has always been a nation. Radhakamud Mukherjee, in his Fundamental Unity of India, 1914, put forward the idea that India had been great and unified since ancient times. According to him, there had existed a sense of geographical unity of India since early times, and even the idea of nationalism was already present in early India. Harbila Sarda, in his Hindu Superiority, 1906, declared that the ancient Hindus were the greatest nation that has yet flourished in the earth. Lajpat Rai asserted in his Young India, 1916, that fundamentally India has been a nation for the last 2,000 years. Subhas Chandra Bose, in his Indian Struggle, argued that India possessed a fundamental unity despite endless diversity. Mahatma Gandhi also visualized the India of the past and imagined an India of the future. Aurobindo Ghosh was not satisfied with mild defensive approach of early nationalists. He rather established that India was not nation in the making but was a nation from the beginning. He combined nationalism and patriotism to challenge the British discourse. According to him, every nation has a spirit. There is a spirit of India which cannot be denied. Like Vivekananda, he believes that amidst diversity there exists fundamental unity. Jawaharlal Nehru also spoke about unity in diversity and a cultural unity amidst diversity, a bundle of contradictions held together by strong but invisible threads. Modern scholars like Shashi Tharoor in his book The Struggle for India's Soul, Nationalism and the Fate of Democracy, stated that Indian nationalism is the nationalism of an idea. The idea of an ever land emerging from an ancient civilization, united by a shared history, sustained by pluralist democracy under the rule of law. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Sunya Notes 50, page 337. There was definite desire amongst Indians to emerge as a nation. Congress was a national party and its leadership was nationalist. Survival of India as a nation against all odds and enormous external and internal challenges suggests that we cannot dismiss the existence of India as a nation. Liberal perspective. The liberal perspective on INM has been primarily dominated by the moderates who were prominent during the early phase of freedom struggle. The liberal phase tried to develop the identity of India as a nation. They hoped that gradually nationalist consciousness will overshadow the subnationalist consciousness. Leaders like S.N. Banerjee, Gokhale, Dadabhai Naoroji did not accept imperialist interpretation. They held that India is a nation in making. For liberals, the most important factor giving rise to Indian nationalism is the colonial rule. Arguments. They have refuted the claims of Cambridge School on India's pre-colonial past as Dark Age, India as merely a geographic expression lacking national unity, and British civilizational mission. For them, nation is a political entity. Reject cultural nationalism. Cultural nation is natural, political nation is built by the people. Cultural nation is natural, political nation is built by the people. Suitable for small countries like Israel. Large and diverse countries like India and USA are political nation. For them, Inc. represented the interests of all classes and communities, and there was definite desire among Indians to emerge as a nation. For liberals, nationalism requires some amount of modernization and rational thinking. Hence, they purposefully kept the masses out of national movement. Views of scholars. R.C. Majumdar. He argued that the conception of India as a common motherland was still in the realm of fancy. There was no India as it is understood today. He thought that it was the movements launched by Congress which gave reality to the ideal of Indian unity. Tara Chand. The creation of an Indian nation was a recent phenomenon which emerged due to the combined economic and political change. Surendranath Banerjee. India is a nation in the making. According to them, the task of the national movement was to unite Indians from various regions and different walks of life into a single nation based on their common grievances. L/1G Ranade. The British rule inspires and give hope and confidence that temporary predicament will be over and rule of law will be established. British rule is divine dispensation which introduced Indians to the ideas of freedom. Unlike other imperialism, British imperialism thus provide hope for self-rule. Bipin Chandra. He writes that the national movement begun by Congress thus represented both the social aspirations of middle classes in India and also the supreme desire for freedom and racial justice. Even after coming from middle class, they did not possess any class interests and were devoted to the cause of nation and acted as spokespersons of the silent majority who could not speak on their own. Paper J, PSIR optional subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 338. Example. According to IC Vijayasagar, R.R. Mohan Roy, Congress not only wanted political reforms but freedom from societal custom study, polygamy, female infanticide. S/Rasli I. Tharoor in his Pax Indica argue that we cannot deny the spirit of India. India will survive so long till the spirit of India survives. He believes that Pakistan can kill Indians, can give 1,000 cuts, but Pakistan cannot win so long the spirit of India remains. Criticism. Ranjit Guba, History by Nationalist Historians is one-sided blinkered history and sort of spiritual biography of Indian elites. Gan Pandey, Nationalist historians ignored all the mass struggles outside the realm of Congress, particularly the tribals and peasant movements. However, cultural nationalists believe that we cannot attain Swaraj by praising British. Indian national movement should not be confined to elites. They held that India was a nation from the very beginning. There has been a cultural and spiritual unity throughout the subcontinent. Socialist perspective. The socialist perspective is the analysis of INM as a nation represented by the radical elements within Congress Party. Socialist perspective was influenced by the Russian Revolution. From Bhagat Singh to leaders like Nehru, Bose introduced socialism in Congress. Some radical congressmen, also known as Young Turks like J.P. Narayan, Acharya Narendra Dev, and Mina Masani, led the foundation of Congress Socialist Party in 1934. They didn't oppose the Congress but only wanted to radicalize the program of Congress. They were also influenced by Gandhi. The socialists rejected the anti-rational mysticism of Gandhi as well as the sectarian attitude of Marxists. Influenced by Fabianism and Marxist-Leninism, they advocated cooperativization, political decentralization, land reforms, and trade unionism. Different views. 1. Jayaprakash Narayan, Why Socialism was influenced by Marx and found Gandhian program utopian. Gandhian program is dreamy. Gandhi understanding fails to acknowledge class contradictions in Indian society. India needs socialist revolution. 2. Acharya Narendra Dev believed that Gandhi's approach of reconciliation between classes is impractical. He did not like Gandhi's overtly religious approach. He did not accept Gandhi's sharp criticism of modern civilization. 3. Jawaharlal Nehru. Nehru wanted the country to accept the goal of socialism for free India. At the Lahore session of the Congress, December 1929, in his presidential address, Nehru said, "I must frankly confess that I am a socialist and a Republican." On Indian national movement, he held that India's immediate goal should be considered in terms of the ending of the exploitation of her people. Nehru adopted the vision of socialist pattern of Indian society at a Wadi session of Inc. 4. Patrick Hathcock calls socialist ideology as a fuzzy, ill-defined ideology. The Congress Sociality Party projected a confused picture. Marxist group was the most dominant group, yet Marxist group was not a majority. It was a challenge to show how their program of action was different from that of Congress. 5. Ram Manohar Lohia in his work, Marx, Gandhi and Socialism, gave the concept of 7. Paper 1. PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 339. Revolution. He suggests for just political revolution is not sufficient. For emergence of strong India, we need revolution in 7 areas which are equality between man and woman, struggle against political, economic and spiritual inequality based on skin color, removal of inequality between /Vard and high castes based on traditions and special opportunity for the Ward, measures against foreign enslavement in different fonds, economic quality, planned production, and removal of capitalism, against unjust encroachments on private life. Non-proliferation of weapons and reliance on Satyagraha. 6. Bipan Chandra, they tried to pull the ideological balance of Indian national movement towards left of the center, cautious as not to jeopardize it. Marxist perspective L/1 Marxist historians have been critical of both colonialist de-nationalist views on Indian nationalism. They criticize the colonialist perspective for holding a discriminatory view on India and its people, while they criticize the nationalist commentators for seeking the roots of nationalism in ancient past. The basic position is that the nationalist leadership and the nationalist theology objectively or subjectively represented the Indian bourgeoisie and wanted India to evolve on the path of independent capitalist development. The prominent scholars of this school are M.N. Roy, S.A. Dange, R.P. Dutt, Sumit Sarkar, Irfan Habib, Biren Mukherjee, and E.M.S. Nambudrapat. Basic tenets, understanding of the role of economic factors and classes in the making of the nation as well as a movement. Understanding antagonism between interest of Indians and interest of imperialist government. Understanding whether Indian national movement was a movement of bourgeois mass or a real mass movement. Different views. 1. Ti1EY consider Indian national movement as a bourgeoisie movement and nationalism as a false consciousness. 2. Karl Marx, writing for the New York Herald Tribune, recognized that on one hand the British rule in India bad insidious character, but on the other he viewed it as a blessing in disguise and argued that revolt of 1857 is a revolt of feudal elements to protect their privileges rather than a war of national independence. Rejects nationalism as an instrument of bourgeoisie and calls for proletarian internationalism. 3. 1/1.N. Roy, India in Transition 1922, he placed the Indian nationalist movement within a universalistic framework. He argued that this movement had developed at a certain juncture in the development of international capitalism. India was moving towards capitalism and had already come within the ambit of global capitalism. Thus, the dominant classes in India were not feudal lords but the bourgeoisie. For Roy, Indian national movement represented the political ideology and aspiration of a youthful bourgeoisie. 4. Sumit Sarkar, Modern India, has warned the Marxist scholars for taking a casual approach. According to him, it is true that Congress' program was not in the interest of the masses, nor Congress' struggle benefited masses, but it is also true that Congress had no conscious or planned strategy against masses. It is also true that Indians were not so sharply divided that they could not be united. R.P. India today, the Congress came into existence through the initiative and under the guidance of direct British governmental policy, on a plan secretly prearranged with the Viceroy as an intended weapon for safeguarding British rule against the rising forces of popular unrest and anti-British feeling. He argues that, owing to pressure of popular nationalist feelings, the Congress slowly abandoned its loyalist character and adopted a national role. This resulted in its transformation as a strong anti-colonial force which began to lead people's movement against colonial rule. Dutt argues that the class base of the Congress and the national movement changed over the period. In the initial years, Indian nationalism represented only big bourgeoisie, landowners, new industrial bourgeoisie, but after the war the Indian masses industrial working classes made their presence felt. 6. A.R. Desai, Social Background of Indian Nationalism. He points that the Indian national movement developed through 5 phases. In each phase particular social classes supported and sustained it. First phase, Indian national movement was initiated and supported by the intelligentsia who were the product of the modern English system of education. Second phase, 1885 to 1905 the national movement represented the interests of the new bourgeoisie which had started developing in India, e.g. education had created a middle class. Development of the Indian and international trade had given rise to a merchant class and the modern industries had created a class of industrialists. Third phase, 1905 to 1918 the national movement covered a relatively broader social base which included sections of the lower middle class. Fourth phase, 1919 to 1934 the social base of the national movement expanded enormously. The movement which was until now confined mainly to the upper and the middle classes began to encompass certain sections of the masses. Fifth phase, 1934 to 1939 there was a growing disenchantment with the Gandhian ideology within the Congress and the rise of the Congress socialists who represented the petty bourgeois elements. Movements of the peasants, workers, depressed classes and various linguistic nationalities had developed and divisive. Movements of the peasants, workers, depressed classes and various linguistic nationalities had developed and divisive ideology of communalism had also grown in influence. 7. Bipin Chandra, in The Rise and Growth of Economic Nationalism in India, 1966. He emphasized on the important role of ideas and argued that ideas are not created directly from particular modes of production even though the mode of production shaped them. He argues that the intellectuals in any society stand above the narrow interests of the class in which they are born. It is sheer crude mechanical materialism to define the intellectuals only on the basis of their paper PSIR optional / subscribe from / Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 pinch 34L. Origins in particular classes or groups. 8. EMS Nambudrapad. Gandhi did involve masses, yet Gandhian approach was restricted mass struggle. Gandhi wanted masses to work under the leadership of bourgeois class. However, unlike other masses, he believes that Gandhian program was not directed towards the interest of any particular class. Critical analysis of Marxist perspective, Sumit Sarkar, Modern India, he has warned the Marxist scholars for taking a casual approach. According to him, it is true that Congress program was not in the interest of the masses, nor Congress struggle benefited masses, but it is also true that Congress had no conscious or planned strategy against masses. Sudipto Kaviraj, he has blamed M.N. Roy for committing the guilt of heteronomy. Subaltern school scholars believe it is a romantic vision. This school also overlooks the hard realities and social exclusion of Dalits and women. Homi Bhabha, he has argued that national movements are always a continuous process of adjustment, accommodation and contest. S.N. Mukherjee argued that Indian nationalism was a complex process with multiple layers and meanings, and cannot be understood by a reductionist class analysis. Bipin Chandra, in his book, India's Struggle for Independence, despite being a Marxist scholar has acknowledged that the movement led by Gandhi has been one of the most spectacular mass movements whose warmth is felt even today. The Marxist analysis of the national movement was based on an understanding of the role of economic factors and classes in the making of the nation, as well as a movement. Although the national movement was an expression of the basic antagonism between the Indian people and imperialist government, it was a movement either directly influenced by bourgeoisie or indirectly working in the direction of capitalist development. Thus, even though various classes and groups were involved in the movement, it ultimately served the fundamental interests of the Indian bourgeois classes. Dalit perspective. Indian freedom movement is the confluence of many rivers. The united struggle of people of many castes, religions, races, languages is the Indian freedom movement. However, Dalit issues became a political issue very late in the struggle. The subaltern, or the Dalit perspective, presents a critical appraisal towards the mainstream approaches of both nationalistic as well as Marxist perspective. The prominent leaders representing Dalit perspective include Jayadaba Fu/E, Sri Narayan Guru, Dr. B. R. Ambedkar, and E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. Minor leaders related to Dalit movement 1. Mahatma Phule. He is known for commenting British Raj is better than Peshwa Raj. He appreciated the British for introducing equality before law and rule of law. He was also critical of Congress' narrow focus on political nationalism and was against Brahmin-ism. Nevertheless, he also highlighted the flaws of British rule. He wrote Gulamgiri, where he compared the situation of Indian depressed classes to African American slaves in USA. He coined the word Dalit to represent the Indian depressed classes. 2. Narayan Guru. Kerala-born Narayan Guru saw the Dalit movement in religious and spiritual terms. He gave importance to the principles of not many but one, or essence of Indianness. He was much appreciated by Gandhi because he always supported keeping the Dalits within the fold of Hinduism only. He played the essential role in Vaikom Satyagraha and Travancore. As per his direction, mirror was installed instead of an idol in a temple to enhance the importance of humanism and individuality. 3. E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar Periyar. Ramaswamy Naikar was a rationalist. He was a critic of Brahmanism, Hinduism, as well as religio. He is an important name in the abolition of untouchability in South India. He mentioned that Congress was not positively oriented towards social issues. He focused on Dravidian social reforms and started a big campaign against the undesirable customs and traditions of the Hindu society. He initiated self-respect movement challenging the hegemony of Brahmanism and Hinduism. He put forward the demand for separate state for Dravidians. He worked for the development of Brahmins, caste abolition, women empowerment, voice against undesirable stereotypes in Hinduism, proportional representation in jobs, opening the doors of education to all. 4. B.R. Ambedkar, important, inspired by French Revolution. He was influenced by French Revolution and considered fraternity as a precondition for nation and nationalism. India as segmented community. India is not a nation but a segmented community. He was pessimistic about the emergence of Hindu society as a nation. Congress entailed freedom from British colonialism, but not from Brahmanical imperialism for majority. According to Ambedkar, sooner we accept that we are not a nation, sooner we can start the process of nation building. On untouchability, Ambedkar's book, What Congress and Gandhi Had Done to Untouchables, highlights in detail the lack of commitment from the side of Congress towards the Dalit issues. Influenced by the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity/ity, in Bhaskar Bharat he mentioned that if Tilak had born Dalit, he would have demanded annihilation of caste as his birthright. Critical of Inc. politics, he believed that Inc. as the protector of the bourgeoisie and elite class, and they have no concern for the Dalits. Thus he advised Dalits not to join Indian National Congress as it represent the party of upper caste. Political freedom. In his book, What Congress and Gandhi Had Done to Untouchables, he held that political freedom has no meaning if we do not achieve the equal rights for all in the paper PSIB. Optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Society. Gaining political freedom from the British was not adequate to him unless the SL 111 GGLC for freedom ensured the dignity of life and equal rights to all its citizens. Ambedkar on nationalism. OBR Ambedkar in Pakistan or Partition of India called nationalism as a consciousness of a kind, awareness of existence of ties of kinship. Nationalism is desire for separate national existence among those who are bound with ties of kinship. O-nationalism is an expression of inner unity, a process of social assimilation, a dynamic desire to live as a nation. O-nationalism is negation of casteism, communionism, and is rooted in humanism. He has warned Dalits that Inc. Swaraj will force them to remain hewers of wood, drawers of water. Demand for separate electorates. He demanded separate electorate called Pune Pact as Himalayan blunder and asked untouchables to stay away from Congress and not join Congress-led movement. Ambedkar's perspective on Gandhian idea. Ambedkar rejected the Gandhian idea of Dalits being in fold of Hinduism and talked about annihilation of caste, and until that was done, he suggested division between caste Hindus and Dalits. On state socialism. He has given the concept of state socialism in his memorandum titled State and Minorities submitted to Constituent Assembly. It comprised of ideas such as equal treatment of all citizens, no religion as state religion, liberty of conscience all citizens, reservation as compensatory justice, and minimum wages. Views of scholars. O. Aaron Shurik, in his book, Worshipping False God, called Ambedkar as opportunist. He finds Ambedkar's Dalit perspective as speaking the voice of colonialists and an empty, anti-national rhetoric. O.S.M. Gaikwad, Ambedkar was not against India's independence. Ambedkar was trying to extract the concessions for his community at the time when different power structures was emerging in India. Ambedkar not any anti-national, however, he was correct in rejecting elite hegemony and rejected tolerance and hypocrisy. Professor Gopal Guru, Ambedkar's concern was that independence of a country carries no meaning without liberation of majority. He didn't want untouchables to be at the mercy of caste Hindus replacing one kind of slavery with the other. O.T.K. Uman, The Dalit counterpose to Indian national movement emerged because of three kinds of deprivations: social, low ritual status; economic, high poverty; and political, powerlessness. OK, and Panikkar has questioned the inclusivity of Indian national movement altogether. He says that since Congress agenda couldn't transform the life of marginalized, they felt alienated and couldn't identify with the Congress. Dalit movements against upper castes were more democratic and nationalist than the elite-controlled Inc. 5. Mahatma Gandhi. Post the Pune Pact, 1932, Gandhi took initiative on his own to make sure that caste Hindus and Dalits are not divided into two different sects. Gandhi went on to coin the word Harijan to be used instead of Dalit, so to give depressed classes the title of children of God. He opined that untouchability was a stain on Hinduism. Gumpens. On power sharing, the Dalit intelligentsia criticized the Congress for lack of willingness to share power with Dalits and expressed serious doubt about the commitment of upper caste leadership to bring social equality. Multiple freedom struggles. The Dalit perspective seeks to highlight the fact that there was not one nationalist movement. In fact, there were multiple freedom struggles going on at the same time, like untouchability, sati, child marriage, etc. Opposition to top-down approach. They claim that other perspectives of the Indian national movement follow a top-down approach looking to fit the Indian specificities in given molds. Nationalist thought, especially liberal narrative, is essentially a derivative in the sense that it fashions itself on the modular form of nationalism as developed in the West. Idea of nation. Dalit movement dismissed the premise of the mainstream nationalist movement that India was a nation. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar repudiated the notion of a nation in a caste society and challenged it, saying that each caste was a nation. Involvement of subaltern groups. Dalit scholars felt that the real national movement was one in which subaltern groups were involved in various rebellions in different parts of India, e.g. peasant movements, tribal revolts. Criticism of Inc. approach to social relations. Dalit scholars were cautious that the approach of Inc., like political mobilization of masses through projecting India's past as glorious, would continue the historical discrimination on backward classes. They feared that this would lead to re-establishment of Brahmanical hegemony. Inc. called for a unified political struggle for independence, aggregating various social and religious classes. However, the Dalit scholars countered this approach. B.R. Ambedkar highlighted social reformation must precede political freedom. Political freedom without addressing social divisions is useless. Ambedkar viewed that Congress represents only narrow interests of caste Hindus, indigenous capitalists, and elites. According to him, the national movement led by the Inc. was nothing but a cover under which the real battle for power was being fought among the elites for seeking greater political and economic control. Inc. opposition to separate electorates was heavily criticized by Dalit scholars. E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar called this as political Brahmanism of Congress and an attempt of Sanskritization of depressed classes. B.R. Ambedkar criticized the stance of Congress as a paradox. Congress's perspective highlights the idea of the Indian nation as nation-in-making. This idea, which was countered by Ambedkar rejecting the idea of the existence of nation-in-making. Ambedkar highlighted Indian nationalism as a myth and a weapon in the hands of elites to delegitimize any protest by weaker sections. Views of scholars. Page 345. Views of Gopal Guru, in his book, The Cracked Mirror, has divided Indian freedom struggle into three categories: derivative, desi, and beyond. The Dalit perspective goes beyond the desi and derivative in offering an imagination that is based on a negative language and oppositional imagination. Example: India's leading Dalit leader, Ambedkar, imagines India as both Prabhuda Bharat, enlightened Indian, and Bahishkrit Bharat, ostracized India, inspired from Fule's idea of Balistan. Views of K. Uman. Dalit response was manifestation of three sources of deprivation, i.e. low ritual status, poverty, and powerlessness. Views of Gail Amved. Gail Ornved has analyzed Dalit movements in Maharashtra, Andhra, and Karnataka. She observed that the Dalit movement and the overall radical anti-caste movements were a crucial expression of the democratic revolution in India, more consistently democratic, and in the end more consistently nationalistic than the elite-controlled Indian National Congress. Views of Valerian Rodriguez. He believed that without ending the oppression and practices like untouchability, the nationalistic rhetoric by the Inc. and other national leaders are rhetoric. He believed nationalism to be rooted in the collectiveness, fraternity, respecting each other's mutual rights, and life of dignity to all. Criticism of Dalit perspective. Post-colonial scholars criticize scholars like Ambedkar for having indulged in unconditional borrowing from the Western modernist paradigm, as if everything which was good was with caste, and nothing good existed in India. However, Gopal Guru defended this criticism, saying they did not have access to Vedas, so how can defend it? We need to go beyond them for Dalit paradigm to question the hegemony of both the desi and derivative versions of freedom struggle. Conclusion. Valerian Rodriguez has argued that, irrespective of their other differences, Dalit Bahujan thinkers conceive the nation as a good society where its members, considered as individuals or collectivities, respect one another, protect mutual rights, and show concern and solidarity. Subaltern perspective. The subaltern perspective developed due to dissatisfaction with liberal perspective, as it largely focused on elites. Ranjit Guba argues that liberal perspective ignores the fact that there were multiple mass movements led by workers, peasants, and tribal groups. These movements have had a longer history than Inc. and its movement historically. The Indian national movement has often been portrayed as a movement led by the educated elite, such as Gandhi, Nehru, and Patel, who were primarily concerned with political freedom from British colonial rule. However, this narrative overlooks the significant role played by subaltern groups who were actively involved in various forms of resistance and protest against British rule. For instance, peasants and farmers played a crucial role in the Indian national movement by participating in mass movements such as the Bardoli Satyagraha and the Tabhaga movement, which demanded land, rights, and fair wages. Similarly, workers were instrumental in the development of the labor movement in India, which sought better working conditions and fair wages for workers. The Subaltern Studies Group, which included RA11 Ajit Guha, Deepesh Chakrabarty, and Gayatri Spivak, attempted to reverse the marginal and oppressive conditions of lower-class existence. Subaltern analysis focused on people who were seen as victims of history and local culture. Since there was no historical data on subaltern people, subaltern studies groups learned through diaries, fictional literatures, and travelogues. Arguments. 1. Critical of nationalist historiography. The subaltern scholars are critical of nationalist tradition and argue that it represents blinkered view of national movement. The nationalist historians presented history of INM as sort of spiritual biography of elites. It fails to acknowledge role of masses in their movements, which was autonomous of Inc. 2. Disenchantment with Congress nationalism. They rejected the thesis that popular mobilization was the result of either economic conditions or initiatives from the top. They claimed to have discovered a popular autonomous domain which was opposed to the elite domain of politics. 3. Views of scholars. Views of Gyanendra Pandey. In Peasant Revolt and Indian Nationalism, he argues that peasant movement in Awadh arose before and independently of the non-cooperation movement. The peasants' understanding of the local power structure and its alliance with colonial power was more advanced than that of the Congress leaders. Views of Shahid Amin. In his article Gandhi as Mahatma, studies the popular perception of Mahatma Gandhi. He shows that the popular perception and actions were completely at variance with the Congress leaders' perception of Gandhi. Although the Mahatma's messages were spread widely through rumors, there was an entire philosophy of economy and poetics behind it, the need to become a good human being, to give up drinking, gambling, and violence, to take up spinning, and to maintain communal harmony. Views of Sumit Sarkar. In The Conditions and Nature of Subaltern Militancy, argues that the non-cooperation movement in Bengal revealed a picture of masses outstripping leaders, and the popular initiative eventually alarmed leaders into calling for a halt. Views of Ranjit Guba. In the very first volume of the Subaltern Studies, declared that the historiography of Indian nationalism has for a long time been dominated by elitism, colonialist elitism, and bourgeois nationalist elitism. According to Guba, all types of elitist histories have one thing in common, and that is the absence of the politics of the people from their accounts. He criticized the three main trends in Indian historiography: colonialist, which saw the colonial rule as the fulfillment of a mission to enlighten the ignorant people; nationalist, which visualized all the protest activities as parts of the making of it; Tayo, and Marxist, which subsumed the people's struggles under the progression towards revolution and a socialist state. Page 347. In his essay, The Prose of Counterinsurgency, he launched a scathing attack on TBC existing peasant and tribal histories in India for considering the peasant rebellions as purely spontaneous and unpremeditated affairs and for ignoring the consciousness of the rebels themselves. According to Guba, they all failed to acknowledge that there existed a parallel subaltern domain of politics which was not influenced by the elite politics and which possessed an independent, self-generating dynamics. Views of Shahid Amin. Inc. wanted that masses should worship Gandhi. Role of masses was limited to his devotees on Jawai. Views of Bhikkhu Parekh. In his work, Colonialism, Tradition, and Reform, an analysis of Gandhi's political discourse, Gandhi looked at himself as Yug Purish. Gandhi reduced traditions of India as his resources. View of Partha Chatterjee. He considers nationalism and colonies as different yet derivative discourse. In his book, Nationalist Thought and Colonial World, a Nationalist Discourse, he suggests that the nationalist ethos and colonies have. In his book, Nationalist Thought and Colonial World, a Nationalist Discourse, he suggests that the nationalist ethos and colonies have not only been heavily influenced by the Western notions, but also reflect ambivalent approach. Conclusion. The subaltern perspective on the Indian national movement recognizes the contributions and agency of these marginalized groups in shaping the course and outcomes of the struggle for independence. It highlights the need to move beyond the traditional narrative of the Indian national movement as a movement led by the educated elite and to acknowledge the diverse and complex ways in which various social groups were involved in the struggle for freedom. Radical humanist perspective. Radical humanist perspective originated from new humanism philosophy of M. N. Roy. It establishes freedom of individual at its center. The individual is an end in itself, and the society is simply a means to that end. The philosophy of radical humanism can be summarized as, in any revolutionary social philosophy, sovereignty of man must be recognized. Arguments. 1. On politics, Roy believed that radical humanism is the way through which the greatest good of greatest number could be achieved. Politics must not be carried out for power but for purification and rationalization of political life. In parliamentary democracy, party politics takes place wherein parties are simply power-seeking in nature. 2. On nation-state, M. N. Roy has criticized the idea of nation-state and advocated for cosmopolitan humanist order. 3. Centralite of individual. M. N. Roy placed individual, not state, as the sovereign, assume governance themselves. 4. Critique of traditional leadership. The traditional leadership of the Indian national movement was seen as being dominated by the upper castes and the educated elite. Radical humanists believed that this leadership was disconnected from the aspirations and struggles of the masses and was focused solely on politicajay power. 5. Establishment of radical democracy. At the 1922 Gaia session of Inc., M.N. Roy presented Radical Nananism program. It stood for abolition of feudalism, nationalization of land, nationalization of industries, protection of rights of minorities, compulsory education, and purification of politics. 6. Secular morality. M.N. Roy has suggested organization of society on principles of secular morality. 7. On nationalism. M.N. Roy argues that nationalism suppresses the man, and there is a need to build cosmopolitan union of liberated persons. 8. Party-less democracy. He advocated party-less organized democracy and cooperative economy. Radical humanists placed individual at the center of their philosophy. Individual was to be on and in himself. Society and all other things were means to achieve this end. 9. Humanistic values. Radical humanists emphasize the importance of humanistic values such as compassion, empathy, and social responsibility in the struggle for independence. They believed that these values were essential for creating a just and equitable society. 10. Opposition to Congress. M.N. Roy considered that Congress was a bourgeois party and Gandhi was a bourgeois leader. Roy provided a critical alternative to the Congress-led nationalist movement that was more reconciliatory and less revolutionary. He emphasized on the need for a mass-based political party that would mobilize the workers and peasants for collective action. 11. Critical of Gandhian program. He was critical of Gandhi's idea of Swaraj that was doomed to fail because the time is gone when the people could be inspired by a vague promise of Swaraj. The Inc. lacked a revolutionary leadership due to which it lost the support of masses. Roy criticized Gandhi's calling off the non-cooperation movement. As per Gandhi blows up the single beautiful castle built so laboriously. He was also opposed to the Congress regarding World War II. They favored Indian support to the British to defeat the German fascist. They criticized the Congress for the launch of Quit India movement in 1942 and remarked it as Congress' callous criminal neglect of national defense. He held the Gandhi constructive program was absolutely inadequate for India's economic salvation. Scholars. Views of N. Jayapalan. He calls JV1 N. Roy's model as a philosophical argument, which was never implemented, and thus it is a remarkable failure. Views of Sudipto Kaviraj. Sudipto Kaviraj mentions M.N. Roy as a remarkable failure and one of the most unfortunate leaders and political philosopher. We see transition in his ideas. He started as a revolutionary but ended with radical humanist propagating the philosophy of new humanism. There was no consistency in his philosophy. Views of Abani Mukherjee. Abani Mukherjee labeled M.N. Roy as suffering from historical heteronomy. Jawaharlal Nehru. He was critical of M.N. Roy's Marxist approach. He believed that Marxism was too rigid and did not account for the diversity of Indian society. Nehru also disagreed with. Paper 1. PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 349. Roy's emphasis on scientific and rational thinking, arguing that these were not sufficient for understanding the complexities of Indian society. B.R. Ambedkar. Ambedkar also argued that Roy's Marxist approach did not adequately address the unique challenges faced by Dalits. Mahatma Gandhi. While he admired Roy's commitment to social justice, he was critical of his Marxist approach. Gandhi believed that nonviolent resistance and spiritual values were essential to the struggle for independence. Conclusion. Though the radical humanist perspective could be criticized for being partisan and not free from Marxist bias, but at the same time it has significant contemporary relevance. Putting individual at the center of the debate is what our present society needs more than ever. Curbing HR violations and rising terrorism presents the need for an approach like radical humanism. Thus M.N. Roy's radical humanism is considered as a fresh wave of air and one of the greatest contributions from Indian philosophers by many scholars. Standard conclusions. R. Chandrapradhan in his work, A Textbook to Colonialism and Imperialism, stated that the interpretation of Indian nationalism from different perspectives is like 6 blind men trying to understand an elephant. The movement had diverse perspectives and approaches, including nationalist, socialist, communist, liberal, and religious perspectives. The various perspectives were often in conflict with each other, but they shared the common goal of achieving independence. The Indian national movement was complex and diverse, led by educated elites and mobilizing people from varied backgrounds. It achieved independence from British colonial rule, but had limitations in addressing social justice and equality. To understand the movement, acknowledging the interplay of varied struggle.s and resistance is crucial. Unit 2. Making of the Indian Constitution. Previous year's questions. Mention the founding principles that define India's constitution. 2021. The Constitution of India is a product of historical process, rich with constitutional antecedents. Comment. 2021. Answer in 150 words. Indian Constitution makers' concern on social inequality. 2020, unity and integrity of India was perhaps the single uppermost factor in the minds of the Constitution makers. Comment. 2019. Comment on, Indian Constitution is a lawyer's paradise. Ivor Jennings, 2018. Comment on, the Constituent Assembly was a one-party body in an essentially one-party country. The Assembly was the Congress and the Congress was India. Granville Austin, 2010. The Constitution is a set of laws and rules that sets up machinery of the government of a state and which defines and determines the relations between the different institutions and components of the government, i.e. the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, the central and the local government. According to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the Indian Constitution was created after ransacking the known constitutions across the world. Sunil Kilnani and Arun Thiruvangadam stated that the Indian Constitution was one of the first constitution among the post-colonial wave of constitution drafting. Standard introduction. The Indian Constitution is the bedrock of India's democracy, and its making was a pivotal moment in the country's history. The Indian Constitution is a testament to the aspirations of a young, independent nation. The making of this landmark document, highlighting the ideals and values that informed its drafting, the negotiations and deliberations that took place, and the lasting impact it has had on Indian society. The Indian Constitution is a remarkable achievement, representing the collective vision of some of the country's greatest minds. The making of the Constitution, focusing on the personalities and perspectives that shaped it, the debates and compromises that were necessary to create it, and its significance as a blueprint for democratic governance in India and beyond. Philosophical basis of Constitution. Aristotle, the human beings are a political and social animal who cannot survive in isolation. It became necessary for man to organize himself into communities and societies. With the growth of population, these societies multiplied and some form of rules and regulation was needed, out of which the need for the Constitution arose. John Locke, he refuted the theory of the divine right of kings and argued that all persons are endowed with natural rights to life, liberty, and property. He stated that rulers who fail to protect those rights may be removed by the people, by force if necessary, and establish the rule of law or rule of constitution. Functions of the Constitution. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 351. Expression of ideology. The Constitution primarily reflects the ideology and philosophy of a nation. Sets basic rules. The Constitution provides a set of basic rules that allow for internal coordination amongst members of a society. Organizational framework. It provides organizational framework for the governments. It defines the functions legislature, executive, and judiciary, their interrelationship, restrictions on their authority, etc. Constitution of state. It also lays out the fundamental principles according to which a state is constituted or governed. Allocation of power. It specifies the basic allocation of power in a society and gives certain decision-making powers to the lawmakers. Constitution of government. Constitution of government. It specifies who has the power to make decisions in a society. It decides how the government will be constituted. Indian Constitution as a revolutionary. Document 1. New Tambadia in his book, The Transformative Co-11 11 held that Indian Constitution was transformative in the sense that it transformed the legal relationship between the individual and the state. It transformed the subjects of a colonial regime into citizens of a republic. It replaced the colonial logic of governing and administering a population with the democratic logic of popular sovereignty, public participation, and limited government. 2. Granville Austin, The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. The Indian Constitution was first and foremost a social document. The Indian Constitution is a revolutionary document in the sense that it has converted extremely traditional society into a modern society. It has rightly been called as the cornerstone of the nation. The wisdom and foresightness of members of the Constituent Assembly has been given the credit for holding the nation together. 3. Pratap Bhanu Mehta. The Indian Constitution is a unique experiment in field of constitutionalism. Unlike other countries where revolution led to formation of constitution, Indian Constitution is itself revolutionary. In India, revolution started after independence i.e. through constitution. India is example of social revolution through constitution. Philosophy of Indian Constitution. 1. Political philosophy. The Constitution resists any single label because it is liberal, democratic, egalitarian, secular, and federal, open to community values and committed to building a common national identity. It is committed to freedom, equality, social justice, and some form of national unity. 2. Individual freedom. It was the product of continuous intellectual and political activity of well over a century. Freedom of expression and freedom from arbitrary arrest are an integral part of the Indian Constitution. 3. Rule of law. The most basic founding principle of Indian Constitution is rule of law, which advocates for absence of arbitrary power and equality before law. 4. Secularism. The Indian model of secularism is different from Western model, which separates the state from the religion. The Indian model is based on principled distanced models as held by the Rajiv Bhargava. 5. Social justice. The liberal and Indian Constitution do not mean that it is liberal only in the classical Western sense. Classical liberalism always privileges rights of the individuals over demands of social justice and community values. The liberalism of the Indian Constitution differs from this version in 2 ways, always linked to social justice. For example, the provision for reservations for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in the Constitution. The mere granting of the right to equality was not enough to overcome age-old injustices suffered by them. Special constitutional measures to advance their interests. The Constitution makers provided several special measures to protect the interests of SC and ST, such as the reservation of seats in legislatures. 6. Respect for diversity and minority rights. The Indian Constitution encourages equal respect between communities. This was not easy in India, first because communities do not always have a relationship of equality, they tend to have hierarchical relationships with one another, as in the case of caste. Second, when these communities do see each other as equals, they also tend to become rivals, as in the case of religious communities. 7. Recognition of community-based rights. Individuals everywhere belong to cultural communities, and every such community has its own values, traditions, customs, and language shared by its members. People are different when they more openly acknowledge the value of communities. 8. Principle of multiculturalism. Right of religious communities to establish and run their own educational institutions. Such institutions may receive money from the government. 9. As a means of democratic transformation, experience of state power over the world shows that most states are prone to harming the interests of at least some individuals and groups. Constitutions provide the basic rules and therefore prevent states from turning tyrannical. It provides peaceful and democratic means to bring about social transformation. The Constitution announces and embodies the first real exercise of political self-determination. Constituent Assembly. The idea of Constituent Assembly for India was put forward for the first time by M. N. Roy in 1934, and in the year 1935, Indian National Congress, Inc., for the first time officially demanded a Constituent Assembly to frame the Constitution of India. The demand was accepted in principle by British government in August offer 1940. Vision of Constituent Assembly of India, Granville Austin. The Constituent Assembly aimed at creating a seamless web constituting unity, social revolution, and democracy through the Constitution. Jawaharlal Nehru. The Constituent Assembly is not merely a body of representative, but a nation on the move which has a huge task of creating a new future of India, throwing away the shell of its past political and social structure and fasci 011 ing for itself a new Constit 1.1 tional structure and future of its own making. Rajiv Bhargava. The Constitution should be studied in three ways, i.e. as a political legal document, Constitution as a document shaping social relations, and Constitution as a political history exemplified by Granville Austin. Justice H. R. Khanna. In his Mousing of Constitution, he argued that the framing of a constitution calls for the highest statecraft. Those interested with it have to realize the practical needs of the government and have, at the same time, to keep in view the ideals which have inspired the nation. Jawaharlal Nehru on Constituent Assembly. The demand for a Constituent Assembly represented a collective demand for full self-determination because only a Constituent Assembly of elected representatives of the Indian people had the right to frame India's constitution without external interference. The Constituent Assembly is not just a body of people or a gathering of able lawyers. Rather, it is a nation on the move, throwing away the shell of its past political and possibly social structure and fashioning for itself a new garment of its own making. The Indian Constitution was designed to break the shackles of traditional social hierarchies and usher in a new era of freedom, equality, and justice. Evolution of the Constituent Assembly. Gandhi Promise. In 1922, Gandhi promised that Swaraj will not be the free gift of British. Swaraj will be the expression of Indians. Simon Commission. The British government has appointed the Indian Statutory Commission on November 8, 1927 to ascertain if India was prepared for further constitutional changes. It was opposed vehemently by leaders because it had no Indian representation. Motilal Nehru Committee. It was constituted by the All-Party Conference in May 1928 to determine the principles of the Constitution of India. Idea mooted by J. L. Nehru. TI1E. Idea of a Constituent Assembly was first mooted by Jawaharlal Nehru in 1933 and in 1934. Congress Working Committee adopted a resolution that Constituent Assembly will be elected on the basis of universal adult franchise. After 1943, it became the official stand of the Congress. At the Congress sessions of Verda, 1936, Phasepur, 1937, Purapura, 1938, and Tripuri, 1939, this position was reasserted. Cabinet Mission, 1946. The Constituent Assembly was the gift of the British. It was based on the Cabinet Mission plan approved by the Parliament of Britain. Drafting Committee. It was appointed by the Constituent Assembly in accordance with the decisions of Constituent Assembly on the reports made by the various committees. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar was appointed the chairman of the Drafting Committee. Working of the Constituent Assembly. December 9, 1946, Constituent Assembly held its first meeting. Muslim League boycotted meeting. Sakadananda Sinha, the oldest member, was elected as the temporary president of the Assembly following the French practice. December 11, 1946, Rajendra Prasad was elected as the president of the Assembly. Similarly, both H.C. Mukherjee and V.T. Krishnamachari were elected as the vice presidents of the Assembly. 13 Dec. 1946. Jawaharlal Nehru moved the historic Objectives Resolution Philosophy of Constitution Structure in the Assembly. This resolution was adopted by Assembly on January 22, 194-7. Its modified versions form the preamble of the present Constitution. Indian Independence Act, 1947. The Constituent Assembly was made a fully sovereign body. It also became a legislative body. The Assembly became the first Parliament of Free India, Dominion Law, Legislature. Adoption. The Constitution of India was adopted and signed by the chairman Dr. Rajendra Prasad on November 26, 1949. Initially, some important articles came into existence, but the entire Constitution came into force from January 26, 1950. Granville Austin wrote, with the adoption of the Constitution by the members of the Constituent Assembly on November 26, 1949, India became the largest democracy in the world. By this act of strength and will, Assembly members began what was perhaps the greatest political venture since that originated in Philadelphia in 1787. Composition of Constituent Assembly. Constitution. The Constituent Assembly is constituted in 1946 under the scheme formulated by Cabinet Mission Plan. Strength of the Assembly. The total strength of the Constituent Assembly was to be 389. Of these, 296 seats were to be allotted to British India and 93 seats to the princely states. Out of 296 seats allotted to British India, 292 members were to be drawn from the 11 governors' provinces and 4 from the 4 chief commissioners' provinces, 1 from each. Distribution of seats. Each province and princely states allotted seats in proportion to respective population. The seats are divided among 3 communities: Muslims, Sikhs in general, all except Muslims and Sikhs, in proportion to their population. Proportional representation. Representatives of each community were to be elected by members of that community in provincial legislative assembly, and voting was to be by method of proportional representation by means of a single transferable vote. Partly elected and partly nominated. The Constituent Assembly was to be a partly elected and partly nominated body. Members were to be indirectly elected by the members of the provincial assemblies, who themselves were elected on a limited franchise. Representatives from all sections. Assembly comprised representatives of all sections of the Indian society: Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Parsis, Anglo-Indians, Indian Christians, SCs, STs, including women of all these sections. Paper L, PSIR, optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Sunnotes 50, page 355. Views of S.B. Chab book, The Making and Working of Indian Constitution. The membership of the Constituent Assembly fell into 4 groups, i.e. the representatives of the Congress, few independent members elected with Congress tickets, independents representing non-Congress provincial legislators, and the Muslim League, which stayed out. He further held that the Congress exercised a gargantuan influence over the Constituent Assembly with its absolute majority. Criticism of Constituent Assembly. Not a representative body. It was deemed not as a representative body because the members were not directly elected by the people of India on the basis of universal adult franchise. J.P. Narayan has called it a restricted and curbed assembly, elected through indirect elections in which only 5% of the population voted. Do not represent will of people. It has been argued that Indian Constitution is neither the product of the will of the people, nor it represents the views of all sections of the society. It has been argued that Indian Constitution is Congress Constitution. Constituent Assembly was a one-party assembly, and to quote Churchill, the assembly of Brahmins. Time-consuming. The Constituent Assembly took a long time to make the Constitution. In comparison to other nations like the American Constitution, took only 4 months to prepare its Constitution. Natsimuddin Al-Ahmed called it a drifting committee since it took unduly long time to formulate the Constitution. Dominated by Congress. Granville Austell remarked that the Constituent Assembly was a one-party body in an essentially one-party country. The Assembly was the Congress, and the Congress, vast India. Hindu-dominated body. The Constituent Assembly was alleged to be a Hindu-dominated body. Winston Churchill commented that the Constituent Assembly represented only one major community in India. Churchill called it an assembly of Brahmins. Dominated by lawyers and politicians. The Constituent Assembly was majorly dominated by lawyers and politicians. Not a sovereign body. Constituent Assembly was not a sovereign body because it was created in the proposal of the British government. As Mahatma Gandhi put it, it is no use declaring somebody else's creation a sovereign body. Revolution by consent. The Assembly was criticized by the Rabindranath Sun as representing a revolution by consent. Positives of Constituent Assembly. Represents general will. The Constituent Assembly represents the general Y11 of India, as it also had non-Congress experts like Hansa Mehta, S.P. Mukherjee, K.M. Munshi, Ambedkar. The decisions were taken with consensus, and majority of provisions were adopted by consensus rather than by majority. Not much change is suggested. The first and second Administrative Commission, Sarkaria Commission, Punchy Commission, and NCRWC have not suggested any major changes. IJJ Indian Constitution. K. Santhanam in this regard said that there was hardly any shade of opinion not represented in India's Constituent Assembly. Greatest political venture. Granville Austin calls it India's greatest political venture, as Constituent Assembly was a one-party assembly in a one-party state that amalgamated a wide ideological spectrum. Stood test of time. Subhash Kashyap argues that the Indian Constitution stood the test of time when other constitutions of that era were abrogated or thrown in dustbin. Jawaharlal/Nehru stated that the Constituent Assembly is not merely a body of representative, but a nation on the move, throwing away the shell of its past political and possibly social structure and fashioning for itself a new Gannett of its own making. Women and the Constituent Assembly. Srimati Amu Swaminathan had put forth that the 2 stable pillars on which the Indian Constitution rests are the fundamental rights and DPSBs. With the view that the Constitution was lengthy and bulky, she contended that many minute details that have been incorporated in the Indian Constitution should have been left with the government and the legislature. Srimati Annie Mascarene stressed on the need to right distribution of powers between the center and the states. She held that centralization was important, but should be introduced at later stages of democracy and not the initial stages, where it would seem like autocracy. Begum Izaz Rasul opined that the ministry, being a stable body, should not be subjected to the whims and fancies of any particular party or legislature to which the ministry was responsible. Srimati Dukshani Velayudan showed her concern towards the Harijan community, standing against the formation of a separate electorate for them, forced labor, the practice of untouchability in the assembly in a majority of her speeches. Srimati G. Durgabai had put forth her views on the appointment of judges of the provincial high courts, pointing that the same should be the duty of the governor and his set of ministers solely. Her views on the prohibition of the Devadasi system, protection of children from exploitation, and limitations on the freedoms provided to individuals had been remarkable also. Rajkumari Amrit Kaur and Hansa Mehta framed the Indian Women's Charter of Rights and Duties and fought for the Uniform Civil Code, UCC, as a justiciable part of the Constitution. Srimati Purnima Banerjee put forth her views on the state's control over religious instruction in schools. She also pointed out that secularism in a true sense could only be achieved if citizens of the nation are united among themselves. Srimati Ruknuka Ray, belonging to the West Bengal constituency, focused majorly on equality of status and justice for women. Srimati Sarojini Naidu had sought an inclusive constituent assembly of India. Durgabai Deshmukh called for the need for independence of the judiciary. She also proposed an amendment that judges shall be a citizen of India and also to lower the age from 35 to 30 for holding a seat in the Council of States. Paper I, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 357. Arguments on Constitution 1. Arguments affecting legitimacy of Constitution. Frequent amendments. The frequent amendments to the Indian Constitution question its relevance. In the last 70 years of its existence, the Indian Constit 11 tie-in has been amended for more than 100 times, while the U.S. Constitution has witnessed only 27 amendments. In case of India, the very first amendment took place in the very first year of the Republic. Hence, there has been a question mark on the legitimacy of the Constitution and whether the present Constitution is able to meet the aspirations of Indians. IHTLE 21 Sena 1Y. Ambiguity and internal contradictions. There has been a lot of ambiguity and internal contradictions among the different provisions of the Constitution, resulting into legal battles and political conflicts. There has been a conflict between right to equality and freedom to practice religion in case of Uniform Civil Code. Similarly, the rights of the individual often come in conflict with the rights of the community, as seen in Sabarimala case. The Constitution is called as lawyer's paradise. 2. Counter-arguments. L110 above arguments are factually correct. Yet these arguments themselves do not establish that Indian Constitution does not reflect the will of the people. We can give following arguments. Time was not conducive to hold elections. Supreme Court in Keshavanand Bharti case has settled the matter with respect to the will of the people. According to the SC, there is no point examining the factual correctness of the phrase, we the people. We have to accept it as correct, though dominated by Congress, but as suggested by Granville Austin, who is treated as the best authority on Indian Constitution. Congress was India, and India was Congress's parties. Like Hindu Mahasabha or Ambedkar's Republican Party of India, didn't get even single seat. In the words of Granville Austin, it W as one-party assembly in one-party state. However, Congress co-opted the members of other parties so that Constitution becomes a consensus document. It is to be noted that majority of the provisions were adopted by consensus rather than by majority. There used to be extended debates on almost all fides of the Constitution. Unlike the Constitution of Nepal, which is a majority constitution, Indian Constitution is consensus document. If we look at the results of the first general elections, we can see that the composition of members had not changed. This shows that even when election had taken place, composition would not have been different. NCRWC National Commission for the Review of the Working of Constitution, which was set up by non-Congress government led by NDA, did not recommend any NCRWC National Commission for the Review of the Working of Constitution, which was set up by non-Congress government led by NDA, did not recommend any far-reaching changes or the need to call for the new assemble. Strategy adopted by Constitution drafters. Hannah Lerner's incrementalist approach, Hannah Lerner in making constitutions in deeply divided societies argues that an incrementalist approach to constitution making enabled societies riddled with internal disagreements to enact a written constitution or function with an unwritten one. She illustrates the process of constitution making in India and Ireland and explores the various incrementalist strategies deployed by their drafters to reconcile deep disagreements regarding the religious, national, and linguistic identity of the state with the principles of democracy. The Indian constitutional makers adopted various incrementalist strategies, such as deferral of controversial decisions about the national language, use of ambiguous legal language, and inclusion of directive principles of state policy, DPSPs. Sujit Chowdhury. The constitutional design, which provided for federalism, devolution, consociationalism, power sharing, and special group rights have been useful tools in mitigating clashes between identity groups mostly defined along ethnic lines. Legal uniformity. Unlike other post-colonial constitutions, which did not allow free deliberation and suffrage, The Indian Constitution provided for a nation-state based on democratic institutions elected by universal suffrage. Indian Constitution as a bag of borrowings, provisions borrowed from various Const. 11 tie-ins in the world are Government of India Act of 1935, Federal Scheme, Office of Governor, Judiciary, Public Service Commissions, Emergency Provisions, and Administrative Details. British Constitution, Parliamentary Government, Nominal Head President, who will perform like the Queen, Post of Prime Minister, Lower House more powerful, Single Citizenship, Cabinet System, Prerogative Writs, Parliamentary Privileges, Bicameral Parliament, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Legislative Procedure, and Rule of Law / Ireland's Constitution, Concept of Dyer's 6 Principles of State Policy. Ireland had borrowed it from Spain. Nomination of members to Rajya Sabha by the President and method of election of President. American Constitution, Written Constitution Impeachment of the President, Supreme Court, Provision of States, Functions of President and Vice President, Removal of Supreme Court and High Court judges, Fundamental Rights, Judicial Review, Independence of Judiciary, and Preamble of the Constitution, South African Constitution, Procedure for Amendment of the Constitution and Election of Members of Rajya Sabha, Canadian Constitution, Federation with a strong center, vesting of residuary powers in the center, appointment of state governors by the center, and advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, Australian Constitution, concurrent list, freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse, language used in the preamble and joint sitting of the 2 houses of Parliament, Soviet Constitution, fundamental duties, the ideal of justice, social, economic, and political, in the preamble and 5-year plans. 1. French Constitution, ideals of rep/oblique, liberty, equality, and fraternité in the preamble, German Constitution, suspension of fundamental rights during the emergency, Japan Constitution, concept of procedure established by law. Influence of British Constitution on the Constitution Ofundaya. Parliamentary government, a system of governing a state where the Parliament, consisting of representatives of citizens, make laws is direct results of laws made by British starting from Charter Act 1853. Nominal head of state. Much like the Queen, the Indian President gives assent to laws, appoints the government among other functions, but the President does not actively engage in branches of the government, cabinet system. The cabinet in India is very similar to the British cabinet, where cabinet ministers report to the Prime Minister and take decisions for the portfolio of ministries assigned to them. Bicameral legislature. In the UK, Parliament's lower house is called House of Commons and the upper house is known as the House of Lords. The Indian Parliament consists of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, rule of law, a process or practice where all citizens are treated equally in the eyes of the law. It provides that the Constitution shall be the supreme power in the land, and the legislative and the executive derive their authority from the Constitution. Prime Minister. The post of the Indian PM, how the person is chosen and how the PM operates as part of the government, is similar to that of the British Prime Minister. Speaker of the lower house. The Lok Sabha Speaker is chosen and functions in the same manner as that of the British House of Commons Speaker. Independence of judiciary. The rule of law in Britain is safeguarded by the provision that judges can only be removed from office for serious misbehavior and according to a procedure requiring the consent of both the Houses of Parliament. The same has been adopted in India. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar opined that there is nothing to be ashamed of in borrowing. Despite the borrowed features in the Indian Constitution, it is a unique set of laws that explain the structure and working of the government of India. The Indian Constitution, although may be termed as bag of borrowing, but it is masterpiece drafted with the suitable spices and alterations in order to make it a tasty dish for people of India. Limitations of Indian Constitution. The Constitution of India is not a perfect and flawless document. There are many limitations to this constitution. Some of them are, it by a centralized idea of national unity. It appears to have glossed over some important issues of gender justice, particularly within the family. It is not clear why in a poor developing country, certain basic socioeconomic rights were relegated to the section on directive principles rather than made an integral feature of our fundamental rights. Standard conclusion. The Indian Constitution is consensus documented. It is syncretic and eclectic like the Indian culture, Pratap Mehta. The successful working of the Constitution at the crossroads of 75 years of independence shows the relevance and representatives of the Indian Constitution. According to Granville Austin, Indian Constitution itself is cornerstone of a nation. It means nation is existing because of the Constitution. According to Pratap Bhanu Mehta, Indian Constitution is a unique experiment in the field of co-institutionalism. Indian Constitution is not an ordinary document unlike other constitutions. It is sacrosanct. Unlike other countries, where revolutions led to the formation of the Constitution, Indian Constitution is itself revolutionary. In India, revolution started after independence. India is an example of social revolution through the Constitution. We have put the entire faith on the Constitution to transform a highly traditional society into a modern society. According to Pratap Bhanu Mehta, Indian Constitution is cosmopolitan constitution. It means our Constitution is based on universalist values like liberty, equality, fraternity. It also means that it is drawn from multiple sources. It is situated at major cross-currents of the global constitutional law. H1 judiciary, while interpreting the constitution, takes precedence from different constitutions and judicial traditions. Like Indian culture, it is syncretic and eclectic. Legacies of British rule. The British legacy is evident in almost all spheres of life, from administration to art and culture. Bipanji, Andra argues that unlike China, India did not start with a clean slate. The old order was not completely destroyed, rather it was just a transfer of power. From the Gramscian perspective, the legacy of the British rule shows the continuing hegemony of the British. As per structural Marxists such as Hamza A/6, the elites in South Asia preferred to continue with the overdeveloped state, as it provided numerous privileges to the ruling class. Positive legacy of British rule 1. Political, judicial system. The British has introduced the Supreme Court and Criminal Procedure Code and Indian Penal Code. The modem judiciary mostly is dependent on these statutes and the framework. Parliamentary legacy. The parliamentary system of government, rule of law introduced by British, is carried further by the independent India. Government of India Act of 1935, Federal Scheme, Office of Governor, Judiciary, Public Service Commissions, Emergency Provisions, and Administrative Details. The Government of India Act of 1919. The British adopted a bicameral structure / with separate central and provincial governments. The Constitution later adopted this quasi-federal and bicameral structure. Bureaucracy structure. The basic characteristics of Indian bureaucracy in terms of its structure, role, behavior, and attitude have a deep lineage from the socio-economic and political milieu of the pre-independence India, rooted in the vision of British imperialism. Bureaucracy, even today, is considered as STL frame of India. 2. Social. Paper L, PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 361. Estkern education. The Woods Dispatch started modem Western 1 education in India. It introduced sciences and arts as subjects of study in a nation where religious texts held primacy. Engineering colleges and medical institutes were established. Eradication of social evils. Many social ills were taken and reformed, although much contribution was by Indian orphanists. For example, Sati Abolition Act, L. 829, was brought to ban sati in India. 3. Economy. Modern communications. The British rule is credited for introduction of railways, telegraph, and postal system, although it was mainly intended to undersell Indian goods in India and enable better reach of British goods. Financial institutions. Introduction of modern financial institutions of banking and life insurance were largely based on foreign capital, though gradually Indian capital also made its way. 4. Others. Census, training, strict separation between civilian and military administration, and maintenance of a well-disciplined army, income tax, etc. are all contributions of British rule in India. Negative legacy of British rule 1. Political. Cloak of secrecy. Bureaucracy in India continues to thrive under cloak of secrecy, giving rise to new despots. The government has continued with Official Secrets Act 1923, which dilute the transparency and accountability. Pre-ICTE detention. The history of preventive detentions in India can be traced back to the time of the British Raj. Political issues. The policy of divide and rule fractured Indian society and politics. Administrative issues. Rigid administrative and bureaucratic framework, police state, draconian provisions in IPC, Official Secrets Act, preventive detention, etc. still exist. Bureaucracy. Different part of government, especially on civil services, highlight that Indian bureaucracy continued to possess colonial mindset. Ullah Committee. Poor criminal justice system. The criminal justice system has hardly changed over period of time. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru during freedom struggle promised that there will be no black laws in independent India. But there have been continuation of the colonial laws such as sedition, death penalty even after independence. Example. Many laws based on Victorian norms had been continued. Only recently SC had decriminalized homosexuality, Art 377, adultery 497. Foreign policy, legacy of partition, boundary issues. South Asia remains least integrated only next to Middle East, South Asia under brink of nuclear war. Unstable neighborhood are all legacies of British rule. 2. Economic. Deliberate deindustrialization. It led to ruin of lives of artisans and handicraftsmen. It further led to impoverishment of peasantry and pauperization of industrial laborers. Agriculture issues, emergence of repressive new land relations, commercialization of Indian agriculture, and stagnation and deterioration of agriculture. Economic issues. Even after independence, India continued to be the supplier of raw materials in the market for the goods of the Western countries. In international economy, India continues to reflect the nature of colonial economy, categorized as the state in periphery or semi-periphery. 3. Social, Indian society. Continuing social conflicts, the politics of caste, religion, language can be seen as the legacy of the British Raj. Many contemporary problems have been because of the divide and rule policy of the British. Unfortunately, Indian elites preferred continuity over change. Example. Communal identities were emphasized by British to create division in society and suppress feeling of nationalism. In contemporary times, same strategies are applied with purpose of electoral gains. This renders society divided on various lines, e.g. religion, caste, region, language, etc. Regional imbalance. The continuing regional imbalance show that we have not been able to overcome the impact of colonialism. Rural backwardness, rural poverty, lack of public investment in agriculture, failure of land reforms, agricultural crisis show the continuation of the colonial approach towards the development. Communalism. The communal politics played by Britishers to divide and rule India is still continued by the political parties for their vested interests. Issues in education. Incompetent education system based on rote learning to produce clerks, continuation of Macaulay's education system. 4. Others. The system of file, noting, drafting, and official secrets act are existing today. They focus on revenue collection and maintenance of law and order rather than welfare. Standard conclusion. Colonial legislation is such that the Indian neighborhood is tumultuous and preventing the Asian century from ushering in. Rabindranath Tagore held that, I am sure that British will leave this count. Why one day, however, I am sure that before leaving, British will leave so much dirt and filth tide generations of Indians will not be able to clean it. The legacy of British rule in India is complex. While some positive developments occurred, such as modern institutions and infrastructure, the overall impact was largely negative, with economic and social exploitation, racial discrimination, and suppression of cultural and intellectual traditions. Different social and political perspectives. The Indian Constitution is one of the lengthiest constitutions in the world as it accommodates different perspectives. According to Subhash Kashyap, the Indian Constitution is a living document which encapsulates in it the wisdom of wisest men of those times. Each provision was debated from different perspectives before arriving at a consensus. GRA 11ville AI, Stin stated that there was a broad consensus on the goals in the Constituent Assembly, but there was a widespread opposition on the means where different schools of thoughts propounded different routes. Western education. The Woods Dispatch studied modern Western education in India. It introduced sciences and arts as subjects of study in a nation where religious texts held primacy. Engineering colleges and medical institutes were established. Education of social IAS. Many social ills were taken and reformed, although much contribution was by Indian reformists. For example, Sati Abolition Act, 1829, was brought to ban sati in India. 3. Economy. Modern communications. The British rule is credited for introduction of railways, telegraph, and postal system, although it was mainly intended to undersell Indian goods in India and enable better reach of British goods. Financial institutions. Introduction of modern financial institutions of banking and life insurance were largely based on foreign capital, though gradually Fadjan capital also made its way. 4. Others. Census, training, strict separation between civilian and military administration, and maintenance of a well-disciplined income tax, etc. are all contributions of British rule in India. Negative legacy of British rule. 1. Political cloak of secrecy. Bureaucracy in India continues to thrive under cloak of secrecy, giving rise to new despots. The government has continued with Official Secrets Act 1923, which dilute the transparency and accountability. Preventive detention. TI1E history of preventive detentions in India can be traced back to the time of the British Raj. Political issues. TI1E policy of divide and rule fractured Indian society and politics. Administrative issues. Rigid administrative and bureaucratic framework, police state, draconian provisions in IPC, Official Secrets Act, preventive detention, etc. still exist. Bureaucracy. Different part of government, especially on civil services, highlight that Indian bureaucracy continue to possess colonial mindset. Alag Kamiti, poor criminal justice system. The criminal justice system has hardly changed over period of time. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru during freedom struggle promised that there will be no black laws in independent India. But there has been continuation of the colonial laws such as sedition, death penalty even after independence. Example. Many laws based on Victorian norms have been continued. Only recently SC Bad decriminalized homosexuality, Art 377, adultery 497. Foreign policy, legacy of partition, boundary issues. South Asia remains least integrated only next to Middle East, South Asia under brink of nuclear war. Unstable neighborhood are all legacies of British rule. 2. Economic, deliberate deindustrialization. It led to ruin of lives of artisans and handicraftsmen. It further led to impoverishment of peasantry and pauperization of industrial laborers. Agriculture issues, emergence of repressive new land relations, commercialization of Indian agriculture and stagnation and deterioration of agriculture. Economic issues. Even after independence, India continued to be the supplier of raw materials in the market for the goods of the Western countries. In international economy, India continues to reflect the nature of colonial economy, categorized as the state in periphery or semi-periphery. 3. Social, Indian society. TL/E continuing social conflicts, the politics of caste, religion, language can be seen as the legacy of the British Raj. Many contemporary problems have been because of the divide and rule policy of the British. Unfortunately, Indian elites preferred continuity over change. Example. Communal identities were emphasized by British to create division in society and suppress feeling of nationalism. In contemporary times, same strategies are applied with purpose of electoral gains. This renders society divided on various lines, e.g. religion, caste, region, language, etc. Regional imbalance. The continuing regional imbalance show that we have not been able to overcome the impact of colonialism. Rural backwardness, rural poverty, lack of public investment in agriculture, failure of land reforms, agricultural crisis show the continuation of the colonial approach towards the development. Communalism. The communal politics played by Britishers to divide and rule India is still continued by the political parties for their vested interests. Issues in education. Incompetent education system based on rote learning to produce clerks. Continuation of Macaulay's education system. 4. Others. Two-stage system of file, noting, drafting, and Official Secrets Act are existing today. They focus on revenue collection and maintenance of law and order rather than welfare. Standard conclusion. Colonial legacy is such that the Fadian neighborhood too tumultuous in preventing the Asian century from ushering in. Rabin, Raneth Tagore held that, I am sure that British will leave this count. Why one day, however, I am sure that before leaving, British will leave so much dirt and filth that generations of Indians will not. Rabin, Raneth Tagore held that, I am sure that British will leave this count. Why one day, however, I am sure that before leaving, British will leave so much dirt and filth that generations of Indians will not be able to clean it. The legacy of British rule in India is complex. While some positive developments occurred, such as modern institutions and infrastructure, the overall impact was largely negative, with economic and social exploitation, racial discrimination, and suppression of cultural and intellectual traditions. Different social and political perspectives. The Indian Constitution is one of the lengthiest constitutions in the world as it accommodates different perspectives. According to Subhash Kashyap, the Indian Constitution is a living document which encapsulates in it the wisdom of wisest men of those times. Each provision was debated from different perspectives before arriving at a consensus. GRA 11ville AI 1st11 stated that there was a broad consensus on the goals in the Constituent Assembly, but there was a widespread opposition on the means where different schools of thoughts propounded different routes. Different social perspectives in Constituent Assembly 1. Uniform Civil Code. As India was to be made a secular state, many members of Constituent Assembly proposed the idea of having a common code for governing personal laws. Supporters of UCC. OKM Munsbis, no civil or criminal court shall, in adjudicating any matter or executing any order, recognize any custom or usage imposing any civil disability on any religion, race, or language. O Dr. B. R. Ambedkar. The subjects of the Indian state shall have the right to claim full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of persons and property as is enjoyed by other subjects regardless of any usage or custom based on religion and be subject to like punishment, pains, and penalties and to none other. Omanu Masani, Parsi, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur Christian, and Handsome Mehta, a Hindu, wish for UCC to be recognized as a fundamental right. Opponents of UCC O. Muhammad Ismail Saheb and other L /1 Muslim leaders, they wanted to include the right to one's personal laws as a fundamental right to religion. When this demand could not be met, they insisted to make the UCC a directive principle. O. Mahbub Ali Beg Babadar, a common civil law is not required for a secular state, and that in a secular society, individuals of various religions must have the right to follow their faith under their own personal laws. O. Pakar Sabib and Ismail Sahib were also against uniform civil code in India. Conclusion. Finally, it was decided that the construction of the UCC must be done gradually. As a result, the Subcommittee on Fundamental Rights wished to introduce the Uniform Civil Code as one of the DPSP, and it was included in Clause 39 of the draft DPSP. 2. On untouchability. Untouchability was a malady that exacerbated inequality and injustice in the country. It was outlawed under draft Article 11, and the Assembly had a lively discussion on the subject. Mr. Nazaruddin Ahmad, he stressed that no one, regardless of caste, race, or religion, should be considered or labeled as untouchable and that its observance in any form may be made illegal. The 10. Untouchable has no legal definition and might lead to misunderstandings in legal language. Shri V. I. Muniswamy Pillai. Abolition of untouchability will assist unfortunate communities in finding consolation from the injustice they have experienced. The approval of Article 11 will raise the scheduled class men in society and allow them to carve out a niche for themselves. Dr. Mano Mohan Das. Untouchability must be removed as a fundamental right and should be made illegal. The lowest caste must be spared from their everlasting humiliation. However, they should not be given any particular rights or protections. Sri Santanu Kumar Das believed that social inequity, stigma, and impairments should all be eliminated from society. He added that discussing such an issue is pointless and requested that laws be enacted to end untouchability. Professor K. T. Shah. He asserted that the term untouchability isn't defined anywhere. According to him, a diseased or quarantined individual may be considered an untouchable, and hence the usage of such a term is unlawful. He encouraged the Assembly to use different phrases to portray the use of untouchability in different scenarios since the word untouchability is used differently in different contexts. Conclusion. Thus we can infer that everyone for the most part was on the same page when it came to abolishing untouchability. As a consequence, under Article 17 of the Constitution, the practice of untouchability is abolished, and its practice in any form is forbidden. 3. On reservations. Objective resolution by J.L. Nehru. On December 13, 1946, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru moved the Objectives Resolution before the Constituent Assembly. The resolution intends to provide adequate safeguards to minorities, backward and tribal areas, and depressed and other backward classes. Interim Report on Fundamental Rights. On April 29, 1947, the interim report on the subject of fundamental rights was presented in the Constituent Assembly by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. The Assembly decided that arrangements should be established to aid those who were unequal in order to bring the unequal and equal on a level playing field. Oh Shri. B. Pakr Sahib Babadar wished that Muslims bad their own electorate. The Assembly, however, rejected this viewpoint. Shunya IAS. Inagapa provided a formula for creating a separate electorate for scheduled castes. While Ambedkar advocated reservation for minorities, leaders like Mahavir Tyagi and Vallabhai Patel felt that caste-based oppression will end on its own. Reservation in services. O.H.C. Mukherjee. He held that reservation would not serve the national interest and desired that the larger national interest not be sacrificed for the sake of a particular group's benefit. O. Rev. Jerome D'Souza. Reservation is a compromise with an element of illogic, and it is anti-democratic. After much deliberations, the Assembly decided to implement reservations based on caste societal disadvantage. The scheduled castes, scheduled nos, and socially backward classes gained reservation in government offices, educational institutions, in the province and union legislatures when the Constitution was adopted on January 26, 1950. 4. On secularism, being a diverse country with respect to ethnicity, language, and religion, it was a major concern among the founding fathers to accommodate such a diversity. Although the term secular was not included in the original Constitution, secularism was treated as a value in the Constituent Assembly. H.V. Carneth in this regard held that, when I say that a state should not identify itself with any particular religion, I do not mean to say that state should be anti-religious or irreligious. We have certainly declared India to be a secular state. But to my mind, a secular state is neither a godless state nor an irreligious nor an anti-religious state. 5. On language, the members of the Constituent 11 and Assembly had decided to adopt Hindi as our official language despite multiplicity of the languages in the country. 6. On land reforms, Gandhians desired a voluntary approach and trusteeship model, whereas communists like Somnab Lahiri urged for complete abolition of private property. In the end, Nehruvian consensus of gradual reforms rough constitutional methods prevailed. Different political perspectives in Consta 1 and Assembly. 1. Form of political system, the debate was bet /Veen Gandhian and modernists. Gandhian preferred Panchayat Raj whereas Nehru and Dr. B. R. Ambedkar favored parliamentary democracy. 2. Federation versus strong center. Some leaders preferred weak federation as suggested by Cabinet Mission whereas Nehru and Patel favored strong center. Initially, Cabinet Mission proposed a loose federation for India, but Nehru, Patel, and Ambedkar called for a centralized federation, often termed as quasi-federal. 3. Form of government, majoritarian parliamentary, Nehru Patel, proportional parliamentary, Aziz Ahmed Khan, presidential, Ram Narayan Singh. It is easy to choose one honest president, but not many honest ministers, Gandhi Panchayati Raj system, Hindu Mahasabha presidential system, Aladi Krishnaswamy Iyer favored a strong president, K.M. Panikkar. K.T. Shah favored the parliamentary form of government, where president should be only a constitutional head. 4. On directive principles of state policy, DPSP's N.G. Ranga, Jaspal Singh, Dr. B. R. Ambedkar wanted guaranteed rights found in Part 4 of the Constitution. Professor K.T. Shah said that by making DPSPs enforceable, we are making wishes that will never come in fruition. 5. On separate electorates, Pakr Sahib demanded separate electorate whereas Sardar Patel, G.B. Pant opposed separate electorate. 6. On nature of judiciary, Constituent Assembly did consider the system of appointment of judges by judges for the sake of independence. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar held that there can be no imperium and imperio with respect to system of appointment of judges. 7. On decentralization, the Gandhians favored democratic decentralization and wanted village to be the primary unit of social organization. Gandhi's model of Panchayati Raj was propounded by his follower S.N. Agrawal. While the modernists favored strong state and modernist argument won over Gandhi and Argumkal leaders like Nehru and Ambedkar supported adoption of representative form of government, and finally Panchayati Raj was placed in Part 4 as a non-enforceable part of Constitution. 8. Fundamental rights. The most pressing issue was the division of rights into justiciable and non-justiciable categories. Fundamental rights are considered necessary for the individual's and nation's growth and development. 9. Fundamental rights versus DPSPs. The most controversial debate was on right to property. Many members were disappointed when social and economic rights were put in Part 4. Leaders like N.G. Ranga, Jaspal Singh, Ambedkar wanted guaranteed rights found in Part 4 of the Constitution. The leaders such as Kazi Karanuddin, H.N. Kunzru, and Sunmath Lahiri favored DPSP to be included in justiciable part of the Constitution. 10. Institution of Governor. Pundits Bakurdas Bhargava recommended Pandit Nehru to make elaborate provisions on the qualifications of the governor rather than leaving it on conventions. 11. Constitutional amendments, rigidity versus flexibility. P.S. Deshmukh advocated for flexible amendment procedure. H.V. Carneth opined that amendments is not to be taken lightly because the H.V. Carneth opined that amendments is not to be taken lightly because the Constituent Assembly of any country is superior in constitutional status to any future parliament of that country. Dr. Ambedkar argued that the Constitution is a fundamental document and utter chaos would result if it could be amended by a simple parliamentary majority, Jawaharlal Nehru. While we want this Constitution to be as solid and permanent as we can make it, there is no permanence in constitutions. There should be a certain flexibility. If you make anything rigid and permanent, you stop the nation's growth of living, vital, organic interest and aspirations of people. B.N. Rao, the key legal advisor of the Constituent Assembly, expressed that, We have to bear in mind that conditions in India are rapidly changing. The country is in a state of flux politically and economically, and the constitution should not be too rigid in its initial years. Finally, after much debate and discussions, a blend of flexibility and rigidity was adopted by constitutional makers. 12. Preamble. Professor K.T. Shah. The words secular, federal, and socialist should be included in the preamble. According to him, including these phrases in the preamble Y11 aid in administering the Constitution's ideals. H.V. Karnath. Professor Shah's amendment received support from Mr. H.V. Karnath. He also suggested that the preamble begins with the phrase, in the name of God, we, the people of India. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar. He rejected K.T. Shah's suggestion and held that India cannot be made a socialist country since a country's social and economic policies are to be established by the people alone according to the time and circumstances. If it is incorporated in the preamble, the essence of democracy and liberty will be lost since individuals will no longer be free to choose what they want. Shibin Lal Saxena and Govind Malviya. They argued that language related to M.K. Gandhi should be included. Brijeshwar Prasad rebutted such claims, claiming that our Constitution is not Gandhian, but rather based on Supreme Court of the United States of America judgments and the Government of India Act, 1935. After great deliberation, the phrase Sovereign Democratic Republic was chosen. /VE, the people of India, have solemnly determined to establish India as an independent, democratic republic, it said. In this debate, B.R. Ambedkar has the ultimate say. On November 15, 1948, the Constituent Assembly amended the Constitution to incorporate the phrases secular and socialist. 13. Socialists and liberals debate. Granville Austin points that there were different branches of socialism in Constituent Assembly ranging from Marxian to Gandhian model. However, India adopted the Nehruvian model, which was influenced by Fabianism. Granville Austin also stated that despite consensus-based approach, issues like national language, powers of governor, center-state relations, and emergency provisions remain a half-hearted compromise. Views of Founding Fathers. Dr. Ambedkar. Working of Constitution does not depend wholly upon nature of Constitution and organs of state, which it provides. The working of state organs is dependent on the people and political parties as they are major instruments to carry out their wishes and their politics. Andre Bexil. A constitution may indicate the direction in which we have to move, but social structure will decide how far we are able to move and at what pace. Standard conclusion. Tulsa knowledge and political expertise of our FO 1111D 11 fathers did justice to the various issues that were tabled during the debates, and it resulted in a refined and forward-looking Constitutio 11. Pratap Bhan 11me/RTA viewed Indian Constitution as a unique experiment in the field of constitutionalism. He further stated that India is an example of social revolution through the Constitution. Unit 3. Salient features of the Indian Constitution. Preamble. Previous year's questions. Constitutionally reconciling fundamental rights with directive principles of state policy has led to frequent amendments of the Constitution and judicial intervention. Comment. 2021. Ambedkar idea of constitutionalism. 2020. The basic structure doctrine is implicit in the Indian Constitution. The Supreme Court has only given it an explicit form. Comment. 2019. Comment on the relevance of the directive principles of state policy in an era of liberalization and globalization. 2019. Comment on right to privacy is an intrinsic part of the right to life. 2017. The Purpose 42 constitutional amendment was to make the economic and social democracy explicitly visible. 2016. Discuss the right to information and underline challenges being posed before it. 2015. Comment on secularism in the Indian Constitution. 2016. Discuss the right to education and the concerns raised by it. 2015. Comment on increasingly higher focus on directive principles of state policy. 2014. Comment on significance of the preamble. 2013. Analyze the significance of Article 32 of the Indian Constitution. 2013. Examine the significance of the verdicts of the Supreme Court in the Goloknath and Keshavanand Bharati cases for an understanding of the scope of Article 368 in regard to fundamental rights. 2013. Comment on doctrine of basic structure of the Indian Constitution. 2012. The Constitution of India is a revolutiona.j.y document embodying self-determination of the people of India. It begins with a preamble which embodies its basic objectives or main purposes. The preamble of Indian Constitution is based on 1946 objective resolution proposed by J.L. Nehru. K.M. Mu 11 Sher has called preamble as the horoscope of the Constitution. K. Subba Rao, former CJI, stated that the preamble contains in a nutshell the Constitution's ideals and aspirations. In general, preamble is an introduction to the law. Law is written in technical language, hence it may not be easy to understand the intent of the law. Hence preambles are attached. The custom to attach preambles with the Constitution started with U.S. Constitution, the first written constitution in the world. Views of scholars. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It reflects a way of life, with liberty, equality, and fraternity as three non-divorceable components of Constitution. Palkavala. Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution, which embodies the basic philosophy and fundamental values, i.e. political, moral, and religious, on which the Constitution is based. Pundit Thakur Dasbargova. The preamble is the most precious part of the Constitution. It is the soul of the Constitution. It is a key to the Constitution. It is a jewel set in the Constitution. It is a proper yardstick with which one can measure the worth of the Constitution. Paper I, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 Puj 369. M. Hita, Ratu AB. Preamble resembles the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, but is more than a declaration. It is the soul of our Constitution, which lays down the pattern of our political society. It contains a solemn resolve, which nothing but a revolution can alter. Sir Aladi Krishnaswamy Iyer. Tuesday preamble to our Constitution expresses what we had thought or dreamt so long. K.M. Munshi. TI-1E preamble is the horoscope of our sovereign democratic republic. Debates on preamble. The members who prominently participated in the debate on preamble were Maulana Hazrat Mohani, K.M. Munshi, H.V. Karnath, Purnima Banerjee, Rohini Kumar Chowdhury, and Prof. Shibban Lal Sak, Sena. Maulana Hazrat Mohani. He wanted the words, we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic, with we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign federal republic, or // te, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign independent republic, or we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a union of Indian Socialist Republic, U.ls.r. H.V. Karnath wanted having solemnly resolved to be replaced with in the name of God, while Rabini Kumar Kbadbury wanted these words to be replaced with in the name of Goddess. However, these amendments/suggestions were rejected in the Constituent Assembly. Status and amendments to Preamble 1. Status of Preamble. Whether preamble is part of Constitution? Barabara Union Case, 1960, SC held that preamble cannot be considered as part of the Constitution. Therefore, it is not enforceable in a court of law. Single quote by, as suggested by Pratap Bhanu Mehta, Indian Constitution is cosmopolitan. While interpreting judiciary takes into account the legal traditions followed in different countries. In above case, it took the precedent from USA. In case of USA, Supreme Court of USA did not accept preamble as a part of the Constitution. Kespavnanda Bharati Case, 1976, SC reversed its decision and ruled preamble as part of the Constitution /7 by changed. Supreme Court admitted that it had overlooked an important fact linked to preamble. Oh, how was the fact? Preamble was adopted by the Constituent Assembly by the motion which held that preamble is adopted as the part of the Constitution. LC of India Case, 1995, Supreme Court again held that the preamble is a part of the Constitution too. Amendments to the preamble, as preamble is part of the Constitution. The preamble of the Constitution can be amended according to Article 368 of the Indian Constitution. But the amendment is subject to certain conditions such as it cannot alter the basic structure of the Constitution. What was Supreme Court's view? SC clarified that preamble can be amended. This is an example of creative interpretation by judiciary. Why judiciary required to allow the amendment of the Constitution? Preamble was last to be adopted by the Constituent Assembly with the purpose that there should be organic unity between the preamble and the main body. Hence, it may happen that the preamble appears disjointed in light of amendments in the Constitution. Thus, it was expedient on the part of the judiciary to alter the amendments. 3. Nature of preamble. In Keshavananda Bharati Case, 1976, Supreme Court held that preamble is part of the Constitution. The preamble is a part of the Constitution, overturning the view held in Barabara Union Case, 1960. Neither a source nor a limitation to powers of legislature. Non-justiciable. Preamble is non-justiciable, that is, it's not enforceable in court of law. Interpretation of Constitution in light of preamble. A.K. Gopalan v. State of Madras, 1950. The Supreme Court has held that preamble is not essential for the interpretation of the Constitution. Preamble is not the source of power, and it is also not the source for depriving power which is explicitly given in Constitution. Barabara Union Case, 1960. Preamble is the key to unlock the mind of Constituent Assembly. It is like a lighthouse to throw light where there is a lack of clarity. Keshavananda Bharati Case. The Constitution should be interpreted in the light of the ideals given in the preamble. The court held that preamble furnishes valuable guidance in the matter of interpretation of the Constitution, and it should be read and interpreted in the light of preamble. Kashi Prasad Case. Preamble is the vital text to interpret legislations and provisions of the Indian Constitution. Preamble as a social contract, resemblance to John Locke's social contract. John Locke's concept of social contract resembles Indian scenario the most. Both John Locke's state and Indian state talks about establishing a state and how it interacts with the citizens. State of liberty. Just like John Locke forbade people to surrender the rights of life, liberty, and property, the surrender of rights is also not absolute in the Indian Constitution as evident from Article 13 of the Constitution. The state established in India is same as advocated by Locke, i.e., a state of liberty, not of license. Constitution is result of people. Preamble says that India is a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, and we give to ourselves the ideals of justice, liberty, equality. This shows that the India Constitution was not made by any authoritarian leader, but it was the result of people's representatives coming from all sections of the society. In the words of Rabindranath Tagore, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free. Single quote, here the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. Where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its anus toward perfection. Where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit. There the mind is led forward by the into ever-widening thought and action. Into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. Rabi 11 Dra 11 ADH top.f, or Gitanjali. Ideals of the Preamble I. Sovereignty. It implies that India is neither a dependency nor a dominion of any other nation. There is no authority above it, and it's free to conduct its own affairs. Being a sovereign state, India can acquire foreign territory or cede a part of its territory. India as a sovereign country exercising the freedom of choice has been brought into question because of globalization. Globalization means more interconnected world. It weakens the sovereignty of state in theory. However, in case of India, it cannot be said that it has weakened the sovereignty. Ability to exercise freedom depends on power, and there is a phenomenal increase in the power of India. India is today recognized as emerging power, an economic power, a nuclear power, strongest contender for permanent seat in UN Security Council. However, it is not correct to say that there has been no dilution at all. In fact, globalization expects nations to exercise their sovereignty in a more responsible manner, acting in concert with each other. 2. Socialism. The term socialist was added by the 42 Constitutional Amendment Act. D.D. Bose calls it as a step on social justice. Not explicitly defined in Indian Constitution, could mean Gandhi Sarvodaya, Nehru's state-led Fabian socialism, Supreme Court in Air India case, and egalitarian social order. The social and economic rights given in Part 4 of the Constitution represent Indian socialism. Socialism aims at equality. Constitution aims to make people equal in terms of dignity. In D.S. Nakra versus Union of India, 1983, the Supreme Court held that socialism in India denotes to be commitment to reduce inequality of income and status. In Samatha versus State of Andhra Pradesh, the Supreme Court reiterated the meaning of Indian socialism based on Article 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 23, 38, 39, and 46. India as a socialist country has been put to a question mark since India had adopted neoliberal model of development based on Washington Consensus. Since 1990s, there has been increase in interstate and intrastate disparities. Example, India's top 5% owned more than 40.5% of its total wealth in 2021, according to a new report by Oxfam. Although the number of people living below poverty line have declined in absolute terms, yet relative poverty has increased. Since 1990s, left-wing extremism has become the biggest internal security threat. Professor V11 Kitesh Atreya in Myth of Socialism says the Indian economy is best described as capitalist with a significant presence of pre-capitalist relations, but no whiff of socialism. Though above situation is a matter of concern, yet we cannot say that government has completely ignored the ideals of socialism. We have accepted the concept of inclusive growth in 11th and J2TH 5-year plans to address the unemployment, poverty schemes like Manrega, right to food, right to education has been introduced. The government is also trying to achieve financial inclusion so that majority of the people can be brought within the social security net with minimum leakages. For a country of India, with huge of poor in the world, socialism will always remain relevant. 3. Democratic. The term implies that the Constitution of India has an established form of constitution which gets its authority from the will of the people expressed in an election. Democratic in preamble means not only political but also social and economic democracy. Supreme Court in ADR/S Union of India called democracy as a way of life, which requires an active citizenry and free and fair elections. Atul Kohli in The Success of Indian Democracy says that success of democracy in India has undemocratic roots, like Nehruvian consensus, civil services, Indira's emergency, and politics of identity. India is the best example of democratic governance in the third world. However, in comparison to the Western countries, India is procedural democracy rather than substantive. Even in terms of procedural democracy, there are problems like criminalization of politics, use of money, and muscle power. There is an urgent need for electoral reforms to address criminalization. In Lily Thomas' case, 2013, SC has struck down Section 8(4) of the Representation of Peoples Act, 1951. Government has introduced right to information, citizens' charters, social auditing to introduce citizen-centric governance. 4. Republic. Republic implies political sovereignty lies with the people. In India, the President of India is elected head of the state. It implies the absence of any privileged class and public offices being open to every citizen without discrimination. 5. Justice. Indian state secure to all its citizens, social justice. It denotes the abolition of caste, class, and gender-based inequalities and to give life of dignity to all. Economic justice. It points towards equitable distribution of wealth. Political justice. It represents the absence of arbitrary discrimination among people in political sphere. Universal adult franchise is an example of political justice. According to John Rawls, justice is the first virtue of the social system. No state can exist if people perceive that it is unjust. 6. Fraternity. President Ram Nath Kovind called for a more civic-minded society that adheres to the building of a civic-minded nation. Page 373. Where we respect the next-door person's space, privacy, and rights, where we do 11 OTI, icon lenience our neighbors while celebrating a festival or while resorting to a protest or on any other occasion, where one can disagree with another viewpoint or even with a historical context, with O11T mocking a fellow citizen's dignity, A11D personal space. TL, S is fraternity in action. 7. Equality. Tuesday turn 1, equality means no section. 7. Equality. Tuesday turn 1 equality means no section of society has any special privileges and all the people have given equal opportunities for Eve 1 youthing without any discriminations. Everyone is equal before the law. 8. Liberty. TI1 E10 liberty means freedom for the people to choose their way of life, have political views and behavior in society. Liberty does not mean freedom to do anything. A person can do anything, but in the limits set by the law. The Constitution, supreme law of land, secures to all citizens liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship through fundamental rights, which are enforceable in the court of law. Art. Point 19. Indian Constitution embodies the concept of positive lib 11y. For liberty to be enjoyed by everyone, there should be reasonable restraints. The freedom of many requires restraint of law on freedom of some. Hence it is said that if there are no laws, there is no liberty. Connection between fraternity, liberty, and equality. It includes fraternity, liberty, and equality as the notion of a happy life, and which cannot be taken from each other. Liberty cannot be divorced from equality. Equality cannot be divorced from liberty. Nor can liberty and equality be divorced from fraternity. Without equality, liberty would produce the supremacy of the few over the many. Equality, one without liberty, would kill individual initiative. Without fraternity, LLL would produce the supremacy of the few over the many. Without fraternity, liberty and equality could not become a natural course of things. Conclusion. Preamble of Indian Constitution provides a glimpse into the philosophy and goals of the Constitution. It is a resolution of Indian people to establish a sovereign, socialist, secular and democratic republic. In this republic, people will have justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, and equality of status and opportunity. This will promote fraternity among them and assure the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Secularism. The word secularism is coined by G.J. Holyoake in 185L. It is a contested concept in political science. For it means complete separation between religion and state, neutrality. In Indian context, it means state and religion have porous boundaries with state intervention in religion as the need arises, equidistant model. Western model of secularism. Inclivital. Inspiration. It is based on ideas of Machiavelli, separation of politics and ethics, and Ideologies, state as absolute sovereign. John Locke. Principle of toleration/religious freedom, freedom of conscience. Features. John Locke contributed to the evolution of the Western idea of secularism. We can. Religion. Summarize the salient features of the model as SDNTC, strict separation between religion and state. N-DU, ML/L-FLLLD-HLLNL. Religious neutrality. The interlinked concepts to secularism are A. Democracy. B. Rational basis of nationalism. Secular nationalism. C. Universal citizenship. D. UCC, Uniform Civil Code. E. Equality before law. 2 models, European model, civic nationalism, religious neutrality, privatization of religion, and U.S. model, Jefferson's, wall of separation, strict state neutrality, but no privatization for public. But we can explain the idea of secular state on the basis of following triangle. Neutrality is a negative idea. Equidistance is a concept of positive secularism. Indian model of secularism 1. Substantive model. It is based on values of democracy like liberty, equality, fraternity, human dignity. Instead of strict separation, the Constitution provides for equal treatment to all religions. For example, Article 27 provides for freedom as to the payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion. 2. Principles. It is based on 3 principles. Nehru's Dharna Nirpekshata, Art. 14-16, Gandhi's Sarva Dharma Sambhava, Art. 25-28, and Ambedkar's Protection of Minorities, Art. 29-30. India has no state religion and all religions are to be treated equally/positive secularism. 3. S.R. Bommai case, secularism as the basic feature of Indian Constitution. It held that secularism is more than a passive attitude of religious tolerance. It is an active concept of equal treatment of religions. For St. Xavier's versus State of Gujarat, the SC held that state is neither anti-God or pro-God. It treats the devout, agnostics and atheists alike. It eliminates God from the matters of state and ensures that no one shall be discriminated against on the basis of religion. Every person is free to mold or regulate its relation with God. 5. Valsamapal called it a bridge in multicultural Indian society with diverse beliefs. Constitution describes it as panth nirpekshta, religious neutrality. 6. Constitutional provisions dealing with secularism. Secularism is made explicit in preamble by 42nd Amendment Act. The entire part of FR establishes India as a secular state, e.g. Art 14, 15, 16, 17, 25-30. Universal adult franchise. Art 325, abolishing separate communal electorate. Independent judiciary. Paper I, PSIR optional subscribe from. Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 375. Autonomous Election Commission. Basis of Indian secularism. Pundit Nehru. He looked at secularism as religious neutrality. The Indian word for neutrality is Pandhanirpekshata, not Dhananirpekshata, Western approach. Gandhi. Religion cannot be separated from life of Indians. He believed that Indian secularism would mean communal harmony based on spirit of toleration drawn from ideals of Ashoka. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He believed that democracy is in the root of secularism. Democracy is not one man, one vote, but also one value. Social and economic democracy is as important as political. Hence he advocated protection of minority rights, refund of Hindu institution as a feature of Indian secularism. Scholar views on Indian secularism. 1. Rajiv Bhargava. In Secularism and its Critics, he calls Indian model as context-specific, politically negotiated model, and maintaining a principled distance, not equidistance. Politically negotiated model, the model which emerged under certain historic circumstances and which is a reflection of political bargaining among different social groups. Indian secularism was response of Congress to the demand of the Muslim League. Principled distance model, there is no strict separation between religion and state. State does intervene in religions, but state interference is not necessarily equal in context of all religions. 7 features of Indian Constitution. State is not identified by a particular religion, but state is not entirely against the public character of religion. Porous boundary between state and religion. No active hostility like communist countries. No passive indifference. Substantive model. Context-specific and politically negotiated. No overarching idea. Open-ended model. Religious symbols present in foundations of state. He gives 3 models. Strict neutrality. France. Ultra-procedural USA. U.S. Constitution mentions anti-establishment clause. It means, it clearly mentions neither federal nor state government can either promote a religion or declare it official religion. Substantive. Built on values of liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity. 2. D.E. Smith. In India, a secular state. India has some essential elements of secularism like freedom of religion and universal citizenship, but there is no clear wall of separation between state and religion. According to him, minorities are the custodians of Indian secularism. They have to be organized and proactive to ensure that Indian state remains secular. Mark Galantier question Smith thesis says that analysis of India as secular state BAS to be based on understanding of uniqueness of Indian model. 3. Prantap Banu Mehta. He calls principal distance model as asymmetrical model. He is critical of Congress. Secularism. He held that principal distance is a misleading metaphor which provides ideological legitimation to Congress appeasement policies. He criticized this model of flirting with all religions, and it makes all communities insecure. It is casting secularism to hide communalism. 4. Rajiv Bhargava. Indian secularism continues to be misunderstood. Its nuances, complexities, and distinctiveness continues to remain painfully elusive. Neeraj Bandok. Secularism cannot be subtracted from the wider conceptual context of which it forms one part. It can only be understood as an intrinsic concept of the historical, constitutional, and political practices of democracy, freedom, equality, justice, and rights. 6. Arun Sporik. In a secular state, it is individual rather than community, which is the basis of rights. He says India remains pseudo-secular because it gives the special power and empowering provision for the minorities, and political parties go for the appeasement of minorities. 7. Ramala Thapar. Indian secularism should be brought out of the pale shadow of Sarva Dharma Sambhava and should be getting some more bold form of secularism. 8. Tien Madan. He believes that vagueness of Indian secularism was once its strength, but now it's becoming its problem. As per him, secularism without secularization is not possible. Defense of secularism. H.V. Karnath. Secularism is not godless, anti-religious, non-religious. Neeraj Chandok. Secularism is not secularization of society. Justice Reddy in Bombay case. Secularism is more than a passive attitude of religious intolerance. It is a positive concept of equal treatment of all religions. Achin Vinayak. He accuses Ashish Nandi and T.N. Madan. The root cause of communalism is religion itself. Rajiv Bhargava. Context-specific model is good for flexibility. Criticism of secularism. Asbis Nandi. He is a Nagandhian who argues that secularism is a dead concept and is mindless import from the West. Secularism is Western concept not suitable for India. In his book, Non-Secularist Manifesto, he has suggested that there is no utility of adopting Western model of separation, rather we should be promoting greater dialogue between religion. T. N. Mudon. Religion cannot be separated from lives. No religion in public sphere leads to fundamentalism. Religions should be used positively. Advani. He calls the Constitution of Congress model as pseudo-secular, which denotes minority appeasement. Arun Shurik. Secularism means equal citizenship. There cannot be any special rights based on religion. D. E. Smith. In India, a secular state, says that Indian model has failed to satisfy both the majority, pseudo-secularism, and minority, dual burden, of neglect and appeasement, Sakchar. Communities. Portho Chatterjee. The principle of equidistance doesn't work in India as state intervenes selectively for different communities. Achin Van Eyck. Marxist scholars are apprehensive of bringing religion into the public sphere. 111C root cause of communalism is religion, and what is needed is secularization of society. Parth Chatterjee. To be existing model of secularism is proving too weak to check the icing tide of communalism in the country. // quote A.V. Faunard. Ramala Thapar. India needs a bold value neutral model instead of the existing value plural model of Sarvad Hanua Samhav. T. N. Mudon. Secularism in India can't come without secularization, secular polity, and secular society. He calls forcing secularism on pluralist Indian society as arrogant. Ashish Nandi, Neo-Gandhian. An anti-secularist manifesto calls for increase in dialogues and understanding of different religions. While ills of religion have found political expression, the strengths, like ethics, are not available to check corruption and violence in public life. Education institution should promote religious education. Arun Shourie. Individual and not religion should be considered the unit of state policy and nothing should be conceded to one group that BAS not been conceded to others. Nirak Bandok. Secularism can't be abstracted from the wider conceptual context. It is an intrinsic component of our Constitution, democracy, equality, justice, and rights. We don't have to even use the term secular, rather follow Constitution to practice secular politics. Hartbok Batterjee. Stronger form of secularism, cover group rights, Wilkamlika, multicultural citizenship. Analysis of communal riots in India. 1. Paul /Vilkins and later Paul Brass. They held that communal riots are stage drama. Tuesday riots are conducted with complete professionalism. Country never free from communal violence. There are only active and passive phases. They gave 3 stages on the life of communal riots. Preliminary stage, or rehearsals. There is a role of fire tenders. Precipitation stage, when violence actually erupts. It is normally near election time. There is a role of conversion specialists. Explanatory stage, when blame game starts. All political parties are benefited by the riots. Those who play active roles are also rewarded in public functions. 2. C.P. Bambry. The politics of religion and politics of caste are the two sides of the same coin. Politics of caste automatically leads to communalism, holds Congress responsible, because Congress played caste creed. When one party play caste card, other party has to play the religious card. 3. Sunil Kilanani in his book, The Idea of India, warns against the tendencies to destroy the secular fabric of the country and to make India a Hindu Pakistan. Conclusion. Thus there is lack of consensus as to what model India needs. To quote Raj for Bhargav, Indian secularism continues to be misunderstood. Its nuances, complexities, distinctiveness remains painfully elusive. Standards and institutions, according to H.M. Sirvai, the preamble of the Indian Constitution is the most precious part of the Constitution. It reflects the ideals and aspirations of the Indian people and serves as a key to understanding the purpose and scope of the Constitution as a whole. R.C. Chopra emphasizes the inclusive nature of the preamble, which proclaims India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. These principles reflect a commitment to a society that is based on justice, equality, and the dignity of all individuals, regardless of their religion, caste, or social status. J.N. Pandey highlights the historical context of the preamble, noting that it draws inspiration from the ideals of the Indian freedom struggle, including the non-cooperation movement, the civil disobedience movement, and the Quit India movement. The preamble thus represents a continuation of the struggle for freedom and democracy that began with the Indian National Congress in the late 19th century. Finally, M.V. Piley notes that the preamble is not just a symbolic statement of principles, but also has legal significance. The Supreme Court of India has held that the preamble is a part of the Constitution and can be used to interpret its provisions. The preamble thus serves as a touchstone for the interpretation of the Constitution as a whole, and as a reminder of the fundamental values on which the Indian polity is based. Fundamental rights. The preamble to the Indian Constitution is about the resolution of Indians for securing freedom, equality, justice, security, and dignity to all citizens. These commitments have been incorporated as fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, DPSP, in the Constitution. Fundamental rights are enshrined in Part 3 of the Constitution from Articles 12 to 35, inspired from the Bill of Rights of USA. They are known as Magna Carta of the Constitution. Standard introduction. J.B. Kriplani argues that the fundamental rights are roots of Indian democracy borrowed from ancient moral and spiritual values. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar stated that these are heart and soul of Indian Constitution, rights to be binding on state and a privilege of citizens. He said that without Article 32, the entire Constitution would be a nullity. Ivor Jennings opined that these 24 articles have within them vast aspirations of an independent India, reforming the political problems of British institutions. According to Granville Austell, the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Indian Constitution are the most remarkable and comprehensive rights in the world. These rights include the right to freedom of speech and expression, freedom of religion, and the right to life, personal liberty, among others. UPE, Radrab Baxi highlights the transformative potential of the fundamental rights, which can be used to challenge social and economic inequalities, discrimination, and injustice. The Constitution 11 Co 111 MITME 11T to social justice and equality is reflected in the fundamental rights, which provide a framework for a more I11C. The Constitution 11 Co 111 MITME 11T to social justice and equality is reflected in the fundamental rights, which provide a framework for a more I11C/11 civ and democratic society. RKK/RAN, RA emphasizes the I11 to Maisho 11 AL significance of the fundamental rights, which have been praised by scholars and activists around the world. These rights reflect India's commitment to human rights and democracy, and have inspired similar provisions in other national A11D international legal I11ST 111 Me 11TS. Origin of fundamental rights. Enlightenment movement, it established that man is rational who has the ability to govern himself. Thus, rational man should possess rights. John Locke Theory of Natural Rights. TL1E Theory of Natural Rights by John Locke suggests that rights are given to man by nature. They are not dependent on state. The role of state is only to establish law and order so that man can enjoy rights. Concept of human dignity. Theory of natural rights is also linked to ideals of Immanuel Kant, who gave concept of human dignity. UNDHR, 1948. The Constitution's framers were heavily influenced by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Indian Constitution's FR provisions reflect the principles of the Universal Declaration, including the right to life, liberty, and security of person, freedom of the conscience and religion, and equality before the law. Historical back, or out of FRs in India. Views of Galvin Austin. He opines that the concept of fundamental rights was implicit in the formation of Indian National Congress in 1885, in which Indians wanted the same rights and privileges that the British enjoyed in India and in England. Commonwealth of India Bill, 1925. It demanded 7 fundamental rights for Indians, which include individual liberty, freedom of conscience, free expression of opinion, free assembly, and equality before law. It also had provisions for right to free elementary education, equal right to use roads and court of justice, etc. Nehru Report, 928. It underlined the need for securing fundamental rights that had been denied to them by colonial government. The report underlined the need to protect the minority rights. The Congress Party and Karachi Resolution, 1931, highlighted the need to end the exploitation of masses and to make economic freedom intertwined with political freedom. Supper Report, 1945. It made the distinction between justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights. It suggested that rights of minorities must be protected. Subcommittee on Fundamental Rights, FT, was headed by J.B. Kriplani. It made a decision to include the fundamental rights as justiciable right. Features of fundamental rights. Natural and legal. The fundamental rights are both natural as well as legal rights. Equal rights. All are equal before the law. It means that all citizens are equal under law. They have equal the right to freedom of religion, assembly, association, and movement. No person is to be deprived of his life, liberty, or property, except in accordance with the law. Character of rights. Some of them are negative in character, that is, place limitations on the authority of the state, while others are positive in nature, conferring certain privileges on the persons. Available to. Some of the fundamental rights are available only to the citizens of India, while some are available to everyone, including foreign nationals. Available against. All fundamental rights are available against the arbitrary action of the state, while only some are available only against private individuals. For X, Article 17 is available against state as well as individuals. However, Article 16 is solely available against state. Infringement. Fundamental rights are defended and guaranteed by Supreme Court. Hence, the aggrieved party can directly move to the Supreme Court on the infringement of these rights. Justiciable. They are justiciable, allowing persons to move the courts for their reinforcement, if and when they are violated. Execution. Most of them are directly enforceable, self-executory, while a few of them can be enforced on the basis of a law made for giving effect to them. Such a law can be made only by the Parliament and not by state legislatures. Article 35. Individual as well as community rights. Fundamental rights have both individual rights as well as community rights. For X, untouchability, Article 17, is an individual right, right to religion. Article 25 to 28 entails both individual as well as collective freedom. Not sacrosanct. They are not sacrosanct or permanent. The Parliament can curtail or repeal them, but only by a constitutional amendment act and not by an ordinary act. Moreover, this can be done without affecting the basic structure of the Constitution. Significance of fundamental rights. Fundamental rights are significant in the following respects. They constitute the bedrock of democratic system in the country. They provide necessary conditions for the material and moral protection of man. 2. They serve as a formidable bulwark of individual liberty. They facilitate the establishment of rule of law in the country. They protect the interests of minorities and weaker sections of society. They strengthen the secular fabric of the Indian state. These rights prevent state from getting authoritarian. These rights are necessary for the development of constitutional state. They lay down the foundation stone of social equality and social justice. They ensure the dignity and respect of individuals. They facilitate the participation of people in the political and administrative process. Right to equality. Article 14 to 18. Views of Aristotle. Inequality in the society is the main cause of revolution in any kind of political system or society. Views of Alexis de Tocqueville. The evolution of human society is clear understanding of the idea of equality. L11E ideal of equality is linked with human dignity. Views of Dworkin. Right to equality is the first fundamental right. Brixenon policy of India. Affirmative actions are a set of anti-discrimination measures intended to provide access to preferred positions in society to members of groups who would otherwise be excluded or underrepresented. Reservation is a type of affirmative action. Its rationale is to uplift the historically disadvantaged sections such as blacks in USA, Dalits in India who will not be able to come at par with other sections of the society on their own. Views of scholars. Yogendra Yadav, in his article Rethinking Social Justice, says that policy and politics of social justice have reached the dead end. However, journey was not entirely justice and wasted. It needs to be revised now. Reservation policy should fulfill 4 parameters: intellectually sound, administratively and financially viable, politically defensible and morally justified. Professor Satish Deshpande, it has been wrongly considered as a poverty alleviation program or employment guarantee program. Pratap Banu Mehta, OBC reservation is a political hypocrisy. Caste is the reality of Indian politics, but quota will make caste the only reality. R.C. Guba, in his article Sociology of Reservation, he suggested that reservation is a highly politicized issue with no scope for rational discourse. Debates on reservation in India generate more heat than light. He opines that reservation for SC, ST may be acceptable but for OBCs is counterproductive. Mark Gallanter, through reservation, government not only protects discrimination rather consolidates separate identity. Suhas Palsbecker, the contemporary logic of reservation policy precludes judicial intervention. The kind of boundary setting court did in Manda case would be probably seen as unwanted interference. The claims of OBC reservation has come to stand on the logic of economic backwardness than social injustice. Professor André Batil, the reservations in India are introduced by Britishers certainly upon no good intentions. Constitutional provisions providing validity to reservation. 1. Article 15. Article 15, 3 allows the state from making any special provision for women and children. X. Reservation of seats for women in local bodies or provision of free education for children. Article 15, for state can make any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Article 15. 5. State can make any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes related to their admission to educational institutions including private educational institutions, whether aided or unaided by the state, other than the minority educational institutions. X. Reservation of seats public educational institutions. Article 15. 6. State can make any special provision for the advancement of any economically weaker sections of citizens. 2. Article 16. Article 16. For state can make any provision for the reservation of appointments or posts in favor of any backward class of citizens which, in the opinion of the state, is not adequately represented in the services under the state. Article 16. For a state can make any provision for reservation in matters of promotion, with consequential seniority, to any class or classes of post in the services under the state in favor of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes which, in the opinion of the state, are not adequately represented in the services under the state. Article 16. 6. State can make any provision for the reservation of appointments or posts in favor of any economically weaker sections of citizens. 3. Article 46. State shall promote with special care the educational and economic interests of the weaker sections of the people, and, in particular, of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, and shall protect them from social injustice and all forms of exploitation. 4. Article 243d provides reservation of seats for SCs and STs in every panchayat. 5. Article 243t, reservation of seats for SCs and STs in every municipality. 6. Article 330, seats shall be reserved in the Lok Sabha for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. 7. Article 332, reservation of seats for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes in the legislative assemblies of the states. 8. Article 335 mandates reservations have to be balanced with the maintenance of efficiency. Reservation policy in India. Reservation for SC, STs, OBCs. Reservation is provided to reservation for SC, STs, OBCs. Reservation is provided to scheduled castes, SCs, scheduled tribes, STs, and other backward classes, OBCS, at the rate of 15%, 7.5%, and 27% respectively in case of direct recruitment on all India basis by open competition. Reservations for differently abled Persons with Disability Act, 1995 provides for reservation for persons with disabilities in India. Under the Act, persons with disabilities got 3% reservation in both government jobs and higher educational institutions. Economically weaker sections, 10% reservation to EWS was recently provided by 103rd Constitutional Amendment Act, 2018. It amended Articles 15 and 16 to provide reservation to economically weaker section in admission to educational institutions and government posts. Judicial pronouncements regarding reservation, State of Madras versus Champakam Narration, 1951 struck down a government order of 1927. Regarding caste-based reservation in government jobs and educational institutions. Indra Soni versus Union of India, 1992 27% government jobs for backward classes, /with elimination of creamy layer is constitutionally valid. Chebralu Leela Prasad Rao versus State of Andhra Pradesh, 2020, SC held 100% reservation to ST deprives general category, SCs and OBCs of their due representation. It is violative of Article 14, 15 and 16. It held that equality of opportunity and pursuit of choice cannot be deprived arbitrarily. Judicial pronouncements regarding reservation in private educational institutions, Namdar versus State of Maharashtra and TMA Pi Foundation versus State of Karnataka. Government cannot introduce quota in private unaided educational institutions as it was violative of fundamental rights under Article 19, L.G. Government enacted 93 Constitutional Amendment Act to override the decision in its Ashok Kumar Thakur versus Union of India, constitutional validity of 93 Amendment Act was upheld by Supreme Court. Society for Unaided Private Schools for Rajasthan versus Union of India, 2013 Court upheld the validity of Introduction to Quota under Right to Education Act, 2009 even in private unaided institutions as education was not a purely commercial commodity. Article 2 IA is an obligation on state and right to education is child-centric activity rather than institution-centric activity. Judicial pronouncements regarding reservation and promotions. 1. C.A. Rajendran v. Union of India, 1967 government is under no constitutional duty to provide reservations for SCs and STs, either at the initial stage of recruitment or at the stage of promotion. 2. Indira Soni v. Union Fundaya, 1992. SC held that the reservation policy cannot be extended to promotions and put a 50% cap on reserved seats. It also held that relaxation of qualifying marks and standards of evaluation for reservation and promotion were not permissible. U/A16-4 struck down provision for reservation for EWS and introduced the concept of creamy layer for OBC reservations. 3. M. Nagaraj versus Union of India 2006 Supreme Court upheld Parliament's decision to extend reservations for SCs and STs to include promotions with 3 conditions: proof of benefit, State BAS to provide proof for the backwardness of the class benefiting from the reservation, quantifiable data, State BAS to collect quantifiable data showing inadequacy of representation of that class in public employment, administrative efficiency. State has to show how reservations and promotions would further administrative efficiency. 4. Jarnail Singh v. Lakshminarayan Gupta 2018 Supreme Court ruled out need for collecting quantifiable data to demonstrate backwardness of public employees belonging to the SC/STs to provide reservations for them in promotions. 5. Faculty Association of AIMS versus Union of Fundaya 2013. In this case, a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court ruled that there are certain jobs for which merit alone should be the sole criteria. However, the same was overruled in a review petition with the court saying that the government was free to amend the Constitution to provide reservation in faculty for super-speciality posts. 6. B.K. Pavitravi. Union of India 2019 Supreme Court upheld Karnataka extension of consequential seniority to government servants promoted on the basis of reservation to the posts in the Civil Services of the State, Act, 2018. The enactment provides for consequential seniority to SCs and STs with retrospective effect from 1978-7. Muksh Kumar versus State of Uttarakhand, 2020 The court held that Article 16, 4, and 16, for A, are in the nature of enabling provisions, vesting a discretion on the state government to consider providing reservations, if the circumstances so warrant. It is settled law that the state cannot be directed to give reservations for appointment in public posts. However, if the state wishes to exercise its discretion and make such provision, it has to collect quantifiable data showing inadequacy of representation of that class in public services. Reservation as fundamental right. M.R. Balaji versus State of Mysore. The Supreme Court decided that Article 15, 4, is an enabling provision, meaning that it does not impose an obligation, BU. Merely leaves it to the discretion of the appropriate government to take suitable action, if necessary. DMKV. Union of India. Reservation is not a fundamental right. Mukesh Kumar v. State of Uttarakhand. The Supreme Court has decided that there is no fundamental right to have a reservation in appointments and promotions in public services. Private sector reservations. Andhra Assembly has passed a bill in July 2019 which provides that industries that would come up either in public sector or in public-private partnership must reserve 75% jobs for locals. Haryana Cabinet cleared a draft ordinance that seeks to reserve 75% of the jobs in private enterprises for local residents to address the aspect of unemployment of the local population on a priority basis. Legal basis. Article 16. 3. Parliament may make a law prescribing a requirement of residence for jobs in a particular state. This power vests solely in the Parliament, not state legislatures. Article 371d. Andhra Pradesh wider Section 371d has powers to have direct recruitment of local cadre in specified areas. Case laws. Dr. Pradeep Jain v. Union of India, 1984. To regard an individual from one state as an outsider in another state would be to deny him his constitutional rights and to recognize the essential unity and integrity of the country by treating it as if it were a mere conglomeration of independent states. Sananda Reddy v. State of Andhra Pradesh, 1995. Supreme Court affirmed the observation in Pradeep Jain to strike down a state government policy that gave 5% extra weightage to candidates who had studied with Telugu as the medium of instruction. Kailash Chand Sharma v. State of Rajasthan, 2002. The court held that measures taken by the state on considerations of localism are not sanctioned by the constitutional mandate of equality. Uttar Pradesh v. Pradeep Tandon. The reservation from rural areas cannot be sustained on the ground that the rural areas represent socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. This reservation appears to be made for majority population of the state. 80% of the population of the state cannot be a homogeneous class. No reservation can be made on the basis of place of birth as that would offend art. 15. Article 19. 1a. Freedom of speech and expression. Views of J.S. Mill. He believed that freedom of speech and expression is necessary for the development of our personality. He considered freedom of speech and expression as foundation of democracy. Views of Voltaire. He held that I disapprove of what you say but defend to my death your right to say so. Views of Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin. Those who sacrifice liberty for the sake of security, LL have none. Internet shutdown /VNS in India. Legal provisions for imposing internet shutdown. The IT Act, 2000, Section 69A of the IT Amendment Act, 2008 gives the government powers to block particular websites, not the internet as a whole. Telegraph Act, 1885. Under this, the government has the power to block the transmission of messages during a public emergency or for public safety. Temporary suspension of telecom services rules 2017. State can suspend telecom services in case of public emergency or public safety and also the suspension of internet services. Judicial pronouncements. Fabima Sharin versus the State of Kerala, 2019. The Kerala HC declared the right to internet access as a fundamental right forming a part of the right to privacy and the right to education J under Article 21 of the Constitution. Anuradha Bhasan versus the Union Flandaya, 2020. The SC ruled that an undefined restriction of J. Internet services would be illegal and that orders for internet shutdown must satisfy the test of necessity and proportionality. Freedom of press and media. Brij Bhushan case. SC held that freedom of press is inherent in freedom of speech. Jawaharlal Nehru. I will support free press with all dangers involved in the wrong use of freedom rather than repressed and regulated press. Thomas Jefferson's. I would prefer free press without government rather government without free press. Rajiv Gandhi. Freedom of media is an article of faith sanctified by the Constitution and indispensable for the future of nation. J. Pulitzer. Self-perpetuating media is a dangerous entity. Pratap Bhanu Mehta. Media over the years has become a toxic amalgamation of venality, fanaticism, irresponsibility, and subservience to power. The media has gone from being the savior of democracy to being one of principal threats to it. Are fundamental rights absolute? Fundamental rights are not absolute. In A.K. Gopalan case, court held there cannot be unlimited and absolute rights. Restrictions on some of the fundamental rights are: 1. Restrictions on right to freedom. Article J9. Sovereignty and integrity of India, security of state, friendly relations with foreign nations, public order, decency and morality, contempt of court, defamation, incitement of offense, sedition. Freedom of assembly. It can be restricted under Section 144 of Criminal Procedure Code by magistrate in case of there is a risk of obstruction, annoyance, or danger to human life, etc. Further, under IPC assemblies can become unlawful in certain cases. Freedom of profession. In case of state monopolies, restrictions can be imposed by state on private individuals. 2. Right to life and personal liberty. Article 21. It is limited by procedure established by Law 3. Right to religious freedom. Article 25. On the grounds of public order, morality, and health. Criticism, qualified, not absolute. Fundamental rights are subjected to innumerable exceptions, restrictions, qualifications, and explanations. For limitations laid down under Article 19, 2 to 19, 6, on right to freedom. No social and economic rights. Part 3 of the Constitution mainly consists of political rights. While Supreme Court has included certain social and economic rights, such as right to work, free legal aid, etc., under the ambit of fundamental rights, they are not explicitly provided under Part 3. Lack of clarity. They are stated in a vague, indefinite, and ambiguous manner. For X, public order, reasonable restriction, other authorities, public interest, etc. No permanency. Supreme Court in Keshvananda Bharti v. State of Kerala held that Parliament can any part of the Constitution, including Part ill in accordance with doctrine of basic structure. For X, Parliament abolished right to property. Suspension during emergency. Except Article 20 and 21, enforcement of all the fundamental rights can be suspended during the operation of national emergency. This puts rights of citizens in continuous jeopardy. Preventive detention. It confers arbitrary powers on the state and negates individual liberty. It is a right of the state against the individual than right of the individual against the state. Further, unlike India, no democratic country in the world has made preventive detention as an integral part of their constitutions. Excessive limitations. They are subjected to innumerable exceptions, restrictions, qualifications, and explanations. Views of JASP at Roy Kapoor. The chapter dealing with the fundamental rights should be renamed as Limitations on Fundamental Rights or Fundamental Rights and Limitations Thereon. They are stated in a vague, indefinite, and ambiguous manner. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 387. Fundamental duties. Fundamental duties have been incorporated in Part 4A of the Constit 11 tie-in under Article 51A on the recommendation of Sworn Singh Committee. TI-1E fundamental duties in the Indian Constitution are inspired by the Constitution of erstwhile USSR. Standard Introduction. According to H.M. Sirvai, Tulzefu 11 Dame 11 Tal duties embodied in Part 4A of the J11 Jia 11 Co 11 Statutio 11 are a reminder that rights cannot exist in isolation from duties. The duties enumerated in the Co 11 Statutio 11, such as respecting the 11 Asho 11 Alglag and promoting harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood, are essential for building a strong and cohesive society. F.P. J notes that the fundamental duties are a reflection of the Indian Constitution's commitment to creating a just and equitable society. By emphasizing the importance of duties as promoting the welfare of the Count 1J and protecting the natural environment, the Constitution seeks to create a citizenry that is invested in the common good. SJL, AFL, ESL, where he highlights the educational value of the fundamental duties, which provide a framework for moral and civic education. By inculcating a sense of responsibility towards the nation and the environment, the fundamental duties help to create a more informed and engaged citizenship. Subbarov notes that the fundamental duties are an important tool for building a sense of national unity and identity. By emphasizing the importance of respecting the national flag and promoting a spirit of common brotherhood, the Co 11 Statutio 11 seeks to create a shared sense of purpose and belonging among all citizens of India. Recent use of fundamental duties. Bombay HC during first wave of COVID-19 wave. On Suamoto petition, court held while government machinery is expected to take effective measures to deal with COVID-19 pandemic. Citizens are also expected to remind themselves of their fundamental duties. Bombay High Court during second wave of COVID-19 wave. Officers have now started to shirk their responsibilities in giving certain relief to COVID-19 patients, and in a way, they are also on the path to violate their fundamental duties. MC. Mehta versus Union of India. Supreme Court introduced compulsory learning of lessons on protection of environment in all the educational institutions of the country as a part of fundamental duty under Article 51 AG. Criticism. 1. Feature of socialist countries. It is a feature of socialist countries. In liberal countries, the purpose of Constitution is to put limit on government. 2. No qualitative change. Fundamental duties had not made any change in the quality of citizens in India. It is not clear how citizens will develop scientific temper without basic education. 3. Not exhaustive. The list of duties is not exhaustive since some key duties are found amiss, such as duty to pay truces, voted elections, etc. 4. No theme. The duties have no underlying theme and are haphazardly arranged. 5. Little practical value. They are vague, ambiguous, and mere moral precepts. 4x. Noble ideals of the freedom struggle, the phrase composite culture, scientific temper, etc. 6. Imposition of state ideology. FD represent an attempt by state to impose a particular ideological perspective on its citizens, rather than promoting genuine civic engagement and responsibility. 7. Non-enforceable. They are not justiciable on their own and have little value in eyes of people. 8. Vaguely worded and create problems for the judiciary. 9. Socioeconomic challenge. Poverty. India has high levels of poverty, illiteracy, unemployment. In such a situation, people may not be aware of their rights, leave alone duties. Large population. This leads to much pressure on resources, and that in turn is responsible for erosion of values which are the very basis of duty. Corruption. Because of rampant corruption, the people are generally fed up with the administration, and in disgust, they also do not perform their duties. Conflicts. Conflicts in regional and communal groups are hindrance in the process of building a strong and united India. Due to this, concern for preserving regional and communal identities takes such an ominous tone that the national interest is ignored. Supreme Court on FD. SC in AI.IMS Student Union Case 2001 said fundamental duties, as defined in Article 51A, are not made enforceable by a wide of court just as the fundamental rights are, BT. It cannot be lost sight of that duties in Part 4A, Article 5 law, are prefixed by the same word fundamental, which was prefixed by the founding fathers of the Constitution, to rights in Part ID. National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution, Recommendation 1. FD should be popularized and made effective too. New FD should be added duty to vote at elections, pay taxes, foster a spirit of family values and responsible parenthood, to ensure well-being of the children, duty of industrial organizations to provide education to children of their employees. Standard conclusion, as observed by Mahatma Gandhi, real rights are a result of the performance of duty. Rights and duties are closely related and cannot be separated from one another. There should be constitutional obligation on the state to educate citizens about fundamental duties, Varma Committee and NCRWC. According to A.K. Jain, the fundamental duties represent an important step towards creating a truly democratic and responsible citizenry in India. By emphasizing the importance of promoting social harmony, protecting the environment, and upholding the dignity of all individuals, the fundamental duties help to create a society that is more just and equitable. S.S. Rana argues that the fundamental duties are a necessary complement to the fundamental rights, which ensure that citizens are protected from state oppression. The fundamental duties, on the other hand, ensure that citizens are invested in the common good and take an Act 1/E role in building a strong and cohesive society. J.F. Kennedy said, "Ask what Co-1MTRYCA do for you. Ask what you can." Low for Co-1111T1Y. Directive Principles of State Policy. The objective of incorporation of DPSP in the Constitution is to establish a welfare state. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar says that DPSPs are novel features of the Constitution which act as a guideline for the state and should be taken into consideration while coming up with some new policy or any law. Inspiration. Inspired from Irish Constitution and Instrument of Instructions given in GI Act, 1935. Views of scholars. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. DPSPs do not have legal sanctions but enjoy political sanctions. B.N. Rao. DPSPs have been made non-enforceable because of the lack of resources. If DPSPs would have been made enforceable, the country would have gone into constitutional crisis. Granville Austin. DPSPs are conscience of the Constitution. Preamble. Fundamental rights and DPSPs together are soul of the Constitution. Significance. Social and economic welfare. The DPSPs aim to promote social and economic welfare in the country. They outline various goals for the state, such as promoting equality, eliminating poverty, and ensuring the well-being of all citizens. Positive obligations on the state, unlike the FRs, which are negative obligations on the state to refrain from certain actions. The DPSPs are positive obligations on the state to take certain actions to promote the welfare of the people. They are intended to serve as a guide for the government to make policies that are in the best interest of the citizens. Non-justiciable but influential. Although the DPSPs are not legally enforceable, they are still influential in shaping government policy. The courts have often referred to the DPSPs when interpreting laws and have even held that the state has a duty to implement them. Link between fundamental rights and DPSP. The DPSPs are closely linked to the fundamental rights, as they provide a framework for achieving the goals of the fundamental rights. For example, the right to education is supported by the DPSP that calls for free and compulsory education for all children up to the age of 14 years. Ideal of social democracy. The DPSPs reflect the ideal of social democracy and are a manifestation of India's commitment to building a just and equitable society. They seek to balance the interests of different sections of society and promote the welfare of all citizens, particularly those who are disadvantaged or marginalized. SDG play major role in achieving SDG targets and in implementation of recommendations of NITI Aayog's Finite 75. Criticism. DPSPs are criticized on the ground that they undermine the federalism, as some of the DPSPs contain subjects and state list. They are also criticized on the ground that they limit the choice of future governments with respect to the formulation of policies. According to B.R. Ambedkar, political freedom had no meaning unless it was accompanied by social and economic freedom. National Commission to Review the Working of Constitution, Recommendation. Heading of Part 4 of the Constitution show ID be amended to read as Directive Principles of State Policy and Action. A new directive principle on control of population should be added. An interfaith commission should be established to promote interreligious harmony and social solidarity. There must be a body of high status to review the implementation of DPSP. Conflict between fundamental rights and DPSPs. The inherent conflict between fundamental rights and DPSP arises from the fact that one ensures individual liberty and political justice, while the other remains focal point of socio-economic justice and are fundamental for governance, Article 37, but remain non-justiciable. This conflict is ever present in modern-day democracy where liberty and property rights are sacrosanct, but welfarist measures are also needed to maintain stability and dignified living. Thus, Jurgen 1-Burma's predicted rise of legitimacy crisis as the state entangles itself into this conflict. However, Indian governments attempted to align fundamental rights and the DPSP, through constitutional amendments and frequent judicial intervention has led the doctrine of harmonious construction, and successfully averted such crisis. Relationship between FRs and DPSPs. 1. General, one wants to achieve political democracy, while other wants to achieve socio-economic democracy. One promotes individual rights while the other promotes community rights. It is seen as a conflict between liberal values and Asian values. Since India adopted concept of a welfare state which involves both capitalism and socialism, the conflict between FR and DPSP becomes more evident. 2. Supreme Court, Madras vs. Champakan, 1951. Supreme Court held that if a law contravenes a fundamental right, it would be void, but the same is not with the DPSPs, implying that fundamental rights are on a higher pedestal than DPSPs. Kerala Education Bill, 1957. Court said that in case of conflict between fundamental right and DPSPs, the principle of harmonious construction should be applied. If the conflict still persists, fundamental rights should be upheld. C. Golaknath vs. State of Punjab, 1967. Fundamental rights cannot be curtailed by the law made by the Parliament. 25. Constitutional Amendment Act, 1971. It inserted Article 3 LC. It provided that if a law is made to give effect to DPSPs in Article 39b and 39c, and in the process, the law violates Article 14, Article 19, or Article 31, then the law should not be declared as unconstitutional and void merely on this ground. Kesavananda Bharati vs. State of Kerala. The Supreme Court has held that Parliament can. Paper L. PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 391. Amend AP part but without basic structure. The Clause 2 of Article 31c has been declared UNC institutional and void as it was against the basic structure. But the Clause 1 has been declared valid. 42. Constitution Amendment, 1976. LT widened the scope of Article 3 LC to cover all the directive principles laid down in the Constitution. L/Unurva Mills vs. Union of India, 1980. The Constitution is founded on the bedrock of the balance between fundamental rights and DPSP. To give absolute primacy to one over the other is to disturb the harmony of the Constitution. This harmony and balance is an essential F-catcher of the basic structure of the Constitution. Uni Krishnan vs. State of Andhra Pradesh, 1993. Fundamental rights and directive principles are not exclusive to each other, and that fundamental rights are the means through which the goals enumerated in Part 4 are achieved. Constitutional Amendment. Jawaharlal Nehru. While we want this Constitution to be solid and permanent, there should be certain flexibility. If you make everything rigid, you stop growth of the nation. The growth of living, organic, vital people. The Constitutional Amendment acts as a safety valve to meet the aspirations of the new generation, otherwise the only option is revolution. Andre Patil. India is a unique case where the Constitution has to be amended within the very first year of the existence of the Republic. KC/Bear. He has admired the variety of amendment procedures contained in the Constitution of India. He said, this variety in the amending process is wise but rarely found. Granville Austin. The amending process has proved itself one of the most ably conceived aspects of the Constitution. Although it appears complicated, it is merely diverse. Criticism of amendment procedure of Indian Constitution. No special body. There is no provision for a special body to change the Constitution, such as a constitutional convention in the United States. No joint sitting. If there is a deadlock over the passage of a constitutional amendment bill, there is no provision for a joint sitting of both houses of Parliament. No distinction with legislative process. The amendment procedure in India is similar to the legislative process. The constitutional amendment legislation must be carried by Parliament in the same way as other laws, with the exception of the special majority requirement. Standard conclusion. Pandit Jawaharlal/RM said in the Constituent Assembly, while we want this Constitution to be as solid and permanent as we can make it, there is no permanence in a Constitution. There should be a certain flexibility. If you make any Constitution rigid and permanent, you stop the nation's growth, the growth of a living, vital, organic people. GRA 11 Ville Austin notes that the Indian Constitution seeks to strike a balance between the fundamental rights and the DPSPs. While the fundamental rights guarantee individual freedom and limit the power of the state, the DPSPs seek to promote the welfare of the people and require. Paper I, PSIR optional subsno from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 392. The state to take positive action. VR Krishna Iyer emphasizes the need for a harmonious interpretation of the fundamental rights in the DPSPs. He notes that both are essential for the realization of a just and equitable society and that they should be interpreted in a way that complements each other. P.AF. Bakshi notes that the balance between the fundamental rights and the DPSPs requires constant vigilance and oversight. He notes that the courts play an important role in ensuring that balance is maintained and that the state does not prioritize one over the other at the cost of individual freedom or social welfare. Judicial Review /V. Refers to the power of judiciary to adjudicate on the constitutionality of both executive and legislative decisions of the state to ensure their consistency with broader constitutional morality. The concept of judicial review was first originated in America, established through the case of Marbury R. Madison, 1803. In any country where judiciary has power of judicial review over the acts of Parliament, that country will automatically have the principle of supremacy of judiciary. Supremacy of Constitution and supremacy of judiciary are one and the same thing because Constitution is supreme, but Constitution is what judges say. Judicial review in different countries. Case of Biden. Judiciary will have no power to review acts of parliament because in the absence of written constitution, there is no difference between constitutional law and ordinary law. In Britain, judiciary only reviews the act of executives. Case of USA. Since written constitution exists in USA, there is a limitation on Congress with respect to lawmaking. Hence, legislative supremacy does not exist, and the Constitution provides for checks and balances. Case of India. During the time of Pandit Nehru, there was lack of clarity. Pandit Nehru believed that Indian system is modeled on British system. He used to believe that India has the concept of supremacy of parliament. Supremacy of parliament to the extent that there is no limitation even on the amending power of parliament. It was also the phase of passive judiciary. However, in Keshavanand Bharati case, Supreme Court asserted that parliament does not have unlimited powers. Approaches to judicial review. Traditional approach, legal interpretation. The courts expound only the existing law and do not make new laws. Contemporary approach, liberal approach. Whenever a judge interprets law, it makes law. Constitution should be seen as a living document. Courts should interpret laws in accordance to changing needs of the society. Principles/doctrines of judicial review. To examine the constitutional validity of an act, judiciary in India follows following principles. 1. Presumption in favor of constitutionality of law. This also implies no suo motu judicial review of laws. However, in case of violation of fundamental rights only, judiciary goes for the Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 Pinj 393. Application of suo motu. Example of judicial activism. 2. The doctrine of liberal interpretation, e.g. Maneka Gandhi case. 3. Literal interpretation, e.g. A.K. Gopalan case. 4. Doctrine of reading down, e.g. Abolition of Section 377 of IPC. Pate of law is narrowed down while other provision continue to operate. 5. Doctrine of ab initio. Some laws become invalid from the date Constitution comes into existence if they're in contradiction. 6. Doctrine of eclipse. Shadow judiciary may adopt the doctrine of eclipse by which a law passed by duly constituted legislature is kept in a shadow. /vico, // then its principles appear in conflict with the Constitution. However, when required, it can be validated. Doctrine of eclipse was declared in Bikbaji Narayan v. State of LVIP case 1955. With respect to post-constitutional laws, doctrine of eclipse was pronounced in State of Gujarat v. Ambika Mills case. 7. Doctrine of severability. LT means entire law is not declared null and void, but only a part of law which seems inconsistent are taken out. 8. Doctrine of colorable legislation and doctrine of pith and substance. What cannot be done directly cannot be done indirectly. It will be treated as the legislative fraud. 9. Doctrine of prospective overruling. Taken from USA, for the first time applied in Goloknath case 1967. 10. Doctrine of basic structure. Invention of Indian judiciary. It makes Indian Supreme Court the 1. Strongest court in the world. In no other country, judiciary has power to review amendments of the Constitution. Judiciaries can only review the ordinary laws. Amendment is the feature of the Constitution itself. Doctrine of basic structure allows judiciary to question the Constitution. Its E.1 judiciary has assumed the role of constituent assembly. Doctrine of basic structure is to check the validity of constitutional amendment only. Why? Ordinary law can be questioned on the basis of the Constitu.1 tie-in, written provisions, whereas amendment needs to be tested on the basis of basic structure. It is not written in the Constitution, it is to be determined by judiciary from time to time. 11. Doctrine of due process of law and procedure established by Law 12. Doctrine of waiver. In India, judiciary does not accept the doctrine of waiver. Doctrine of waiver is accepted in USA. Why in USA? People have absolute rights in USA. Hence, state cannot limit the rights, state can only request. The person can waive off his rights voluntarily in the wider interest of the society. Waiver means person himself gives away his right. Whether Supreme Court accepted doctrine of waiver in case of passive euthanasia? No. Passive euthanasia is linked to right to die with dignity, which itself is a part of right to life, under Art 21. In India, doctrine of waiver has not been accepted because of poverty and vulnerabilities. Notable cases in India, L. Chandrakumar v. Union Fundai judicial review power of the High Court and the Supreme Court under Article 226 and 227 of the Constitution was recognized in this case. Maneka Gandhi case 1978. THSC harmonized procedure established by law, actually in due process of law of U.S. Constitution on which includes principles of natural justice. Shreya Singha I case, 2015. It struck down the IT Act provisions that allowed arrest of individuals based on the content they post online. Keshavanand Bharati case, 1973. 24th and 25th Amendment Act of 1971 was challenged and SC stated that Parliament can't destroy or amend the basic structure of the Constitution. Indira Gandhi vs. Raj Narayan case, 1975, judicial review is considered a basic structure of the Constitution. S.R. Bommai case, 1994, The Supreme Court clearly detailed the limitations within which president's rule can be invoked and to prevent central autocracy. IR Qualo case, 2008. In this case, the court held that any act inserted in Ninth Schedule can be judicially scrutinized which are inserted after April 24, 1973, thus quashing Article 3 law. Shira Banu case, 2017. SC has ruled the practice of triple talaq enshrined in Muslim personal law to be unconstitutional. Krishna Kumar Singh case. SC has reiterated that repromulgation of ordinances is a fraud on the Constitution and a subversion of the democratic legislative processes. Features of judicial review in India, both SC and HCs. Under Article 226, a person can approach the High Court for violation of any fundamental right or for any legal right. Also, under Article 32, a person can move to the Supreme Court for any violation of a fundamental right or for a question of law. But the final power to interpret the Constitution lies with the apex court, i.e. Supreme Court. Applicability. Laws made by center and state both are the subject to the judicial review. All the laws, order, bylaws, ordinance, and constitutional amendments and all other notifications are subject to judicial review which are included in Article 13(3) of the Constitution of India. No automatic application. The concept of judicial review needs to be attracted and applied. The Supreme Court cannot itself apply for judicial review. It can be used only when a question of law or rule is challenged before the Honorable Court. Not sua motu. The Supreme Court or the High Court for that matter do not use their authority to conduct a judicial review by a sua motu action. However, such power is utilized when there is a question of law that comes before the courts or during the court proceedings when any such incident occurs or such conditions arise as to where the law is in question. Constitutional Provisions. Article 372. Framework for judicial review of the pre-Constitution legislation. Article 13. It says any law which contravenes any of the provisions of the part of fundamental rights shall be void. Articles 32 and 226 entrusts the judiciary as the protector and guarantor of fundamental rights. Article 137. It gives a power to the SC to review any judgment pronounced or order made by it in the PSIR. Paper I, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Notes 50. Limitations of judicial review. Violation of constitutional limits. When it overrides any previously established law, it violates the limits of power put forth by the Constitution. Here, the legislative powers that are exercised by the Constitution are said to be aired. Violation of separation of powers. The concept of separation of functions is followed rather than that of separation of power. Sets a precedent. L11e judicial opinions of a judge once taken in a particular case would serve as the basis for deciding another case, thus acting as a precedent. Selfish motives and influences. Judicial review can prove to be detrimental to the local public as there are chances of the judgment being influenced by personal or selfish motives. This can lead to causing damage to the public at large. Lack of the capability to overrule administrative decisions. The court lacks the ability to repudiate the decisions taken by the administrative authorities. If a review of an administrative ruling is authorized, the decision of the court would be substituted, thus regarded to be a shortcoming due to inadequate knowledge. Basic Structure Doctrine. The doctrine of basic structure is a judiciary-made doctrine which was propounded by the Indian judiciary in April 1973 in Keshava 11A11-B/Rarati Sripadagalvara case to put a limitation on the amending power of the Parliament so that the basic structure of the basic law of the land cannot be amended in exercise of its constituent power under the Constitution. Professor Dietrich Koh-11 initially discussed the doctrine in his lecture. Implied Limitations of the Amending Power, 1965 foot in BHU. He explained how in 1933, Nazi regime used the Reichstag fire to amend the core ideas of Genin Constitution to form the Third Reich, and to save any other leader, doing same every democratic country should limit its parliament's power to amend the Constitution. Background reasons for emergence of doctrine. 1. Judicial dispute. Evolution of the doctrine to be understood in context of the initial judicial disputes in India between fundamental rights and directive principles. 2. Part 3, FRs, and Part 4, DPSB, are based on contradictory philosophies. Part 3 is based on ideology of liberalism, which gives primacy to the rights of individual. Part 4 based on philosophy of socialism, which gives primacy to the interest of society, even at the cost of individuals. 3. Conflict also arose because the two contradictory provisions, fundamental rights are the rights guaranteed by Constitution. Even right to enforcement of fundamental rights is itself a fundamental right. Art 13. It is a constitutional obligation of judiciary to declare any law as void in case it abridges any of the FRs given in Part 3. Art 32. It is duty of the Supreme Court and FR of the citizen that the rights are enforced. Hence SC has power to issue writs. Art 37. It mentions that the provisions in Part 4, DPSB, are not enforceable by any court. They are not automatically enforceable like FR, however they become enforceable if Parliament brings law. For are all the fundamental rights in Part 3 automatically enforceable? No. Enforcement of the rights require Parliament to make law for the purpose like Art I7, 23, 24. Still Art 37 mentions that governments will consider these principles fundamental in governance of the country. It shall be duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. Evolution of Dr. Rhine through cases. Though an attempt was first made in the year 1967 in Golok Nath case by M. K. Nambiar to get it approved in the name of necessarily implied restraint on the amending power of the parliament, but it took almost half a decade for the Indian judiciary to overcome its hesitancy and pronounce it in Keshavananda Bharti case. 1. Shankari Prasad case, 1951, background. In this case, the constitutional validity of the First Amendment Act, 1951, which curtailed the right to property, was challenged. Judgment. Court mild that the power of the Parliament to amend the Constitution under Article 368 also includes the power to amend fundamental rights. Reasoning. The word law in Article 13 includes only ordinary laws and not the Constitutional Amendment Acts. 2. Golok Nath case, 1967, background. The constitutional validity of the 17th Amendment Act, 1964, which inserted certain state acts in the Ninth Schedule, was challenged. Judgment. The Supreme Court reversed its earlier stand and ruled that the fundamental rights are given a transcendental and immutable position, and hence, the Parliament cannot abridge or take away any of these rights. Reasoning. A Constitutional Amendment Act is also a law within the meaning of Article 13 and hence would be void for violating any of the fundamental rights. 3. Keshavananda Bharti case. Background. The Parliament reacted to the Supreme Court's judgment in the Golok Nath case, 1967, by enacting the 24th Amendment Act, L. 971. This act amended Articles 13 and 368. It declared that the Parliament has the power to abridge or take away any of the fundamental rights under Article 368, and such an act will not be a law under the meaning of Article 13 judgment. The Supreme Court overruled its judgment in the Golok Nath case, 1967. It upheld the validity of the 24th Amendment Act, 1971, and stated that Parliament is empowered to abridge or take away any of the fundamental rights. At the same time, it laid down a new doctrine of the basic structure, or basic features, of the Constitution. Reasoning. It ruled that the constituent power of Parliament under Article 368 does not enable it to alter the basic structure of the Constitution. This means that the Parliament cannot abridge or take away a fundamental right that forms a part of the basic structure of the Constitution. Existence of basic structure within the Constitution. Evolved in process, the basic structure doctrine has been evolved by the Indian Supreme Court through its numerous landmark judgments over the years. Derived from constitutional values and morals, the elements of the basic structure are yet remain to be defined by the Supreme Court, but it contains the elements and moral principles on which Indian Constitution is based: constitutional supremacy, sovereignty, democracy, secularism, rule of law, welfare state, individual freedom, equality, and judicial review, etc. Principles of Constitution. Parliament is, after all, a creature of the Constitution. It could not make changes that had the effect of overthrowing the basic principles on which Constitution itself based. A limit the Parliament authority. Since the Constitution had confi one ted a limited amending power on the Parliament cannot under the exercise of that leonit power enlarge that very power into an absolute power. Basic structure BAS strengthened this principle. Validity of an amendment. For an amendment to be valid, the Constitution that remains standing after such a change must be the Constitution of India. It must continue to possess, in its essence, those features that were foundational to it even at its conception. SC as guarantor of the Constitution. Constitution has explicitly mentioned that SC is the guarantor and defender of the Constitution and fundamental rights. It gives power to the judiciary to make necessary changes with respect to time. Dynamic nature of Constitution. Constitution is a living document which needs to adopt changes according to the situations. Basic structure doctrine is inherently dynamic and progressive. Scholar views on basic structure. Zia Modi Kthi 10 judgments that changed India. The doctrine of basic structure has proved blessings in disguise. It restrained authoritarianism of the government. Had judiciary not invented the doctrine, India would have gone in the same path as other third world countries. According to her, uncertain democracy was preferable over certain tyranny. Justice P.N. Bhagwati. He argues that gone are the days when it was considered indecent for the judges to make public policy and laws. If judges don't take active participation, it means that judges want to live in the comfort zone unaffected by public criticism. Upindra Baxi. The doctrine of basic structure acts as a safety valve against majoritarianism and authoritarianism. The doctrine of basic structure can be used to apply brake when the engine of amending power threatened to overrun the Constitution. He noted that even a limited analysis of what the court decided is as delicate and difficult as that directed to the unraveling of the significance of the smile of Mona Lisa. Granville Austin notes that there are several discrepancies between the points contained in the summary signed by the judges and the opinions expressed by them in their separate judgments. Lavanya Rajamani, Golok Nath case. With one stroke, the court denuded Parliament of its supremacy and gave the judiciary a determinative role in Indian politics. It was not just dealing with politically significant issues, rather assumed political salience in its own right. Professor M.P. Singh. Through the ingenious doctrine, judiciary now has the last word in interaction of political institutions in India. Criticism of basic structure doctrine. Judicial creativity. It was criticized of being an extreme example of judicial creativity. Instead of limiting itself to the written provisions, judiciary is trying to establish the metaphysical elements of the Constitution. No unanimity. The doctrine came into existence by the vote of just one judge. 6 judges on the bench, 1 were against, and 7 were in favor. Discretionary power. Judiciary has not given the exhaustive list of what constitutes basic structure. It means judiciary enjoys discretionary powers. However, it is also suggested that there is no need to give exhaustive list, better to keep the provision as safety valve. Logic behind basic structure doctrine. The fundamental logic is the difference between amendment and rewriting of the Constitution. Even when Constitution is amended, we should be able to understand the original Constitution. Parliament cannot be equated with constituent assembly. Judiciary clarified that even when amendment is passed in both the houses with unanimity and absolute majority. Judiciary clarified that even when amendment is passed in both the houses with unanimity and absolute majority, then also amendment BAS to pass the test of basic structure. Parliament represents political majority, whereas constituent assembly represented general will/popular sovereignty. Standard conclusions I. General. The basic structure is an undefined, unwritten text, keeping it flexible and available as a defense against governmental attempts to enact unconstitutional features. The judiciary must maintain vigilant watch and take preventative action, while simultaneously being as adamant about reforming itself. For all 3 branches of government, legislative, judiciary, and executive, there should be check and balances. Even the dissenting judge in the Minerva Mills case, 1980, Justice P.N. Bugvuddy, also agreed that no authority, howsoever lofty, could claim to be the sole judge of its power and actions under the Constitution. 2. Scholars, according to Apindra Baxi, the basic structure doctrine is a vital safeguard against majoritarianism and arbitrary exercises of power by the state. It ensures that the Constitution remains a living document that can evolve and adapt to changing circumstances without losing its fundamental character. A.G. Nura 11I argues that the basic structure doctrine is a reflection of the democratic spirit of the Constitution. It recognizes that the Constitution is not just a legal document, but a social compact that embodies the aspirations and values of the people of India. H.M. Sirvai notes that the basic structure doctrine is not an absolute principle and that there can be legitimate debate and disagreement over what constitutes the basic STN, tour of the Constitution. Unit 4. Principal organs of union and STATE govern 1/1 it. PRC, ESIR's questions. Prime Minister's Office, PMO, has emerged as the most powerful institution in India. Discuss. 2019. Differentiate parliamentary supremacy from parliamentary sovereignty. Would you consider the Indian Parliament as a sovereign parliament? Examine. 2017. How is the President of India elected? Outline the salient characteristics of the Electoral College of the Indian President. 2017. Judiciary has acquired the role of both a legislature and an executive in recent years. Examine with suitable examples. 2017. Discuss the efficacy of judicial review in India. 2015. Comment on judicial activism and social change. 2012. India is a democratic country with a parliamentary form of government. The government at the central level is called union government. The union government has 3 organs: the executive, president, vice president, and council of ministers led by PM, the legislature, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and the judiciary, Supreme Court, and other courts. In a parliamentary democracy, the center of gravity is the parliament. The parliament is the legislative organ of the union government. It occupies a preeminent position in the Indian democratic political system due to adoption of Westminster model of government. Standard introduction. According to M.V. Piley, the principal organs of the union government in India are the executive, legislature, and judicia. Y. 11 IS organs work together to ensure a balance of power and uphold the Constitution. D. Bosses states that the principal organs of the union government are the President, the Prime Minister, the Council of Ministers, the Parliament, and the Supreme Court. These organs work together to govern the cosmos and ensure the rule of law. K. C. Lier notes that the principal organs of the union government in India are based on the principles of separation of powers and checks and balances. These organs ensure that no one branch of government has excessive power and that the rights and freedoms of citizens are protected. Reasons behind the adoption of parliamentary democracy. Colonial legacy. India was a British colony for over 2 centuries, and the British parliamentary system was the model for the Indian political system. The adoption of parliamentary democracy was seen as a way to maintain continuity with the colonial legacy and to provide stability and legitimacy to the newly independent Indian state. Nationalist movement. The Indian nationalist movement played a significant role in shaping the political discourse of the country. Leaders of the movement, such as Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, were advocates of parliamentary democracy and believed that it was the most suitable form of government for India. Constitutional framework. The adoption of parliamentary democracy was enshrined in the Indian Constitution, which was adopted in 1950. The Constitution provided for a federal system of government, with a strong central government and a bicameral legislature, comprising the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Diverse society. India is a diverse country, with multiple languages, religions, and ethnic groups. Parliamentary democracy was seen as a way to provide a platform for these diverse groups to participate in the political process and to have their voices heard. Democratic values. India is committed to the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Parliamentary democracy was seen as the best way to uphold these values and to ensure that the government was accountable to the people. Evolution of parliamentary democracy 1. Shankar and Rodriguez – the Indian Parliament, a democracy at work. Until the 1960s. Nehruvian phase, the parliament enjoyed legitimacy because there was a stable majority and dominant position of Congress, and Western-educated elites shared the common vision of nation-building and viewed parliament as a major institution. From 1960s to 1980s, breakdown of Congress, the beginning of decline and disillusionment started with parliamentary democracy. There was breakdown of Congress and decline of cabinet system and failure of government on economic front. From 1990s, greatest amount of decline due to multi-party system, unstable coalitions, globalization and criminalization of Indian politics. Hamid Ansari argued that parliament has become federation of anarchy. Debates are rare and informed debates are rarer. The ruling party and the opposition meets as two warring groups. Views of scholars. Jawaharlal Nehru. Parliament will be the authentic voice of Indians, which will bring a silent revolution. He believed that parliamentary government involves discussion and deliberations, which is very important for the diverse polity like India. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He supported the parliamentary democracy because of his choice for the responsibility over the stability. He believed that the parliamentary system provides the interdependence, collaboration, and ensure diverse representation in government, more accountability, and better coordination. Mahatma Gandhi. In his book, Hind Swaraj, Gandhi has shown the disdain for the parliamentary form of government. Gandhi believed in self-sufficient and non-hierarchical socialist villages, with each of them functioning as a unit of direct democracy. Morris Jones. He highlighted the weaknesses of the parliamentary democracy and held that it was unmistakably a success story. There is lack of opposition in the country and existence of close relationship between government and party. K.M. Munshi. The familiarity with the parliamentary system since British rule is the major reason for adoption of parliamentary system of government. Paper 1. PSIR optional. I from a Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50-page. Toy. Rudolph and Rudolph. They pointed out the reasons for parliamentary democracy: apprehensions, Western in origin, not enough experience, social cleavages, extreme competition. Subhast Kashyap. The functions of parliament are political and financial control, supervision of administration, Article 75, elicitation and dissemination of information on the government of the day, grievance ventilation. National integration, legislative and constituent functions, furnishing leadership to the nation. Shashi Tharoor. The disrepute into which the political process has fallen in India and the cynicism about the motives of politicians can be traced to the workings of the parliamentary system. He argues that changing to a presidential system is the best way of ensuring a democracy that works. Decline of parliament and democracy. Decline of parliament denotes decline in the respect of the parliament among the people. The decline of parliament also indicates the relative rise of other institutions. Initially, decline was due to the overreach of executive and later on because of judicial activism. Indicators of decline. The rise of civil society activism. Social movements show that people are not satisfied with the functioning of parliamentary democracy. E.g., there was a consistent failure on the part of Parliament to bring Lockout Act. Hence, civil society asserted the right to formulate Jan Lockout Bill. There has been suggestions that India should think about shifting towards direct democracy, considering the decline of representative institutions. Perform 1 ance of Indian Parliament is not satisfactory on the basis of the indicators given by World Bank to measure the performance. World Bank has given 6 indicators. Financial. Parliament is a supreme institution of accountability of the government, hence Parliament's financial accountability on cost of the country have to be evaluated. Compliance. Parliament is a supreme institution of law-making in the country. There is a need to assess how much parliamentarians comply with the rules of procedure which they make themselves for the conduct of Parliament. Efficiency. We have to evaluate the efficiency of Parliament in terms of quality of work, time invested, and cost involved. Effectiveness. How much presence of the institution is felt in the country. Relevance. How much qualitative improvement the institution is bringing in the life of the people. Sustainability. Is institution in rise or decline? Factors responsible for decline of Parliament. 1. Presence of criminals. Unfortunately, lawbreakers are made lawmakers in India. Many parliamentarians have been accused of heinous crimes like murder, rape, etc. Hence, there is a need to take urgent steps and amend Representation of People's Act 1951. So far, only Judiciary BAS taken measures. 2. The destructive role of opposition. Opposition is vital for functioning of parliamentary democracy. Hence, opposition enjoys a lot of rights like right to ask questions, bring resolutions. In Britain, Oppos 1T1 on is also known as Her Majesty's Opposition. In Britain, Oppos 1T1 on is also known as Her Majesty's Opposition. In India also there is statutory recognition to the post of LOP, Leader of Opposition. He enjoys the status at par with the Minister of Cabinet rank. In India, initially opposition was irrelevant because of Congress system. Later on, opposition gained relevance but role bob indestructive. After L990s, because of globalization, parties do not have differences over policies. Hence, they try to escape from the debates on policy matters. The focus of opposition in India is more on investigating the scams, rather than focusing on legislative business. India does not have strong committee system. Ideally, the rule of parliamentary system is opposition should have its say, government should have its way. It goes against the convention of parliamentary system if opposition does not allow government to work, hijack government's initiative, and insist on bringing its own agenda. 3. Globalization has made lawmaking an extremely complicated process. There is a lack of adequate training and capacity building of parliamentarians. Globalization has also weakened the nation-state and its in-one lawmaking powers. Thus, indirectly, it has reduced the scope for autonomous policy by national parliaments. 4. Other reasons include executive overreach, coalition politics, defections, politicization of the post of speaker. Should India shift to presidential system? The factors which were relevant at the time of independence to choose parliamentary system are still relevant. Except USA, there is no other example where presidential system remained democratic. According to Ambedkar, howsoever good a constitution is, it will not work if we as a people do not want it to work. Ambedkar kept on insisting the need to adhere to constitutional morality. There is no guarantee that if presidential system comes, the problems are going to be resolved. Hence, change in attitude, rather change in institutions is needed. It is important that necessary steps like capacity building of parliamentarians, depoliticization of the post of speaker is taken to restore the dignity. Parliamentary system is also a part of basic structure of the Constitution, and to change it, we have to rewrite the Constitution. However, it is high time. We should take serious steps towards the devolution of powers at the local level and think about introducing some sort of direct democracy along with representative democracy. Rajya Sabha. Arguments in favor of having a Rajya Sabha. 1. Federal equilibrium. Rajya Sabha plays role in protecting the interests of the states against the undue interference of the center. 2. Checks and balances. Rajya Sabha acts as a safety valve within the legislature itself by blocking controversial bills. Paper L. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 403. It acts as a revisionary house. /1/ The ruling dispensation has a T1 majority in the Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha can prevent the government of the day exercising authoritarianism. 3. Provides representation to states as another unit of the federation. To experts like scientists, artists, sportsmen, etc. that can rarely face the electoral politics. To the small and regional parties to present their views. 4. Debates and ND deliberations. Rajya Sabha enable a second and reflective expression of representative opinion. Rajya Sabha helps in debating major issues of public importance. Rajya Sabha helps initiate proposals for public policy. E.G. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, Second Amendment, Bill, 2020. Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. Parliament is not only a legislative but a deliberative body holding high-quality debates on important issues. Continuum of legislation. Rajya Sabha is permanent and continuous house. Hence, it helps in providing continuity to legislature during times of elections, abrupt government change. 6. Special powers of Rajya Sabha. Power to transfer a subject from the state list to union list for a specified period, Article 249. To create additional All India services, Article 312. To endorse emergency under Article 352 for a limited period when the Lok Sabha remains dissolved. Supporters. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay. Second chamber enables a second and reflective expression of representative opinion besides checking the propensity to yield to the impulse of sudden and violent passions. Montesquieu, the legislative body being composed of two parts, they check one another by the mutual privilege of rejecting. Volker Badgett, retarding chamber will impede minor instances of parliamentary tyranny, though it will not prevent or really impede revolution. Nazaruddin Ahmed, it introduces an element of sobriety and second thought besides lending voice to the constituent units in the legislative scheme of things. Ananthasanam Iyengar, it would enable genius of the people to have full play besides checking hasty legislation. The second chamber will check on the hasty legislations and enable the representation of the people of high intellect through nomination. Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, deliberation is the key to democracy and second house will help in better deliberation on the issues. Arguments against having a Rajya Sabha. In conflict with Lok Sabha. Duplicacy, it largely duplicates the functions of the Lok Sabha. In 2006 in Kuldip Nair v. Union of India and others, the SC held that Rajya Sabha has turned out to be another chamber of the parliament akin to the Lok Sabha, except for the mode of selection of its members, deadlock. The deadlock between both houses on parliamentary matters stalls legislative works and causes policy paralysis. 2. Supremacy of Lok Sabha. Certain bills, in matters like financial bills, where Rajya Sabha do not play any role. Even certain ordinary bills are bypassed as money bills or through ordinance route. Annual financial statement, decisions related to budget, where Rajya Sabha can only discuss it. 3. Powers and accountability problem, lack of powers. Rajya Sabha does not have sufficient powers in financial matters to bring any change. Indirect elections, its members are not directly elected and hence are not accountable to the people. People elected from other states. Person who does not belong to a state can contest the Rajya Sabha elections from that state of which they are neither a resident nor a domicile. Decreased number of sittings. Rajya Sabha sat for just 33 days in 2024. Cronyism and patronage appointments, it has become a paradise for party fundraisers, losers in elections, members from political families, crony capitalists, journalists, retired CEOs, and civil servants. Many parties are now using the Rajya Sabha as a backdoor to get members elected, most of whom will not be able to win a Lok Sabha election, nominated members. Nominations are made by the government to satisfy the sentiments of the followers of certain personalities, e.g. Lata Mangeshkar, Sachin Tendulkar, Rekha. Sachin and Rekha were both appointed in 2012, and the House has met 374 days since then. But the attendance of Sachin is a meager 24 while that of Rekha a mere 18 days. Opponents, Muhammad Tahir, Upper House was not essential and viewed it as a creation of imperialism. Professor Shibin Lal Saxena, he warned that it would only prove to be a clog in the wheel of progress of the nation. It will make the progress delayed by unnecessary hindering the important legislations. Loknath Mishra, he opposed parity of powers in lawmaking for the Upper House. Standard conclusion, even though the ups and downs of Indian politics, the Rajya Sabha along with Lok Sabha has been a flag bearer of the sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic called India. To quote S. Radhakrishnan, the role of Upper House is to be a deliberative body besides balancing archi, fickleness and passion of the elected House. D. Basa states that the Rajya Sabha is a crucial part of India's democratic system. LT represents the diversity of the country and ensures that the states have a say in the decision J, 11G process at the national level. /C, Cas/Reap notes that the Rajya Sabha is a key component of J11 S. Co-11's Fatutio 11L framework. Its role is to provide A/0111111 for discussion and debate 011 important national ISS 11 ES, and to act as a check 011 the power of Tire Lok Sabha. Speaker. D. Basu observes that the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is an important constitutional office, with powers and responsibilities that are crucial to the functioning of India's parliamentary democracy. The Speaker is responsible for maintaining the integrity and independence of the House, RU1D for upholding the rights and privileges of all members. Position of a Speaker is position of dignity. He is pivot of parliamentary system. In the words of Pundit Nehru, Speaker represents TL, dignity of the House, Faidam of the House. He represents nation, he is a symbol of nation's liberty, dignity. Position role be occupied by men of outstanding ability and impartiality. Role of Speaker. With respect to Parliament. Guardian of parliamentary conscience, the Speaker ensures the continuation's traditions of parliamentary conventions in India. Joint sitting. The Speaker presides over joint sitting, Article 108, powers WRT. Money bill. The Speaker is solely responsible for endorsing money bill, Article 110(1). Ensuring effectiveness of committees, appoints chairpersons of all the parliamentary committees of the Lok Sabha and supervises their functioning. Example. Speakers like Shivaji Patil played a crucial role in initiating 17 departmental standing committees. 2. With respect to Lok Sabha. L/1 maintains decorum in the House. Speaker can take disciplinary actions to ensure discipline of the House. E.G. Speaker can suspend MPs disrupting proceedings of Lok Sabha. Disqualification of members under anti-defection law. As per I0 schedule, the Speaker has the power to decide over the issue of disqualification of legislator on grounds of defection. Resolves deadlock. A Speaker uses his/her power to vote in order to resolve a deadlock. Final interpreter of rules of procedure. The business of the House is conducted according to definite and settled rules of procedure. Safeguards pre-leges of members. The Speaker safeguards rights and privileges of members of Lok Sabha. Final interpreter of rules of procedure. The business of the House is conducted according to definite and settled rules of procedure. Safeguards pre-leges of members. The Speaker safeguards rights and privileges of members of Lok Sabha. E.G. No person can be arrested within the precincts of Lok Sabha without the permission of the Speaker. Power to adjourn the House. The Speaker adjourns the House or suspends a meeting in the absence of a quorum. Through the agenda of the House, the Speaker, in consultation with Business Committee and the Prime Minister, fixes the agenda of the meetings of the House. Permission to ask questions. The permission of the Speaker is necessary to put questions to the ministers. This helps the Speaker to prevent unnecessary and politically motivated questions while ensuring discussion on the important questions. Introduction of bills. Bills, reports, motions and resolutions are introduced with Speaker's permission. 3. Administrative role. Head of the Secretariat. The Speaker is also the head of the Lok Sabha Secretariat and has authority over the Secretariat staff of the House. Parliament House. No alteration can be made in the Parliament House and no new structure can be erected in Parliament Estate without Speaker's permission. Communication. It is through the Speaker that the decisions of the House are communicated to individuals and authorities outside the Parliament. Prescribes format. Speaker decides the form and manner in which the proceedings of the House are published. 4. Inter- and intra-parliamentary relations. Chairman of the Indian Parliamentary Group. The Speaker is a link between the Parliament of India and the various parliaments of the world. Issues with post of Speaker 1. Impartiality. Speaker is elected to the House on political party's ticket, hence jeopardizing his/her impartiality. Speaker is politically more liable to favor this party. Example, Page Committee of UK held partisan Speaker becomes vanguard for the death knell of parliamentary democracy 2. Disqualification of members. The role of Speaker has been criticized for disqualification of MLAs under the anti-defection law, and their ruling has been challenged in courts. There is a huge scope of discretion which has resulted in partisan behavior towards ruling parties as seen in Uttarakhand and Arunachal Pradesh. No time limit has been prescribed in the Constitution for the delay in decisions. In the Cahoto-Holohan case, 1992, the SC declared that the Speaker is subject to judicial review. 3. Discretionary power. There are various instances where discretionary power to ascertain any bill as money bill is misused. E.G. Criticism when the Adbar bill was introduced in Lok Sabha as money bill. 4. Politicization of post. Speaker is elected by the ruling party from among its member, and it been seen that they act in favor of the party to which they belongs and take decisions which are politically motivated. 5. Judicial review in money bills. In matters of declaration of money bill, the decision of the Speaker is beyond judicial review. 6. Increased disruption. Frequent disruptions due to lack of proactiveness of Speaker reduce the time required for IMP 01 tant discussions. 7. Discretion in rules interpretation. Speaker BAS power of interpret Lok Sabha rules, which sometimes bring partisan behavior towards ruling party. 8. Others. The Speaker of Lok Sabha has been accused of not permitting the session of Lok Sabha to be conducted virtually. Parliamentary standing committees were also not allowed to hold their meetings online amid Ovid 19. Important Supreme Court judgments. Kshisham Gachandra Singh vs. Speaker, 2020. The court recommended the Parliament to amend the Constitution regarding the role of Speaker as a quasi-judicial authority while dealing with disqualification petitions under the anti-defection law. It said the disqualification petition should be cleared by the Speaker within 4 months. Nabalmerpaya and Bamong Felix versus Deputy Speaker case. Speaker ought not to have disqualified the defectors when the MOTI on for bis own removal was pending. Case studies. G.S. Dillon has served as Speaker of Lok Sabha for 2 tenths. In 1975, he was asked to resign, and after which he was made Union Minister for Shipping. Louis Barboza, Speaker of Goa, resigned from the post of Speaker, formed his own party, became Chief Minister by manipulating multiple defections. Nabam Rebia, Speaker of Arunachal Pradesh, disqualified 16 members of the Ruliad Party even when they had not left the party nor defied any of the directives. Govind Singh Kunjwal, Speaker of Uttarakhand, disqualified 9 MLAs of the ruling party on the ground that they were demanding voting on the budget even when the rules of Uttarakhand Assembly PIM won its voting. A.V. Fonvard 1. Recommendations by the Supreme Court. Provision of a permanent tribunal. The Parliament may seriously consider a constitutional amendment to substitute the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies with a permanent tribunal headed by a retired Supreme Court judge or a retired Chief Justice of a High Court. This will ensure that such disputes are decided both swiftly and impartially. 2. Replicating the UK model. Once elected, the Speaker gives up all partisan affiliation, as in British Parliament, but remains in office until retirement, even though the majority may change. 3. On matters of independence, case study, drive-in. Sanjeev Reddy, the Speaker of the 4th Lok Sabha, finally resigned from his political party. V.S. Page Committee. If the Speaker conducted herself/himself in an impartial and efficient manner, she should be allowed to continue in the next Parliament. 4. Role of Speaker under 10 schedule. Dinesh Goswami Committee on Electoral Reforms, 1990. The issue of disqualification should be decided by the President/Governor on the advice of the Election Commission. Conclusion. As the House represents the nation, the Speaker being its sole representative becomes a symbol of the nation's freedom and liberty. Therefore, this free and honored position shall always be occupied by persons of outstanding ability and impartiality. Jawaharlal Nehru. Anti-defection law. Defection is a problem in a parliamentary system. It creates political instability. If the members of ruling party defect, party may lose the majority. Defection also leads to corruption as ruling party can push the members of other party to defect in return of ministerial post. Defections are breach of trust with the voters. In India, defection is such a huge problem that Gaya Ram became the idiom of Indian politics. Provisions. 52 Constitutional Amendment Act added the provision of anti-defection law through Schedule X in Indian Constitution to curb the evil of defection. It lays down the process of disqualification, by which legislators may be disqualified on grounds of defection by the presiding officer based on a petition by any other member of the House. Criteria. A legislator is deemed to have defected if either voluntarily gives up the membership of his party or disobeys the directives of the party leadership on a vote. Implications. This implies that a legislator defying, abstaining, or voting against the party whip on any issue can lose his membership of the House. Application. The law applies to both Parliament and state assemblies. Other provision of 91st AA. It brought split within the definition of defections. It made the number of ministerial posts limited, 15% of total number of members. It added Art 361b. A person disqualified under anti-defection law is also disqualified from being appointed to any office or remunerative post under any government, union, or state. The disqualification applies till A. the term of the House for which he is disqualified, B. or till he gets re-elected. Who will decide defection? 1. As per 52 AA, Speaker. And Speaker's authority cannot be challenged, no more valid. 2. Supreme Court. In Cahoto-Holohan case, Supreme Court declared paragraph 6 and 7 null and void because it takes away the power of judicial review, which is the basic structure. Supreme Court pointed out that in India we cannot consider the post of Speaker as neutral. 91 AA 2003 was introduced to address some of the loopholes. SC held that the decision of the Speaker comes within the scope of judicial review. As per Art 122, courts cannot intervene in the legislative proceedings, but in above case Speaker's action is not legislative. Speaker acts as a quasi-nominal. Hence it comes under the scope of judicial review. 3. SP Moria Case 2007. Speaker's action is subjected to judicial review. 1. If he fails to act on complaints. 2. If he acts on complaints without finding facts. 4. When the proceedings against Speaker on the grounds of defection are taking place, Speaker cannot disqualify the members, e.g. case of Arunachal Pradesh. Nabam Rebia disqualified 16 members even when proceedings against him were going on. 5. View of SC. Speaker BAS been given power to strengthen democracy and not to stifle democracy. Ravaniak case judiciary will not question the release made by Speaker or procedures, but judiciary will question on the ground of Mala-Fide intentions. Page 409. Recent examples. West Bengal. There have been recent instances of defections in the poll-bound state of West Bengal from the state's ruling party TMC to the BJP, which has made steady political inroads in West Bengal. Fad in Pradesh. 22 MLAs of the Jyotiraditya Scindia faction of the Congress Party resigned from the Vidhan Sabha, causing the fall of the Kamal Nath government, Karnataka, in 2019. The Congress government collapsed as at least 17 MLAs of the ruling party tendered their resignation, and thus H.D. Kumaraswamy-led government found itself in the state of quandary, Goa, in 2019. 10 of 15 Congress MLAs in Goa joined the ruling BJP. 12 of 16 Congress MLAs in Telangana had merged with TRS. Manipur. In 2017, the BJP fanned the government in Manipur after 7 legislators who won on a Congress ticket switched sides. They Fanyard 1. Law Commission 170 report. Delete the exemption in case of splits and mergers. Consider the pre-poll electoral fronts as one party under the 10th schedule. Parties should issue whips only on critical situations or votes. 2. Halim Committee on Anti-Defection Law. The words voluntarily giving up membership of a political party be comprehensively defined. Restrictions like prohibition on joining another party or holding offices in the government be imposed on expelled members. The 10 political party should be defined clearly. 3. Election Commission. Make the president/governor the decision-maker with respect to disqualification subject to binding advice from the Election Commission on the lines of disqualifications based on the Representation of People's Act's provisions regarding the office of profit. 4. Dines Goswami Committee. Recommendations include that disqualification should be only for cases such as member giving up his membership of his political party voluntarily, member voting or abstaining from voting opposed to party directions. Parliamentary Committees 1. In USA, it is said that Congress in session is Congress at display, whereas Congress in committee is Congress at work. The real legislative business takes place in TB committees. 2. Since Parliament meets for limited time, whereas committees continue to work throughout the year. 3. Committees can take the specialist view on a particular issue. Political parties will not cooperate on the floor of the House because of political reasons, but they can cooperate in the committee because it does not work under the glare of media. 4. Committees can involve the experts, stakeholders for wider consultations. 5. The strongest committee system in practice is in USA. In USA, the bills can go directly to the committees even before introduction in the House. The life of bill can end in the committee itself. There is no need to send the bill back to the House. Pigeonhole practice. 6. In India, committee system does exist, but it does not work efficiently. In India, it is not necessary to refer the bill to the committee. The number of bill referred to the committee have come down considerably, according to the report of PRS Legislative Research. 1. In 14 LS, 60% of the bills were referred. 2. In 15 LS, 71% of bills were referred. 3. In 16 LS, 27% of bills were referred. 7. Another paradox is that the recommendations are either nor tabled and thus not even discussed. Even when discussed, not implemented. The committee system started in India in 1921 when Public Account Committee was set up. Estimate Committee was set up in 1950. Since 1993, department-related standing committees have been set up. With respect to legislative business, there are 4 types of committees. Financial. Departmental standing committees. Select committees means ad hoc committees which are meant to scrutinize the bills. Most committee. A rules committee. Significance. Uphold government accountability. Increased volume of work, time constraints, disruptive changes, and complexity of work make Parliament not very effective in upholding the accountability of the executive. Example. Personal Data Protection Bill was sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee for detailed review. Fiscal prudence. The committee examines budgetary allocations for various departments and other policies of the government. It ensures fiscal economy and efficiency in public expenditure, free and nonpartisan debate. They provides the platform for closed-door meetings and members are not bound by party whips, thus allowing them the latitude for a more meaningful exchange of views. Acts as mini-parliament. The members represent smaller units of MPs from both houses and across political parties. They are not bound by populist demand and are better suited for providing holistic and non-biased advice and scrutiny of the bills. Issues. 1. Pratap Banu Mehta and Devesh Kapoor. They pointed out to the following issues with the parliamentary committees. Lack of capacity, members elected only for a year, thus wastage of experience gained. No motivation to members as they are not given remuneration, lack of qualitative research support, ministers are not part of the committee, and so neither involve nor support committees. 2. The last bill referred to a joint parliamentary committee was the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation, and resettlement, Second Amendment, Bill, in 2015. 3. Lack of discussion on committee reports. 4. Recommendatory nature of the committee reports. Politicization of their proceedings. Parliament. According to Article 79, the Parliament of India is the supreme legislative body of the Republic of India. Vinod Rani in his book has called Parliament the most defining institution of a democratic republic. The state of India's legislatures features a paradox as India's democracy seems to deepen, its legislatures seem to become less relevant. Decline of Parliament. Rising disruptions. Hamid Ansari – Federation of Anarchists. Veer debates are rare and infond debates rarer. Criminalization of politics. The MPs with criminal charges have increased from 30% in 2009 to 34% in 2014 and 43% in 2019. Decline in bills referred. The percentage of bills referred to committees declined from 60% and 71% in the 14th Lok Sabha, 2004 to 2009, and the 15th Lok Sabha, respectively, to 27% in the 16th Lok Sabha and just 11% in the current one. As per PRS legislative research, 100% DFG were guillotined. This has set unbecoming precedent. Pre-8 member bills. The private members' bills are not taken up for discussion and debate. Last private members' bill was passed in 1970. Parliamentary sittings. Against the average 127 days of sitting in the 1950s, Lok Sabha met only 70 days in the last decade. In fact, in 2017 lowest number of 57 days, PRS legislative research. Others, Ordnance Raj, defections, growing judicial and civil society activism, opposition's investigative democracy, instead of constructive criticism, rise of civil society activism, social movements, plebeianization of Indian democracy, voting patterns of MPs are seldom recorded, coalition politics leads to policy paralysis, lack of electoral reforms, declining quality of debates. Views of scholars. Subhash Kasbiap, there is complete disconnect between people and parliament in India. In his book, Reviewing the Constitution, has held that there is an overwhelming consensus on the decline of parliament. 1 are Madvan, PRS. The rising disruptions and declining debates have hampered critical deliberation in parliament. Pratap Bhanu Mehta and Devesh Kapoor, in their book, Rethinking Public Institutions in India, give reasons for the decline of parliament. Parliament is in the state of decline. Criminalization of politics has made parliament a self-serving institution. Shankar and Rodriguez and Sudbapai have identified the various causes of the decline of parliament. Parliament shows little creativity, shallow, and superficial debates. Paul Brass, socioeconomic conditions required for successful working of parliament are absent in India. Reforms. World Bank's model of governability, effectiveness, accountability, rule of law, stability, corruption control, and regulation. NCRWC recommendations. Minimum working days and codification of parliamentary privileges. Parliamentarians must voluntarily place themselves open to public scrutiny through a parliamentary ombudsman. Tracking mechanism needs to be developed so that action taken by executive branch on reports like CG, PAC, is available to public online. A law commission's recommendation to introduce list system, proportional representation, with FPTP. Institutional reforms are required. Electoral, capacity building, coalition culture. Reform anti-defection law and make a balance between interest of political party and privilege of freedom of speech and expression for parliamentarians. Role of media. Media should also portray the positive role done by parliament. Standard conclusions. VP Venkaiah Naidu has said that mobocracy should not be allowed to derail parliamentary democracy. VP Hamid Ansari has said parliament has become a federation of anarchy. Debates are rare and infond debates are rarer. Ruling and opposition meet as two warring groups. A well-functioning legislature is not only an important check on government's power, but also lends democratic legitimacy to the functioning of the government. State legislature. Views of MP Singh. The two axes of Indian political system: federal axis and parliamentary axis. Not only at the level of center, but also at the level of the state, we have adopted the parliamentary form of government, having bicameral system. Views of Yogendra Narain. Legislative councils are a way to increase the political space. For several parties, there is the pressure to accommodate people who cannot be elected and are not nominated to other corporations or state bodies. Views of Spankar and Rodriguez. Legislature of a nation is the mirror of its society and people. It is the visible face of democracy in India. Union Executive. Articles 52 to 78 in Part 5 of the Constitution deal with the Union Executive. The Union Executive consists of the President, the Vice President, the Prime Minister, the Council of Ministers, and the Attorney General of India. President. President is the constitutional head of the state and representative of Republic ideals of the Constitution of India. He is elected by an electoral college consisting of members of parliament and state legislatures. Indian president is head of the state, but not the executive. He represents the nation but does not rule the nation, as India has a parliamentary system of government. Position of president in original constitution. Original constitution does not create a rubber stamp president. President had discretionary powers, e.g., president was not bound to act on the aid and advice. Pocket veto, which is more powerful than even U.S. president. President can send the bill back for reconsideration of House. Elution of the post of president. L11C lack of clarity created disputes. 1. Dr. Rajendra Prasad and Pandit Nehru on Hindu Code Bill. 2. 24 LHA 1971 partially addressed the infirmity. It became binding on president to give assent to constitutional amendment bills, CAB. 3. 42 AA. It ended all infinities. It brought the institution in accordance to the theory of parliamentary form of government, made it mandatory for president to act on aid and advice. It became clear that the ground of impeachment will be when president does not act as per advice. 4. 44 AA. Restored partial discretion as president could send the advice back for reconsideration. But only once. According to the constitutional experts, 44th AA was not correct in accordance to Lee parliamentary system. It was not motivated by any democratic concerns. It was motivated by political calculations, i.e., in case PM is from Congress and president from non-Congress. Non-Congress parties can utilize the institution in their favor. When 42nd as well as 44th AA has been done, pocket veto has been left as it is. It seems the objective was to utilize the institution of president. Constitutional position of the president. Article 52 provide that there shall be a president of India. Article 53 to executive power of the Union shall be vested in president and shall be exercised by him either directly or through officers subordinate to him in accordance with this constitution. Article 74(3) shall be a council of ministers with the prime minister at the head to aid and advise the president who shall, in the exercise of BIS functions, act in accordance with such advice. Article 77 all executive functions are executed in the name of president, authenticated in such manner as may be prescribed by rules to be made by president. Views of scholars. James Manor. The Constituent Assembly lacked understanding with respect to the institution of president they were creating and left it on time to settle the controversy. Op 1, 11 Ally subscribed from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. President is the head of the state, but not of the executive. He represents the nation, but does not rule the nation. He is the symbol of the nation. His place in administration is that of a ceremonial device or a seal by which the nation's decisions are made known. Shamsher Singh case and Ram Jawaya Kapoor case. President is constitutional head. It is lower house of parliament and not president who has to hold executive accountable. Activist presidents or occasions of cohabitation since coalition era, presidents have not always adhered to the norms of parliamentary system. There are numerous examples of presidential activism. It is a situation when president acts in a discretionary manner. James Manor says India has a long list of activist president. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, against Hindu Code Bill, asserted that president has discretionary power and not just a rubber stamp. MC Setlavad clarified that president does not have any real power because we adopted parliamentary government. Gyani Zail Singh, he exercised the pocket veto over post office bill proposed by Raj for Gandhi, Kara Narayan. Rejection of imposition of Article 356 and up. Gave interview on Republic Day on DD against the conventions. And Yem on President Bill Clinton. Read his own speech rather than provided by MEA. APJ Abdul Kalam. He sent the Office of Profit Bill back, /reconsideration. He was a populist president. Populist president may result into development of alternative center of power. Ordinance making power of the President. Article 123 of the Indian Constitution grants the President of India the power to promulgate ordinances when either of the two houses of the Parliament are not in session. As observed by the Supreme Court, repromulgation of ordinances is a fraud on the Constitution and a subversion of democratic legislative processes, especially when the government persistently avoids placing the ordinances before the legislature. 1. Against parliamentary democracy. Misuse. Many time ordinances are issued by the government for lack of consensus in Parliament or reluctance to face the legislature. Against separation of power. It violates the spirit of separation of power in governance. Prolonged repromulgation of ordinance. It raised concern about the authority of Parliament as a highest law-making body. Ex Securities Laws, Amendment, Ordinance, 2014 again and again repromulgate. Arbitrary power to executive. The law is announced without any debate and discussion and hence lacks the refinement that normal legislation possesses. Frequency of ordinance increases. Between 1952 and 2014, there have been 63 ordinances, and in 2020 alone, there have been 12 ordinances has been passed. 2. Support parliamentary democracy. Crisis management. Ordinance-making power is an extraordinary tool to deal with the crisis or matters on urgent need basis. Ex-government released 3 ordinances as part of the COVID-19 relief package to supposedly help farmers. To fulfill the grievances of public, governments also take the ordinance route to address matters of public concern. X ordinance to freeze some section of IBC during the COVID-19 CNSDS. Life of ordinance. Ordinances must be placed before both the houses within 6 weeks from the first meeting of houses, or they cease to exist. Check and balances. Ordinances are issued by the President based on the advice of the Union Cabinet and not based on discretion. Under judicial review, ordinance power of President comes under the scrutiny of judiciary as reflected in following judgment. ORC Cooper vs. Union of India, 1970. The President's decision to promulgate ordinance could be challenged. ODC Wadhwa versus the State of Bihar, 1987. The legislative power of the executive to promulgate ordinances is to be used in exceptional circumstances. O. Krishna Kumar Singhs versus State of Bihar, 2017. SC held that failure to place ordinance before the legislature constitutes abuse of power and a fraud on the Constitution. Cohabitation. Tuesday concept of cohabitation is a feature of French Constitution, semi-presidential type, where President as well as Prime Minister have executive powers and not just nominal powers. In France, the position of President is good/smooth when Prime Minister is also from his party. However, the problem arises when they are from different parties. Such a state is called cohabitation. There are occasions when such system has emer-ed in India. Cohabitation acts the smooth functioning. Conclusion. R. Venkatraman said President is a emergency lamp. Prime Minister is a main power and President comes to light only when main switch is off. It is not proper to call President as rubber stamp. President is a position of dignity. He is a symbol of nation, hence it is better to describe President as constitutional head. Prime Minister Dr. Ambedkar said that if any Indian institution can be compared to the office of U.S. President, it is the Prime Minister. Harold Lasky held that Prime Minister is the pivot around which entire government, how one machinery revolves. He is the keystone of the cabinet architecture. Evolution of the institution. Do you think the position of Prime Minister in India is of primus inter pares or inter stellutuna minores, first among equals or moon among stars? Nehru era. The situation of PM was first among equals when Sardar Patel was the deputy PM. After the death of Patel, Nehru became moon among the stars. Lal Bahadur Shastri era. Centralization of power in PMO started, which led to decline of the cabinet. Indira Gandhi era. The institution of PM started developing. Lal Bahadur Shastri era. Centralization of power in PMO started, which led to decline of the cabinet. Indira Gandhi era. The institution of PM started developing the features of presidential form of. Paper 1. PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel. Sunyinals S0 page 416. Government. She has undone the Council of Minister and has put greater reliance on personal advisors. It was one of the factor for the decline of Congress system. Rajiv Gandhi. Both under Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, there was collapse of cabinet form of government. Loyalists had greater say that the ministers. Under Rajiv Gandhi, technocrats were given huge importance over elected representatives. Rise of coalitions since 1989, weakening of position of PM. However, it also depends on the personality of the Prime Minister. Modi era. PMO is regarded as the most dominant PMO since the days of Mrs. Indira Gandhi. It emerged as PMO has emerged as the hub of decision-making and play a crucial role in streamlining decision-making and interaction with other ministries, but with adequate check and balance. Views of scholars. R.G. Greaves - the government is the master of the country, and he, Prime Minister, is the master of the government. Ever Jennings, he is, rather, a sun around which planets revolve. Ramsay Muir had described Prime Minister as the steersman of steering wheel of the ship of the state. Lord Morley described the role of Prime Minister as primus inter pares, first among equals, and keystone of the cabinet arch. Conclusion. A.G. Nirani observes that the Prime Minister of India is an important figure in the country's political system, with significant powers and responsibilities relating to national security, foreign policy, and economic development. The Prime Minister must balance the interests of various groups and communities, while working to ensure the overall welfare and prosperity of the nation. State Executive. Governor. Previous year's questions. Critically examine the role of governor in recent times. 2016. Critically analyze the discretionary powers granted to the governor by the Indian Constitution. 2015. In normal conditions, the governor is a constitutional executive, but in case of constitutional crisis, he can become a powerful and effective executive. Discuss. 2011. Office of Governor. Governor is a nominal executive head of the state. He forms an important part of the state executive where he acts as the chief executive head. Central government nominates the governor for each state. The office of governor is the bridge in Indian cooperative federalism, Granville-Austin, and linchpin of constitutional apparatus of states, Sarkaria Commission. Null brass. Indian Constitution was framed in atmosphere of fear. Partition and secessionist movements created need for an agency to keep watch on local developments. Governor is eyes and ears of union at state, long end of union with iron fist and velvet gloves. Constitutional provisions. 1. Article 153. There shall be a governor for each state. 2. Article 154. He is the executive head of the state. All the executive functions will be performed by him or by the officers subordinate to him in accordance with the Constitution. 3. Article 155. The governor of a state shall be appointed by the president by warrant under his hand and seal. 4. Article 157 and Article 158 specify eligibility requirements for the post of governor. 5. Article 160. Discharge of the functions of the governor in certain contingencies. 6. Article 163. He will be aided and advised by the Chief Minister and Council of Ministers unless he is performing a function at his discretion. 42nd Amendment Act. Made the advice of the Council of Ministers binding on the President but not on the governor and state. Envisage role of governor. Vital link between the center. 81. The state's maintenance of national interests, integrity, and internal security advocates central supervision for which the governor is required. Responsible government. For creating responsible government in the state's smooth functioning. Crucial and smooth functioning of democracy, check arbitrariness. Governor is to check the arbitrariness of the state governmental. Issues in appointment and removal. The institution of cooperative federalism turns out to be institution of bargaining federalism in reality. Spoils system, despite Nehru's promise to the Kurtis Bhargava and Constituent Assembly to appoint people of integrity and neutrality. Post of governor became post of rehabilitation for rejected politicians. Removal on pleasure of president. H.M. Sirvai. The apprehension of removal makes the governor less independent in discharging his discretionary powers. They qualifications prescribed in Constitution. 35 years of age, citizen of India. Issue with the office of governor. 1. Trust deficit between union and state government due to discretionary powers of the governor. 163-2. Soli Sorabji in his book, The Governor, Sage or Saboteur has held that the arbitrary exercise of the discretionary power has converted the institution of coup federalism to the institution of bargaining federalism. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Example. One such example of Karnataka where governor did not call party with single largest votes. Same in Goa and Manipur in 2017. 1988 Gov of Up removed Kalyan Singh without chance to prove his majority on the floor of the House. MH Fadnavis was called at 5 a.m. for oath-taking ceremony even though he had not proven majority. Later he bade to resign in a day. Example. In Maharashtra, for example, the situation was indeed bizarre in so much as the governor refusing to accept the date of election of the speaker recommended by the state government. Consequently, the assembly could not elect the speaker. 3. Biswanath Das, member Constituent Assembly, noted that since the governor was appointed by the center, it was quite likely that he or she might not be acceptable in an opposition-ruled state, especially if the power to give administrative pinpricks is vested in the governor. Supreme Court judgments, S.R. Bommai case. Union control on governor's discretionary power distorts the federal structure, which is contrary to the basic structure. Neebam Rebia, Arunachal Pradesh case. Governor is only a titular head and not an elected representative. He has no rights to act as an ombudsman or speaker's minor. Decisions are open to judicial review. Hargobind Pant v/S Ragukul Tilak. Governor is not an employee of the union and his discretion doesn't mean union's discretion. Shamsher Singh versus State of Punjab. No difference in status of president and governor. Both are constitutional heads. BP single case. The removal of governor should not be arbitrary. The difference in ideology cannot be the basis of governor's removal. Views of scholars. 1. N.A. Palkavala. Governor should be an instrument to maintain the fundamental equilibrium and uphold the constitutional mandates. 2. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar described how a governor should use his discretion not as representative of a party, but as the representative of the people as a whole. 3. Sal Sorabji in his book, The Governor, Sage or Saboteurs, has held that governors can do great good if they are good governors. They can do great harm if they are bad governors. 4. P.M. Manmohan Singh, for mantras to be observed by governor, you are the sole judge of what is right and what is wrong. It is your judgment to understand the mandate of Constitution. You have to judge what is the best in the interest of country. You have to see what people expect from you. Recommendations of committees. Use as a way Fonbaref. 1. Sarkaria Commission recommendations. Active politicians should not be appointed governors. He should be eminent in some walk of life. Paper L. PSIR from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 419. He should be a person from outside the state. When state and center are ruled by different political parties, the government or should not belong to the ruling party at center. Retiring governors should be debarred from accepting any office of profit. The procedure of consulting the chief minister in the appointment of state governor should be prescribed in the Constitution itself. So governor cannot dismiss the Council of Ministers so long as it commands majority in the Assembly. The governor's 10 of 5 years in a state should not be disturbed except for some very compelling reasons. 2. Punchy Commission. Governors should be given a fixed tenure of 5 years and their removal should not be at the sweet will of the government at center. The procedure laid down for impeachment of president, mutatis mutandis, can be made applicable for impeachment of governors. Under Article 16, the area for exercise of discretion is limited, and even in this limited area, his choice of action should not be arbitrary or fanciful. It must be a choice dictated by reason, activated by good faith, and tempered by good caution. 3. Venkatakalaya Commission. Governors should be appointed by a committee comprising the Prime Minister, Home Minister, Speaker of Lok Sabha, and Chief Minister of State concerned. 4. NCR, VC. Governor's loyalty must only be towards Constitution and to no one else and his commitment to the well-being of the people of his state. 5. Arc. 2. Arc. Governor must be impartial and must have a sense of fair play. 15 Arc. 1969. CM of the state should be consulted before appointment. 6. Pandit Thakir Das Bhargava, a conscientious member of the Constituent Assembly. He, governor, will be a man above party and he will look at the minister and government from a detached standpoint. Judiciary. Standard introduction. According to Pa Levendit Nehru, Judicia, why in India will not be a silent spectator, rather active participant in India's social revolve 11/11. According to Lord Bryce, better test of excellence of a government than the functioning of its judicial system. If the lamp of justice goes, it will be difficult to imagine the amount of darkness. According to Granville Astill, after India was done with political revolution in 1947, it embarked. Social and economic revolution. Paper I, PSIR Op 1 Iona J. I subscribed from. I Telegram channel. Page 420. Constitutional provisions. 1. Constitution envisaged extremely powerful, fiercely independent, activist judiciary. 2. In Art 36, judiciary comes within the definition of state, in Part 4. If government, executive, and legislature fails to give effect to directives, it becomes the duty of the judiciary to give effect to directives. E.g., it is because of Supreme Court that right to education has become a fundamental right. Right to food has become a statutory right. 3. Art 141. The law declared by Supreme Court shall be binding on all courts within the territory of India. The prime responsibility to make law is with legislature, but in a situation where legislature has not made law, Supreme Court can declare the law. E.g., till Parliament brought a law on the sexual harassment of women at workplaces, 2013, Vishaka guidelines issued by Supreme Court, 1997, were to be treated as law. 4. Implication of above provisions. According to Bhikkhu Parekh, India is a classical example of judicial co-governance. According to Pratap Bhanu Mehta, India is a classical example of judicial sovereignty. It denotes supremacy of judiciary even over and above the supremacy of the Constitution. It is a well-established principle that in a country with written constitution, constitution is supreme. But constitution is what judges say. In case of India, Supreme Court show an extreme example of judicial creativity, e.g., with respect to 1. The doctrine of basic structure. 2. System of appointment of judges. Judiciary has gone beyond the Constitution itself. A. Assessment of Supreme Court in India. Assessment of Supreme Court's functioning has to be done on the basis of its envisaged role and actual perform 1 ants. Envisaged role of SC is, as a 1. Protector of the Constitution. 2. Guardian of FRs. / rule of law. 3. Federal Court. 4. Active participant in India's social revolution. 5. Apex Court in 2 contexts, highest court of appeal. Internal administration and functioning of judiciary. Irradiation of the performance. 1. As a protector of Constitution, initially SC was passive, but later on because of executive overreach, Supreme Court became active towards its obligations. The doctrine of basic structure was invented by SC to check emasculation of the Constitution by executive, which was bent on diluting the essential features of the Constitution itself. 2. Guardian of FRs. Initially SC did not appear as a sentinel kaviv, guard with arms, of the FRs, allowed executive to dilute the FRs for the implementation of DPSBs. Emergency was the darkest hour in the history of Supreme Court. When Supreme Court's action was needed the most, it failed to protect the rights of the people. One of the blot on SC is the judgment in habeas corpus case. ADM Jabalpur versus Shrikant Shukla case. After emergency, there have been change in the approach, reflected in Maneka Gandhi case 1978. It overruled its judgment in A.K. Gopalan case, held that the doctrine of due process of law is inherent in the doctrine of procedure established by law. Because of activist judges like P. N. Baga, Vaitai, Supreme Court instituted PIL, public interest litigations, Ruch strengthened the rights of the weaker section. Since then, working with civil society, judiciary has strengthened human rights in India. Supreme Court has interpreted the meaning of right to life liberally to provide Vedas rights. Though SC has strengthened the rights in India, but it has not been able to bring any concrete change in the situation. E.g., Supreme Court's judgment in Sabarimala case could not be implemented on the ground because of lack of support from the governance as well as civil society. 3. As a federal court. As per Art 13L, Supreme Court has original jurisdiction for the resolution of the disputes between center and state and among states. In this context, Supreme Court has been able to play its constitutional role. Though Constitution restricts Supreme Court in case of interstate water disputes, yet when required Supreme Court did intervene using the powers under Art 136. Whatever progress is observed in resolution of Kaveri water issue, it is because of SC. After remaining silent on many occasions which include the misuse of Art 356, SC in S.R. Bommai case declared federalism as a basic structure and restricted the misuse of Art 356. 4. SC as a protector of rule of law. SC has mixed record in context of rule of law. The rule of law implies checking the arbitrariness of executives. It also includes checking the corruption and criminalization. SC working with Civil Society and Election Commission took initiatives to reduce the influence of money and muscle power in the elections. Similarly, it has tried to uphold the rule of law in the cases of corruption, like 20 Spectrum. Scholars on Judiciary of one of the major critic of judiciary is Pratap Banu Mehta. According to him, judiciary is highly politicized institution. He uses the phrase politicization of judiciary. Judiciary trying to strengthen its own powers. It seems judiciary takes opportunity from the political crisis in India to strengthen its own image. Hence, he considered judiciary as a self-perpetuating institution. He also calls Indian judiciary as promise of uncertainty. It keeps on changing its judgments within a short period of time. Judiciary has never made an attempt to arrive at the overarching set of values while interpreting the Constitution. Hence, judgments become artifacts of individual judges. As a result, instead of rule of court, ideally rule of law, India has rule of judges. Example, the recent controversy related to the allocation of benches with respect to the case of the death of Justice Loya. In India, there is a struggle among the petitioners to get a particular bench. It shows that there is a possibility that the judgment may vary from bench to bench. It becomes a matter of life and death. He calls judiciary highly paradoxical institution. Big difference in theory and practice, i.e., very powerful judgments, but very limited change at the ground level. Judiciary intervening in the work of other institutions at the cost of huge backlog in context of its own primary role, disposal of appeals even in cases involving death sentences. Judiciary ensuring accountability of other branches of government without its own accountability. According to Transparency International, second most corrupt institution in India after police. According to Pratap Banu Mehta, at present the judiciary is facing the worst crisis, the crisis of institutional credibility. The 4 judges of SC took unprecedented step in calling press conference and telling about the internal anarchy which is prevailing in the judicial system. They mentioned that if urgent steps are not taken, the future of democracy is under threat in India. 2. Professor Upendra Baxi says it has done chemotherapy of carcinogenic Indian politics. From SC of India to SC of Indians. Says SC is essentially acting as the institution of governance and not merely settling disputes. 3. Lavanya Rajamani of Center for Policy Research. Judiciary is less enthusiastic about its own work and more enthusiastic about the works of the executive where it has no expertise. Judicial activism and overreach. Example of judicial activism. Liquor ban on highway Vishaka guidelines. Lily Thomas case in 2001. SC said right to food and nutrition is a right under Article 21. COVID divert industrial oxygen for medical use. Asking government to send affidavit on its vaccine policy. And WBY, it has dual pricing. Asking government to give details on scheme for orphan children due to COVID. Example of judicial overreach. This happens when SC cross a legal lax. Manreka. Orders center to create new policy for drought. Allahabad, HC directing lockdown and up. Orders government to set up bad loans panel, reforming BCCI. Supporters. Upendra Baxi calls judicial activism as a blessing in disguise. Upendra Baxi favors active judiciary in a country in which representatives institutions are widely perceived as failing in their core tasks. The Supreme Court of India has come to assume the mantle of a Supreme Court for Indians. This expansive role in his view is a chemotherapy for the carcinogenic body politic. Kalpana Kanabran, the era of pedantic legalism is over and the era of jud activism has started. P.N. Bhagwati, gone are the days when it was considered indecent for judges to do activism. Through judicial restraint, judges deny to themselves the constitutional duty to do complete justice. Lord Reed, interpretation is a creative function. Judges always make law when they tell the law. Former CJI R.C. Lahoti calls judicial activism holding the executive responsible as an example of judicial statesmanship. Criticism. Justice Chandrak Budd, the concentration of powers in any one organ destroys the fine balance of 3 organs in our democracy. Justice Benjamin Cardoso, a judge is not a knight-errant roaming at will in pursuit of his own ideals. Pratap Banu Mehta in Public Institutions of India calls judiciary as a self-perpetuating, paradoxical, tremendous power with limited accountability, and highly political institution. Judiciary creates and destroys itself, stifles public opinion, stigmatizes executive, and is self-congratulatory. Instead of overlage, ping consensus, judgments are shaped by individual prejudices of judges, calls it jurisprudence of exasperation. George Gadbois, judiciary has neglected its original role and is ill-equipped to play the role of an activist. Layanya Rajmani and Uragyasin Gupta, they criticize expansive role of judiciary. Court is ill-equipped to play this role, and in seeking to do that compromises on the role that it is equipped and required to play. Pratap Banu Mehta argues, while on the one hand easy access to justice remains a pipe dream, judicial imperiousness is now threatening so many values and institutions. Mather and Kaju argue that judges may be well advised and recommended to exercise restraint. Judicial restraint complements the twin overarching values of the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers. Nani Palkawala. The role of judiciary must be of an alarm clock and not of timekeeper, Lord Sumption. The rule of law does not mean that every human problem calls for a legal solution. Conclusion. In the words of J.L. Nehru, Indian judiciary will not be a mere spectator, rather an active participant in India's social revolution. Judicial review is needed but should not come to judicial overreach. Judicial reforms, everything has been said already, but as no one listens, we must always begin again, Andre Gide. L quoted in Justice 1/1. Ali Math Committee's Report 1. Judicial reforms from needy SFNI at 75. Filling vacancies. We would require 75,000 judges to deal with 15 CR cases by 2024. 68% of under trials in jail or awaiting trial, a huge backlog of 3 crore pending cases, regional benches of Supreme Court, as suggested by Vice President of India. Merge and rationalize tribunal to enhance efficiency. Judicial services, Indian courts and tribunal services, and all India judicial service examination to maintain high standards in judiciary, continuous training. In accordance with the international best practices, greater use of technology. In the working of courts, improving criminal justice system. As per Mali Math Committee, Office of CJI now under RTI. 120 Law Commission. They said 50 judges per 10 lakh. Now we have 20 judges, special leave petition. Under Art 136 that allows appeal in SC after the judgment of a lower court must not be allowed to be misused. Post-retirement appointments are deterrent to independent judiciary. First Law Commission itself has pointed it out that there should not be any appointments after retirement. The collegium system, which has evolved as a result of 3 judges' cases, have no constitutional basis. It has failed and led to nepotism and favoritism. Many eminent jurists like Falai S. Nariman, Ruma Paul, S.S. Sadi have openly expressed their dissatisfaction with the system. 2. Reforms at local level. Justice Madan Lokar, former judge of Supreme Court of India, suggests that we need a bottom-up approach in judicial reforms. Most of the litigants come in contact with judicial system at district courts. The principal problems lie at this level. Unless these problems are addressed, an average Indian will continue to suffer. The infrastructure and facilities of local courts needs to be improved. Identify pending cases and status of each. Many such cases can be disposed of within minutes with some assistance from prosecution. Our courts must embed the practices of case and court management. It is management of lawsuit as it proceeds till resolution to optimize the time. Standard conclusion. There is no better test of excellence of the government than the performance of its judicial system. Lord Bryce. The Indian judiciary plays an important role in promoting transparency and accountability in government, and in upholding the rule of law. Soli Sorabji. The Indian judiciary has been instrumental in safeguarding the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens, and it is important to ensure that justice is delivered fairly and impartially. J.S. Varma. The Indian judiciary has a crucial role to play in promoting transparency and accountability in government, and in upholding the rule of law. M.K. Sharma. The Indian judiciary has the responsibility to uphold the Constitution and protect the interests of all citizens, regardless of their background or status. Ashok H. Desai. Vinod Rai in his book Rethinking says when all else was kinkambling, the court, time and again, came to the rescue of the nation, there being the course corrector. Unit 5, Grassroots Democracy. Previous year's questions. Do you think that despite having limitations on Panchayati Raj institutions have strengthened the process of democratic decentralization? Give your view. 2021. To what extent 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Indian Constitution enhanced women's empowerment? 2020. Political decentralization has not been matched by administrative decentralization at the grassroots level. Explain. 2019. Kunanan, Panchayat Raj is an effective instrument for women empowerment. 2018. Examine the provisions of Panchayat Extension Services Act, PESA, 1996. Discuss. 2018. Has the 73rd Constitutional Amendment empowered women in panchayats in India? 2017. The goal of good governance will be achieved only by strengthening the grassroots level democracy. 2016. Examine the role of Panchayati Raj institutions and urban local bodies in deepening of democracy in India. 2015. Explain how the participation of women impacted the functioning of rural local bodies in India. 2014. Examine the changing structure of Panchayati Raj institutions with special reference to the 73rd Constitution Amendment Act, 2013. Comment on the correlation between democracy and development in India, 2008. Grassroots democracy is the tendency to design political processes that shift as much decision-making authority as practical to the lower level of local organization. It provides the citizen an opportunity to actively and directly participate in all decisions made for the society. Standard introduction. Grassroots democracy is the foundation of India's democratic system, providing citizens with a voice in the Desi.Xiaomong process and promoting local governments. Amartya Sen. Grassroots democracy in India is a dynamic and evolving system, with the potential to empower communities and promote social justice. 11. GD Dries. Grassroots democracy is a vital component of India's political landscape, providing opportunities for citizens to engage in the democratic process and hold their leaders accountable. Aruna Roy. Grassroots democracy is essential for the development and progress of India, as it provides citizens with the power to shape their own future and improve their own lives. 11. M.S. Swaminathan, A.R. Grassroots democracy in India is an ongoing experiment in social and political empowerment, which has the potential to revolutionize the country's governance and lead to greater social and economic justice. Yog 11 Dra Yadav. Philosophical basis of grassroots democracy. Mahatma Gandhi. Gram Swaraj Gandhiji was deeply skeptical about the concentration of power in a centralized state and had deep interest in the self-sufficiency of local governments. Since India lives in villages, villages are worst affected due to colonial politics. Thus, while emphasizing on Gram Swaraj, he strongly advocated that independence must begin at the bottom. Thus, every village will be a republic of panchayat having full power. Vinoba Bhave and Deen Dayal Upadhyaya. Antyodaya preaches that the development should begin from the lowest, thus assumes the significance of local self-government. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. He considered panchayats as an important socio-economic and political institution at the village level. The Panchayati Raj bodies should assume the responsibilities of looking after the needs of everyone in the village and thus become an insurance against illness, unemployment, illiteracy, and other disabilities. M. N. Roy. Radical democracy. Grassroots democracy and deliberative democracy are one of the methods to establish radical humanism. Jaya Prakash Narayan. Chakamba Raj 1 in 1959, he argued for a reconstruction of Indian polity by means of a four-tier hierarchy of village, district, state, and union councils. Chakamba Raj. Jaya Prakash Narayan. Chakamba Raj 1 in 1959, he argued for a reconstruction of Indian polity by means of a four-tier hierarchy of village, district, state, and union councils. Chakamba Raj. S.K. Day, former rural development minister in Panchayati Raj system, the people of India would govern themselves through their representative institutions, from the parliament, and thus democracy would travel from Gram Sabha, village parliament, to Lok Sabha, lower house of the national parliament. Rajiv Gandhi. We must put an end to planning from above. We must put an end to priorities being conceived and decided at ethereal heights, far from ground realities. Contrasting views by Dr. B. R. Ambedkar. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar believed that the village represented regressive India, a source of oppression. He was critical of Panchayati Raj as he considered Indian villages as the den of ignorance, where caste system is most entrenched. He held that villages in India were caste-ridden and had little prospects of success as institutions of self-government. Panchayati Raj institutions. Historical background. Panchayats in ancient times, a reference to an organized system of rural local self-government, panchayat, has been found in ancient Vedic literature. Rig Veda mentions about Gramini, the village head, and Atharva Veda envisaged the institution of Sava and Samiti. Panchayats in medieval period. The Muslim rulers recognized local chiefs and zamindars as the repositories of local authority, to the exclusion of the people. During Sultanate period, for governance of village, there are three officials: Makadam for administration, Patvari for collection of revenues, and Chowdhury for settling disputes with the help of Panch. Panchayat Raj system during British period. Sir Charles Metcalfe has called Panchayat as the Little Republic. The regulation of 1816 conferred judicial authority to the village panchayats in few provinces. Further, Lord Ripon's resolution of 1882 intends to build local self-government institutions on foundations of local self-government of ancient India. Panchayat Rani system during post-independence period. 1. Debate in Constituent Assembly. The Gandhians favored democratic decentralization and wanted village to be the primary unit of social organization. Gandhi's model of Panchayati Raj was propounded by his follower S.N. Agrawal. While the modernists favored strong state and modernist argument won over Gandhian argument. Leaders like Nehru and Ambedkar supported adoption of representative form of government, and finally Panchayati Raj was placed in Part 4 as a non-enforceable part of Constitution. 2. Article 40. To spirit and importance of Panchayati Raj system found place in Article 40 of the DPSP, which says, the state shall take steps to organize village panchayats and endow them with such powers and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as units of self-government. 3. Various committees. Balwant Rai Mehta Committee, 1957. It recommended a scheme for democratic decentralization, as well as three-tier system with directly elected members at the village level. Ashok Mehta Committee, 1977. The committee recommended a two-tier Panchayat Raj institutional structure consisting of Zilla Parishad and Mandal Panchayat. G.V.K. Rao Committee, 1985. It recommended making the district as the basic unit of planning. LL/1 Singhvi Committee, 1986. Recommended providing more financial resources and constitutional status to panchayats to strengthen them. 4. 73 and 74 CAA. The formalization of the system of Panchayati Raj in India culminated in the 73 and 74 Constitutional Amendment Acts of 1992. /VHV Constitutional makers not given adequate importance to local governments in original constitution. Emphasis on rapid growth. For India in its initial years, centralized decision-making is crucial for rapid growth and planning. Hence, the constitutional makers did not give adequate attention to local governments. National integration. National integration was the main agenda during the initial years, which shifted attention to maintenance of sovereignty and integrity of India. Partition of India made greater inclination towards unitary system. Not mature enough. Indian independence brought the widespread poverty, illiteracy, and socio-economic underdevelopment. Hence the lawmakers opted for centralized government. Lack of inspiration. The Indian constitution is largely based on practice of other countries, especially the Canada, and no other country had three-tier system of governance. Incorporated in DPSBs. Article 40 states that the state shall take steps to organize village panchayats as units of self-government. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar views, villages are full of caste and class business, which will destroy the real fragrance of local self-governance. Stages in the evolution of Panchayati Raj, phase of enthusiasm and ascendancy, 1959 to 64 various state governments have introduced the Panchayat Raj system. On October 2, 1959, Pandit Nehru inaugurated Panchayati Raj at Nagara district in Rajasthan, after which almost all states introduced panchayats. Phase of stagnation and decline, 1970 to 80s there were no elections once the panchayats were constituted. A panchayat dissolved remained dissolved. There was over-centralization, limited delegation powers, no incentive to bureaucracy, and state themselves were glorified municipalities. Ashok Mehta Committee, 1977, stated that Panchayat Raj is God that has failed. It highlighted the conspiracy against panchayats and mentions that panchayats have not failed but have been made to fail. Phase of revival, 1990s L.M. Singhvi Committee appointed in 1986 recommended providing more financial resources and constitutional status to the panchayats to strengthen them. The structural adjustment programs also have put conditionalities such as introduction of good governance. The Raj for Gandhi government introduced bills for panchayats and municipalities, but these could not be passed by Rajya Sabha as states felt that the strong panchayats will result into bypassing the state governments in India. Finally, during Prime Ministership of P.V. Narasimha Rao, the 73 and 74 Amendment Acts were passed. Phase of disillusionment. 1992 onwards there has been less than satisfactory results in strengthening of the functioning and delivery capacities of these institutions and the vision of democratic decentralization. The Mani Shankar Iyer Committee was appointed by government to review 20 years of working of panchayats. Strategies of rural development after independence. Rejection of Gandhian approach. Post-independence, the Gandhian approach was rejected as traditional utopian, based on the nostalgic view of Indian villages. The state adopted a development administration model instead of Gandhian Gram Swaraj. Community Development Program, 1952 the country was divided into development blocks and civil servants became vanguard of development at local level. The approach of it was bureaucracy-led developmental administration. According to Point Nehru, bureaucracy is the most modernized section of the society. It will play the role of vanguard in India's social revolution. However, Community Development Program turned out to be a massive failure. Balwant Rai Mehta Committee, 1957, it was appointed by the government to review the Community Development Program. It concluded that community development takes place only when community participates in development. It recommended the institution of people's representatives at the village level and envisaged establishment of three-tier Panchayat Raj system. Role of Panchayat Raj institutions in rural development. The twin objectives of the Panchayati Raj system, as envisaged by the Constitution of India, are to ensure local economic development and social justice in rural areas. Institutions of socio-economic development. Rural development through PRI includes measures to strengthen democratic structure of society, work toward inclusive and sustainable growth, and make sure that benefits of development goals reach grassroots levels. Paper I, PSIR optional I from /Telegram channel, Sunya 50 page, for 29. Empowerment of vulnerable section. To lead to the empowerment of Hythe 1IO marginalized sections of society like women, SCs, STs, and other backward classes by providing them with reservations. Performance of civic functions, sanitation, minor age tigation, primary health care, vaccination, the supply of drinking water, rural electrification, social health, and Prima 1Y and adult education are some of the crucial functions of panchayats for rural development. Implementation of government schemes. Panchayat Raj institutions play a significant role in implementation of Swak Bharat scheme and NREGA. Gram Sabhas are tasked with the social auditing of muster rolls in NREGA. The functioning of the PDS and monitoring of poverty alleviation programs are now expected to be performed by panchayats. Localization of SDGs. The draft vision document for achieving SDGs prepared by Panchayat. Localization of SDGs. The draft vision document for achieving SDGs prepared by Panchayat Raj Ministry has mapped roles of panchayats in 1011s of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Assessment of working of Panchavati Rai in India I. Achievements. Participation of common man in democratic process. There are about 250,000 PRI and urban local bodies and over 3 million elected local government representatives. Gender justice. Around 49% of the elected representatives in local bodies are women. Currently, there are 14 lakh elected women representatives, and 86,000 women chair the local bodies. In 1963 to 68, there was an all-women panchayat in Nimbit village in Pune district of Maharashtra. Voice to vulnerable like SC/ST. Reservation provided to SC/STs helps in providing voice to these sections. Better public service delivery. Lower-level panchayats are bound to take active interest in the performance of primary schools and healthcare operating within their domains, as compared to the state and central government functionaries located far away from these institutions. Enhance accountability of elected representatives. Gram Sabha provides a forum for accountability that can compel an elected representative to face his constituency periodically for explanation. Social audit leads to greater transparency in implementation of programs. Successful implementation of projects. Conservation of natural resources, Pani Bachao Abhiyan in Madhya Pradesh, enhance livelihoods, Swasthbhakti initiative in Tharkhand, and increase sanitation, Ganga Gram Abhiyo. Views of Nirja Gopal Jayal. Nirja Gopal Jayal says that reservation for women brought to 4 vital issues concerning women such as education for girls, food security, clean water, health services, etc. It led to social inclusion of SCs, STs, and women in political process. Views of James Manor. Panchayat enhanced both the upward, problems in remote areas, as well as downward. Panchayat representatives can explain schemes better than bureaucrats. Flow of info ID One Nation. He says that because of absenteeism of teachers and local health workers was significantly reduced in India. Views of R. Chaudhary and E. Duflo. Paper PSLR I subscribe from. Telegram channel, page 430. In districts with female sarpanch, greater investments are made in drinking water, a priority public goods issue for women. SC sarpanch are more likely to invest in public goods in SC hamlets. In a country where access is determined by gender and caste, even more than economic status, these changes are remarkable. Lakshmi Iyer, Anandi Mani, Prachi Mistira, and Petia Topolova research using PRLS has shown that having female political representation in local governments makes women more likely to come forward and report crimes. Also policy research paper by World Bank says political reservation in PRJ for women have led to increase in female LFPR and have increased their bargaining powers in intraborn matters as well. Personal is political. Inclusive democracy. The 73rd Amendment Act made democracy inclusive by introducing Reservation 1 for the members of neglected section of society such as SCs, STs, and women. There are about 250,000 pre- and urban local bodies, and over 32 lakh elected local government representatives. 2. Issues/failures, development agencies. The panchayats are described as a half-baked cake, since Constitution has created the structure but states are supposed to provide flesh and blood. They are seen only as developmental agencies and not as full FL.edged governments. Example. As pointed out in Eco Survey 2019 to 2020, local governments suffer from low income trap too poor to save and invest in local capacity development. No transfer of functions. Various governance functions such as provision of education, health, sanitation was not mandated by the Act, and instead it left it to the state legislature to devolve functions. Less fund devolution. Though finance commissions advocated for greater devolution of funds, there has been little action by states to devolve funds. As M.A. Uman pointed out, the own source revenue of local governments as a share of the total public sector's own source revenue is only a little over 2%, and if disaggregated, the panchayat share is a negligible 0.3%. The Economic Survey 2018 has highlighted that local self-governed in India suffer from low equilibrium trap. Example. In states like there is 100% dependency of panchayats on state govs for funds. No activity mapping. Though uniform institutions have been created, yet activity mapping has not been done, which result into variation among states. Lack of deliberation and planning. Non-constitution of district planning committees as envisaged under 243 ZD and limited deliberation at Gram Sabha. Professor Amartya Sen calls it decline of public reasoning in India. Manishankar Committee pointed out that only one meeting in a year takes place in Gram Sabha and decentralized planning in India remains non-starter. Ineffective. Reservation. Studies from TN show that members of upper caste have not even allowed Dalit chairperson to attend even meetings. Nirja Gopal Jayal argues that reservations have made politics more inclusive for SCs, STs, and women, but did little to empower them. Paper I, PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 431. Stephen and SEK/Era 11 stated that women have encountered one-tiered more stumbling blocks than building blocks, suffered strong prejudices FO patriarchal society. Supply-driven initiative, no demand for good governance from people in India. Amartya Sen point out that only when matters become talk of public discourse, the government will respond. Bureaucratic hurdle. When it comes to the executive side, not much has been done to change the structure developed by the colonial masters to handle the subjects, both on the administration level and policing level. Less powers to Gram Sabha. Gram Sabha has been the soul of the experiment, but it continues to be the weak institution. There has been lack of empowerment of people at grassroots level. Paul Brass. PRL were made to fail because of the reluctance of state politicians to devolve much powers to the district level or below because they feared such local institutions would become alternative source of influence and patronage, dissolution of panchayats. The Act ensures regular elections, but doesn't suggest grounds for dissolution of panchayats, which has been left entirely on the state government. Sarpanch Patti issue. There are stances where male members perform the task of PRI in place of the female members of family who are elected candidates, but even in those cases the importance of women decision-making increases in comparison to what it was in the past. Issues with resignation. The reservation for women not in proportion to population. The upper caste does not allow lower caste to participate in meeting and contest election. In panchayats of Madurai, Papapatti, Kirupati, and Nadanangalam, SCs are not allowed to contest polls. Low participation of disadvantaged sections. Matthew attributed this mainly to lack of awareness and the feeling among the disadvantaged groups that their views are not taken seriously. Political interference. The interference of area MPs and MLAs in the functioning of panchayats also adversely affected the performance of panchayats. Expert Committee on leveraging Panchayat Raj institutions for more efficient delivery of public goods and services except for the Manrega and the Backward Regions Grant Fund, BRGF. None of the over 150 centrally sponsored schemes had provided a role for the PRI. Second Administrative Reforms Commission outlined the following major problems, which the PRLs face because of lack of administrative decentralization on grassroots level. Many times executives do not understand the requirement of smaller PRI because of lack of understanding about local issues. PRI's own revenues as a share of their revenue expenditure are just 9.26% on average, and they are entirely dependent on the state/central grants for their functioning. Under these circumstances, centralized administration further makes their job difficult. Administrative centralization makes the staff at PRJs inefficient, as they consider their input to be not considered of much importance. Overall participation of citizenry reduces in PRI because of centralization. Over the period, there is a sense of frustration and angst developed against the current bureaucracy at the grassroots level. 3. Mani Shankar Iyer Committee, 2012. No decentralization of politics, rather it is decentralization of corruption. Nexus between panchayati heads and state bureaucracy and politicians. The committee has called it as Sarpanch Raf rather than Panchayati Raj. In report towards a holistic Panchayati Raj, it observed that bad Panchayati Raj is worse than no Panchayati Raj. Poor implementation has led to disillusionment. 4. Other view, Rajni Kothari argued that village councils were nothing but catchy slogans and false promises that enabled the local elites to prevent forces of revolt and public discontent from getting organized. World Bank study, Overview of Rural Decentralization, suggests that India is best performer in political decentralization, middle performer in fiscal but worst on administrative. Best practices 1. Kerala Model Code of Conduct for Bureaucracy and Elected Members. Like Kerala, there is a need to establish Panchayat Ombudsman. People can register complaints of misappropriation by the Panchayati Raj officials. 2. Entitlement-Based District Planning (EBDP) is a unique initiative that institutionalizes decentralized planning at the district level across Bihar through an entitlement-based approach to ensure inter-regional and social equity. EBDP has educated district officials and Panchayati Raj Institution (PR.I) representatives on various schemes and statutory provisions they are entitled to, and has helped improve the process of monitoring and decision-making while reducing the scope of corruption and leakages besides enhancing public participation. During COVID-19, Andhra Pradesh Village Volunteer System to help trace people with foreign travel history. Union Health Ministries Microplan for containing local transmission of COVID-19 has placed Panchayats at forefront in increasing community mobilization and awareness. Odisha government delegated powers of co-hector to Sarpanches. The Kerala government allowed local bodies to do contact tracing, conduct health camps and sanitation drives, and sensitize people on health protocols. Local governments at the village level also helped in sustaining agricultural activities by ensuring the labor supply and availability of critical food, chains in villages. Reforms needed. 1. Effective devolution through the device of activity mapping, which would involve clear identification of the competence, authority, and accountabilities while involving the stakeholders in planning process. 2. Funds, functions, and functionaries. Financial incentivization of the states to encourage effective devolution of funds, functions, and functionaries to the panchayats. 3. Subsidiarity principle. According to the principle, what can be done at local level should not be. PSIR optional J subscribe from /Telegram channel. Shunya Note says 0 page L.33. Done at state level. What can be done at state level should not be done at central level. 4. Recommendations of Punchy Commission. Establish legislative councils in all states with representatives from the urban local bodies and panchayats for more devolution of power. National Commission for Panchayats or local self-body should be created. Abolition of parastatal organizations, model code of conduct for bureaucracy, replicating Kerala model. Social audits of all actions. 5. Views of Eleanor Ostrom. Principles of resource management for local bodies by giving authority to generate resources on its own. 6. Views of Padmapriya Janakiraman. Direct fund devolution from center. New sources such as bonds must be explored. Stronger finance commission. Video recording of Gram Sabha meetings. 7. Views of David Osborne and Ted Gakbulkers in Reinventing Government proposed. Decentralist public administration theories, which became labeled the new public management, it defined e-governance and decentralization with the help of private parties to resolve the problems of bureaucracy and remove the institutional bottlenecks. 8. 2 ARC recommendation. In its report titled Local Self-Government, it stated that panchayats are overstructured and underpowered institutions. Activity mapping should be done using subsidiarity principle to make them effective institutions. Panchayat ombudsman can be created for grievance redressal. Panchayat bonds for the better funding to the panchayats, abolishing MPLAD and MLALAD schemes. Capacity building of panchayat representatives. 9. Sumit Bose Committee. A system of quality monitoring should be put in place for all programs being monitored by panchayats. Maintaining databases related to local planning. Financial management, including e-procurement. 1.0. Panchay Commission, recommended to constitute legislative council in all the states and give representation to panchayats and municipalities. 11. According to Mani Spanker Iyer, the center also needs to financially incentivize states to encourage effective devolution to the panchayats in functions, finances, and functionaries. Standard conclusion. 1. General. PRLs are crucial to strengthen the base of democracy at the grassroots, and this bottom-up approach is meant to achieve the goal of rural development. There is a need for clear-cut demarcation of functions of each tier of the government. Panchay Commission and Second Arcade reports also suggested activity mapping. Empowered State Finance Commission, adequate finances, and Jeff. UN fiscal federalism are essential for the effective discharge of panchayat functions. Only an empowered PRJ can bring a holistic change in the lives of rural populations by uplifting their socioeconomic and health status through adjective linkages between the community, government, and other developmental agencies. Local self-governments have made parliamentary democracy in our country participated in the real sense. They have removed the bottlenecks from the path of empowerment of the weaker sections of society like the Dalits, tribals, and women too. Scholar, grassroots democracy in India has the potential to transform the country's political landscape by empowering local communities and promoting participatory governance. C. Savarma Chrislong. Grassroots democracy is essential for the success of India's democracy, as it provides citizens with the tools they need to hold their leaders accountable and shape the direction of the country. Aruna Roy. Grassroots democracy in India is a testament to the resilience of the country's democratic institutions and the willingness of its citizens to actively engage in the political process. 11. Jean Dries. 11. Grassroots democracy in India is a powerful force for change, allowing citizens to take control of their own destinies and work towards a better future for themselves and their communities. 11. M. S. Swaminatha. 11. 11. Grass 1 foot OOT democracy is a critical component of India's political system, providing citizens with a voice in decision-making and promoting social and economic justice. Yogendra Yadav. PESA Act, 1996, B.D. Sharma, a former commissioner for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, stated that the provisions of PESA appeared to come as a savior that is designed to erase the historical injustice done low the tribal community. It was perceived as restoration of their dignity and tradition of self-governance, symbolized by Mava Nate Mava Raj, our village, our rule. Operational issues with PESA, partial implementation. The state governments are supposed to enact state laws for their scheduled areas in consonance with this national law. This has resulted in the partially implemented PESA. Till now, 40% of states have not formulated necessary rules regarding PESA, which highlights the apathetic attitude of the state governments towards it. Violation of self-governance. There is continued violation of self-governance aspects of the Gram Sabhas with respect to customary reso recees, minor forest produce, selection of beneficiaries, sanction of projects, and control over local institutions. Lack of clarity. Many experts have asserted that PESA did not deliver due to the J.O.ck of clarity, legal infirmity, bureaucratic apathy, absence of a political will, resistance to change in the hierarchy of power, and so on. Less decentralization. The state governments have not appropriately decentralized fiscal and administrative powers. Low level of awareness. It has made the role of Gram Sabha ineffective. Formulation of rules. The biggest challenge is the degradation of the spirit of PESA, as the formulation of rules did not take place for varied reasons, giving rise to increased conflict. The traditional Gram Sabhas and the state-structured panchayats are in conflict with one another. Suggestions for effective implementation of PESA, comprehensive panchayat law. Implementation of PESA is a direct responsibility of state legislature, and, therefore, Inconsistencies in Conformity Act should be modified, and a comprehensive panchayat law removing inconsistencies has to be brought. Formulation of rules by state governments. The states, where PESA is applicable, should formulate rules and regulations, which is pending for a long time. This will give effect to better implementation of signs of PESA. Increased awareness. There is a need for capacity building of officials and elected representatives and awareness building of the common people. It requires identifying training institutes and developing training modules to cover all stakeholders in the PESA areas. Conclusion. The Ministry of Panchayati Raj has to play an important role in the implementation of the provisions of PESA in letter and spirit. The Government of India should prepare model guidelines for framing rules under PESA, which should be circulated among the states to frame their respective rules at the earliest. Women in Panchayats. The 73rd Constitutional Amendments promulgated in 1993 is a landmark for two reasons: local empowerment and women empowerment. Article 243D of the Constitution of India provides that one-third of the total number of seats in offices of the chairpersons in PRI at each level shall be reserved for women to be allotted by rotation to different constituencies in a panchayat. Various studies have shown that the panchayat headed by women have made significant investment in public infrastructure leading to rural development. Various studies have shown that the panchayat headed by women have made significant investment in public infrastructure leading to rural development. Women have now more confidence and empowerment, and they are taking decisions with regard to SE.UAL and reproductive rights. Women are acting as an agent of change in the society and raising voice against injustice and atrocities. For example, Sushma Badu ensured that women and girls get the education and arranged for a training center in the village to ensure that every girl child goes to school. Many states such as K.Amataka have more than 50% of women representatives in PRI, which indicates that women are now winning in the wards that were not reserved for them. Examples of positive role played BV women in Pa and Chats 1. Fatima Bai. She was prominent Sarpanch in one of the village in Kurnool district, Andhra Pradesh. She is known for economic empowerment of women and creating self-help groups, SHGs. Her contribution has been recognized by United Nations Development Program, UNDP. 2/Voman Sarpanch of Chansamand Gram Panchayat, GP, in Kamal district of Haryana has developed a 3-pond system under Manrega with the purpose to treat the grey water and further use the same for gardening, kitchen gardening, and irrigation purposes. 3. Dodge. Another woman-headed GP in Haryana has taken several initiatives for skill development of women and girls, bridging the digital divide through Mobile Computer Training Institute, motivating and orienting schoolgirls on their rights, campaign against Purda/Gunghat, Veil, system, etc. 4. Sarpanch of Soda GP in Rajasthan. An MBA graduate who quit her corporate career with one of the country's biggest telecom firms to become the Sarpanch of Soda GP in Rajasthan, she has been working ever since to ensure clean water, solar power, paved roads, toilets, and a bank to the village. 5/Voman Sarpanch of Dani Mio Khan GP in Haryana built a training center for women and ensured that every village child went to school. Under her guidance, her village won many awards for its good sanitary conditions, zero dropout rate, and the best sex ratio among all villages in Haryana. 6. Women Sarpanch of Dung Kapra GP in Odisha launched a campaign to revive traditional folk art in her village and ensured that the benefits of the various government schemes reach the needy and deserving people. She has introduced the benefits of PDS to her village, which wasn't known to most people. Her work was recognized internationally when she was selected to be a part of International Visitors Leadership Program by the U.S. Consulate to speak on the importance of transparency and accountability in the government. 7. Arati Devi launched a campaign to revive traditional folk art in her village, and also ensured that the benefits of the various government schemes reach the people who need it most. 8. Woman Sarpanch of Abdullabad Kedah returned from United States and is now working towards making her GP a model GP by ensuring most effective implementation of government schemes. Under the leadership of its woman Sarpanch, Khetri GP in Assam has achieved 100% institutional delivery, 100% immunization, near 100% drinking water coverage, sanitation coverage, and 80% all-weather road connectivity in the GP. 9. Other examples of women woman Sarpanch in Himachal Kashlog district prevented illegal mining by Ambuja Cement, Kantj.oi and MP disabled Advisai women installed various hand pumps and construction of roads. Women run panchayats more effective in tackling corruption down to earth. Mag. Views of scholars, Rohini Pandey. The reservations for women have reduced prejudice against female leaders and BAS enhanced respect for women. Gabrielle Crux Wisner. The reservation in panchayats for women has transformational impact and has led to their social mobility. Esther Duflo and Raghavendra Chattopadhyay. Districts with female Sarpanch/Pradban significantly greater investments are made in drinking water, a priority public goods issue for women. Madhu Joshi and Devki Singh. In the era of COVID-19, women leaders in PRI have come to their role as independent achievers, making their way in a domain in which they have historically been excluded. Sada Pai. Reservation will not lead to true empowerment of women, but it will give rise to so-called paddy panchayats. After her study in villages from Mir district, she concluded that female literacy, independent voting rights, and change in the status in the family and society are required for women to play active role in the village politics. Various studies. Patani, 2010, studied functioning of elected women representatives in many panchayats and found it is clear that women's leadership in panchayats is transforming India. These elected women, now role models to the other women in their communities, are altering the development agenda to address issues critical to village life. Landiaspin study 2017 in 6 districts of Tamil Nadu has found that 60% women elected representative of PRI are functioning independently of their male family members or colleagues. Study by Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Study have concluded that overall the reservation of women in Panchayati Raj have shown positive impacts. It has led to political, cognitive, and psychological empowerment of women. People are more inclined to send girls to schools. UNDP studies, not only have women been empowered by panchayats, women have also empowered panchayats. /Voman link worldwide. The passage of 73rd and 74th Amendments is a milestone in the constitutional history of India, which brought remarkable changes in the local governing institutions by providing 113 RD seats for women members as well as chairpersons, including SCs and STs, at all levels of Panchayat Raj institutions. Challenges faced by women representatives. Patriarchy. Many elected women representatives, EWRs, continue to work as a rubber stamp for their family members and also at times as proxies of rural elites. Their male co-workers show insensitivity and refuse to cooperate. Burden of household responsibilities, Purdah, veil, system, and domestic violence negatively affect their functioning. Caste system. Hierarchical caste system in rural India makes it difficult for women from SC and ST communities to function independently and effectively. Panchayats functions parallel to panchayats and pressurizes EWRs to act in a particular way. Lack of cooperation from line/sectoral departments, EWRs, particularly the first-timers, find it very difficult to deal with officials of block/district administration and of line/sectoral departments. Bureaucratic apathy and corruption is rampant, which makes these EWRs demotivated and disenchanted from the Panchayati Raj. According to Madhu Joshi and Devki Singh, few feel that they have any actual power to effect change easily. 77% of them believe that they cannot change things easily in their constituencies. Inadequate capacities. Majority of EWRs enter into public life for the first time and do not have enough knowledge and skills to handle affairs of panchayats. Training programs conducted by government training agencies are unable to cover all elected representatives in time. Rotation of terms. Policy of reservation for only one term and organization of reserved seats and post of chairperson also hinders consolidation of leadership qualities among EWRs, as it takes time for them to learn the skills of handling and negotiating various conflicting interests within the panchayat. TWC, child norm. A few states are still continuing with the two-child norm for contesting panchayat elections. In rural areas, women hardly have any say in the number of children in the family, and such laws restrict their entry into panchayats. Inadequate women panchayat functionaries. EWRs are more comfortable with women functionaries. However, there are very few women panchayat functionaries. Patriarchal mindsets make it difficult for EWRs to freely interact with male functionaries at times when it is required. WNV forward amendment to Article 243D to increase reservation for women in panchayats from existing 1/3 to 50% across states. This proposal may also contain a provision to provide for rotation of reserved seats in panchayats for a minimum of 2 terms instead of 1 at present. If any seat reserved for women becomes vacant, it should be filled by a woman candidate only. Mahila Sabhas, like Maharashtra, other states may also make it mandatory to organize Mahila Sabha, Women Gram Sabha, immediately before the meeting of Gram Sabha. Mahila Sabha will not only help identify and articulate issues and concerns of women in the Gram Sabha, but will also increase participation of women, which in turn will be a great moral support for EWR.S. Recruitment of women as panchayat secretaries. Recruiting women panchayat secretaries at all the 3 levels of PRI will create a comfortable working environment for EWRs. Governments may also provide additional honorarium to EWRs, particularly from marginalized communities. Functional literacy. Imparting functional literacy to illiterate EWRs within a couple of months of their elections. Ensuring that each EWRs receive induction training within 6 months and then undergoes thematic/refresher trainings at least once every year will enhance their capacity and boost their confidence. Capacity building. In capacity building of EWRs, governments must also invite and involve civil society organizations, women's groups, academic institutions, particularly centers for women/gender studies, corporate social responsibility foundations, and also international organizations like UN Women. Regular surveys. As recommended by your committee, regular surveys of the status of EWR.S and their performance and contribution in different parts of the country may be conducted by the government in collaboration with academic institutions. Such surveys will also help identify issues and concerns of EWR.S to be addressed by government. Conclusion. With the establishment of PRLS in our country, a woman gets an opportunity to prove her worth as a good administrator, decision maker, or a good leader. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment AC 1992 is a milestone in this regard. It provides women a chance to come forward. This experiment is proving to be a big success, particularly by providing opportunity to women to come out of their houses and participate in administrative and political field. Urban local bodies. The urban local bodies are based on the premise of Gandhi's the 01Y of Oceanic Circle of Power, principle of subsidiarity to enable self-governance rights as envisaged in Article 40. The urban govern one ants became an integral part of Constitution with 74 Constitutional Amendment, 1993. The 74T1I Constitutional Amendment Act devolved power. The 74T1I Constitutional Amendment Act devolved power low urban local bodies to ensure ease of living and democratic participation at local level. Data. India is the second largest urban system in the world with almost 11% of the total global urban population living in Indian cities. The country has reached a turning point in its journey of its economic transformation wherein half of the country would be urban in a few decades. Urban growth is expected to contribute to 73% of the total population increase by 2036, MOHFW, 2019. Issue in urban planning of India. Operational capacity issues. Most ULBs face problems due to lack of capacity, improper staffing patterns, and lack of standardization. They do not have the institutional, operational, educational, and legal capability to develop commercially viable infrastructure projects, mobilize resources for the projects, and implement them. Unacknowledged and unaddressed urbanization of the 7,933 towns that are accounted as urban. Almost half have a status of census towns, and they continue to be governed as rural entities. Parallel power to parastatals. Transfer of the urban planning function FI, OM states/UTs, to elected. Urban local governments did not happen as was envisaged through the 74 Constitutional Amendment, Act 1992. Absence of master plans. Around 65% of the 7,933 urban settlements do not have any master plan. Lack of evidence-based development. In many cities, development control regulations were formulated several decades ago and have been updated arbitrarily without sufficient empirical evidence on their impacts. Inadequate human resource. A study conducted by TCPO and NIUA for NIDI AYOG indicates that over 12,000 posts for town planners are required in the state, town, and country planning departments. There are fewer than 4,000 sanctioned positions for town planners in these departments, half of which are lying vacant. Lack of synergy between urban and rural planning and development. The State, Town, and Country Planning Acts (NED) are revisited to harmonize the two. Stagnant municipal revenues. Only around L% of GDP, whereas in Brazil and South Africa, it is around 6% of GDP. Lack of uniformity in institutions. There are various form and model of urban governances, which vary from municipalities, nagarpanchayats, nagarpalikas, municipal corporations, notified area committee, court authorities, to cantonment boards. Lack of political will. There is neglect of urban administration because Lok Sabha is dominated by rural constituencies. The municipalities are more backward, in the sense that there is no institution of direct democracy, i.e. Mahalla Sabhas on par with Gram Sabhas. Professor Jaya 11 Pa 11 Day argues that urban governance has never been a priority of governance in India. It has not even been mentioned in Article 40 of Indian Constitution. Insufficient public participation. The urban governance system lacks people's involvement in the decision-making process. While there is little effort on part of the municipal bodies to include people in the process, the problem gets compounded by the fact that there is very little awareness amongst citizens themselves on their role in the governance process. Lack of adequate training. It is the main impediment in introducing new technologies and management styles in the whirlsing of the municipal corporations. E-government's initiatives, accounting reforms, and in fact, even private participation all require a certain level of training of the staff on IT systems, accounting norms, and so on. McKinsey report. Absence of modem special planning framework, poor municipal finance, lack of NANN resources, etc. Isber Judge Aluwalia. There cannot be smart city without smart municipality. We fail to even imagine the amount of loss we are incurring because of neglect of urban administration. Suggestions to improve urban governance. Use them as way forward. 1. Standardizing the classification of ULBs. The states should adopt standard norms for classification of ULBs. It would be advisable that all the municipalities should be reclassified into 3 categories. Municipal corporation for large urban areas of 5 lakh and more population. Municipal council for urban areas of L lakh to 5 lakh population, and Nagar Panchayat for towns below 1 lakh population. 2. Strengthening ward committees. Although the legal provisions for the constitution of wards committees have been made in most of the states, the actual spirit of the amendment is diffused. Hence, constitution of ward committees and their functioning needs to be incentivized. 3. Empowerment of political office bearers. The mayors or chairpersons of the LBs should be accountable to people and need to have power and tenure commensurate with this objective. The local conditions should determine whether the cities should adopt a mayor and council system or an executive mayor system. 4. Convergence of functions of parastatals/state bodies with local bodies. The multiplicity of agencies providing various services in the urban sector has led to overlapping, ambiguity, and wastage of resources. 5. Public-private partnership, PPPs, which are structured around a robust revenue model, including user charges, targeted subsidies, and viability gap funding, and offer a good prospect of return on investment, can contribute to systemic gains and better management of urban services. 6. Accountability and citizen participation. A more interactive and participative framework should be followed by ULBs to ensure greater accountability to the citizens. Citizen report cards, like the one prepared by the Public Affairs Center in Bengaluru, need to be replicated across all cities. 7. Programmatic intervention for planning of healthy cities. Every city must aspire to become a healthy city for all by 2030. 8. Ramping up of human resources, ensuring qualified professionals for undertaking urban planning. Activity mapping and rejuvenation of capacity building centers. 9. Revision of Town and Country Planning Acts. Need to form an apex committee at the state level is recommended to undertake a regular review of planning legislations. 10. Demystifying planning and involving citizens. Citizen outreach campaign for demystifying. NND making urban planning more accessible. Use of tools like citizen charter, social audit, and ensure regular election. JJ, steps to enhance role of private sector. The private sector needs to be evolved to heighten its role in employment opportunities for planners. Adequate capacities for project planning, risk structuring, and negotiating to enter public-private partnerships or manage private consultancies need to be built at various levels in the public sector. 12. Fiscal autonomy. 15th Finance Commission suggests to use blended finance and municipal bonds along with compulsory foundation of state finance communication. 13. Re-engineering of urban governance. Clear division of roles and responsibilities among various authorities, appropriate. Division of rules and regulations, etc. Creation of a more dynamic organizational structure, standardization of the job descriptions of town planners and other experts. Extensive adoption of technology for enabling public participation and interagency. Coordination. 14. Use of e-governance and technology. The information technology, IT, can play an important role in improving governance. With municipal administration becoming increasingly complex, the benefits of IT adoption are becoming more and more visible across several municipalities. 15. MAC.NC report. India's urban model should focus on 4 elements: funding, governance, planning, and sectoral policies. 16. Sure Judge Alawalia, do cities matter? To achieve the goal of 5 trillion economies India BAS to sustain 8% rate of growth, it cannot be achieved without structural transformation in urban administration. 17. L/TJTI IOG strategy for New India at 75. Cities are central to raise productivity, enhance job creation, and earn public finance. The city governance is a key enabler to achieve economic development. 18. Others. Enhance citizen participation through open cities framework and use of the alternative model of finance, such as municipal bonds. Grassroots movements. A grassroots movement is an organized effort undertaken by groups of individuals in a given geographic area to bring about changes in social policy or influence an outcome of a political issue. Grassroots movements and organizations use collective action from the local level to affect change at the local, regional, national, or international level. Views of scholars. 1. Dhirubhai Sheth. Grassroots movements have become active in different parts of the country since 70s. They represent the desperate struggle of economically marginalized and socially excluded sections of the society. 2. Rajni Kothari. Politics and the People. In Search of Humane India chapter The Grassroots Phenomenon. The rise of micro-movements is a symbol of the dissatisfaction with representational politics and institutional decline. There is a decline of parliament and disconnect between people and their representatives. The political parties have given up the movement aspect of their activities, have increasingly become electoral machines operating at grassroots levels on JY at time of election. 3. L/1 Ohamed Knassi and Olaf Pullman. Human and Environmental Security in Era of Global Risks. 1. These scholars point out the failures of spontaneous movements in the absence of political support. There is no Green Party in India which can highlight the issues facing the poor and vulnerable people. 4. Neeraj Hoke. 3 particular events have led to increased grassroots movements in India. Imposition of emergency. Emergency caused political clampdown through the suspension of people's fundamental rights, which led to social struggles outside the political party arena. This reinforced the belief that the party system was quite ineffective in representing political demands. Liberalization. Trends like civil society and participatory development came in vogue along with liberalization, democratic decentralization through 72nd and 73rd AA. These movements have played the role of opposition to elected representatives from village to parliament. 5. Amrita Basu. She explores the origin of the grassroots movements in capitalist development. She argues that the growth of grassroots movements in India is because of capitalist model of development on one hand and the availability of democratic space on the other hand. 6. Shekhar Pathak, Chipko movement. A people's history by historian, the grassroots movement that spread throughout Uttarakhand and captured the imagination of people of all ages and regions. 7. Sumit Kothari. Globalization has revived the grassroots movements around the world because of destructive forces of development. 8. Ranjita Mohanty. Grassroots movements have served the following tasks. These movements have replaced exclusionary narrative of state WI.th counter-narrative of inclusion, expand non-party political spaces for social actions. Renegotiating people's relationship with the state. 9. Raghu 1 U.M. Rajan in his book The Third Pillar says the market and the state developed faster than the community, leaving the community behind. This left a space to be occupied by civil society organizations and grassroots movements. 10. Pranita Mohanty. Contesting Development, Reinventing Democracy. Grassroots social movements in India suggested 5 tasks performed by these movements. Replace the exclusionary narrative of state-led development with counter-narrative of inclusion. Expansion of non-party political spaces for social actions. Democratization of public space, renegotiating people's relationship with the state. Side of the Reconstant 1 tie-in of modernity through the discourse of citizenship and rights. Can say studies on grassroots movements. Barefoot College is in Tilonia, Rajasthan. LT is a college which teaches rural women and men, many of them illiterate, to become solar engineers, artisans, dentists, and doctors in their own villages, that too in a sustainable and energy-efficient environment, all without a college degree. These rural people, whose livelihoods and lives were at stake due to the influx of ready-made, mass-produced goods, have now gradually become educated, empowered, and self-sufficient. Tribal Health Initiative. It was STA-1 TED by Dr. Lalitha and Dr. Reggie in 1992 to help the tribal communities living in the Sitalingi Valley and surrounding lulls lead a better quality of life. For doctors from CMC Vellore, health was more than just a physical absence of disease, but also involved mental, social, economic perspectives. Their initiative amongst the tribals in Tamil Nadu embraces this comprehensive meaning of Health J1 and has brought in hope and change to the previously bleak lives of the ignored and invisible tribals. Starting out as a small, thatched hut and running a simple outpatient unit, they have now grown into a full-fledged 24-bed hospital with an OT, not to mention initiatives and facilities for health education, farming, and crafts. Anti-POSCO movement. On June 22, 2005, Pobang Steel Company, POSCO, a large South Korean corporation, signed a MOU with the government of Orissa to invest $12 billion and build an integrated steel plant, capturing port and mines in a large rural area of Otissa known for its fertile land and thriving ecosystem. The project requires 4,004 acres of land, of which about 2,900 acres are forest land, not to mention land for railways, road expansion, and mine development. 3 panchayats will be affected by the steel and power plant project, namely Dinkia, Nuagan, and Gadala Wanjang. The people of the area, along with many activists, began to raise their voice against this move by the government. The POSCO Pratarabha Sangam Samiti, PPSS, was set up to oppose this project and spearhead the movement against the acquisition of the unusually fertile land of the area, the destruction of the forests and nearby ecosystem, and the ruining of the people's lives and homes. The PPSS-BAS been immensely successful in withstanding against the huge corporate and the intentions of the state and central government. AS/VA, Association of Single Women Alone equal Nari Shakti Sangathan, started with defining women alone as abandoned or widowed women who are often ostracized in Indian society. It was able to push the Indian government to count single women as a similarly defined category in the census. According to the latest census of 2011, there are over 60 million such women in India. Right to information. The grassroots struggles in Rajasthan is deeply rooted in the struggles and concerns for the survival and justice of the most disadvantaged rural people. The reason for this special character to the entire movement is that it was inspired by a highly courageous, resolute, and ethically consistent grassroots struggle. It is related to the most fundamental livelihood and justice concerns of the rural poor. This inspiring struggle in the large desert of Rajasthan was led by the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan, MKSS, as part of a people's movement for justice in wages, livelihood, and land. Standard conclusion. Grassroots movements bring otherwise divided humans 0-11-1 platform around a single issue and mobilize them to struggle for one cause, the defense of all living beings, born and unborn. Grassroots movements in India have played a critical role in promoting social justice, empowering marginalized Kamu 1180s, and challenging the status quo, Vandana Shiva. Paper I, PSIR optional I subscribe from. I Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 444. Grassroots movements in India are a testament to the power of collective action and the ability of ordinary citizens to effect change at the local and national levels. Arundhati Roy. Grassroots movements in India have been instrumental in promoting environmental sustainability, protecting natural resources, and challenging the forces of globalization and corporate power. Sunita Narang. Grassroots movements in India are a reflection of the country's vibrant and diverse civil society and its commitment to democracy, social justice, and human rights. S. Swaminathan. Grassroots movements in India have been a force for good, challenging oppressive social norms and practices, and promoting greater equality and inclusivity in society. Amartya Sen. Unit 6, Constitutional Statutory Institutions and Commissions. Elections COML/Fission previous year's questions. The success of electoral democracy can partly be attributed to the status and role of the Election Commission of India. Explain. 2021. Examine the role and functioning of the Election Co-M11 Issue of India and the Comptroller and Auditor General in the last 2 decades. 2020. Make an assessment of the role of the Election Commission of India in the conduct of free and fair elections. 2011. Make an assessment of the composition, functioning, and the role of the Election Commission of India in the conduct of free and fair elections. 2005. Standard Introduction. Elections, open, free, and fair, are the essence of democracy, the inescapable SME quo non. Samuel H. 1111 TI, 11 GTO 11. SY Qureshi book Undocumented Wonder. India is known for 3 things in the world: Gandhi, Taj Mahal, A11D Electio 11S. He says democracy and elections have a congenital, inseparable one, Elatio 11 ship. The Election Commission of India is one of the most trusted institutions in India, known for its impartiality, professionalism, and commitment to democracy. N. Gopalaswamy. The Election Commission of India is the backbone of India's electoral system, responsible for conducting elections that reflect the will of the people and strengthen the democratic fabric of the country. V.S. Sampaddled. T11E Election Commission of India is an institution that is integral to the functioning of Indian democracy, ensuring that elections are conducted in a free, fair, and transparent manner, and upholding the principle. T11E Election Commission of India is an institution that is integral to the functioning of Indian democracy, ensuring that elections are conducted in a free, fair, and transparent manner, and upholding the principles of the Indian Constitution. T.S. Krishnamurti. The Election Commission of India, ECI, has emerged as the vital institution that safeguards India's electoral democracy, which is cornerstone of Indian history. Article 324 provides that the power of superintendence, direction, and control of elections to Parliament, state legislatures, the office of President of India and the office of Vice President of India shall be vested in the Election Commission. ECI-BAS proved to be a model of election management and has gained in stature by holding free and fair elections at various levels of the country. Hillary Clinton has described it as the golden standards. However, many scholars in the context of recent incidents express concern over the Election Commission's weak K11 EED conduct and pointed out the crisis of credibility faced by the institution today. Views of scholars. 1. Aristotle. Democracy is when the indigent, and not the men of property, are the rulers. Throughout the history of human civilization, we have lived through innumerable rulers, various governments, and hundreds of wars. The sole thing that remained common throughout the history of politics is that the voice of the general public was never louder than when they held the right to vote. 2. Compromise. The proper functioning of election system is important to avoid what Habermas describes it as legitimation crisis. 3. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The greatest safeguard for fairness of electoral process is to take it from hands of executive and hand over to an independent body. 4. David Gilmartin. In his work, The Great March of Democracy, he mentions that ECI has not been fully able to control the influence of money power and hate speeches. ECI's importance for Indians arises not just for its efficiency in the conduct of elections, but also for the central role it plays in balancing politics. 5. Ramachandra Gupta. Despite presence of profound diversity and significant geographical variations, illiteracy and poverty, there has been successful execution of participatory elections in India, which he refers to as the most recklessly ambitious experiment in the history. 6. Suhas Palshekar. Grand proposals, simultaneous elections, are not necessarily welcome proposals. On paper, the idea may appear to be a nice idea to streamline staggered election cycle, but in reality it tinkers with the most basic principles of our constitution, i.e. federal and parliamentary democracy. 7. Soli Sorabji on opinion polls. Restrictions on opinion polls are violative of Article 19(1)(a) of the Indian Constitution. 8. E. Sridharan and L/1 Elon Vaishnav. The tenure of the two additional ECs is less secure than that of the CEC, which is a constitutional lacunae that should have been addressed. While the cunit tradition is that one of the ECs will be promoted to CEC in order of seniority, this is only convention. The lack of clear rules potentially renders the ECs vulnerable to government pressures. The ECI has no full-time staff in the field, and it relies heavily on state and local governments to provide personnel for preparing roles and administering elections. 9. On electoral bonds. L/Filan Vaishnav. Far from reducing opacity in how politics is financed, the new vehicle only legitimizes it. Zoya Hassan. Electoral bonds should be seen in conjunction with I. Lifting of maximum limit of 7.5% on corporate donations. 2. Relaxation in FCRA to allow foreign funding. And 3. Refusal to come under RTL. This has led to strengthening business politics nexus. S.Y. Qureshi. He suggests an alternative, a national electoral fund, where all donors can contribute and funds are distributed to parties in proportion of votes that they get. 10. On state funding of elections, Yogendra Yadav. Black money dominates politics because there is an acute lack of white money in politics. Some minimum state funding for serious contenders will infuse white money in the electoral system. Manish Tiwari. Technical and logistical issues in checking private funding, limitations of EC, parallel financing mechanisms, fiscal constraints, around 5,500 crores. S.Y. Qureshi. It is easier to monitor funding of political parties than seeking state funding of elections. 11. Naseem Zaidi. He pointed out the need for large-scale reform 1S and representation of people acts such as contempt powers, regulation of political parties to contain rampant use of money power in elections. Composition of Election Commission. Article 324 provides Election Commission shall consist of the Chief Election Commissioner and such number of other election commissioners, if any, as the President may from time to time fix. Prior to 1989, Election Commission worked as a single-member body. Between 1989 to 1990, President appointed 2 more election commissioners to cope with the increased work of the Election Commission on account offlowering of the voting age from 21 to 18 years, 1990 to 1993. The post of 2 election commissioners was abolished and ECI started working again as a single-member body. Post 1993, President again appointed 2 election commissioners, and since then ECI is functioning as a 3-member body comprising of Chief Election Commissioner and 2 election commissioners. Tenure and removal. 1. Tenure of commissioners. They hold office for a term of 6 years or until they attain the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier. 2. Removal of election commissioners. Chief Election Commissioner. He cannot be removed from his office except in same manner and on the same grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. Election Commissioner. Any other election commissioner or a regional commissioner cannot be removed from office except on their commendation of the Chief Election Commissioner. 3. Resignation. Election commissioners, including CRUF election commissioners, can resign at any time or can also be removed before the expiry of their term. Role of Election Commission. 1. Conduct of free and fair elections. Determination of territorial areas. To determine territorial areas of electoral constituencies throughout the country on the basis of the Delimitation Commission Act of Parliament. Electoral rolls. To prepare and periodically revise electoral rolls and to register all eligible voters. Schedule. To notify the dates and schedules of elections and to scrutinize nomination papers. Recognition. To grant recognition to political parties and allot election symbols to them. Code of conduct. To determine the code of conduct to be observed by the parties and the candidates at the time of elections. Roster for publicity. To prepare a roster for publicity of the policies of the political parties on radio and TV in times of elections. Supervision of election machinery. To supervise the machinery of elections throughout the country to ensure free and fair elections. Paper PSIR optional. From Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Requisitioning the staff. To request the president or the governor for requisitioning the staff necessary for conducting elections. Registration of political parties. To register political parties for the purpose of elections and grant them the status of national or state parties on the basis of their poll performance. 2. Advisory. Disqualification. Advise to president. To advise the president on matters relating to the disqualifications of the members of parliament. Advise to governor. To advise the governor on matters relating to the disqualifications of the members of state legislature. President's rule. To advise president whether elections can be held in a state under president's rule in order to extend the period of emergency after 1 year. 3. Quasi-judicial dispute settlement. To act as a court for settling disputes related to granting of recognition to political parties and allotment of election symbols to them. Appointment of offices. To appoint officers for inquiring into disputes relating to electoral arrangements. Poll cancellation. To cancel polls in the event of rigging, booth capturing, violence, and other irregularities. Issues associated with ECI. 1. Structural issues. Qualification of members. The Constitution has not prescribed the qualifications, legal, educational, administrative, or judicial, of the members of the Election Commission. Politicization of ECI. The Constitution has not debarred the retiring election commissioners from any further appointment by the government. Independence is prone to be compromised too. No legal backing for MCC. MCC is based on consensus among political parties. Confusion regarding enforceability. The legal sustainability of the election symbols order, 1968, and suspending recognition seriously affects the functioning of the political parties. ECL's reservation against bringing MCC under Representation of the People Act 1951, while the Parliamentary Committee recommended bringing MCC under RPA 1951. ECI fears that it will lead to delay in election due to judicial actions. 3. Limited powers of disqualification, false affidavit, or suspension of material information. Such act done by a candidate in the affidavit is not a ground for challenging the election or for rejection of nomination papers section under RPA 1951. Misuse of religion. Misuse of religion for electoral gain is a corrupt practice under RPA but can be challenged only through election petition and is not a subject of inquiry by ECI. Disqualification. No power to disqualify candidates prior to conviction. 4. Control over political parties. Ineffective control over political parties. ECI has no role in enforcing inter-party democracy and regulation of party finances. Power to deregister. ECI has power to register political parties but cannot deregister them. 5. Threat of institutional capture. If it ever happens that person mam 1 ing con 1 ish shares or is wedded to a particular ideology, he could, by giving odd directions, can cause political havoc or bring about a constitutional crisis. See Jose versus Savon Pillai. 6. Abrupt transfer of officials working under state governments by an order of ECI. In Mohinder Singh Gill's case, court held that ECI can draw power from Article 324 only when no law exists which governs a particular matter. However, such transfers are governed by rules made under Article 309 which cannot be bypassed by the ECI through Article 324. 7. Intention in government decisions. As per MCC, ministers cannot 7. Intention in government decisions. As per MCC, ministers cannot announce any financial grants, make any ad hoc appointments in government departments or PSUs, etc. However, Section 123(2)(b) of RPA says that declaration of a public policy or exercise of a legal right would not be regarded as interfering with free exercise of electoral right. 8. Crisis of credibility. ECI has drawn flack over its response to the MCC violations such as use of Indian Annie in political rallies despite ECI giving warning against it, VVP at audits, violations of the MCC by Rajasthan governor, etc. Due to this, Constitutional Conduct Group, a group of retired civil servants, wrote to President, raising doubts about credibility of ECI and extent to which MCC is being followed by ruling party. 9. Other issues, gulf between ECI and voters, limited powers to legislate on such LWS, lack of Infrastructure to monitor and ensure compliance. Issues in ECI control over political parties. The control over political parties has become increasingly challenging for ECI due to 1. Increasing role of money power. RBI and ECI has called electoral bond scheme as counterproductive to transparency in political funding. It provides scope for money laundering and crony capitalism. The dimension of the money involved in Indian election is just next to US election, around 60,000 CR as per CMS study. It destroys the level field among citizens. It has become a route for criminal money to enter into political system. The ADR report on general elections of 2019 saw that the average assets of MPs and MLAs was 7.05 crores. That of runners-up was 6.32 rupees crores, and those securing third position was 1.24 rupees crores, clearly showing that wealthier candidates have greater chances of winning elections. 2. Rise of registered unrecognized political parties. According to ADR report, around 97% parties are unrecognized. 3. Use of social media and hate speech. Maharashtra elections 2019 showcased the use of attack ads spread by opaque advertisers on Facebook. Such opaque platforms rendered Election Commission of India, ECI, voluntary code of ethics with web platforms less effective. 4. Big data analytics. Recent case of role of Cambridge Analytica in USA's election and Brexit point to the power that technology-led intervention has to disrupt free elections. 5. Fake news. In Karnataka elections, fake message regarding pre-poll survey was spread to showcase winnability of particular party. However, the link attached to it was announced fake by BBC. Internal documents of Facebook released by whistleblower Francis Haugen shows the unethical means deployed by various agencies to communalize society and influence opinions of voters. Fileps taken by ECI and Supreme Court, use of EVMs and VPATS, use of election photo identity card, EPIC, to restrict duplication of votes. Database of the polling personnel is thoroughly randomized using a software developed by the National Informatics Center, Sugam and Samadhan portal to monitor complaints, use of C-Vigil application. Voluntary code of ethics for social media websites under Section 126 of RPA. Measures needed. 1. Institutional autonomy. Elections are the bedrock of democracy, and ECI's credibility is central to democratic legitimacy. Therefore, Guardian of Elections itself needs urgent institutional safeguards to protect its autonomy. 2. Appointment of Chief Election Commissioner, a collegium headed by the Prime Minister with the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, the Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha, the Law Minister, and the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha as members should make recommendations for the consideration of the President for appointment of the CLEF Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners. 2. Arc. 3. Budget. Election Commission's budget should be charged on Consolidated Fund of India, thus, not liable to be voted upon by the Parliament. 4. Election Commission's reform paper, Constitutional Protection for Election Commissioners, Independent Secretariat and budget should be charged on Consolidated Fund of India. 5. Independent Secretariat, reducing ECI's dependence on DPT, Law Ministry, and MHA by providing a separate independent secretariat. 6. Personal Data Protection Law to protect personal sensitive information as recommended by BN Sri Krishna Committee report. 7. Limit on electoral funding. Political parties should be under RTI. There should be a legal limit on spending for each political party. In this context, report of Dinesh Goswami Committee and Indrajit Gupta Committee are in one port. And 8. Expand scope of MCC to include stringent punishment for use of hate speech and violation of RPA using technology. 9. Dinesh Goswami Committee, it recommended for the prohibition on chief election commissioners/election commissioners to take up post-retirement jobs. 10. 6. Electoral reform suggested by Chief Election Commissioner, issue guidelines for the linking of Aadhaar with voter IDs. The Election Commission has asked the powers to deregister political parties. Mandatory disclosure of all donations above 2,000 rupees. Empowers the Commission to register associations and bodies as political parties. Restrict the number of seats a candidate can contest from. Ban on exit polls and opinion poll. Standard conclusion. /1/ At the population of over 1.3 billion, India has a system of elections that is both daunting and praiseworthy. It is often said that a country cannot be truly democratic until its citizens have the opportunity to choose their representatives through elections that are free and fair. Thus, India's success in holding periodic elections despite all the hiccups hold great potential because it shows the true character of the strength of India. As S.Y. Qureshi, former ECI, remarked, it is imperative that, as duty, the EC asserts the ample authority that it already possesses constitutionally. Government come and go, but reputation of ECI remains for good. The Election Commission of India has shown remarkable resilience and professionalism in the face of multiple challenges and has emerged as a beacon of hope for democracy not just in India, but around the world. Navin B. Chawla, the Election Commission of India has played a vital role in ensuring the success of India's democracy and will continue to do so in the years to come by upholding the principles of free and fair elections and empowering citizens to participate in the democratic process. R.K. Trivedi. The Election Commission of India is an embodiment of the democratic values enshrined in the Indian Constitution and has been instrumental in ensuring that those values are upheld during every election cycle. T.S. Krishnamurti students, refer GS2 Main's book section on elections for covering additional topics such as state funding of elections, electoral bonds, etc. Comptroller and Auditor General. Previous year's questions. Comptroller and Auditor General of India enhances the accountability of the government and serves as the watchdog of the finances of the government. Explained 2019. Comment on the role of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India in promoting good governance, 2014. Standard introduction. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on the floor of Constituent RT Assembly argued that the CAG's office is the most important Constitutio 11 al office as it is a guardian of public purse. Tire Controller General of India is a critical position that oversees the country's financial management and accounting systems, ensuring transparency and accountability in the public sector. Vinod Rai. TT1E Controller General of India is an important constitutional post that serves as the principal accounting and financial advisor to the Government of India. V. KS/Runglu, the Controller General of India is responsible for maintaining the highest standards of financial integrity and ensuring that public resources are used effectively and efficiently for the benefit of the people of India. 11. A. In JL. A. TLE Controller General of India plays a key role in ensuring that government finances are managed with the utmost care and transparency, and that public funds are used in the best interest of the country and its citizens. M. J. Joseph. The Controller General of India is a vital cog in the machinery of the Indian government, and is Respo 11 Civil for maintaining the highest standards of financial management and accountability. J. G. Chaturvedi CAO is an independent authority under the Constitution of India. He is the head of the Indian Audit and Department and chief guardian of public purse. His duty is to uphold the Constitution of India and the laws of Parliament in the field of financial administration. Views of scholars. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar in Constituent Assembly debates pointed CAG office is most important officer in the Constitution of India. His duties are far more important than even of judiciary, and thus he ought to have far greater independence than judiciary itself. Drive S. Radhakrishnan. CAG is not responsible to the government, rather he serves the people. Vinod Rai. In MS work, not just an accountant, he argued that CAG played a big role as the fifth pillar. However, the institution must be reformed so that it can fulfill its constitutional obligations more effectively. K. Chanda. He pointed out the need for autonomy to maintain the dignity, independence, detachment of outlook and fearlessness necessary for a fair, impartial and dispassionate assessment of the actions of the executive in the financial field. BPL/1 Ather. Rethinking CAG of India. India is perhaps the only democratic country where the executive enjoys the exclusive power of appointment of the CAG, violating the canon that the position enjoys independence from the executive. He also recommended the need to perform pre-procurement audit of defense purchases above significant monetary value to avoid charges of institutional corruption and crony capitalism. Amitabh Mukhopadhyay. In his book, Rethinking Public Institution in India, he has suggested that Public Account Committee must be consulted while appointing the CAG. Jauhar Sarkar. Former IAS officer Jauhar Sarkar stated that debatable issues like demonetization and its influence on Indian economy were not considered for audit by CAG. That was strange. Constitutional provisions. Article 148. Appointment, oath and conditions of service of CAG. Article 149 deals with duties and powers of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Article 150. The accounts of the Union and the state shall be kept in such format as prescribed by the President on advice of CAG. Article 151. The reports of the CAO of India relating to the accounts of the Union shall be submitted to the President, who will lay them before the Parliament. Duties and role of CAG. 1. CAG as an auditor, it audits funds pertaining to Centre, Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund of India, and the Public Account of India. Funds pertaining to states and UTs, Consolidated Fund of each state and UT having a Legislative Assembly, Contingency Fund and Public Account of each state. Other government subsidiaries, all trading, manufacturing, profit and loss accounts, balance sheets and other subsidiary accounts kept by any department of the central and state government. Subsidiaries financed by government, receipts and expenditure of all bodies and authorities substantially financed from the central or state revenues. 2. CAG as a financial administrator. Ascertains revenue, ascertains and certifies net proceeds of any tax or duty, and his certificate is final on the matter. Financial administration. The accountability of the executive to the Parliament in the sphere of financial administration is secured through audit reports of the CAG. Example, during the UPA2's regime, the CAG's report on 2G spectrum allocation and coal block allocation were critical of government policy, having caused a huge revenue loss to the state and unduly benefiting the private players. 3. CAG as an anti-corruption institution. Accountability. The accountability of the executive to the Parliament in the sphere of financial administration is secured through audit reports of the CAG. Ensure financial transparency. The CAG ascertains whether money shown in the accounts as having been disbursed was used for the purpose to which they have been charged. Fiscal watch. CAG can also conduct the propriety audit. That is, he can look into the wisdom, faithfulness, and economy of government expenditure and comment on the wastefulness and extravagance of such expenditure. Effective check. Duty of the CAG to audit all receipts which are payable into the Consolidated Fund of India. The rules and procedures are designed to ensure an effective check on the assessment, collection, and proper allocation of revenue. Expose corruption. CAG reports play an important role in exposing corruption and misuse of government money. For example, CAG role played an imp. Role in exposing coal scam. Challenges. 1. Institutional. No criteria of appointment. No criterion or procedure has been prescribed either in the Constitution or in the statute for the appointment of CAG. Sole power to executive. Political executives has the sole power to appoint a person of their choice as the CAG. This goes against the international best practices prevalent across the world. Example, Shashikant Shana's appointment as the CAG in 2013 was questioned on the ground of his past tenure in the Defense Ministry where he supervised defense procurements. This could have easily led to the CAG going soft on to be audit of defense procurements under his watch. Break in tenure. Though the Indian Constitution provides for a 6-year term to the CAG, the cap of 65 years of age has been reducing the actual terms of successive CAGs in the recent times. Impediment due to shorter tenure, to the independent and proper functioning of the institution due to lack of continuity of the leadership and loss of expertise. Internationally, the CAG of the UK and the Comptroller General of the US bought 10 and 15 years of term respectively. 2. Administrative. No statutory backing. The work of audit of accounts of the Union and of the states is actually done by the officers and staff of the Indian Audit and Accounts Department. However, no statutory recognition has been given to the work of IA and AD in India as against National Audit Office of the UK. Improve the quality of audit and credibility. The recognition of the IA and AD as a statutory body with delegation of powers to lower functionaries on the pattern of IT Act will improve the quality of audit and give credibility to the work done by the officers. Lack of independence. The CAG doesn't have the right to release these reports in the public domain if they are not presented in the legislature within a month of their submission. No fixed timeline. There is no deadline for the production of documents and replies nor any contempt proceedings for their denial. Post-expenditure audit. The CAG does the audits post-expenditure, so it is more of an auditor than being a comptroller like the British CAG. 3. Professional complexity of task. In present times, audits are getting complex because forms of corruption and maladministration extremely difficult to detect. Excessive criticism. Some of the audits of CAG in recent times have attracted criticism due to exaggerated loss estimates or outlandish figures. To avoid such allegations, CAG should follow rigorous standards so that the integrity of audits is not affected by extraneous considerations. No enforcement. CAG cannot enforce any of its findings by decree. Government inaction. The CAG mostly finds his reports hitting the junk pile of government records. Many times, government just ignores CAG findings. Changing role of CAG 1. Private sector. Besides the historic task of keeping a close watch on the central and state governments, CAG are now auditing several public-private partnerships (PPP) projects. The Supreme Court in the Association of Unified Telecom Services versus Union of India Cast 2014 clarified the CAG's jurisdiction over private companies in such cases if and when directed by the government. E.g., the AAP government in 2014 requested the CAG to audit the accounts of private discoms responsible for electricity distribution in Delhi on the charge of a potential discrepancy in reporting profits and operational losses. The 2016 draft report of CAG has pointed out a potential underreporting of profits by these private companies of up to 8,000 crores. 2. From climate change to PPPs, there are dramatic changes happening in the way government funding and public goods are exploited. CAG has to change its audit mechanisms in this context. 3. New tasks. CAG has to prepare itself to audit issues like implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Goods and Services Tax. 4. Technological integration. In the wake of the big data revolution, CAG came out with a big data management policy in 2016 and also established a Center for Data Management and Analytics in Delhi. This is a welcome step. In 2017, CAG of India hosted the Commonwealth Auditors General Conference. Leveraging technology in public audit and environment audit were the two themes of the conference. 5. International opportunities. CAG successfully audited the UN headquarters, which involves multifarious and complex operations. It shows the credibility of Indian CAG. Example of proactive work of CAG Vinod Rai is an Indian economist who served as the 11th CAG of India from 2008 to 13. During his tenure, Rai disclosed some of the biggest corruption scams of all times. 2G Spectrum licenses scam, Colgate or Coal Block scam, 2010 Commonwealth Games, wasteful expenditure on the fertilizer subsidy, holes in defense spending, anomalies in the award of contracts to exploit natural gas reserves. /Vafanvard 1. Amend Audit Act. Bring PPP within its ambit of Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG. 2. Access to records and information. Just like the citizen's right to get the information within a month under RTI Act 2005, auditors should be provided access to records on priority basis, failing which, heads of departments should be required to explain the circumstances that caused the delay. 3. Independence to CAG. In 2015, an All India Conference of PACS of Parliament and State/Union Territories legislatures discussed the need for complete independence of the CAG, making it a part of the PAC, like in the UK and Australia. It also called for prior consultation with the chairman, PAC, before appointment of the CAG and consequential need to amend the CAG Act to this effect. 4. Reform suggested by 2ARC. It suggested the need to establish a bipartisan commission. WISI-1 will be a multi-member body for the appointment of CAG. There should also be given the role to opposition. 5. Reform suggested by Vyud Rai, former CAG, increase sphere. bring all private-public partnerships, PPPs, and government-funded societies within the ambit of the CAG. Amendment with time. CAG Act of 1971 should be amended to keep pace with the changes in governance. Selection overhaul. A collegium-type mechanism to choose a new CAG on the lines of selecting a Chief Vigilance Commissioner, CVC. Conclusion. Notwithstanding these limitations, the Comptroller and Auditor General plays a unique role in Indian democracy by upholding the Constitution and the laws in the field of financial administration. He/she is one of the most important officers of the Constitution, and his/her F11 Anxio 11s are as important as that of judiciary. Accountability and transparency are two cardinal principles of good governance and depend on how well the public audit function is discharged, not just an accountant, by Vinod Rai. PM Modi. CAG is a heritage and every generation must cherish it. Finance Commission. Refer 15 Finance Commission from GS2 book. The Finance Commission is constituted by the President under Article 280 of the Constitution, mainly to give its recommendations on distribution of tax revenues between the Union and the states and amongst / states themselves. It is a quasi-judicial body. The Commission determines its procedure and have such powers in the performance of their functions as Parliament may by law confer on them. Recommendations made by the FC are only advisory in nature. Qualifications of members of Finance Commission. As per the provisions contained in the Finance Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Act, 1951 and the Finance Commission Salaries and Allowances Rules, 1951, L. Chairman. To be selected from among persons who have had experience in public affairs too. Other members, from among persons who are, or have been, or are qualified to be appointed as judges of a high court, or have special knowledge of the finances and accounts of government, or have had wide experience in financial matters and in administration, or have special knowledge of economics. Functions of Finance Commission. Tuesday Finance Commission has the following functions or duties. The Commission makes recommendations to be President of India on the distribution of TA proceeds. Functions of Finance Commission. Tuesday Finance Commission has the following functions or duties. The Commission makes recommendations to be President of India on the distribution of TA proceeds between the Union and the states and the share of each state. The Commission also decides the principles that govern the payment of grants in aid to states from the Consolidated Fund of India. The President of India can also refer any other matter to the Finance Commission in the interest of building a sound financial system. Need of Finance Commission. 1. It acts as the balancing wheel of fiscal federalism in India. 2. It leads to rational distribution of tax revenue between center and states. The Indian federal system provides for division of powers and responsibilities between center and states. Center collects majority of the tax revenue, as it enjoys scale of economies and convenience in the collection of central taxes. But state is responsible for delivering public goods. Sometimes, this leads to states incurring expenses higher than the revenue generated by them. Thus, comes the need of devolution of central taxes to states, and hence the need of Finance Commission to determine the basic principles for this devolution. 3. Regional disparities prevent some states from generating adequate resources as compared low others. FC, through its recommendation, tries to ensure a sense of equality in public service across the states, ensuring the evolution of the devolution mechanism with changing times. Issues associated. Constitution envisages FC as the balancing wheel of fiscal federalism in India. However, its role in the center-state fiscal relations was undermined by erstwhile Planning Commission, a non-constitutional and a non-statutory body. Dr. P.V. Rajamannar, the chairman of 4th FC, had highlighted the overjapping of functions and responsibilities between FC and PC in fiscal federal transfers. 15th FC has been set up under N.K. Singh. There has been questions by South Indian states on working of FC. According to them, population of 2011 should not be considered as one of the criteria for fiscal transfers. It undermines the population control efforts taken by South Indian states by reducing their share of funds. Union have also asked 15th FC to consider discontinuation of revenue deficit grants, to suggest mechanism for grants linked to performance. But the question is whether the FC is the right institution to access the performance. More importantly, states have concern with the Finance Commission itself. It is entirely a union body. Neither in the selection of the members nor in deciding terms of reference, state governments have any say. Conclusion. Since the Finance Commission is a constitutional body, intended to be quasi-judicial, its recommendations should not be turned down by the Government of India unless there are extremely strong grounds. Dr. P.V. Rajma, 1111 AR. The Finance Commission of India is a critical institution that helps to ensure that India's economic growth is inclusive and benefits all sections of society, particularly the disadvantaged and marginalized. Montek Singh AJ/Ualia. TI1E Finance Commission of India is an important constitutional body that has a significant impact the financial health and stability of the country, and its recommendations are eagerly awaited by all stakeholders. Why? V. Ready. The Finance Commission of India is a vital institution that helps to promote the principles of cooperative federalism and ensures that resources are distributed equitably between the center and the states. N.K. Singh. Paper I, PSIR, optional. Subscribe from W / vw.sunyias.company m Telegram channel, Sunyanalks 50 page for 58. The Finance Commission of India is a key mechanism for the decentralization of financial powers and the promotion of fiscal discipline at both the center and state levels, which are essential for the sustained economic growth of the country. 11. Raghuram Rajan. Union Public Service Commission Previous Y-Cars questions. Comment on Union Public Service Commission. 2003. Union Public Service Commission is India's premier central recruiting agency for central government public servants. It is responsible for appointments to and examinations for Group A and Group B posts under civil services cadre and other government posts. Standard L&T. Deduction. The UPSC is a vital institution in India's democratic framework, responsible for recounting the country's top civil servants and ensuring that they are selected based on merit and qualifications. Pratapalta and Mehta. The UPSC plays a key role in shaping the future of India by selecting the country's most talented and capable individuals to serve as its civil servants. N. K. Singh. The UPSC is an important institution that helps to ensure that the country's civil service is staffed by the best and brightest individuals, and that the principles of fairness and impartiality are upheld. In the selection process. Aruna Roy. The UPSC is a critical component of India's administrative machinery, responsible for selecting and recruiting the best possible candidates to serve in the country's civil service and on the crucial task of governing the nation. Y. V. Reddy. The UPSC is an institution of great national importance, charged with the task of selecting India's top civil servants and ensuring that they are chosen on the basis of their talent, competence, and integrity. S. Y. Qureshi. Constitutional Provisions, Article 315. There shall be a permanent Union Public Service Commission for appointment to the various posts of the central government services. Article 318. It states that the Union Public Service Commission will be constituted with a chairman and members. Article 320. Functions of Public Service Commissions. Article 321. Power to extend functions of Public Service Commissions. Article 322. Expenses of Public Service Commissions. Article 323. Reports of Public Service Commissions. Functions, role, powers, recruitment. It is tasked with the recruitment of all India services, central services, and public services for different Indian states and union territory. Helping states. LT helps the states in composing and implementing schemes of combined recruitment for any services. Advisory. It advises the President on all matters relating to methods of recruitment to civil services and for civil posts. Oversight. It looks at all disciplinary matters affecting a person serving under the government of Lanklaya. Provision for independence. Appointment. The President appoints the Chai, Imam, and the members on the recommendations of the government. Fixed tenure. A member of a shall hold office for a term of 6 years from the date on which he enters upon his office or until he attains the age of 65, no reappointment. The Chainan or a member of UPSC is not eligible for reappointment to that office for a second term. 1. Removal. Can only be removed by the President on the ground of misbehavior after the Supreme Court has reported that the chairman or such other member ought to be removed. Report. It reports to the President. Allowances. They are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India and thus are not subjected to vote. Issues/limitations. 1. Limited recommendatory role. Its recommendations are advisory in nature and hence not binding on the government. It is up to the Union government to accept or reject that advice. The only safeguard is the answerability of the government to the Parliament for departing from the recommendation of the Commission. 2. Establishment of CVC. It has affected the participation of UPSC in disciplinary proceedings as the government consults both UPSC and CVC when initiating disciplinary action against civil servants. 3. Matters outside functional jurisdiction of UPSC. While making reservations of appointments or posts in favor of any backward class of citizens. While taking into consideration the claims of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in making appointments to services and posts. With regard to the selections for chairmanship or membership of commissions or tribunals, posts of the highest diplomatic nature, and a bulk of Group C and Group D services. With regard to the selection for temporary or officiating appointment to the post, if the person appointed is not likely to hold the post for more than a year. Waive Fonvard involvement of research institutes and universities. UPSC and SPSC should collaborate with advanced institutions to conduct specially designed administration courses and to keep the services up to date with new technological and knowledge developments. Need for proactive role. The commissions should go beyond the role of recruiting candidates and answering the issues relating to civil services and their role in a rapidly changing society. Lateral entry. Recruitment of specialists at higher levels of government will provide much needed expertise. Nurture specialization. Encourage officers to cultivate specializations based on their education and skills early on in their careers. Wherever possible, longer tenure postings need to be made based on the officer's expertise. National Human Rights Commission Previous Year's questions. Examine the objective and role of the National Human Rights Commission. 2016. Assess the effectiveness of the National Human Rights Commission in redressing grievance ascertained to human rights BTS violations in India. 20L0. Features of human rights. Universal moral rights. Human rights are universal moral rights. They belong to everybody because they are human. Rights are not earned, bought, or inherited. They are inherent in human dignity and are inalienable. They are universal in the sense that they transcend the national boundaries or ideologies. Applicability. The rights are available to all persons in the state irrespective of race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, or other status. Categories of IAS. The concept of human rights is comprehensive in its nature and content. It includes all categories of rights, such as civil and political, economic, social, and cultural, and even the newly emerging group or collective rights. Interdependent nature. All rights and freedoms are indivisible and interdependent. Not absolute. Rights are not absolute or unlimited. Justifiable and reasonable limitations can be imposed on their exercise to protect national security, public order, public health or morals, or the rights and freedoms of others. National Human Rights Commission. The Government of India in the year 1993 has passed the Protection of Human Rights Act, which defined human rights more broadly to include legally recognized rights under domestic laws, including fundamental rights, but also talks about rights recognized under international conventions which are yet to be domestically recognized. Under Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993, an organization which monitored allegations of violation of human rights by the state was formed under these ideas. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, is envisioned as the watchdog of non rights in India. It is a statutory body established under Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993, which is in line with Universal Declaration of Human Rights Paris Principles, endorsed by UNGA in 1993. Standard Introduction. John Locke has argued that individuals in the state of nature are bound with certain pre-existing natural rights, i.e., right to life, liberty, and property. However, Tolstoy's narrow definition of human rights is criticized, and thus a need for a broader conceptualization of human rights is expressed. The National Commission for Human Rights is a 11 essential institution that safeguards the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens and holds the government accountable for any violations of those rights. P.S./RALT. The National Commission for Human Rights is a vital component of L11's commitment to human rights, responsible for investigating and addressing human rights violations and promoting human dignity and social justice. Asmajal, A11 The National Commission for Human Rights is a cornerstone of India's democratic governance, charged with the important task of protecting and promoting human rights and ensuring the government is held accountable for any violations. Kai/Sayarthi. Views of scholars. Judge V.R. Chris/R11 called it the biggest post office in India, forwarding complaints to the government and its replies to complainants. Lawyer Rajiv D.Raven said it was a mere showpiece to convince the world that the government is committed to human rights protection. HL.2, former CJI, has called the NHRC a toothless tiger. The real challenge lies in lack of qualified staff, particularly the lower level of officials that interact with the public, which has resulted in inefficient and ineffective working of the commission. Gonzalez argues that NHRC's lack of independence makes it a lapdog instead of a watchdog. Vivek Shiran, a civil rights lawyer, says that the NHRC takes cognizance of cases based solely on media reports and not through its on-field work at the grassroots level. Soli Sorabji, former Attorney General of India, called it India's teasing illusion due to its incapacity to provide any actual solution to the aggrieved persons. MPAP Jithinder Reddy suggested enlargement of the scope of eligibility and scope of selection of chairperson of NHRC, depending upon the area of experience and expertise. Poulami Banerjee says that a culture of human rights promoted through education can empower people to seek policies of good governance from the government and can supplement the tasks of NHRC. Functions of National Human Rights Commission. Conduct of inquiry. It can conduct inquiries on its own or on the complaint received from the victim or some other person on behalf of the victim. Intervention in proceedings. It can intervene in the proceedings of the courts which involves any type of allegation regarding violation of human rights. Such intervention will be done after prior approval of the court. Research activities. Conduct research to study the living conditions of the inmates in prison and other detention places and make suggestions to the concerned authority for the improvement. It also reviews the factors which hinder human rights. Study of international agreements. It studies international instruments regarding human rights and gives suggestions to the concerned authority for their implementation. Awareness generation. Educate the people regarding human rights available to them and steps they can take to protect their human rights by organizing seminars, workshops. For the promotion of human rights, the National Commission for Human Rights can perform any other function that is considered important. Performance of NHRC 1. Successful. Record of NHRC. Cases are resolved within months and compensation is granted in 90% cases. In last 25 years, NHRC disposed off 17 lakh cases and paid more than 1 billion rupees to victims of human rights violations. NHRC. Prison reforms. Since 2006, NHRC has been monitoring the living conditions of prisoners and ensuring that they are guaranteed basic human rights. Custodial deaths. NHRC guidelines in 1997 mandate every custodial death an encounter killing be reported to it within 24 hours. During COVID-19, recommended inclusion of sex workers under informal worker category to avail benefits. Ministry to issue temporary documents. Recommendation on manual scavengers. NHRC made recommendations for the public authorities to deal with manual scavenging. E.G. Deploy police investigation officer and establish vigilance committee rights of refugee. NHRC has taken stand for rights Rohingyas, Chakmas etc. Polavaram irrigation project. Directed collector to act on the issue of demolition of 16 houses without settling resettlement and rehabilitation package. Chakma refugees. In 1998, the National Human Rights Commission recommended against deporting Chakma refugees, claiming that doing so would violate their right to life. In the end, the state was forced to abandon its deportation plans. Other interventions. Intervention in Diagram violence in West Bengal, Salwai Jadam and Chhattisgarh. NHRC stands for rights of Rohingyas. A status. Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, GANRI, a UN body based in Geneva, reaccredited India's APK rights watchdog with the status, a perfect score. 2. Failure. Please mention these examples if failures asked directly. No action in AFSB. Encounter. E.g. Vikas Dubey case. Pending cases, culture of fake encounters, instances of rupee, riots, mob lynching. Issues with NHRC, appointment of checkered person. Political affiliated person has been appointed to NHRC, which make it political bias in nature. Recommendatory role. NHRC and other Human Rights Commission are only recommendatory in nature, and state government often disregard their recommendations. Selection of members. During the appointment of members to the Human Rights Commission, chairman is not consulted as statutory requirement, leading to weakening of the body. Lack of own cadre. NHRC and other state human rights commissions are dependent on the local police for the investigation and can't do their independent investigation. Clause of 1 year. Since Human Rights Commission can't take up cases older than year, many cases go unreported and unaddressed. Restricted power to investigate armed forces. Human rights commissions have restricted power against violation by armed forces, as they can only seek a report from government, but can't call the witnesses for examination. Disposal with Q. UT inquiry. NHRC and other commissions have often disposed the cases without due inquiry. Disposal with Q. UT inquiry. NHRC and other commissions have often disposed the cases without due inquiry, citing the Pariul inquiry by the court. Poor transparency in working. NHRC has often been criticized for opaque functioning and going by the narrative of the police. Non-review of the bills. Human rights organizations doesn't review the bills from the human rights perspective as done earlier. Provisions of Protection of Human Rights Amendments, Act, 2019. Expanded membership. Chairperson of the National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC. Chairperson of the National Commission for the Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR. And the Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities will be members of the Commission. Reduced term of chairperson and members to 3 years from 5 years. Inclusion of women. Members with knowledge of human rights issues increased from 2 to 3, out of which 1 must be a woman. Chairperson. Now, chairperson could be retired judge of Supreme Court or in. Actions taken. Issued notice to MH government for death of 16 migrants run over by trains. Success in rehab of Chakurna refugees. Tanpota struck down. The National Human Rights Commission has issued notice to Odisha government for payment of TL0 lakh to children been given expired medicines. Sent notice to Rajasthan government to explain to deaths of infants in Kota. Sent notice to UP government on encounters of criminals. Wayfanvard IAM. Almaty Committee recommendations L. Increase time limit. Increase the time limit beyond 1 year. Exemption of paramilitary forces. Change the definition of armed forces so that it doesn't include paramilitary forces. Enforceability. Its decision should be made enforceable by the government. Independent investigation. Commission should be allowed to independently investigate cases of violation of rights. Changes in composition. Members of NHRC should include civil society, human rights activists, etc. rather than ex-bureaucrats. Independent staff. NHRC should have its independent investigating staff recruited by itself rather than present practice of deportation. Coordination mechanism. Isms for coordination between NHRC and state HRC on lines of Indian judiciary system integrated and independent established. Initiatives by NHRC, online complaint registration through HRCnet portal, MAD counter, which assists the complainants in filing complaints. Standard conclusion. Although there are various lacunas in the functioning of NHRC, yet it cannot be called as toothless. The cognizance of matters by NHRC has in itself a great significance in addressing the human rights violations by bringing them in the mainstream through media and courts. Thus, there are less a need to strengthen the body through making its recommendations binding in nature, giving it more power for violation by armed forces and enhancing its strength with more funds. Nonetheless, NHRC has played a key role in developing a culture of human rights in India. To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. Nelson Mandela. National Commission for Minorities. Previous year's questions examine the role of the National Commission for Minorities in preserving, promoting, and protecting the HTS of minorities in India. 2017. The concept of democracy is based on several competing principles such as the Benthamite maxim of greatest good for the greatest number, and that of majority rule and minority rights. The greatest good for the greatest number principle argues that governments must make decisions which benefit the greatest number of people possible. The majority rule and minority rights suggests that even governments elected by a popular majority are obliged to protect minority rights. Asma Jahangir, in his study Freedom of Religious Belief India, lauded India's legal system and constitutional provisions to safeguard minorities. Standard introduction: The National Commission for Minorities is a significant institution in India's democratic framework, tasked with safeguarding the rights of minorities and promoting communal harmony and social cohesion. 11. Zoya Hassan: The National Commission for Minorities is an essential body that monitors and addresses the grievances of minority communities and works towards creating a just and equitable society for all. 11. Aswar Ali Engineer: The National Commission for Minorities is a crucial institution in India's pluralistic society, responsible for promoting diversity, tolerance, and inclusivity, and ensuring that the RIG/CS and interests of minority communities are protected. Saeeda Hamid: The National Commission for Minorities is an important mechanism for ensuring that the constitutional guarantees of equality, justice, and non-discrimination are upheld for all city equals ends, especially those belonging to minority communities. Tahir Mahmood. PNGC 465. National Commission for Minorities Act, 1992. Defines minorities. L11E Act defines a minority as a community notified as such by the central government. 6 religious minorities notified. The government of India has declared 6 religions, namely Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhist and Parsis, Zoroastrian, and Jain as religious minorities in India. Establish NCM. Under this act, the government formed 1 the National Commission for Minorities, which consists of chairperson, a vice chairperson, and 5 members. Members. L11E 5 members including the chairperson shall be from amongst the minority communities. Work. The Commission monitors the working of the safeguards provided in the Constitution and in laws enacted by Parliament and the state legislatures. Makes recommendation. It also makes recommendations for the effective implementation of safeguards for the protection of the interests of minorities by the central government or the state governments. Need of such commission. Ambiguity of Constitution. The Constitution is unambiguous about the rights of individuals and of certain groups and minorities. To uphold minorities' rights, success of pluralistic democracy lies in these rational and robust institutions which protect those rights or give those abstract ideas shape on ground. Protect democracy. Degree of autonomy with which organizations like the NCM, NCSC, NCST, or NCBC are able to function eventually decides how healthy a democracy is. Instill confidence in minorities. These are systems that allow for a healthy evaluation of the state of the nation, a forum for airing of discontent, which ultimately strengthens the system, apart from allowing individuals to fully exercise their rights. Functions. Evaluate progress. It evaluates the progress of the development of minorities under both central and state governments. Monitor working of laws. It monitors the working of the constitutional laws enacted for the welfare of minorities, both by central and state governments. Make recommendation for safeguard. It makes recommendations for the implementation of protective safeguards for the minorities. Complaint dispensation. It is the authorized body to look into complaints regarding deprivation of the rights and safeguards of the minority communities. Study concerns. It initiates studies concerning minorities issues arising from discrimination. Research and analysis. It conducts studies, research and analysis concerning issues related to the socio-economic and educational development of minorities. Making special reports to the central government or any matter pertaining to minorities, particularly the difficulties faced by them. Any other matter, which may be referred to it by the central government. Paper PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Observe Minority Day. Observes the Minorities' Rights Day every year on December 18th, which marks the adoption of the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities by the United Nations in 1992. Issues and challenges. 1. Institutional. No constitutional status. It does not have a constitutional status, hence it lacks autonomy. It needs to carry out its functions effectively. Lacks of transparency in appointment. No prescribed selection process for making appointments with arbitrarily picking up of names from a list suggested by the nodal ministry. Absence of constitutional power. It lacks power to conduct independent inquiries or investigations in cases of the transgression of minorities' rights, and especially in cases of communal violence. Render the Commission legally incapacitated to fulfill its duty. Dependent on government. Functioning of NCM and also the operations of state minority commissions are dependent on central and state governments. Its entire work is dependent upon the goodwill of government. Lacks suamoto power. It cannot take action itself to safeguard minorities. 2. Procedural/administrative toothless tiger. The decision of the Corn Russian can be overturned by the district and high courts. Underutilization of technology. There is no real-time communication of schedules and appointments for hearings with the complainants, which results in wastage of time and money. Lack human resource. The Commission is unable to effectively fulfill its mandate when the key positions of Commission members remain vacant. For example, the Commission mandated to conduct hearing is unable to process the numerous cases it receives. No reports tabled. Sources said that reports have not been tabled in Parliament since 2010. Further, its recommendations are routinely rejected or simply filed away and forgotten. Pressure on NCM. With ineffective state finance commissions, the pressure is borne by the NCM, which further reduced its efficiency. Lack of research. Only a small proportion of the allocated budget of the Commission is spent in research activities. PA 1. Tisan representation. While in past appointments included dead former chief justices, civil servants, academicians, etc., the recent appointees were mostly social activists with links to the ruling party. Overlapping mandates. Growing none 1 BER of commissions have overlapping mandate, thereby reducing the scope of NCM. Oh. For example, the formation of new Commission on Linguistic Minorities cut into the work of NCM, which was restricted to only religious minorities. Views. J. It has been criticized for its limited mandate and lack of autonomy, as it is often viewed as being / into the government of the day and not truly independent. Siddharth Varadarajan 2. Failing to adequately represent the interests of all minority communities, with a disproportionate focus on issues faced by religious minorities at the expense of others, such as Dalits and Adivasis. Failing to adequately represent the interests of all minority communities, with a disproportionate focus on issues faced by religious minorities at the expense of others, such as Dalits and Adivasis. Surajanga 3. NCM has been criticized for its lack of resources and inadequate staffing, which has hampered its ability to effectively address the issues faced by minority communities. Faizan Mustafa 4. NCM BAS been criticized for being reactive rather than proactive in addressing the issues faced by minority communities, and for not taking a more proactive role in promoting social justice and equality. Nivedita Menon 5. A UN report on freedom of religious belief in India, authored by Asma Jahangir, Pakistani scholar. She has praised the legal system in India and the constitutional provision to protect minorities in India along with its commitment to secularism. However, she also highlights poor implementation of laws at state level. Attack of the majority fundamentalists on Christian minorities. Approaches toward minorities. Homogenization or assimilation referring to unity and uniformity or the melting pot model. Multiculturalism, which is also understood as unity and diversity or salad bowl model. This approach recognizes the special rights of minorities. 1. Approach by India. The Constitution of India has recognized special rights of minorities at the time of its framing. The GI has established the Statutory Commission for Minorities and several committees like Satcher Committee and Plan of Action, such as the 15-point program by PM in 2006. The National Commission for Minorities was conceived by Ministry of Home Affairs in 1978. Tuesday major reason was that MHA felt a feeling of insecurity and inequality among those belonging to minority community. Satcher Committee on the Socio-Economic Status of Minorities in India, 2006, pointed out that Muslims, largest of all minorities, lag far behind the fruits of development. 314th out of all minorities are Muslims. Statistics presented by committee were as follows. Nearly 25% of Muslim children in age group 6 to 14 years have either never attended school or have been dropped out. Only 4% graduate. Only 1 out of 20 of them are PG holder. Muslims are 1.3% in IFES, 3% in IS, and 4% in IPS, and 4.5% in railways. It highlights that people from Muslim communities are not getting proportional representation. 2. Why have Muslims remained backward is highlighted by Satcher Committee. Muslim communities reside in compact area and wish to avail facilities and localities, especially for girl child. 2. Are uncomfortable, shy away, and are still confined to madrasa. Muslim settlements are in unhygienic areas and low living conditions. They believe in self-employment because of confinement. A psychological fear, alienation from the rest of the society inhibits integration. This results into poor educational outcome, lower employment opportunities, and they are victims of unorganized sector. They do not avail the banking or the insurance system. Islamic banking. Satchbar Committee recommends that they should be connected with JCD to make them aware about the banking facilities throughout the world. Way Fonvard, provide constitutional status. The Commission could be more effective if it has greater authority to conduct independent inquiries in cases of the transgression of rights of the minorities, set baseline target to decrease pendency rate. To reduce pendency of cases at the organizational level, the Commission should set CE1E and baseline targets related to the pendency rates. Staff assessment. At regular intervals, conducting a staffing needs assessment may be a useful solution to address the problem of vacant positions at the leadership level. Take feedback. NCM should develop a stakeholder satisfaction survey for parties to anonymously provide feedback regarding how their appeal was processed, irrespective of the decision made. Technological upgrades, including investment in more sophisticated information management systems, could help reduce the pendency rates of cases in the Commission, such as e-hearing. Accountability. NCM should evaluate the performance of its members based on specific performance criterion to ensure accountability. Konkwan Shaun, the National Commission for Minorities, NCM, has the capacity to act as a guardian and a lighthouse for minority rights in India as majority-minority conflicts rise and have a tendency to neglect and oppress minority rights. NCM should be given a constitutional status and should be allowed to inquire into specific complaints with respect to deprivation of rights and safeguards of minorities, and to investigate and monitor all matters regarding safeguards provided for minorities under the Constitution or under any law. Lord Bikram Parekh praises Indian Constitution for adopting multicultural approach and providing rights to minorities at par with majorities, thus establishing equality before law. National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC, the National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC. which was a statutory body constituted in 1993 under National Commission for Backward Classes Act, was given constitutional status by 102 Constitutional Amendment 2018 through insertion of Articles 338b and Article 342a in the Constitution. Standard Introduction. The National Commission for Backward Classes plays a crucial role in Identify 11I1G in recommending measures for the upliftment of OBC communities, and in Sun, Ingtals are their glass and interests are protected, Mira Kumar. The National Commission for Backward Classes is an important institution in ensuring that the principle of social justice is upheld, and that historically marginalized communities are given the necessary support and opportunities to succeed. Nidasal Kumar, the National Commission for Backward Classes has the responsibility of examining requests for inclusion or exclusion of communities in the OBC list, and recommending measures to address the challenges faced by these Con 1111 committees. V11 Kaya Naidu, the National Commission for Backward Classes plays a crucial role in ensuring that the benefits of affirmative action and reservation policies reach the communities they are intended for, and that these policies are implemented effectively and fairly. Br. Ambedkar. Functions of NCBC, Article 338b. To investigate and monitor all matters relating to the safeguards provided for the socially and educationally backward classes under this Constitution or under any other law for the time being in force or under any order of the government, and to evaluate the working of such safeguards. To inquire into specific complaints with respect to the deprivation of rights and safeguards of the socially and educationally backward classes. To participate and advise on the planning process of socio-economic development of the socially and educationally backward classes and to evaluate the progress of their development under the Union and any state. To present to the President annually and at such other times as the Commission may deem fit. Reports upon the working of those safeguards. To make in such reports recommendations as to the measures that should be taken by the Union or any state for the effective implementation of those safeguards and other measures for the protection, welfare, and socio-economic development of the socially and educationally backward classes. To discharge such other functions in relation to the protection, welfare, and development and advancement of the socially and educationally backward classes as the President may, subject to the provisions of any law made by Parliament, by rule specify. Provisions of 102 Constitutional Amendment Act 2018 it inserted 2 new articles. Article 338b provides authority to NCBC to examine complaints and welfare measures regarding socially and educationally backward classes, and Article 342a empowers President to specify socially and educationally backward classes in various states and Union territories. He can do this in consultation with Governor of concerned state. Role of National Commission of Backward Classes before constitutional status. Recommend inclusion and exclusion of OBCs. It can only recommend inclusion and exclusion of castes from OBC's list and the level of income that cuts off the creamy layer among these castes from the benefits of reservation. Investigation of matters. All matters relating to constitutional and other EGJ safeguards for OBCs was investigated by National Commission for Scheduled Castes. Grievance redressal. The National Commission for Scheduled Castes was in charge of bearing grievances from OBCs under Article 338 of the same Constitution. Present role of National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC, protection of constitutional safeguards. It has the authority to examine, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of constitutional provisions for the socially and educationally disadvantaged, SEDBCs, socioeconomic development. It engages in and advises on the SEDBC's socioeconomic growth, as well as evaluating their progress. Inquiry into complaints. It inquire into specific complaints with respect to the deprivation of rights and safeguards of the socially and educationally backward classes. Power of a civil court. It now has all the powers of a civil court while trying a suit and can summon anyone, require documents to be produced, and receive evidence on affidavit. Grievance redressal. The new NCBC is entrusted with the additional function of grievance redress of backward classes. Present reports to President. It is mandated to present to the President, annually and at such other times as the Commission may deem fit, reports upon the working of those safeguards. Other functions. It has to perform such other functions related to protection, welfare, and development and advancement of SEDBCs, as the President may by rule specify, which is subject to the provision of any parliamentary law. Significance of granting constitutional status to NCBC, justice to backward classes. It helps in addressing the concerns of the backward classes and brings social equality in the society. Fight atrocities. It would help the backward classes people fight atrocities against them and ensure quick justice to them. Increased status. It brings the NCBC on par with the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. Democratic functioning. The addition of at least 2 people with special understanding of backward classes and 1 woman to NCBC is a positive step toward making the Commission more democratic and effective in advancing the interests of SEDBCs. Transpa. In C, it will lead to greater transparency and openness in functioning of the Commission as Article 342a makes it mandatory to take the concurrence of Parliament for adding or deleting any community in the backward list. Conclusion. While giving NCBC constitutional status is a step in the right direction, other measures such as subcategorization of OBCs. Political will for proper representation is needed to ensure comprehensive and holistic. While giving NCBC constitutional status is a step in the right direction, other measures such as subcategorization of OBCs. Political will for proper representation is needed to ensure comprehensive and holistic development of the OBCs. National Commission for Scheduled Castes and National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. NCSC is a constitutional body that works to safeguard the interests of the scheduled castes, SC, in India, while NCST works similarly for the scheduled tribes. Article 338 and 338A of the Constitution of India deals with NCSC and NCST are equitable. Previous year's questions. Discuss the working of the National Commission for Scheduled Castes to curb violence against Dalits. 2014. Comments on the functions, duties, and powers of the appropriate National Commission as laid down in clauses 5(8) and 9 of Articles 338 of the Constitution. 2009. Standard Introduction. The NCSC and ST serves as a voice for the voiceless and ensures that the constitutional guarantees of equality and justice are upheld or these communities. Gopal Krishna GA 11 II. The NCSC and ST tribes is an important institution that works towards the socio-economic development and empowerment of these communities. V. R. Krishna Iyer, the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes is a crucial link between the government and the marginalized communities, providing a platform for their grievances to be heard and addressed. P. Eltmaya. Tulsa National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes plays a crucial role in addressing the issues of social discrimination and exclusion faced by these communities and ensuring their welfare. K. G. Balakrishlana. R. Histon and Origin. Special Officer. Initially, the Constitution provided for the appointment of a special officer under Article 338. 65th Amendment, 1990 it replaced the one-member system with a multi-member National Commission for Scheduled Castes, SC, and Scheduled Tribes, ST. 89th Amendment, 2003 National Commission for SC and ST was replaced by two separate commissions from the year 2004 which were National Commission for Scheduled Castes, NCSC, and National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, NCST, under Article 338A. Functions. Safeguards. They have the power to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the working of safeguards provided under the Constitution for Scheduled Castes/Scheduled Tribes. Development. It participates and advises on the socio-economic development of scheduled castes/scheduled NOs and also evaluates the progress of their development. Reports. It submits reports upon the working of safeguards for scheduled castes/scheduled tribes to the President. Other functions. It has to perform such other functions related to protection, welfare, and development and advancement of scheduled castes or scheduled tribes, as the President may by rule specify, which is subject to the provision of any parliamentary law. Quasi-judicial powers. Both have the powers of a civil court. Anglo-Indians. The NCSC performs all the above given functions for Anglo-Indians also. STPS to strengthen NCSC/NCST 1. Strengthen the legal and judicial protection under the Scheduled Castes and Tribes. Prevention of Atrocities Act. Developing SOP. There is a need to develop SOPs for filing and investigating cases under relevant laws and make them available in all languages at all police stations. Rewarding the prosecutors. There is also a need to reward prosecutors who succeed in getting convictions in cases charged under the SC/ST Act. Online reporting. There should be online reporting and tracking of crimes, irrespective of jurisdiction. Capacity building. Enhanced training and capacity building of judges, lawyers, and policemen, so that they are sensitive to issues faced by SCs/STs. Setting up special courts. Article 338 provides setting up of special courts for trying offenses, but due to complication in procedure a charge sheet cannot be filed in court. The Act needs amendment to simplify this provision. 2. Governance-related funding provisions. Schedule caste. Each ministry is supposed to set aside 15% off its spending in a scheduled caste subplan, SCP. Schedule tribe, tribal subplan, TSP, is developed to bridge the gap between the scheduled tribes, STs, and the general population with respect to all socio-economic development indicators in a time-bound manner. TSP is not applicable to states where tribals represent more than 60% of the population. Prioritizing funding. NCSC/NCST should work with legislators to identify 4 or 5 priorities across all government schemes and reorient all spending SCP/TSP around those priorities. Developing monitoring mechanisms. There is also a need to track the output of SCPs/TSPs every quarter/month through a dashboard, just as the NIDI AIOG tracks development in the aspirational districts. Setting up committees. Various committees should be set up from time to time for looking into the issues faced by the scheduled castes/scheduled tribes. 3. Recognition of social impact, rewarding good work, motivation, effectiveness, and positive impact of the work done by a department or a body can be rewarded by the Commission. Competitive federalism. There can also be ranking of states for their innovation, effectiveness, and impact in uplifting the socio-economic status of SCs/STs just as cities are ranked for cleanliness. Sharing best practices. Each state or department can share and replicate successful modules with highly beneficial practices. 4. Engaging with civil society, social change, catalyzed through civil society, corporations, and communities. Behavior Nudge. The Commission can identify social practices that promote discrimination and can help civil society and the government organize debates, deliberations, awareness campaigns around them. Youth representatives. There is a need for NCSC/NCST to engage with young representatives of SCs/STs. Creating CAS/LRIBE alumni. NCSC/NCST can also help create a network of scheduled caste/scheduled tribe alumni of IIMs and IITs and encourage them to suggest and implement ideas within and around their own organizations that advance economic empowerment of scheduled caste/scheduled tribes. Preparing for future challenges by facilitating interdisciplinary research. The Commission can invite central universities and civil society to first identify the 5 biggest challenges that scheduled caste/scheduled tribes are likely to face in the next 5 years and to suggest ways to mitigate them. 5. Economic empowerment. Creating entrepreneurs. NCSC/NCST should promote subsidized and short-term management training courses for SC/ST entrepreneurs who want to expand and learn new skills. For example, Stand Up India scheme. Integration with mainstream. They need help in integrating and competing with local and other markets, which can be done by NCSC/NCST through mentoring and other non-financial support. 6. Social awareness generation. Social upliftment needed. Jobs and schemes and policing are not the only things to improve the social status of scheduled caste/scheduled tribes. Use of media, cultural advancement of scheduled castes. Scheduled tribes using new and old media is needed to break stereotypes regarding SCs/STs. Awarding media showcasing main issues of scheduled castes. NCSC/NCST can reward filmmakers/photographers/artists whose works reflects concerns or pride of their community. Recommendations. BV Center for Pollock Research. Use of Suwa Moto power. It is recommended NCSC to use Suwa Moto power more effectively to counter elite biases. Internal evaluation. There should be an internal evaluation of its priorities on an ongoing basis and redefine its priorities in order to accomplish its mandate in the spirit. Conflict between the chairperson and members. It hinders the works of the commission because of the politicized nature of appointments to it, which needs to be settled. Others. Filling up of vacancies and evaluation of budgetary allocations. Standard introduction. In the National Commissions for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes need to be more proactive in identifying and addressing the issues faced by these communities, including discrimination, atrocities, and exclusion from mainstream society. Justice J.S. Varma. The National Commissions for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes should focus on creating awareness among these communities about their rights and entitlements, and providing them with legal aid and support to help them secure justice. K.R. Narayanan. Tills in National Commissions for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes have a crucial role to play in promoting social justice and equality in India, and it is important that they work/awards creating a society that is free from discrimination and prejudice. 11. Dr. APJ. Abdul Kalan. National Commission for Women. Previous year's questions discuss, in brief, the role of the National Commission for Women. Do you think it is a toothless organization? 2019. Karunan on. Role of National Commission for Women in India. 2012. National Commission for Women was formed with an intention to establish an equal and just livelihood for women by making legal and constitutional amendments for women in India. The violence against women is a fundamental violation of human rights across nations, societies, cultures, and classes. 0. And to stop this violation of fundamental right, the National Commission for Women was formed. Standard introduction. National Commission for Women is a critical institution that upholds and protects the rights of women in India, ensuring that gender equality and justice is upheld in all spheres of life. Justice Layla Seth. The National Commission for Women plays a significant role in empowering women and safeguarding their interests, as well as creating awareness and promoting gender sensitivity in society. Dr. Kiran Bedi. The National Commission for Women serves as a platform for women to voice their grievances and advocate for their rights, contributing to the development of a more equitable and just society. Mrs. Mohini Giri. The National Commission for Women is a crucial mechanism for promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as ensuring that women's voices are heard in matters that affect their lives. Dr. Shashi Tharoor. The National Commission for Women is a Dr. Kiran Bedi. The National Commission for Women serves as a platform for women to voice their grievances and advocate for their rights, contributing to the development of a more equitable and just society. Mrs. Mohini Giri. The National Commission for Women is a crucial mechanism for promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as ensuring that women's voices are heard in matters that affect their lives. Dr. Shashi Tharoor. The National Commission for Women is a vital institution that plays a critical role in addressing the many challenges faced by women in India, promoting their rights, and advancing gender equality. Ms. Indira Jusing. Functions of NCW. The Commission is likely to look into the advancement of women in either the federal or state governments, to investigate the causes of women's deprivation and recommend appropriate remedies, to investigate allegations of infringement of the constitutional provisions pertaining to women's protection and development, participate in planning mechanisms relating to women's socio-economic development. By adjoining the civil court's authority, the Commission can slilin anyone receive evidence and compel anyone to testify in a case, take action, or issue a notice on topics connected to women's deprived position. The NCW Act Section 10(1) a 14-point instruction which can be divided into 4 heads: safeguarding rights of women, research the issues that women confront, and propose recommendations to solve them, assessing the position of Indian women, supporting and litigating claims involving women's rights violations. Performance of NC/V campaign against triple talaq. NCW was instrumental in the campaign against triple talaq and conducted detailed studies about the practice in various nations. It sought to protect women from arbitrary divorces. Supported Shah Banu. It supported the Shah Banu case as a legal means to reform the harsh laws of Islam. Rehabilitation of acid attack victims. NCW has undertaken various steps for the rehabilitation of acid attack victims. It has also recommended legislative and policy initiatives for preventing acid attacks. Awareness drive. NCW has regularly held seminars, research as well as awareness drive. It also partnered with NGOs and provided them with grants to widen its reach. Violence-free home. NCW has undertaken inspection of jails and promoted the idea of violence-free home. Reservation and education. Made campaigns to enforce recommendations of SATR Committee for reservations in educational institutions and jobs besides empowering women. Take suo moto cognizance. It acted suo moto and provided speedy justice in many cases, reviewed Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, PNT Act 1994, and many other women-centric laws. Active in NRI marriage issue. Has been active with respect to victims of NRI marriages. Proposed bill on domestic violence. It had also proposed the protection of women from domestic violence bill, which was passed in 2005. Issues with NC/V. Lack of capacity. NCW has been often criticized for its inability to effectively strategize and tackle the problems faced by women at both public and private spheres. Prejudice. Members have at times exhorted bias and prejudice due to influence of the prevalent patriarchy in our society. Toothless and spineless body. Moreover, NCW has been criticized as toothless and spineless. The body is only recommendatory and has no power to enforce its decisions. The body has often been reactive and arbitrarily taken up select issues and responded to them. Lacks concrete legislative power. Also, the Commission has been limited in its fight for empowering Indian women due to shortcomings in its composition and structure. NCW lacks concrete legislative power. It enjoys power only to recommend amendments and submit reports. No power to take legal action. NCW has no power to take legal actions against the internal complaint committees which have lackadaisical attitude towards grievance redressal of women facing harassments at workplace. Financially dependent. NCW's functions are dependent on the grants offered by the central government. Financial assistance provided to the Commission is very less to cater to its needs. Politicization of body. It does not have the power to choose its own members. The power selecting members is vested with the union government, and the nature of country's volatile political scenario tends the Commission to be politicized. Lack constitutional status. It lack constitutional status, and thus has no legal powers to summon police officers or witnesses. Provide non-binding recommendation. The recommendations of the NCW are not binding on the government's views of scholars. Sadhana Arya. The government has constrained the Commission by design, but the members have decided to limit themselves even more. Lalitha Kumarmangalam. The NCW has the mandate to review the constitutional and legal safeguards for women and recommend remedial legislative measures. However, it soon found itself in shackles and virtually powerless. In the present day, the Commission is desperately fighting for its own empowerment. Girija Vyas. The government has never taken NCW seriously. The policy is to adjust the Commission somewhere in the process. She feels that instead of taking the Commission as an adjustable seat, the government should extend support and empower it. Standard Introduction. Pam Rajput Commission. NCW must go beyond reactive response to fulfill the proactive mandate of studying, influencing policies, laws to ensure full benefits to women. B.R. Ambedkar I rises the progress of a community with the progress of its female members. NCW can help in realizing the ideals of feminism that advocates eliminating patriarchy and equality between men and women in all spheres of life. Unit 7. Federalism. Federation is a political co-11 triva 11 CE intended to reconcile national unity with the maintenance of state rights. Prof. A.V. Dicey. Previous year's questions. Do you think that there has been a gradual shift in the basis on which the demands for the creation of new states have been raised in the different regions of India? Explain. 2021. Does the functioning of federalism in India makes it appear as a unitary in practice? 2020 Mechanism for settling interstate disputes. 2020. Comment on implementation of GST and NET is a major challenge to Indian federalism. 2018. Do the lieutenant governors have more powers than the governors of the states? Explain. 2018. Discuss asymmetrical federalism in India. 2018. Comment on Indian Federation has moved from cooperative federation to competitive federation. 2017. Article 368 does not enable Parliament to alter the basic structure or framework of the Constitution. 2016. The philosophy and administration of the distribution of powers between center and state is required to be reassessed. 2016. Critically examine the role of governor in recent times. 2016. Comment on 99th Amendment of the Indian Constitution. 2015. Comment on cooperative federalism in India. 2015. Critically analyze the discretionary powers granted to the governor by the Indian Constitution. 2015. Federalism implies sharing of sovereign power between center and its various units. It rests on an idea of shared sovereignty enshrined within a particular set of political institutions. Standard Introduction. Daniel Elazar called federalism as a method to promote self-rule and shared rule by balancing the interests of a nation with its regions. K.C. Ware says that federation is a system which consists of two sets of governments, which are independent, coordinate, and distinct. Federalism, properly conceived, is not just a cis/m of government, but also a way of life, a philosophy, and a system of values. It represents a profound commitment to democracy, individual freedom, and human dignity. Ronald Reagan. Federalism is one of the most important and distinctive features of our constitutional system, giving power to both TOLs and national government and the states, and fostering competition, diversity, and X1ML Fatio 11 in governance. Sandra Day O'Connor. Federalism is not just a political system, it is a vital means of promoting social justice, economic development, and cultural diversity. It is a way of giving voice and power to all of the people, not just the powerful few. George McGovern. Federalism is an essential element of our constitutional democracy. It ensures that power is dispersed and that no one level of government can dominate the others. This system allows us to balance competing interests and protect the rights and freedoms of all citizens. Barack Obama. Model of federalism. Since USA is the first federal government in the world, theory of federalism is based on the features of U.S. Constitution. The term federalism comes from the Latin word foedus. Foedus denotes contract. Federalism is described as the government by contract. In USA, 13 colonies came together to form federation. Hence, USA is called as coming together model. Though USA is the first model, yet there are many other models of federation. It would be wrong if we take USA as the ideal type. According to Granville Austin, each model is sui generis. It means each model can have its own specific features depending on the circumstances and the requirements. E.g., USA is an example of dual federalism. Canada initiated the idea of cooperative federalism. Indian model is closer to the Canadian model. In explaining/understanding federalism, it becomes essential to make the difference between federation, confederation, and unitary system. Daniel J. Elazar argues that federalism, as an institutional arrangement, is founded on the principle of self-rule and shared rule. Self-rule in the matters of local importance, and shared rule is exercised through interactive partnership between levels of government on matters of common interests. According to Alfred Steppen, federalism is the form of governance suitable to all multinational and multi-ethnic democracies. This is so because in such countries, federalism reconcile two essential principles of autonomy and integration. Features of federation by A.V. Dicey. There should be a set of states closely connected by location and capable of having an impression that they can have common nationality. States or units must desire union but must not desire unity. They have a desire to maintain distinct identity and retain autonomy or independence. A federal state is a political contrivance intended to reconcile national unity and power it with the maintenance of state rights. A federal state is a political contrivance intended to reconcile national unity and power it with the maintenance of state rights. Indian model of federalism. Article 1 of the Indian Constitution declares India as a union of states. The use of the word union indicates that federation in India was not a result of an agreement between different states to join a federation. This shows that states have no right to secede from India. The federal system that emerged in India is a holding together federation, not a result of agreement amongst states, unlike coming together federations such as USA. Federal structure was adopted. Federal state is deemed more effective given the vast size of Indian territory. A federal state is more effective than a unitary one when diverse groups of its population live in a discrete territorial concentration, as in India. Features of Indian federalism. 1. Cooperative federalism. Unlike U.S. Constitution, which is an example of dual federation, India is an example of cooperative federalism. In dual federalism, the two governments are the two completely independent entities. They are like two watertight compartments. Cooperative federalism is based on the concept of interdependence rather than independence. It means both are made dependent on the other. If states are dependent on union, financially, union is dependent on state for implementation. Hence, India is also seen as an example of executive federalism, rather than legislative federation like USA. In Lunja, the importance of state arises in context of administration. 2. Bargaining federalism. According to Prof. M.P. Singh, in most of the scenarios, cooperative federalism remains an idea, whereas in practice, it becomes bargaining federalism. Cooperative denotes the existence of the trust between the two levels of government. It represents the consultation, cooperation, mutual trust, in the words of Prime Minister Modi, Team India. In cooperative federalism, center acts as a friend, philosopher, and guide. On the other hand, bargaining federalism represents a situation where center acts as a big bullying brother or a patriarch. Since bargaining power of center is more, bargaining federalism show the disadvantaged position of the states. However, regionalization of party system has enhanced the bargaining powers of state governments. 3. The vision of Prime Minister Modi is for competitive, cooperative federalism. Competitive federalism is a neoliberal idea based on minimum government, maximum governance. It denotes rolling back of the state. When the developmental functions of the states are roll back, the vacuum is filled by private sector. Hence, the policy of the state governments should be such that they are able to attract private investments. According to Prof. Bulveer Arora, competitive federalism in Indian context may not be adequate because the situation of different states vary. It will create unfair competition, will lead to the lack of balanced development. According to the political experts, UNGNBAS abolished the status of special category states, a formula-based approach given by Planning Commission. It has enhanced the discretionary powers of central government to make bargains. According to Propound MP Singh, present government lies introduced spoils system. 4. India is asymmetrical federation. Unlike USA, which is symmetrical federation, asymmetrical denotes difference in the status, e.g. Unlike USA, all states in India do not have equal representation in Rajya Sabha. There are special provisions with regard to different states, e.g. Art. 371a, special provisions related to Nagaland. Similarly, some states have 5th schedule, some have 6th schedule. Read about Alfred Steppen below. PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 480. Scholar views on Indian model of federalism. T. Professor K.C. Ware has compared Indian model with U.S. model. He declared India to be quasi-federal because of centralizing provisions such as emergency powers, all India services, etc. He calls India as federal in form but unitary in spirit. He calls Indian constitution having subsidiary federal features whereas prominent unitary features. Criticism, ethnocentric approach, U.S. as ideal federalism, static method, used legal and constitutional approach. According to Professor MP Singh, federalism is a dynamic concept which needs to be understood in socio-cultural context. He argued that even U.S. Constitution has been dynamic in nature. 2. Granville-Austin, each federation in unique, sui generis. Indian federation is the product of the unique circumstances which India has faced. Whichever country will face cessationist trend is bound to have a model where center is strong, be it India or Canada. He calls Indian model of federalism as cooperative federalism. J. Alfred Steppen, he calls India's asymmetrical model as demos enabling, whereas USA's symmetrical model as demos constraining. He says that Indian model is best suited for the developing countries. 4. D.D. Basu, he calls Indian federalism as a novel type federalism, neither unitary nor federal, but a combination of both. S. Louise Tillin, TI1E Indian Constitution is an example of great creativity. Different parameters are followed with different regional aspirations. The attitude of central government depends on multiple factors like security, political, economic. 6. Ivor Jennings, India is a federation with a strong centralizing tendency. 7. W. H. Morris Jones, Indian federalism was a kind of cooperative federalism where bargaining took place between the center and the states, but ultimately a solution came out and both agreed to cooperate. 8. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the label of federal or non-federal doesn't matter as long as constitution serves its purpose. 9. Milan Vaishnav, Suhas Palshikar, Rahul Varma, the federalizing trend has reversed after 2014 with the renationalization of politics. Constitutional provisions. Article 1. It declares India as a union of states. It indicates that federation in India was not a result of an agreement between different states to join a federation. This shows that states in India have no right to secede. 7. Schedule. It defines and specifies allocation of powers and functions between union and states. It contains 3 lists which are union, state, and concurrent lists. Article 246. The Constitution divides legislative power between the union and the states under Article 246. It provides the union exclusive legislative authority over the items on List I and concurrent legislative authority over the items on List 3 of Schedule 7 of the Constitution. Article 249. It provides Parliament control over matters on the state list and matters of national interest. Article 250, if a proclamation of emergency is in effect, Article 250 of the Indian Constitution grants Parliament control over any matter on the state list. Article 252, empowers Parliament to legislate on behalf of 2 or more states with their approval. Article 352 to 360, provisions for the proclamation of emergency and the effect of such proclamation on various grounds. Formation of states, Article 3 of Indian Constitution deals with the formation of new states, alteration of boundaries of the state and changing names of the existing states. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar mentioned that India is indestructible union of dismutable states. According to Louise Tilley, in Remapping India, the internal territorial map of India is still not settled. Had Article 3 not been there and process of alteration been rigid, India would not have survived its dangerous decades. Evolution of formation of states, first phase 1950s and 60s. Tuesday main basis for reorganization was linguistic. 2-degree D phase 60s and 70s, reorganization of western and northeastern part. As far as northeast is concerned, ethnicity was the basis of reorganization. Third phase 21st century, reorganization of Hindi heartland besides Telangana. The logic has been good governance and development. Reasons for state reorganization, sociological perspective, Yogiadra Yadav and Ramik Bandra Guya, social segments deprived of development demand statehood. Political economy perspective, Atul Kohli, new forces of neoliberalism and globalization have strengthened demands for statehood. E.G. Chhattisgarh. Administrative perspective, L.K. Advani and Mayawati, smaller states are administratively efficient. Political perspective, Christoph Jefferlet and Louis Tillin, political calculations, ideology, and caste play an important role in demands for statehood. The timing, possibility of formation is dictated by interest of ruling party at center. Demand for smaller states 1. Arguments in favor, Ramchandra Guba, Bibek Debro, Siddhapai, Advani, Mayawati. It will lead to good governance, development, greater participation, and inclusive growth. RTH. Development of new capital infrastructure and development to neglected regions. It will also help in administrative and governance convenience. Siddhapai and Interrogati 11G Reorga 11 is a show 11 of states. Envisages a second reorganization with 60 states by 2050 with an average population of 25 million each, in some 1,500 districts. Bibek Debro, there should be at least 50 states in India. USA with 1/4 of Indian population by 50 states, but India has only 29 states. If we take up as a country, in terms of population, it will be the 5th largest in terms of population. 2. Arguments in opposition, MP Singh, Rakesh Hujja, and Subhapai. No relation between size and governance, Tamil Nadu v/S Jharkhand, or size and development, Maharashtra v/S Chhattisgarh. Political instability, economic non-viability, interstate water disputes, security implications e.g. Gorkhaland, etc. Professor MP Singh argues that smaller states are politically unstable as defection is easy. It will also lead to more expenditure for more ministries and bureaucracy. It opens up Pandora box of demands by various states which may lead to balkanization. With enactment of 73 and 74 Constitutional Amendment Acts, the logic for smaller states disappears. Relation between party system and federalism. Professor M.P. Singh stated that federalism is a dynamic concept which needs to be understood in the socio-cultural context. He has given two-axis theory which states that Indian parliamentary system has two axes: parliamentary axis, strong center era of Congress system, and federal axis, strong states coalition governments. When single party has absolute majority at Sente, parliamentary axis becomes prominent. When coalition politics, federal axis becomes prominent. Rising coalitions. Since 1989, there has been strengthening in power of state government because of coalition politics. The bargaining power of state governments increased to an extent that scholars like Balvi Arora, MP Singh, Louis Tillon described India as moving from quasi-federal to quasi-confederal. Rise of BJP. However, since 2014 there has been one-party dominance in form of rise of BJP. Suhas Palashikar argues BJP system is emerging. We see centralizing trends. Conclusion. Besides party system, economic policy/political economy of state will also impact. Position of states will be stronger if developmental model is neoliberal, and that of center will be stronger if developmental model is based on welfare state. Technology and federal nature of Indian polity. Louis Tillon notes in Indian Federalism 2019, noted that the recent adoption of technology in governance, other than thumping majority in Lok Sabha, has allowed an assertive role for the center in policy design, coordination, and implementation. The embrace and extension of Aadhaar, move towards digitization of economy, replacing in-kind subsidy with cash transfers, DBT, Aadhaar seeding of ration card, ANORC, and other such reforms, which are embedded in technology, have challenged the autonomy of states in policy delivery and helped the central government in credit claiming for government programs, even on subjects mentioned in the state list under 7th schedule. This is also true for programs related to financial inclusion, PMJY, BEAM, UPD, and healthcare, ABPMJY, digitization of health records under NHM. Some of these programs saw resistance from states. Delhi, West Bengal, and Odisha have stayed away from the Ayushman Bharat. Technology has also allowed for online monitoring of programs at district levels bypassing the state-level DISHA. COVID-19 pandemic management, which was significantly technology-dependent, contact tracing, vaccine development, digitally donating to relief funds, information dissemination, also saw centralization of power. Cooperative federalism. 1. Definition. It is based on model of interdependence between union and states, in contrast to traditional model that emphasizes independence between union and subunits. It is based on interdependence in which center acts as the elder brother. The model is adopted in countries which suffers from regional imbalances and secessionist tendencies. The Indian model of federalism is an example of cooperative federalism. 2. Evolution of cooperative federalism. 1950s. In the L950s, constitutional experts like A. H. Birch and Granville Austell characterized Indian federalism as cooperative federalism, given the legislative, administrative, and financial interdependencies between center and states. 1990 to 2014. Between 1990 to 2014, due to political and economic regionalization driven by the imperatives of coalition politics and economic decentralization, states were able to carve out a larger policy space for themselves, thus slightly escaping from the centralizing tendencies towards competitive aspects of federalism. Post-2014. After 2014, central government has been emphasizing on the competitive and market-preserving aspects of federalism by motivating states to compete at the subnational level. 3. Examples of cooperative federalism. Good and Services Tax, GST, Coalsil. Maharashtra to implement Delhi model of education, Team India wing of Niti Aayog. Swiss challenge method-based bidding for selecting location for IITs, IIMs, AIMS, ports, national games, ports, refineries, etc. 4. Views of scholars. Granville Austin calls Indian model as cooperative federalism, center as older brother to states and support their development through a system of statutory, Art. 27.5, and discretionary, Art. 282 grants. Prof. MP Singh, cooperative federalism started from 1930s when USA introduced welfare state. The time at which Indian Constitution was written, by that time cooperative federalism was a well-established concept. He argues that in most of the scenarios, cooperative federalism remains an idea whereas in practice, it becomes bargaining federalism. Competitive federalism. It is a concept where center competes with states and vice versa, and states compete with each other. It refers to relations between regional governments, horizontal competition, and between central and regional governments, vertical competition. 2. It is a neoliberal idea based on minimum government, maximum governance. It denotes rolling back of the state. When the developmental functions of the states are rolled back, the vacuum is filled by private sector. Hence, the policy of the state governments should be such that they are able to attract private investments. Examples: competitive federalism in India. Resurgent Rajasthan, Invest India, NIDF Ayog replaced Planning Commission. Private reservation for locals, aspirational district program, ease of doing business rank race among states. Reduction in number of centrally sponsored schemes. Center has proposed Swiss challenge method-based bidding for selecting location for IITs, LMS, AIMS, ports, national games, ports, refineries, etc. As competitive federalism is based on neoliberal vision, it may accentuate interstate disparities or regional imbalance. Professor Ba/Veer Arora in his book, India's Beleaguered Federalism, The Pluralist C/11G, held that competitive federalism in Indian context may not be adequate because the situation of different states varies. It will create unfair competition, will lead to the lack of balanced development. Asymmetrical federalism. Definition: it means differential powers that offers different levels of autonomy or self-governing rights to particular regions with a distinctive ethnic identity or history of center-region conflicts. Inspiration: it builds heavily on the work of Charles Taylor on the politics of recognition, and William Licca, who have been at the forefront of debates about asymmetry in Canada with respect to the status of French-speaking Quebec. Features: asymmetry is an essential characteristic of Indian federalists in its approach to the accommodation of ethnic diversity. The post-colonial Indian state has attempted to overcome the assimilationist individualism inherent in a liberal conception of citizenship by embracing a differentiated citizenship, and by creating states on an ethno-linguistic basis. Stepan, Linz, and Yadav argue that asymmetry is central to provide constitutional protection to differential layers of autonomy within the federal system. Examples: Article 370, 6th Schedule states in Northeast, relations between Delhi and Puducherry, and provisions in Article 371 in Indian Constitution. Regionalism in India. 1. Reasons for regionalism. Rudolph and Rudolph, Introduction of Democracy in Traditional Society. Mark Juergensmeer, Culture of Scarcity. Thomas Janyanutsi, Culture of Affluence. Example include Kabbalistan Movement. Myron Weiner. Son of Soil Theory. Robert Hargrave. Uneven Development. Example Formation of Telangana State. 2. Views of Paul Brass. Nationalism is a short-term trend whereas regionalism is a permanent feature of Indian politics. 3. Views of Sanjeev Barua. Our identity as Bengali or Punjabi is centuries old whereas our identity as Indian is just 70 years old. Hence it is going to be a natural phenomenon. 4. Views of Gurharpal Singh. Regional aspirations emerging from the core regions, such as Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, is not a cause of concern, but regional movements emerging from peripheries, like Jammu and Kashmir, Northeast and Punjab, becomes a serious concern. 5. Views of Dr. Purna Singh. She opines that there is a better development in South because of regional movements. TI1SA states develop more bargaining power. On the other hand, Up and Bibar lacks any regional identity and also suffered in terms of development. 6. Views of Atul Kohli. Although democracy is one of the factors for ethnic movements, but it only has solutions. More democracy rather than less democracy is needed to tackle regional movements. 7. Achin Van Eyck, Understanding Contemporary India, Critical Perspectives. The growing regionalization of the Indian polity has been a source of greater coherence and stability nationally. Earlier, it allowed for the emergence of a variety of regional political parties. In its more recent phase, it has enabled the emergence of coalition politics at the national level, giving regional parties a greater stake than ever in deepening and sustaining the federal character of the Indian polity while maintaining a strong center. Tensions in center-state relations. P/Rillup.Mal would argues that in a culturally diverse and developing country like India, federalism is not only elected for administrative purposes but for the very survival of the nation. The constitutional makers are aware of India's vast diversity and thus avoided building a fully integrated political system for fear of further divisions and divisions. The large number of disputes has emerged due to ambiguities of what were called as quasi-federalism. It includes administrative disputes like all India services and their deputations, financial disputes like sharing of taxes and financial resources. Views of scholars. M. Govinda Rao in Political Eco 11 Omi of Fiscal Federalism India described Indian federalism as based on centralized revenue and decentralized expenditure. He gives suggestions to address fiscal imbalances, ending discretionary grants, greater tax devolution, greater roles to local bodies. Professor M.P. Singh, it isn't a center-state dispute but a party-party dispute. Shurath Parthasarathi, the withering of states' fiscal autonomy with GST strikes at the very core of Indian federalism. H.K. Maheshwari, the main reason behind these wide range of disputes lies in what H.K. Maheshwari called as coercive and accommodative federalism, which includes rivalry among parties and states in center, West Bengal, Maharashtra, as well as regionalism, ethnicity, Northeast, linguistic dominance, Tamil Nadu, scarcity of resources, etc. In Kohli, GST is not a market-friendly, but a big business-friendly reform. Legislative issues. Asymmetric federalism due to the politics of representation in the context of Rajya Sabha seats, where not all states are given equal seats. This creates a sense of inequality among the smaller states. Asymmetric federalism involves the granting of differential rights to certain federal PSIR optional as subsno from Telegram channel subunits, often in recognition of their distinctive ethnic identity. And in India's case, it seems to make unity without uniformity, KC, where reorganization of states and giving special status to states shows the quasi-federal nature of Indian states as seen in Article like 371, 371C, etc. The recent abrogation of Article 370 is among the fresh cases of concerns with respect to rising tensions between center and the states. Louise Tilly 11 in her article The Fragility of India's Federalism argued that the abrogation of Article 370 has exposed ambiguities that have long been evident in India's federal system. 7. Schedule. The question of division of powers and responsibilities between the center and the states has cropped up in several legislative proposals. For X, Kabadiskar filed a suit under Article 131 against NA Act, Article 250. During an emergency, Parliament has the power to legislate with respect to any matter in the state list. Governor's power to summon an assembly session. Governor has no discretion in the matter of summoning the House under Article 174 if Chief Minister enjoys majority in the House. For Rajasthan governor's insistence on 21-day notice for the session, however, there have been instances where sessions have been convened at shorter notice. Financial issues. TR of 15th Finance Commission. The terms of reference TR of the 15th Finance Commission intend to use the demographic criterion in a way that the southern states deem unfair given that their efforts to reduce the birth rate is bound to have detrimental effects. Introduction of GST. The GST had a centralizing effect. It was intended to unify the national market by harmonizing the fiscal rules, but reduce the financial autonomy of the states which were fully in charge of their sales taxes. For the period 2011-12 to 2018-19, on an average, 56% of states' tax revenue came from their own collections and 44% came from central transfers. However, in the GST regime, the states have limited autonomy on 65% of the revenue they generate and are more dependent on central transfers. Issues of special category status. Several states demanding the status, leading to confusion regarding provisions and privileges associated with special category states. Misuse of Article 282. It is used as basis for encroaching into state subjects by union government through centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes, cesses and surcharges. These are not shared with the states, however. Their share is increasing in center's gross tax revenue. For X, in 2017-18, it stood at 15.7%. No resource distribution authority. The power that used to be exerted by the Planning Commission has been transferred to the Ministry of Finance. Administrative issues, central forces in states, deployment of central forces in the states to maintain law and order, control over officials, for X, All India Services, CBI, etc. Centrally sponsored schemes. States have also E.L. Rest concern regarding the union government's intervention in state administration by directly monitoring and political appropriating the centrally sponsored schemes, CSS. Paper 1. Sir, I subscribe from Telegram channel. Smaya Notes 50. L. /vote of appointment and dismissal of governor, Supreme Court in BP. Singha v. Union of India called for a fixed tenure for governors to encourage neutrality in FAI-1s in the discharge of their duties, but it has not been implemented. Discriminatory and partisan role of governors. The governor's role in government formation. In states like Goa, Manipur, and Maharashtra raised questions about the governor's preference for the ruling party at the center. Article 356. The members of Constituent Assembly raised the objections, but Ambedkar assured that the provision is included only as a precaution. He assured Assembly that it will remain dead letter. Power diplomacy by the states. For X, Gujarat government in 2014 to set up international desks independently in USA, China, Japan for facilitating invest in vibrant Gujarat by overseas investors. However, such enterprise may also raise issues for the sovereignty or security of the country. Federal governance during COVID-19. 19. Lack of national plan. Center did not formulate the national plan, as mandated by Disaster Management Act, and chose to respond to COVID-19 through ad hoc binding guidelines issued to states, thereby circumventing the legislative mandate of state consultations. Agricultural reforms. Agriculture is a state matter in India. Ordinances passed by center sidestep the powers of states. Suspension of plaids. Suspension of 1 plaids and diversion of the funds to the Consolidated Fund of India strips states of its autonomy and discourages locally tailored solutions by the MPs. Invocation of Disaster Management Act. Center used its residuary power to declare pandemic as notified disaster under Disaster Management Act, 2005 imposing nationwide lockdown. States turn to Epidemic Diseases Act, 1897 for regulation. Constitution gives primary responsibility to state governments. Nonetheless, center assumed the role of anchor and encroached on state powers such as banning off liquor sale, regulations on public transport. Louise Tillin, a no.V.N. scholar on federalism, captures this trend succinctly when she says, India has moved from unilateral centralized decision-making in the first wave to unilateral decentralized decision-making by default in the second wave. Federal relations in India are a function of political forces more than structural constraints. State powers seem to increase relative to the center in the absence of single-party dominance, and when a single-party dominance increases. The pandemic may have consolidated a new phase of federal relations, where states increasingly accept the reform priorities of the center in a manner not seen in a generation Milan Vaishnav. The trend where the regional actors are largely rallying behind the nationalist policy decisions of the central government marks the beginning of national federalism in India. Standard introduction. Indian federalism has remained on paper and has not been translated into reality. India's federal system has been more unitary than federal, Justice J.S. Varma. The federal system of India is in a state of flux, and the center-state relations are under tremendous strain. 11 i.e. central government has been gradually encroaching upon the powers of Paper J. PSIR optional. I subscribe from www.sunvias.com, my Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. The states, and this trend needs to be reversed. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The biggest challenge of Indian federalism is to maintain the balance between the center and the states. The federal structure should not become an instrument of centralization or decentralization, but should be a means to achieve the socio-economic objectives of the country. M. Venkaiah Naidu. Indian federalism has failed to provide equal opportunities for development to all the states. Some states have developed faster than others, and this has led to regional imbalances and disparities. Dr. Ma Moha 11 Singh. Indian federalism is not just about the division of powers between the center and the states. It is also about accommodating the diverse needs and aspirations of different regfunds and communities. The federal structure should be flexible and responsive to the changing needs of the people. Narendra Modi. Interstate disputes. Interstate water disputes. IJ11 Iski is to drink and water is to fight. The future wars are going to be water wars. Water is now treated new oil. The Indian constitution forms a federal government which provides certain sovereignty to the states. Disputes are bound to arise in this situation. So the Constituent Assembly made special provisions for the very same. Legal constitutional position. Schedule 7, Art. 246 State List. Entry 17 states have power to legislate, under State List, with respect to water, water supplies, irrigation and canals, drainage and embankments, water storage and water power. Union List. Entry 56 Regulation and development of interstate rivers and river valleys. Article 262. Adjudication of disputes relating to waters of interstate rivers or river valleys. Article 263. Establishment of an interstate council to effect coordination between the states and between center and states. Article 131. Provides original jurisdiction to the Supreme Court to resolve dispute between the Union and states and interstate. Article 136. Empowers the Supreme Court to adjudicate on the earlier ruling by the other courts or any other tribunal can be challenged. Issues with interstate water disputes. The Interstate Council, Article 263, facility was never used. No mechanism for enforcement of awards, limited focus on dispute resolution and mediation, no time frame for publication of award in Central Gazette. Limited role of union as water is in state list while interstate rivers in concurrent list. Since water is a matter of politics, union preferred to treat interstate rivers and river valleys as a state subject. Views of scholars. Ninakar Singh argues that the biggest culprit for continuation of dispute is union government. The union government has not utilized its powers in the matter given by the Constitution. Approach of UG has led to politicization. GV Pant Govind Vallabh Pant mentioned that rivers know no linguistic boundaries. Unfortunately, not a single dispute ever referred to the zonal cow one sills. HM Sin AI, judicial route should be preferred route, as political solution will not work. Ramaswamy Iyer, political route is infinitely better. Fall Nariman, Tuesday tribunals were conceived as an innovative experiment in 1956, but they have failed in their endeavor. Nariman identifies the two-layered scheme of adjudication by a tribunal as the reason for the inordinate delay. The first is arriving at a final decision rendered under Section 5.2 of the ISWD Act, 1956, and the second is the scope for questioning that decision through Section 5.3. He stated the need for revert back to pre-1956 position, i.e. abolish tribunal system and restore the original jurisdiction. Recommendations. Second Arcade. It recommends that Supreme Court should not entertain special leave petitions, SLPs, on orders off tribunal. SC must act with restraint. Punchy Commission. Greater role for interstate councils and constitution of multidisciplinary channels, with experts and civil society members. Mihir Shah Panel. National Water Commission for proper monitoring and water budgeting. Interstate Water Disputes Amendment Bill, 2019. The bill seeks to amend the Interstate River Water Disputes Act, 1956 to streamline the adjudication of interstate river water disputes and make the present institutional architecture robust. A key feature of the bill is the constitution of a single tribunal with different benches and the setting of strict turn lines for adjudication. Present dispute resolution mechanisms. The Interstate River Water Disputes Act, 1956, IRWD Act. It was enacted under Article 262 of Constitution of India to resolve the water disputes that would arise in the use, control and distribution of an interstate river or river valley. River Board Act, 1956. This act was passed in the Parliament to enable the Centre to create boards to deal with interstate river and river valleys in consultation with the state governments. These boards aim to advise on the aspects related to the interstate basin, to prepare development schemes, and to prevent the conflicts from arising. It should be noted that no river boards in accordance with this act have been created till now. Composition of tribunal. The River Water Tribunal is constituted by the Chief Justice of India. It consists of the sitting judge of the Supreme Court and other 2 judges of either the Supreme Court or the High Court. Paper I, PSIR optional. I subscribe from a Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50, page 490. Tritions I. Resolution mechanism. The bill provides for a 2-tier dispute resolution mechanism. First tier. Once a dispute arises, it would be referred to a Dispute Resolution Committee, DRC, to be headed by a secretary-level officer. Second tier. If the committee fails, then the dispute will go to a centralized, single-standing tribunal with multiple benches, instead of the multiple tribunals that exist now. Time-bound. Such refinale must be made within 3 months from the receipt of the report from the DRC. Z. Permanent tribunal. The bill envisages to constitute a standalone interstate river water disputes tribunal with permanent establishment having multiple benches. Composition O. The tribunal shall consist of a chairperson, vice-chairperson, and not more than 6 nominated members, judges of the Supreme Court or of a High Court, nominated by the CJF. O. The central government may appoint 2 experts serving in the Central Water Engineering Service, not below the rank of chief engineer. 3. Time allotted to tribunal to take its decision. Tribunal must give its final decision within 3 years, which can be extended to 2 years. According to the bill, the tribunal must provide with the final decision within 2 years. This may be further extended to another year. Tribunal for future consideration. The tribunal must provide its report to the Centre within a year. This period can be extended by the Union government. The bill seeks to specify this time frame to a maximum limit of 6 months. 4. Decision of the tribunal. The decision of the bench of the tribunal will be final and binding on the parties involved in the dispute and order of the Supreme Court. 5. Maintenance of data bank and information. The bill calls for the transparent data collection system at the national level for each river basin and a single agency to maintain data bank and information system. 6. Additional rule, making hours. The bill gives the central government powers to make rules in which water will be distributed during stress situations arising from shortage in the availability of water. Challenges in resolving disputes. 1. Politicization of tribunal. The Tribunal Judge Selection Committee comprises of the Prime Minister or a nominee as the chairperson, the Minister of Law and Justice, the Minister of Jal Shakti, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. This composition might pose the risk of states politicizing disputes as well as the adjudication by the tribunal. 2. Issues with DRC. The DRC might not be adequately empowered. The Kaveri Supervisory Committee, CSC, which had a similar composition, did not have much success. There is ambiguity about the DRC being a part of the permanent tribunal. 3. Governance issues. The bill docs and T fully recognize the need to plug holes in the interstate river water sharing, development, and governance. 4. Inordinate delay. There are always inordinate delays in the setting up of tribunals and deciding the award. The right to have a dispute referred to a tribunal under IWSDA, Interwater State Dispute Act, is dependent on the opinion of the central government that the matter cannot be settled by. Negotiation S. No contempt power. The tribunal can only give an award but cannot enforce its implementation. It also doesn't have any powers of punishment for contempt. 6. Delay in courts. The awards of these tribunals, although supposedly final and binding, have been challenged in the courts. The judicial process is essentially a long process which further delay the dispute, e.g., Kaveri water dispute. 7. Conflict with judiciary. The bill leaves the scope for tussle between the legislature and judiciary. It does not address resolving mechanisms. 8. Interference by courts. Though the award given by the tribunal is final and does not come under the jurisdiction of the judiciary, either the states can approach the SC under Article 136, Special Leave Petition, or the individuals can approach the same under the Article 32 by associating the issue with violation of Article 21, Right to Life. Reasons for rising river disputes. Climate and geographical factors. A study in 2011 had predicted that climate change might cause a reduction of up to 50% in the waters of the Kaveri subbasins by 2080. Demographic factor. Increasing population in the river basin, uneven distribution of resources, uneven distribution of water resources along with increasing rainfall variability and frequent droughts. Change in agriculture pattern, as farmers are now shifting towards water-intensive crops such as paddy and sugarcane. Disputes due to bifurcation of states. Once Telangana came into existence in 2014, the Godavari Water and the Polavaram project became the bone of contention. Political factors. Regional political forces have grown stronger and assertive with the growing nexus between water and politics have transformed the disputes into turfs of vote bank politics. Kavan, river dispute. 1. In 1892, the dispute started between the Madras Presidency, under British rule, and the princely state of Mysore. Madras disagrees with the Mysore administration's proposal to build irrigation systems, arguing that it would impede water flow into Tamil Nadu. 2. 1924, the dispute comes close to being resolved when Mysore and Madras reach an agreement under which Mysore is allowed to build a dam at Kanambadi village. The agreement is to be valid for 50 years and reviewed thereafter. Based on this agreement, Karnataka builds the Krishnara PSIR Dam. Paperite, Piece 5. Optional subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 492. 1974, the 1924 water-sharing agreement between the then Madras Presidency and princely state of Mysore, now Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka, lapses after the expiration of its term of 50 years. In 1990, Kaveri Water Disputes Tribunal was set up to adjudicate upon the water dispute regarding the interstate river Kaveri and the river valley thereof among the states of Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Union Territory of Puducherry. IO 2007, the Tribunal declared its final award, in which it said Tamil Nadu should receive 419 TRNCFT, 1,000 million cubic feet, of water, more than double the amount mentioned in the interim order of 1991. In 2016, the Tamil Nadu government said that there was a deficit of 50.0052 TMCFT of water released from Karnataka. The Karnataka government said it wouldn't be able to release any more Kaveri water due to low rainfall. Tamil Nadu then sought the Supreme Court's intervention. In 2017, the SC ordered the Karnataka government to release 15,000 cusecs of water a day for 10 days to Tamil Nadu. This led to widespread protests and bans in Karnataka. After several modifications of the order, the Karnataka government has been directed by SC to release 2,000 cusecs of water per day to Tamil Nadu till further orders. In 2018, the Apex Court gave its final verdict saying that Karnataka will get an additional 14.75 TMC of the river water and Tamil Nadu will get 177.25 instead of 192 TMC water. The court considered the water scarcity in Bengaluru while delivering the final judgment and also said no deviance shall be shown be in state to the order. One less of state versus state issues in federalism Assam-Mizoram border fight. One less of state versus state issues in federalism Assam-Mizoram border fighting Mullaperiyar Dam and Kaveri River between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka Belgavi dispute between Maharashtra and Karnataka Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand dispute over division of resources Buriyang conflict among Tripura and Mizoram. On temporary issues in federalism. Kerala Assembly has passed resolution against electricity, Amendment, Bill, 2020 and TN Assembly passed Resolution 6 on against the farm laws. GNCTD Bill, Delhi Fund through Article 239 AA, 69th Amendment 1991. It says land, public order, and police to be controlled by center. Rest LGBAS to act on the aid and advice of the COMI. SC judgment coined the 2-1M, collaborative federalism, particularly in case of Delhi, government of NCT Delhi versus UI, 2018. L New Amendment, the word government, related to any policy decision or law means LG, age policy decisions must go through the LG. Rules of Delhi Assembly must be consistent with that of Lok Sabha. The bill prohibits the legislative assembly from making an rule to enable itself or its committees to I. Consider the matters of day-to-day administration of the NCT of Delhi and 2. Conduct any inquiry in relation to administrative decisions. The Act requires the LG to reserve certain bills passed by the Legislative Assembly for the consideration of the President. 5. This confrontation is enhanced when the center and states are ruled by different parties. 6. The non-BJP states have also expressed concern regarding the union government's intervention in state administration by directly monitoring and political appropriating the centrally sponsored schemes, CSS. Interstate border disputes in India. TI-1 Union Home Ministry, MHA, has informed that 11 states and 1 union territory have boundary disputes between them. Current incidents, violence at Assam, 1/Lizaram border. Recently, several IED, improvised explosive device, blasts were carried out inside Kutcher district of Assam allegedly by miscreants from Mizoram. These blasts signal the re-emergence of long unresolved Assam-Mizoram border dispute. Resolution of Assam-Meghalaya dispute. Ahead of Meghalaya's Sui Statehood Day celebration on January 21st, the Home Minister is expected to seal the final agreement to end the dispute in 6 areas of the Assam-Meghalaya boundary. Constitutional provisions regarding interstate dispute. Article 131. Vests the Supreme Court with original jurisdiction over any dispute arising between the states or between the center and state. Current ongoing disputes 1. Karnataka Maharashtra. Area under dispute. The Belgaum district is arguably part of one of the biggest interstate border disputes in India. The district has a large Marathi and Kannada-speaking populations and has been at the center of a dispute for a long time. Reason. The area used to be part of the Bombay Presidency from the time of the Britishers, but was included in Karnataka after the state's reorganization exercise in 1956. 2. Assam-Mizoram. Area of dispute. Mizoram used to be a district of Assam before being carved out as a separate union territory and later becoming another state. Because of the history, for locals for a long time Mizoram shares a border with the districts Kutcher, Hailakandi, and Karimgunj of Assam. Reason. Over time, the two states started having different perceptions about where the demarcation should be. While Mizoram wants it to be along an inner line notified in 1875 to protect tribals from outside influence, which Mizos feel is part of their historical homeland. Assam wants it to be demarcated according low district boundaries drawn up much later. 3. Haryana Limikal Pradesh. Area of dispute. The Purvanu region has had the spotlight over the border dispute between the two states. Reason: it is next to the Panchkula district of Haryana, and the state has claimed parts of the land in Himachal Pradesh as its own. 4. Himachal Pradesh Ladakh. Area of dispute. One Himachal and Ladakh lay claim to Sarchu, an area on the route between Leh and Manali. Reason: it is considered a major point where travelers stop when traveling between two cities. Sarchu is in between Himachal's Lahore and Spit district and Leh district in Ladakh. 5. Arunachal Pradesh Assam. Area of dispute. Arunachal's grievance is that the reorganization of northeastern states unilaterally transferred several forested tracts in the plains that had traditionally belonged to hill tribal chiefs and communities to Assam. Reason: after Arunachal Pradesh achieved statehood in 1987, a tripartite committee was appointed which recommended that certain territories be transferred from Assam to Arunachal. Assam contested this, and the matter is before the Supreme Court. 6. Meghalaya Assam. Area of dispute. Problems started when the Meghalaya challenged the Assam Reorganization Act of 1971, which gave blocks 1 and 2 of the Millar Hills or present-day Karbi Anglong district to Assam. Reason: Meghalaya contends that both these blocks formed part of the erstwhile United Khasi and Jinsha Hills district when it was notified in 1835. Meghalaya bases its case on survey maps of 1872 and 1929, while Assam wants to go by the rejected recommendations of the Clamrakban Committee. 7. Assam-Nagaland. Area of dispute. The Nagaland State Act of 1962 had defined the state's borders according to a 1925 notification when Naga Hills and Tunsang Area, NHDA, were integrated into a new administrative unit. Reason: Nagaland, however, does not accept the boundary delineation, and BA demanded that the new state should also have Naga-dominated areas in North Kutcher and Nagaong districts. Since Nagaland did not accept its notified borders, tensions between Assam and Nagaland flared up soon after the latter was formed, resulting into border clashes. 8. Gujarat Rajasthan. Area of dispute. Mengad Hill, located on the border of the two states. Gujarat claims half of the hill, while Rajasthan claims the entire hill is theirs. 9. Orissa, West Bengal. Area of dispute. 82 villages Tumdar Jalesvar and Bagarai blocks in Balasore District 10. Haryana Punjab. Arca of dispute. Punjab and Haryana are locked over the transfer of Chandigarh to Punjab, and part of the Fazilka sub-district of Punjab to Haryana. 11. Orissa Andhra Pradesh. Committees 2. Consider the matters of day-to-day administration of the NCT of Delhi, and 2. Conduct any inquiry in relation to administrative decisions. The Act requires the LG to reserve certain bills passed by the Legislative Assembly for the consideration of the President. 5. This confrontation is enhanced when the center and states are run-led by different parties. 6. The non-BJP states have also expressed concern regarding the union government's intervention in state administration by directly monitoring and political appropriating the centrally sponsored schemes, CSS. Interstate border disputes in India. The Union Home Ministry, MHA, has informed that 11 states and 1 union territory have boundary disputes between them. Current incidents. Violence at Assam-Mizoram border. Recently, several IED, improvised explosive device, blasts were carried out inside Kutcher district of Assam allegedly by miscreants from Mizoram. These blasts signal the re-emergence of long unresolved Assam-Mizoram border dispute. Resolution of Assam-Meghalaya dispute. Ahead of Meghalaya's 50th Statehood Day celebration on January 21st, the Home Minister is expected to seal the final agreement to end the dispute in 6 areas of the Assam-Meghalaya boundary. Constitutional provisions regarding interstate dispute. Article 131 vests the Supreme Court with original jurisdiction over any dispute arising between the states or between the center and state. Current ongoing disputes. 1. Karnataka Maharashtra. Area under dispute. The Belgaum district is arguably part of one of the biggest interstate border disputes in India. The district has a large Marathi and Kannada-speaking populations and has been at the center of a dispute for a long time. Reason: the area used to be part of the Bombay Presidency from the time of the Britishers, but was included in Karnataka after the state's reorganization exercise in 1956. 2. Assam, 1/Mizoram. Area of dispute. Mizoram used to be a district of Assam before being carved out as a separate union territory and later becoming another state. Because of the history, for locals for a long time Mizoram shares a border with the districts Kutcher, Hailakandi, and Karanganj of Assam. Reason: over time, the two states started having different perceptions about where the demarcation should be. While Mizoram wants it to be along an inner line notified in 1875 to protect tribals from outside influence, which Mizos feel is part of their historical homeland, Assam wants it to be demarcated according to district boundaries drawn up much later. 3. Haryana. 1. Limikal Pradesh. Area of dispute. The Purvanu region has had the spotlight over the border dispute between the two states. Reason: it is next to the Panchkula district of Haryana, and the state has claimed parts of the land in Himachal Pradesh as its own. Reason, it is next to the Panchkula district of Haryana, and the state has claimed parts of the land in Himachal Pradesh as its own. 4. Himachal Pradesh Ladakh, area of dispute. Himachal and Ladakh lay claim to Sarchu, an area on the route between Leh and Manali. Reason, it is considered a major point where travelers stop when traveling between two cities. Sarchu is in between Himachal's Lahore and Spit district and Leh district in Ladakh. 5. Arunachal Pradesh Assam, area of dispute. Arunachal's grievance is that the reorganization of northeastern states unilaterally transferred several forested tracts in the plains that had traditionally belonged to hill tribal chiefs and communities to Assam. Reason, after Arunachal Pradesh achieved statehood in 1987, a tripartite committee was appointed which recommended that certain territories be transferred from Assam to Arunachal. Assam contested this, and the matter is before the Supreme Court. 6. Meghalaya Assam, area of dispute. Problem started when the Meghalaya challenged the Assam Reorganization Act of 1971, which gave blocks 1 and 2 of the Millar Hills or present-day Karbai Along district to Assam. Reason, Meghalaya contends that both these blocks formed part of the erstwhile United Khasi and Jaitia Hills district when it was notified in 183-5. Meghalaya bases its case on survey maps of 1872 and 1929, while Assam wants to go by the rejected recommendations of the Churachan Committee. 7. Assam Nagaland, area of dispute. The Nagaland State Act of 1962 had defined the state's borders according to a 1925 notification when Naga Hills and Tusang area, NHDA, were integrated into a new administrative unit. Reason, Nagaland, however, does not accept the boundary delineation and demanded that the new state should also have all Naga-dominated areas in North Katbar and Nagaung districts. Since Nagaland did not accept its notified borders, tensions between Assam and Nagaland flared up soon after the latter was formed, resulting into border clashes. 8. Gujarat, Rajasthan, area of dispute. Mangad Hill, located on the border of the two states. Gujarat claims half of the hill, while Rajasthan claims the entire hill is theirs. 9. Orissa, West Bengal, area of dispute. 82 villages under Jaleswar and Bagarai blocks in Balasore District 10. Haryana, Punjab, area of dispute. Punjab and Haryana are locked over the transfer of Chandigarh, Punjab, and part of the F-Zilka subdistrict of Punjab to Haryana. 11. Orissa, Andhra Pradesh. Area of dispute. Between Orissa and Andhra Pradesh, the Bounda 1Y dispute relates low 63 villages falling presently in Orissa. But neither government has asked for central intervention. Reasons of dispute 1. No constitutional provision. The draftsman of India's constitution had NCD grievously in ignoring the problem of interstate disputes, especially interstate boundaries. The constitution makes no provision for a swift and binding decision of such disputes. For example, Article 262 is on the adjudication of disputes relating to waters of interstate rivers or river valleys. There is no comparable provision on disputes on land. 2. Disputes or sharing water resources. The most long-standing and contentious interstate issue has been the sharing of river waters. 3. Vote bank politics. Politicians often to woo people commit not to follow official recommendation of commissions which left the matter unaddressed. 4. Formation of new states. When new states were formed, borders and boundaries were not the primary concern. Over the years, with new settlements and because of the resources of the areas involved, border disputes cannot be resolved easily. 5. Neglect of committee's recommendations. Meghalaya rejected the YV Chandrachud Committee report on its dispute with Assam. Similarly, Sundaram Commission recommended a border between Assam and Nagaland, but Nagaland rejected the report. 6. Increasing pressure on land. For economic development, there is an increasing pressure on land for more intensive agriculture and industrialization, due to which there is more dispute on land. 7. Migration issue. There have been violent agitations in some states over migrants and job seekers from other states. This is because the existing resources and the employment opportunities are not enough to meet the needs of the growing population. Standard conclusion. Razel 1E 11 Ka 11 argued that the principle of practicing federalism might be about distribution of powers between the center and states, but the spirit and essence of federalism is about the decentralizing tendencies and pluralism embedded in Indian society. Thus, in more than decades of its working, Indian federalism has shown enough resilience to accommodate pressures of polity, economy, mid-society. The slow and cumbersome process of resolving interstate disputes has hindered the efficient functioning of federalism in India. GRA 11 Ville Austin. The over-reliance on the judicial 1Y to settle interstate disputes has contributed to the politicization 11 of such issues in W1 Dim 1I11 ed. The spirit of cooperative federalism, MP. C11GH, the lack of a permanent mechanism to resolve interstate disputes has resulted in ad hoc solutions that do not address the root causes of the problem, AK. Gopala 11. D's political nature of interstate disputes and the inability of the center to act as an impartial mediator have often led to a breakdown in federalism in India. S.P. Sadhe. Interstate disputes have exposed the limitations of federalism in India and highlighted the need for a more robust framework for cooperative decision-making between the center and the states. UPE 11 DRA Baxi. Unit 8. Planning and Economic Development. Previous year's questions. What explains India's modest improvements in social development outcomes even as the rate of growth has accelerated since the limitation of economic reforms? 2021. Liberalization of Indian economy has not been accompanied with adequate response. Comment? 2020, what has been the political fallout of the Green Revolution in India? Explain. 2019, comment on. In the post-liberalization era, Indian politics is moving from ascriptive politics to developmental politics. 2017, what do you understand by Green Revolution? Do you think that a second Green Revolution is needed to adequately address the agrarian challenges in contemporary India? Examine. 2017, critically examine the politics of economic growth in India. 2016, land reforms have failed in the eradication of rural poverty. Comment. 2016, in the light of neo-economic policies adopted since 1991, examine the relevance of the 10U socialist in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. 2015, compare the Nehruvian and Gandhian models of development. 2015, comment on Gandhian active of development and its content or relevance. 2013, planning and economic development is the major area of study under the political economy approach. The idea of planning has gained popularity in 1934 with setting up of National Planning Committee by Subhas H. Chandra Bose with Jawaharlal Nehru as chairman of the committee. In 1944, a group of industrialists led by G.D. Birla prepared what is known as the Bombay Plan, which strongly endorsed state economic involvement in planning. Post-independence India had serious developmental deficit with falling per capita income and a deteriorating productive structure. India at the time has not only stagnated, but decayed with poverty at 80%, growth at 2.6%, and the nascent industry. After independence, Indian state has adopted the role of developmental state under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Standard introduction. Planning and economic development have been initial pillars of India's growth story, guiding the country towards achieving its developmental goals and improving the standard of living of its people. Memnoha are seeing in a country as large and diverse as India, planning and economic development fund played a critical role in ensuring that the benefits of growth are distributed equitably across regions and communities. Amartya say 11. Planning and economic development have not only helped India significant economic growth, but have also facilitated the growth of social infrastructure, such as education and healthcare. That has helped improve the quality of life of the people. P. Kridambaram, the planning process in India has been instrumental in channeling resources towards prioritized sectors, such as agriculture, industry, and I-11 Frast and 1CT11 RE. That have been key DN/ERS of economic growth and development. Lalautek Singh Aluwalia. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 497. The planning and economic development process in India has provided a framework for a planned and integrated approach to development, ensuring that economic growth is sustainable and inclusive, and benefits all sections of society. C. Rangarajan. Gandhian approach to development. Mahatma Gandhi did not produce a coherent and systematic work on economic development of a community. However, we can infer an idea from his speeches and books such as Hind Swaraj. Rejection of /Western model. As per Gandhi, if the development model pursued by the European countries is adopted by the others, at least 9 more Earths are needed. He thus rejected suitability of Western model to the developing countries. Self-development. Gandhian perspective prioritizes self-development over material prosperity and development of villages, rural industries, and working at the grassroots over modern machinery, technology, and mills. On industries, Gandhiji advocated for production by masses rather than mass production. Gandhi visualized electricity, shipbuilding, ironworks, machine-making existing side by side with village handicrafts. He stated that industrialization should not result into concentration of wealth and wealth generation should be in decentralized manner. On agriculture, he suggested various strategies to attain food security, which include land reforms, abolition of money lending, and formation of corporations. Nonviolence. His approach towards the interdependence is evident in his theory of nonviolence, where he suggested nonviolence even towards environment. For Gandhi, still there is enough for need, not enough for greed. For Gandhi, still there is enough for need, not enough for greed. World still have resources for everyone. Swadeshi. Gandhian perspective on development hinges on the concept of Swadeshi, or home economy. In operational terms, Swadeshi called for self-governance, self-reliance, and self-employment of people, particularly those in 7 ages. Rural development. He opined that if villages perish, India shall perish too. Thus, to make villages self-sufficient entities, he has given 3 pillars of development based on economic growth, redistributive justice, and moral regeneration. San, Odaya, and Antyodaya. The Gandhian approach to development in the real sense was directed at the poorest of the poor, for whom acquiring 2 square meals a day was one certain. In one village, he said, empty your pockets for the poor. Money spent on all that exceeded the bare requirements for survival was treated as wasteful. Social development. Gandhi development strategy keeps into center the social development. Gandhi never looked human life in compartmentalized form. He said that development should be holistic, which is economical, intellectual, emotional, and non-exploitative. Focus on indigenous technology. Gandhi did not approve the use of machines that replaces men or makes them subservient to machines. He advocates judicious use of machines and simple, indigenous technology of non-exploitative nature in tune with nonviolence. He propagated the use of the spinning wheel and khadi for self-reliance. Ethical economics. He suggested the concept of trusteeship capital is social creation. Trusteeship reflects cooperation between labor and capitals. It will result into reduction and concentration of wealth. Paper 1. PSIR optional subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page for 98. The three pillars of Gandhian approach were economic growth, redistributive justice, moral regeneration. There is a misunderstanding that he was against machines and industrialization. He was not against machines, he was only against imitating the Western model in Indian situation. His concern were, machines should not be pitted against humans. Mechanization results into accumulation of wealth and increases exploitation. Thus Gandhian approach was to make Indian villages self-sufficient. He was for revival of village republic as he believed that India lives in villages. Without revival of villages, goal of Swaraj would be incomplete. Views of scholars. J.C. Kamarappa calls Gandhian economy as embodying the principles of cooperativism, nonviolence, protectionism, and socio-economic harmony. S.N. Agarwal, Gandhian model of growth, Gandhian plan comprises of reform of agriculture, revival of cottage industries. He argues that Gandhi was not against industrialization, but he was only against initiating the Western model in Indian situation. Usha Thakur, the essence of Gandhian philosophy is that human values and not the market that should govern us. He believed in serving Daridra Narayan, i.e., serving poorest of the poor, which is reflected in his ideal of Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. For Gandhi, the development of individual and society are intertwined. Shriman Narayan, he has proposed Gandhian plan with the focus on regeneration of agriculture, land reforms, cottage industries to provide additional incomes to rural households. Promotion of K.Hadi at the same scale like production of wheat and rice. F. Schumacher, in his book, Small is Beautiful, he has suggested the concept of sustainable development based on Gandhian principles. Irfan Habib, in his work, Gandhi's Finest Hour, he calls him a great modernizer for his radical ideas. Conclusion: positive. Gandhian perspective on development is holistic in the sense that it encompasses social, economic, and spiritual growth in synchrony. The major theme that were undercurrents in the context of development is local self-governance and self-reliance for social and economic development. Negative. Gandhian approach was not adopted, and we can see the consequences of its neglect. The economic model which we have adopted to catch up with Western countries is unsustainable and full of conflicts. The developmental model BAS resulted into imbalanced growth and widening of gap between Indian and Bharat. Schumacher in his book Small is Beautiful BAS suggested the concept of sustainable development based on Gandhian principles. And it indirectly comes from Buddhist model. Post-independence, Gandhian approach was not adopted and considered as utopian. However, Paper 1. PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Sunyam's 50 page I. 99. Gandhi's ideas still hold relevance in the development of our county where Indian constitution provides for Panchayat Raj system, formation of cooperatives and welfare schemes for the poor in economic framework. Nehruvian model of development. Nehru was modernist who was influenced by the Soviet model and believed in state-led development. He envisaged a socialistic pattern of Indian society balancing economic growth with social development. Nehru was influenced by Fabian socialism and described his philosophy as progressive socialism. 1. Mixed economy. In such a system both the public sector and private sector were to coexist. It was marked with the deliberate development of the public sector in defense, heavy and basic industries, the development of economic and social infrastructure, and in controlling the commanding heights of the economy, viz., banking and insurance. 2. Centralized planning. Nehru was influenced by the success of USSR and believed in state-led planning, despite the fact that centralized planning goes against the spirit of federalism. 3. Import substitution and export promotion. Nehru promoted export promotion and import substitution model which will make India free of foreign imports will give freedom and autonomy to India even for foreign policy. 4. Nehru Mahalanobis strategy of development. Investment in heavy industry. The model focused on investment in heavy industry to reduce dependency on foreign imports and to provide agricultural growth. The objective was to make the economy self-reliant in terms of the capital goods sector. The main arguments which provided justification for heavy industry strategy were: the British rule deliberately denied the development of heavy industry and kept India, primarily an agrarian economy, as an appendage of the British colonial system. Indian industrial structure had a narrow base, mainly dependent on consumer goods industries. It was necessary to enlarge this base by the development of heavy industries and infrastructure. Productivity of labor being higher in manufacturing than in agriculture, an industrialist economy promised to bring about a rapid increase in national and per capita income. Rapid industrialization was essential, not only for the development of agriculture, but also for development of all other sectors of the economy. 5. Role of public and private sector. Since the private sector was not likely to undertake investments in heavy industry sector due to low profitability, the government decided to give this responsibility to the public sector. The government conceived of the public sector as the engine of growth. 6. Role of foreign aid. It admitted the use of foreign aid to facilitate the growth of capital goods and infrastructure sectors, but it emphasized the fact that major burden of development shall have to be borne by domestic savings. 7. On small-scale industries. Nehru also gave importance to small-scale industries. Since heavy industries require heavy investment and return is slow, so small-scale industries will be promoted. 8. Role of agriculture. Nehru, recognizing the important role of agriculture mentioned, we shall find that this industrial progress cannot be achieved without agricultural advance and progress. Everyone knows that unless we are self-sufficient in agriculture, we cannot have the wherewithal. Paper J, PSIR optional subscribe from, Telegram channel, Shunya IAS page 500. To advance in industries. If we have to import food, then we are doomed so far as progress is concerned. We cannot import both food and machinery. Arguing for the acceptance of the strategy, the second five-year plan stated. In the long run, the rate of industrialization and the growth of the national economy would depend upon the increasing production of coal, electricity, iron and steel, heavy machinery, heavy chemicals and heavy industries generally, which would increase the capacity for capital formation. One important aim was to make India independent as quickly as possible of growth of producer goods so that the accumulation of capital would not be hampered by difficulties in securing supplies of essential producer goods from other countries. The heavy industry must therefore be expanded with all possible speed. Evaluation of Nehru Mahalanobis Model of Development 1. Achievements. Increase in GDP. The successive five-year plans led to increase in country GDP from a 0.72% in 194-7 to over 4% annually in the following years. Rise in investments. A significant rise in saving and investment rates was witnessed in the country. During the period from 1951 to 1965, India's industrial sector grew at 7% a year. Expansion of capital goods sector. There has been a vast expansion of the capital goods sector via the heavy industry strategy. Sixth draft plan accepted this achievement in the following words. It is a cause of legitimate national pride that over this period a stagnant and dependent economy has been modernized and made more self-reliant. Economic infrastructure. There was a vast expansion in economic infrastructure in the form of irrigation, energy, transport, and communications, etc. Decreased imports. India went from a situation where 90% of its industrial goods were imported to having that in 1960 and having only 9% of its goods come from abroad in 1974. Development of social infrastructure. There was an expansion of the social infrastructure in the form of health and educational facilities, schools, colleges, universities, primary health centers, dispensaries, and hospitals. 2. Failures. Stagnation in agriculture. With relatively small allocation for agriculture, the progress could not be considered adequate. Development of agriculture required greater investment in irrigation, electricity, fertilizers, implements, pesticides, etc. Poverty and unemployment, while Nehru's focus on building industries transformed India. The development of agriculture required greater investment in irrigation, electricity, fertilizers, implements, pesticides, etc. Poverty and unemployment, while Nehru's focus on building industries transformed India. The era was also marked by increase in poverty rates in the country. Scarcity of essential goods. The strategy neglected consumer items, creating scarcity of essential goods. Public sector was to provide employment and essential requirements. It resulted into scarcity of goods and production of substandard goods. Neglect of small industries. Heavy industry strategy was heavily dependent on impounds for capital-intensive goods. It, therefore, developed a capital-intensive pattern of development and resulted in relative neglect of small-scale industries. Less efficiency. The public sector expansion led to the emergence of high-cost economy with page 501. Much less emphasis on efficiency. Black economy. It resulted in black economy and growth of Inspector Raj because of the Pinnock quota system. Balance of payment crisis. Successors of Nehru went further with populist measures like bank nationalization and slogans like Garibi Hatayo. Ultimately, this led to BP crises. Views of scholars. Jean Dries. Nehru's model was based on inclusive economic development and 4% growth till 1964 was a breakthrough. Pulapur Balakrishnan. Proof of pudding lies in eating. Reason why model failed in long 10 were less focus on primary education and destruction of private sector post-Nehru's death. Vakil and Brahmananda. The Mahalanobis model neglected wage goods, being those consumed by workers who were the majority of the country. B.V. Krishnamurti. He castigated second five-year plan for a bias toward River Valley projects, reflected in the paltry sums allocated to education. Pranab Bardhan. The state-led growth model has resulted in rise of influence of proprietary class in the country. Francine Frankel and Pradeep Chibber. It has led to increase in influence of dominant classes and business groups. Anand Vanani. In The God Who Failed, he stated that Nehru's economic model led to suppression of private entrepreneurship, creation of public sector monopoly, neglect of labor-intensive and light industries, and an oppressive bureaucracy. Role of Plan Nino. Central objective of planning in India. That is to initiate a process of development which will raise living standards and open out to people new opportunities for a richer and more varied life. First five-year plan planning determines the priorities and go for the best possible use of resources. The objective of planning was higher growth, and balanced development planning has resulted into state AC 11 even the commanding heights in the economy. India followed the strategy of planning for her industrialization during the first 4 decades since the first five-year plan in 1951. Gunnar Myrdal. A main element of every national development plan is a decision to increase the total amount of investment aimed at raising the productive powers of the country and to procure the capital formation necessary for this purpose. Origin of planning. The idea of planning in India dates back to the 1930s, Megh-11 Desai's and Utsa Patnaik's paper on role of state in developmental planning, and was influenced by the Soviet Union's socialist agendas. The imperial seizure of economic wealth made conditions worse for India, and planning was thought to be an instrument for bringing socialism to the country. The Planning Commission, through its 5-year plans, tried to create structural changes in the Indian economy, particularly focusing on industrial transformation in order to reverse the drain of wealth data by Nehruji, as well as deindustrialization and deurbanization of India. Objectives of planning. Growth. The first and the foremost objective of Indian plans is the growth of the economy. In a country with very low per capita income, stepping up with the production is the foremost thing to do. Standard of living. An improvement in the standard of living of the people through a sizable increase in national income within a short period of time. Employment opportunities. A large expansion of employment opportunities for the removal of unemployment and for creating jobs and incomes. Reduction of inequalities. A reduction in all types of social, economic, and regional inequalities. Efficient utilization of resources. An efficient utilization of the country's resources for faster growth. Self-reliance. Attainment of self-reliance by reducing dependence on foreign capital and foreign aid. Social justice. Removal of mass poverty within a definite time limit through land reform. Employment creation and provision of educational and medical facilities. Achievements of planning in India. Growth of national and per capita income during 1950 to 54 to 1980 to 81. National income grew at an average rate of 3.4% per annum, and per capita income grew at 1.2% per annum. Rise in savings. Saving as a proportion of GDP risen from the 10.4% in 1950 to 51 to 25.6% in 1995 to 96. Rise in per capita cereal consumption. The per capita cereal coils 1 emulsion, which was just 3 grams per day in 1951, increased to 471 grams in 1991, a rise by 41%. Development of basic and capital good industries. With the Mahalanobis Plan and PSIR plans, there have been massive development with respect to the heavy industries like iron steel industries. Diversification of industrial structure. New industries such as steel, cement, machine to petroleum refining, fertilizers, locomotives, tractors, commercial vehicles, diesel engines, cells, drugs and chemicals have sprung up. Diversification of exports and import substitution. A result of industrialization, I&D dependence on foreign countries for the import of capital goods BAS declined. Similarly, a number of consumer goods imported earlier are being produced within the country. Progress in social indicators. Life expectancy increased from 33 years in 1951 to 61 years in 1995. Development of economic infrastructure. In 1950 to 51, road length in India was 400,000 kilometers, and this increased to 1,770,000 kilometers by 1984-85. A more than fourfold increase. Similarly, there has been a rapid increase in irrigation. In 1950 to 51, the total irrigated area was only 22.6 million hectares, and by 1991 to 92, this increased to 72.8 million hectares. Failures of planning in India. Decline in agriculture. The progress of land reform and development of the agriculture sector has not been at par with the expectations of the planning period. High proportion of population in poverty. Even after 40 years of planning, nearly 313 million. Much less emphasis on efficiency. Black economy. It resulted in black economy and growth of Inspector Raj because of the Pinnock quota system. Balance of payment crisis. Successors of Nehru went further with populist measures like bank nationalization and slogans like Garibi Hatao. Ultimately, this led to BP crises. Views of scholars. Jean Dries. Nehru's model was based on inclusive economic development, and 4% growth till 1964 was a breakthrough. Pulapur Balakrishnan. Proof of pudding lies in eating. Reason why model failed in long term were less focus on primary education and destruction of private sector post-Nehru's death. Vakil and Brahmananda. The Mahalanobis model neglected wage goods, being those consumed by workers who were the majority of the country. V.V. Krishnamurti. He castigated second 5-year plan for a bias toward River Valley projects, reflected in the paltry sums allocated to education. Pranab Bardhan. The state-led growth model has resulted in rise of influence of proprietary class in the country. Francine Frankel and Pradeep Chibber. It has led to increase in influence of dominant classes and business groups. Anand Vermani. In The God Who Failed, he stated that Nehru's economic model led to suppression of private entrepreneurship, creation of public sector monopoly, neglect of labor-intensive and light industries, and an oppressive bureaucracy. Role of Plan Nino. Central objective of planning in India. That is to initiate a process of development which will raise living standards and open out to people new opportunities for a richer and more varied life. First 5-year P/011. Planning determines the priorities and go for the best possible use of resources. The objective of planning, WS higher growth and balanced development. Planning has resulted in the state achieving the commanding heights in the economy. India followed the strategy of planning for her industrialization during the first 4 decades since the first 5-year plan in 1951. Gunnar Myrdal. A main element of every national development plan is a decision to increase the total amount of investment aimed at raising the productive powers of the country and to procure the capital formation necessary for this purpose. Origin of planning. The idea of planning in India dates back to the 1930s, Meg 11 Desai's and Utsa Putnaik's paper on role of state in developmental planning, and was influenced by the Soviet Union's socialist agendas. The imperial seizure of economic wealth made conditions worse for India, and planning was thought to be an instrument for bringing socialism to the country. The Planning Commission, through its 5-year plans, tried to create structural changes in the Indian economy, particularly focusing on industrial transformation in order to reverse the drain of wealth data by Nehruji, as well as deindustrialization and deurbanization of India. J. Objectives of planning. Growth. The first and the foremost objective of Indian plans is the growth of the economy. In a country with very low per capita income, stepping up with the production is the foremost thing to do. Standard of living. An improvement in the standard of living of the people through a sizable increase in national income within a short period of time. Employment opportunities. A large expansion of employment opportunities for the removal of unemployment and for creating jobs and incomes. Reduction of inequalities. A reduction in all types of social, economic, and regional inequalities. Efficient utilization of resources. An efficient utilization of the country's resources for faster growth. Self-reliance. Attainment of self-reliance by reducing dependence on foreign capital and foreign aid. Social justice. Removal of mass poverty within a definite time limit through land reform, employment creation, and provision of educational and medical facilities. Achievements of planning in India. Growth of national and per capita income. During 1950 to 54 to 1980 to 81. National income grew at an average rate of 3.4% per annum, and per capita income grew at 12% per annum. Rise in savings. Saving as a proportion of GDP risen from the 10.4% in 1950 to 51 to 25.6% in 1995 to 96. Rise in per capita cereal consumption. The per capita cereal consumption, which was just 334 grams per day in 1951, increased to 471 grams in 1991, a rise by 41%. Development of basic and capital good industries. With the Mahalanobis plan and other 5-year plans, there has been massive development with respect to the heavy industries like iron and steel industries. Diversification of industrial structure. New industries such as steel, cement, machine tools, petroleum refining, fertilizers, locomotives, tractors, commercial vehicles, diesel engines, dry cells, drugs and chemicals have sprung up. Diversification of exports and import substitution. A result of industrialization, India's dependence on foreign countries for the import of capital goods has declined. Similarly, a large number of consumer goods imported earlier are being produced within the country. Progress in social indicators. Life expectancy increased from 33 years in 1951 to 61 years in 1995. Development of economic infrastructure. In 1950 to 51, road length in India was 400,000 km, and this increased to 1,770,000 kilometers. By 1984-85, a more than fourfold increase. Similarly, there has been a rapid increase in irrigation. In 1950 to 51, the total irrigated area was only 22.6 million hectares, and by 1991 to 92, this increased to 72.8 million hectares. Failures of planning in India. Decline in agriculture. The progress of land reform and development of the agriculture sector has not been at par with the expectations of the planning period. High proportion of population in poverty. Even after 40 years of planning, nearly 313 million persons were living below the poverty line in 1987 to 88, which was about 39% of the total population. Unemployment and underdevelopment. The planning process failed to check unemployment in India. When in 1990, about 16 million persons were unemployed in the sense of open unemployment. In addition to it, about 12 million persons were severely underemployed in the beginning of 1990. License permit Raj. Bureaucracy was made the main pillar of the planning, which resulted into the red tapeism and license PIM at Raj. Failure to attract foreign capital. A large number of restrictions placed on the entry of foreign capital also prevented the free flow of foreign capital. As a result, the share of foreign capital remained very low in our economy, which resulted in lack of technical upgradation in various lines of production. Imbalanced growth. It has created large-scale regional imbalance. Over the years, inequalities among the various states and regions widened rather than being reduced. Issues with PSUs. PSUs ST, ARTE developing various structural problems such as overmining, low capacity utilization, excessive expenditure, fiscal deficit, and negative rate of return. Rise of middle class. Planning has led to rise of middle class in the country and led to managerial revolution. Overdeveloped state. Due to fault lines in planning, even in 21st century, India continues to be overdeveloped state. Social and economic inequalities. Jagdish Bhagwati Montek Singamarthasan. Trickle-down Aluwalia, Tiger Sprint has not been as how inequality diminished first-time economic reforms. It should have been life expectancy, double retrospective view, agri-stagnation 1 MR, declined social indicators. Manufacturing sector bypassed global literacy, 60 to 80% bad performance services sector. Workforce has no globalization itself not solution, large unhealthy, skills, many steps needed uneducated and social indicators down if properly governed. Unskilled population, increased poverty and BIMR globalization is most powerful, jobless GRWDH, hunger amidst plenty social with TAD, middle income feminization of POV. Views of scholars. Sukhamoy Chakraborty, Planning in India looks only good on paper, and they are rarely good in implementation. Professor D. Bhattacharya, the success of plan is to be judged mainly by the advance it registers in respect of capital formation as compared with the period before the plan was launched. Rudolph and Rudolph, in their work, In Pursuit of Lakshmi, the political economy of the Indian state, highlighted the socio-economic challenges in India in the form of deinstitutionalized reforms, thereby calling for a demand for polity and command politics. Arvind Panagria, the planning process in India has been criticized for being too centralized and bureaucratic, leading to delays and inefficiencies in implementation. Bunal Jalan, public sector undertakings, PSUs, were like old family silver where the family had to spend to keep it shining. Pranab Bardhan, the planning process has failed to address the issue of income inequality, leading to a growing gap between the rich and the poor. The creation of Niti Aayog, initiating decentralized planning through empowerment of local bodies, setting out targets in the form of agenda report, shows that India's economic planning has shifted its path to promote ease of doing business, thereby allowing private businesses to lead economic growth /VTH that would help and trickle down the benefits to the poor people. Role of public sector. The public sector is referred to as the state sector. It is a part of the state that deals with either the production, delivery, and allocation of goods and services by and for the government or for its citizens. The composition of the public sector includes services such as the police, military, public roads, public transit, primary education, and healthcare, etc. Standard introduction. The public sector has served as the backbone of the Indian economy for several decades. It has played a crucial role in building the country's infrastructure, establishing key industries, and ensuring social equity. However, there is a need for reforms to improve the efficiency and accountability of the public sector. Arun Jaitley, former Finance Minister of India. The public sector has been instrumental in promoting self-reliance and reducing dependency on foreign aid. It has helped in building a strong industrial base and enhancing India's global competitiveness. However, the public sector needs to adapt to the changing economic environment and embrace innovation and technology. Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Governor of Reserve Bank of India. The public sector has played a significant role in creating a social welfare state in India. JC has provided essential services such as healthcare, education, and housing to the masses, especially in rural and remote areas. However, there is a need for better coordination between the public and private sectors to address the country's development challenges. Sultri Pranab J. Mukherjee, former president of L11 India. The public sector has been a key driver of India's economic growth and development, particularly in sectors where private investment is limited. It has also been instrumental in promoting regional development and reducing regional disparities. However, there is a need for greater transparency and ACO 1111 ability in the FIMSHIO 11 ING of the public sector to ensure its continued relevance and effectiveness. Dr. Monteksog / Aluwalia, former deputy chairman of the Plan 11 I11G Commission of India. Background: pre-independence there were only few public sector enterprises in 2DIA, which included the railways, the posts, and the port trusts, etc. The independent India adopted planned economic development policies in a democratic, federal polity. India at that time was predominantly an agrarian economy with a weak industrial base, low level of savings, inadequate investments in infrastructure facilities. It is in this context that our visionary leaders drew up a roadmap for the development of public sector as an instrument for self-reliant economic growth. India adopted a mixed economy model, and the public sector enterprises, PSEs, were established on a socialistic pattern of development. Different perspectives. Socialists. The socialists favor a large state sector consisting of state projects and enterprises, at least in the commanding heights or fundamental sectors of the economy. Social Democrats. Social Democrats tend to favor a medium-sized public sector that is limited to the provision of universal programs and public services. Economic Libertarians and Monarchists. TI1EY favor a small public sector with the state being relegated to protecting property rights, creating and enforcing laws, and settling disputes, a night watchman state. Factors affecting public sector enterprises. Internal factors: experience, large size, and low debts will boost performance of the central public sector enterprises, CPCs. External factors: disinvestment has a positive impact on the performance of PSEs. India has adopted disinvestment as part of broader reforms in 1991 to improve performance of public sector enterprises, PSEs. Political factors: ideology of the state and ideological differences between central and state governments. Contribution of public sector to development. Strong industrial base. The share of industrial sector steadily increased during the planning decades. The government strengthened the industrial base considerably by placing due emphasis on setting up of industries like iron and steel, heavy engineering, coal, heavy electrical machinery, petroleum, chemicals, drugs, fertilizers, etc. Capital formation. During 2 decades of our planning, about 54% of total investment of India was done by the public sector. The nationalized BARC, SBI, IBI, Industrial Finance Corporation, LIC, etc. have played an important role in collecting savings and mobilization of resources. Development of infrastructure. The public authority adopts the strategy to make sufficient expansion of irrigation facilities and power and energy Development of infrastructure. The public authority adopts the strategy to make sufficient expansion of irrigation facilities and power and energy, without which agricultural development is not possible. Balanced regional development. The public sector in India has helped in reducing the regional disparities by focusing on less developed states such as Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and building CPCs on regional development models like Bhilai Steel Plant, SAIL, and Chhattisgarh. Social justice. Public enterprises have contributed towards the achievement of constitutional objectives. They have been helpful in reducing the concentration of economic power in private hands, in curbing antisocial monopolies, and in bringing about a socialistic pattern of society. Government measures to reform public sector. Reduction in industries reserved for public sector. In the first five-year plan, the government had reserved 17 industries for the public sector. But by the year 1991, this number went down to 8 industries. Currently, it is restricted to railways and atomic energy. Disinvestment. It allows for the new influx of capital and better efficiency in financial discipline in private hands. It also ensures that the government BAS additional funds to invest in social programs such as public health and sanitation. Closure of sick units. All public sector units were to be reviewed by the Board of Industrial and Financial Reconstruction. WHCH reviews the condition of the units and decide whether they were capable of rehabilitation or were to be shut down permanently. Disinvestment. Disinvestment is a capital-oriented approach involving the sale of CPCs or their shares to generate income and fund fiscal deficit. It is the transfer of ownership of state-owned enterprises from the government to the private sector. India had adopted disinvestment in 1991 as part of major reforms. The government, WHLCH, mopped up a sum of Z2,500 crores in 1991 to 92 through disinvestment of equity holdings in PSIR, made it clear that it would pursue the process of gradual disinvestment of government stake from public sector enterprises. From 1990 till 2018, most of the disinvestment targets have not been met due to the reasons of soft state of India, where it is difficult to take politically engaging decisions, and also the politics of redistribution focusing more on patron-client relations. JP, where focus of the developmental state of government is more on giving incentives like subsidies. Devesh Kapoor's study, rather than effective overall socialist development. On one hand, disinvestment is perceived to gain benefits like infusing efficiency and competitiveness in industries and inducing better performance of public firms. On the other hand, it is linked to higher unemployment, which in turn may have detrimental effect on the chance of re-election. The ideological difference between the center and state have negative ramifications for firm performance. The effect of disinvestment is stronger in right-wing state because of better policies and environment to support disinvestment to affect firm performance. The Union Budget 2021-22 has laid out an ambitious agenda for privatization of public sector undertakings, PSUs, while restricting the government to only strategic sectors. PM Narendra Modi, when public sector enterprises were started in the Pune, the time was different and the needs of the country were also different. The policy that was right for 50 to 60 years ago, there is. Paper PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes Point 50 page 507. Always room for improvement. Today when we are doing these reforms, our biggest goal is to use public money properly. Steps to strengthen public sector. Social security mechanism. Public enterprises which are economically sick be reef 1 TED to the Board for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, BRFAR, for revival schemes. A social security mechanism will be created to protect the interests of workers likely to be affected by such rehabilitation packages. Imbibe professionalism. Boards of public sector companies should be made more professional and given greater powers. Encourage public participation. In order to raise resources and encourage wider public participation, a part of the government's shareholding in the public sector would be offered to mutual funds, financial institutions, general public, and workers. MU system. There will be a greater thrust on performance improvement through the Memoranda of Understanding, MOU, systems through which managements would be granted greater autonomy and will be held accountable. Technical expertise on the part of the government would be upgraded to make the MU negotiations and implementation more effective. Views of scholars. Views of Professor Tendulkar. The public sector is essential for the following reasons. TI1E concentration of economic power that would result from the uncontrolled operation of the market forces can be reduced through the extension in the public ownership of means of production. The scale of investment efforts in certain heavy industries may be beyond the capital-raising capacity of the private sector, e.g., steel mills, heavy electrical machinery. The public sector, through the appropriate price policy for its output, will generate investable SW pluses for further investment in the economy. The public sector would assume the role of a model employer, and its employment and wage policies would have a moderating influence on the corresponding policies in the private sector. 2. Views of Venkataratnam and Varma. The political differences among the parties in power caused problems for the CPCs. The ideological difference between the center and state will have substantial ramifications for the performance of these enterprises. The enterprises located in states which are run by parties ideologically similar to parties running the central government have better performance. The emergence of coalition government at the center, regional parties at the state level, and as partners in coalition and governments led by opposition parties in the states put severe strain on implementing policies. 3. Views of Christopher Jaffarlot. Financing the stimulus privatization is in Voway Street. Excessive political interference with the private sector makes owning an ex-government entity even riskier and leads to financially and politically stronger oligopolies to buy the big PSUs, thereby increasing their influence and fostering crony Paper I, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya 50. Capitalism. 4. Views of Bimal Jalan. The public sector undertakings, PSUs, were like old family silver where the family had to spin to keep it shining. 5. Views of Subramaniam Swamy. When the GDP has been decreasing with every quarter, raising money through disinvestment is bad in policy. 6. Views of C. Rangarajan, former RBI governor. He summarized the purpose of disinvestment at the Conference on Disinvestment in 1997. Eventually, public sector enterprises are now spread over from coal, steel and oil at one end to hotel and bread making at another. The time has come to critically assess the sectors in which public enterprises must function. He added that disinvestments need not and should not be regarded as a case of selling family silver. Standard introduction. Disinvestment may be necessary for economic reform, but the manner in which it is done and the purpose for which it is undertaken are crucial to its success. Kirit Parikh, economist. Disinvestment is an important tool for reform, but it must be backed by policies that improve efficiency and productivity of the public sector enterprises. Pronabson, Fauner Chief. Statistician of India. Disinvestment has to be accompanied by measures to enhance transparency, accountability and governance in public sector enterprises. C. Rangarajan, economist and former governor of the Reserve Bank of India. Disinvestment should be guided by a clear strategy and objective, and should not be seen as one-time revenue-raising exercise. Ratan Tata, industrialist and philanthropist. Disinvestment should not be seen as a substitute for much-needed reforms in the public sector, including improvements in management, technology, and innovation. In R. Narayanamurthy, co-founder of Infosys. The public sector formed the backbone of industrial development in independent India. However, Vitley 1991 reforms. The socialist policies of developmental state sidelined with the neoliberal outlook where state will vouch for growth-led development and trickle-down effect economy will play a larger role in redistribution of resources in the society. Green Revolution. Intensive Agriculture Development Program, IDP, also known as the Green Revolution, began in the 1960s as a production-driven strategy based on capitalism's concept. The main aim of Green Revolution is to address the problem of food scarcity and to make country. It was led by Norman Borlaug, M.S. Swaminathan, and Indian Council for Agriculture Research, ICR. Green Revolution is guided by capitalist ideology. It is a technocratic approach to address food shortages and a capital-intensive approach to increase production. Its main components are high-yielding varieties of seeds, consolidation of land holdings, farm mechanization, use of chemical fertilizers, rural electrification, agricultural universities for R&D, land reforms, and command area development. Always room for improvement. Today, when we are doing these reforms, our biggest goal is to use public money properly. Steps to strengthen public sector. Social security mechanism. Public enterprises which are chronically sick be referred to the Board for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, BFR, for revival schemes. A social security mechanism will be created to protect the interests of workers likely to be affected by such rehabilitation packages. Imbibe professionalism. Boards of public sector companies should be made more professional and given greater powers. Encourage public participation. In order to raise resources and encourage wider public participation, a part of the government's shareholding in the public sector would be offered to mutual funds, financial institutions, general public, and workers. MU system. There will be a greater thrust on performance improvement through the Memoranda of Understanding MOU, systems through which managements would be granted greater autonomy and will be held accountable. Technical expertise on the part of the government would be upgraded to make the MU negotiations and implementation more effective. Views of Scholars 1. Views of Professor Tendulkar. The public sector is essential for the following reasons. The concentration of economic power that would result from the uncontrolled operation of the market forces can be reduced through the extension in the public ownership of means of production. The scale of investment efforts in certain heavy industries may be beyond the capital-raising capacity of the private sector, e.g., steel mills, heavy electrical machinery. The public sector, THR, the appropriate price policy for its output will generate investable surpluses for further investment in the economy. The public sector would assume the role of a model employer, and its employment and wage policies would have a moderating influence on the corresponding policies in the private sector. 2. Views of Venkataratnam and Varma. The political differences among the parties in power caused problems for the CPSEs. Tuesday, ideological difference between the center and state will have substantial ramifications for the performance of these enterprises. The enterprises located in states which are run by parties ideologically similar to parties running the central government have better performance. The emergence of coalition government at the center, regional parties at the state level, and as partners in coalition and governments led by opposition parties in the states put severe strain on implementing policies. 3. Views of Chris Rafiq Jafralot, financing the stimulus. Privatization is a two-way street. Excessive political interference with the private sector makes owning an ex-government entity even riskier and leads to financially and politically stronger oligopolies to buy the big PSUs, thereby focusing their influence and fostering crony. Paper 1, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya 50. Capitalism. 4. Views of Bimal Jalan. The public sector undertakings, PSUs, were like old family silver where the family had to spend to keep it shining. 5. Views of Subramaniam Swamy. When the GDP has been decreasing with every quarter, raising money through disinvestment is bad in policy. 6. Views of C. Rangarajan, former RBI governor. He summarized the purpose of disinvestment at the Conference on Disinvestment in 1997. Eventually, public sector enterprises are now spread over from coal, steel, and oil at one end to hotel and bread making at another. The time has come to critically assess the sectors in which public enterprises must function. He added that disinvestments need not and should not be regarded as a case of selling family silver. Standard introduction. Disinvestment may be necessary for economic reform, but the manner in which it is done and the purpose for which it is undertaken are crucial to its success. Kirat Parikh, economist, disinvestment is an important tool for reform, but it must be backed by policies that improve efficiency and productivity of the public sector enterprises. Pranab Sun, former chief statistician of India. Disinvestment has to be accompanied by measures to enhance transparency, accountability, and governance in public sector enterprises. C. Rangarajan, economist and former governor of the Reserve Bank of India. Disinvestment should be guided by a clear strategy and objective, and should not be seen as one-time revenue-raising exercise. Ratan Tata, industrialist and philanthropist. Disinvestment should not be seen as a substitute for much-needed reforms in the public sector, including improvements in management, technology, and innovation. NRR. Narayana Murthy, co-founder of Infosys. The public sector formed the backbone of industrial development in independent India. However, with 1991 reforms, the socialist policies of developmental state, sidelined with the neoliberal outlook wary state, will vouch for growth-led development, and trickle-down effect economy will play a larger role in redistribution of resources in the society. Green Revolution. Intensive Agriculture Development Program, IDP, also known as the Green Revolution, began in the 1960s as a production-driven strategy based on capitalism's concept. The main aim of Green Revolution is to address the problem of food scarcity and to make country. It was led by Norman Borlaug, M.S. Swaminathan, and Indian Council for Agriculture Research, CAR. Green Revolution is guided by capitalist ideology. It is a technocratic approach to address food shortages and a capital-intensive approach to increase production. Its main components are high-yielding varieties of seeds, consolidation of land holdings, farm mechanization, use of chemical fertilizers, rural electrification, agricultural universities for R&D, land reforms, and command area development. Standard introduction. The Green Revolution was a critical turning point in India's agriculture sector. Tra 11's Formi 11G the Co 1111 T1J from a food deficit nation to a SE1 sufficient and food surplus nation. 11. MSSWA 111 INA 11. The Green Revolution was an important milestone in India's agricultural development, contributing significantly to increasing food production and alleviating poverty and hunger. Amartya SEU, the Green Revolution in India demonstrated the power of science and technology in driving economic growth and development, improving food security, and reducing poverty. 11. MO 11 Tech Singh Ahluwalia, the Green Revolution played a crucial role in transforming India's agriculture sector, but it also had some unintended consequences, such as environmental degradation and inequalities in 111 rural areas. VA 11-11A Shiva. The Green Revolution was a significant step forward in India's agricultural development, but it is time for a second Green Revolution that focuses on sustainable agriculture, equitable distribution of resources, and conservation of natural resources. Sunita Narai 11. Application of Green Revolution. Distribution of HYV crops. The HYV crops spread to districts either with pre-existing irrigation infrastructure or capacity for irrigation. These crops were distributed with the technical aid of international agencies such as the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation. Intensive Agriculture District Program, IDP. It was launched by the government as the first major experiment in intensive agriculture development in 1960. IDP targeted the 16 model districts viewed as most agriculturally advanced and equipped with irrigation infrastructure to take advantage of the new seeds. By 1967 to 68, nearly 6.04 million hectares were brought under the purview of the HYV program. Phases of Green Revolution. Michael Lipton. The Green Revolution period can be divided into 4 phases as follows. Phase 1, later 1960s, characterized by euphoria. Phase 2, early 1970s, characterized by growing fears of accentuating inequalities, pauperization. Phase 3, late 1970s, characterized by recognition of poor gaining absolutely, but losing relatively. Phase 4, 1980s, characterized by extreme optimism. /VHV Green Revolution. Traditional agriculture. The strategy of growth embedded in traditional agricultural practices were not equipped to meet the pressures on agricultural sector in fast-emerging economy. Shortages in food grains. During the middle of 1960s, 2 disastrous droughts brought down food grains production from 89 million tons in 1964 to 65 to 72 million tons in 1965 to 66 and 74.2 million tons in 1966 to 67. Food grains had to be imported to the extent of 10 million tons in 1966. the government looked into the options of increasing domestic production of food grains. Paper J, PSIR optional. I subscribe from my Telegram channel, so you know it's 50 page 510. Role of leadership. Lal Bahadur Shastri was ideologically committed to improving agricultural productivity through investment in new agricultural technologies. Hindu-Pakistani War, 1965. The war has heightened tensions with the United States, intensifying the desire among Indian political leaders to reduce dependence upon American food aid amid the Cold War. S.E. Johnson report. In India's food problem and steps to meet it, he examined the causes of food grain shortages and recommended that India should focus more on those areas where the potential of raising agricultural productivity was high. Positives of Green Revolution, self-sufficiency in food grains. The Green Revolution completely transformed Indian agriculture. In 1978 to 79, India produced 131 million tons of grain, and India became self-sufficient in food grains and had enough stock in the central pool that it was even able to export food grains at times. Increase in productivity. The Green Revolution has increased significantly the productivity in agriculture, which is measured in terms of yield per hectare. The productivity increase is associated with Green Revolution, changed India's image as begging bowl since 1940s to breadbasket. Employment generation. There was an appreciable increase in rural jobs and the demand for labor force due to multiple cropping and use of fertilizers. Industrial growth. It brought about large-scale farm mechanization, which created demand for different types of machines like tractors, harvesters, threshers, electric motors, pumping sets, etc. On politics. On politics, Green Revolution played a significant role in the rise of agrarian opposition parties and decline of single-party dominance. The HYV crops has strengthened incentives, subsidies, and capacity due to economic prosperity of politically excluded groups, i.e. agricultural producers, to seek greater political representation. The outburst of agrarian political mobilization led to the Congress Party's long-run decline. Views of G.S. Bala. He held that due to Green Revolution, agriculture wages increased exponentially and the total income increased 4 times. It also increased the bargaining power of the farmers. Views of Siddha Pai. She argues that Green Revolution reflects a shift in state policy from institutional land reforms to technological, biochemical and mechanization innovations, agrarian strategy. Negatives of Green Revolution 1. Capitalist farming. The Green Revolution has increased gap between rich and poor in the rural areas. Small tenants took loan and lost their lands and became landless. It has led to the rise of rich farmers' movements which got better deal for their produce and input subsidies. Example, Francine Frankel. In India's Green Revolution, she says that Green Revolution led to significant intrastate and interstate disparities. She says that bulk of farmers, certain areas, experienced a relative decline in their economic power. 2. Unemployment, except in Punjab, and to some extent in Haryana, firm mechanization under the Green Revolution created widespread unemployment among agricultural laborers in the rural areas. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Sunyanox 50 page 511. Surla Gruel, Cabinet Secretary, she opined that there has been no increase in real wages after Green Revolution and there was actual fall in living standards of people. J. Food IAF Latayan. Green Revolution resulted into the inflation of food items as it increased production, but not the purchasing power. 4. Regional inequalities. There was sharp differences in growth performance of the top and the bottom districts during this period. In its design, Green Revolution was not marked for achieving a balanced development of all regions centered around agricultural development in general. Example, according to VKRV Rao, it has reversed land reforms as small and marginal farmers had to mortgage their lands to procure costly inputs and have lost their lands in years of failed harvest. It has increased the gap between rich and poor. S. Rise of regional aspirations. It has increased the regionalist aspirations and led to rise of regional parties, coalition politics, increase in corruption and bargaining defections. 6. Decline in soil fertility. The repeated crop cycle in order to ensure increased crop production depleted the soil's nutrients. Example. Ecological Sunita Narayangr led to excessive use of fertilizers and over-extraction of groundwater that degrades soil and creates groundwater shortage in the long run. 7. Depletion of groundwater resources. The crops introduced during the Green Revolution were water-intensive crops which led to depletion of groundwater resources in the country. Scholar views on Green Revolution. Atul Kohli. Green Revolution benefited only the social elites who could deploy both biochem.ical as well as mechanical innovations. Rudolph and Rudolph. Green Revolution generated a class of prosperous, bullock capitalists, and it has strengthened the role of caste in politics. Some scholars have even found linkage between Green Revolution and secessionist trends in Punjab. Francine Frankel. In rural politics, economic gains and political costs, she argues that Green Revolution has reversed the achievements of land reform, as in India. Deepankar Gupta. Green Revolution led to rich farmers' movements in 1970s to demand higher prices for agri-produce and lower prices for agri-inputs. Vandana Shiva. Vandana Shiva has highlighted huge costs to environment, social justice, and women. In the Olence of Green Revolution, she says that this non-violent revolution has wreaked violence on lands and environment, further pushing people in poverty. VKRB Rao. The gains of Green Revolution came at significant social and political cost. The Green Revolution has increased inequality, rural indebtedness, and reversed the process of land reform with benefit accruing only to the large farmers. K.R. Narayanan, former president, if we will neglect the task of land reform when it will give rise to counter-revolution which already started in rural areas. Green Revolution should not end up giving rise to Red Revolution. Carl W. Deutsch, in Social Mobilization and Political Development. He observes that technological change can weaken entrenched political elites and strengthen political outsiders, representing a potentially powerful force for political turnover and democratization. Utsa Putnaik, Green Revolution has made rural class relations more exploitative. It has reversed. Paper I, PSIR optional subscribe from, Telegram channel, Shunya IAS 0 page 512. Whatever were the achievements of land reforms. Ikersen Revolution. Meaning, Evergreen Revolution involves a paradigm shift from a commodity-centric to a systems approach. It involves sustainable management of natural resources and progressive enhancement of soil quality, biodiversity, and productivity. Need. The short-term gains in the yield through Green Revolution BAS led to severe degradation of ecological foundations of agriculture. Gro Harlem Brundtland restated the importance of maintaining the ecological integrity for sustainable productivity. M.S. Swaminathan designed a goal to achieve productivity in perpetuity without causing ecological harm, and be called it as Evergreen Revolution. Y.L, RR1, and TNN, Vodler. Objective, while on the one hand. GL for feet 11 inches. Production A, JN-O they, how? R1, Olusi left DLL. Null PRT, SBCCL4 like RU, on. The Evergreen Revolution seeks to develop eco-friendly agricultural practices, and on the other hand, strives to ensure food security at the Lindsay, N11 and L1 IRT, IORG. Commonly C-NLRNLM, ARMCML. Individual level. The Evergreen. C. Of 11T.JNO or 11NO-JL1L ILD 11, or CN. Revolution is more holistic in 11S, R1 RU11 or ensuring food security at the individual level than the Green Revolution. Second Green Revolution. The Second Green Revolution aims at creating sustainable agriculture by usage of technological advancement and removing the drawbacks of one Green Revolution. Recently, PM Modi has reiterated the need for a second Green Revolution which is balanced and comprehensive, intended to double farmers' income by 2022. The objectives of Green Revolution 2.0 include improvement in crop and livestock productivity, increase in cropping intensity, diversification towards high-value crops, and remunerative prices for the farmers. Need for Green Revolution 2.0. Enhance competitiveness. The Green Revolution 2.0 is needed to make Indian agriculture globally competitive. Arvind Panagria stated that though 49% of population associated with agriculture, its contribution to GDP is only 15%. Sustainable livelihoods. It is needed to create sustainable livelihood for poor and eradication of poverty by generating gainful self-employment. Correct regional imbalances. Inclusion of states such as Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and eastern Uttar Pradesh. Address environment issues. Second Green Revolution is needed to address the negative environmental issues caused by First Green Revolution. Induction of new technologies. New technologies such as information technology, biotechnology, genetic engineering, environmentally friendly insecticides, PREC 1S1 on agriculture/farming, organic farming, and biodynamic farming need to be introduced. To create another revolution in Indian agriculture, the Second Green Revolution should take into account local geographical and meteorological conditions, soil fertility, and environment, as well as invent agricultural techniques and ensure massive crop diversity and multiple cropping. Land reforms in the Indian context means redistribution of land. It is based on the socialistic idea of redistributive justice based on directives given in Part N of the Indian Constitution. They are visualized as an instrument of social justice as they seek to do away with exploitative relationships characterized by sharp class division between rich landowning classes and impoverished peasants. The objectives of land reforms in India is to increase productivity in agriculture, ensure distributive justice, and establish an egalitarian society. 1LF Guladik argued that there are compelling economic reasons, political reasons behind land reforms. Without giving sense of ownership, we cannot bring sense of empowerment. Without empowerment, we cannot deal with exploitation or exploitative class relations in rural areas. Standard introduction. According to Daniel Thorner, India is the most interesting case study of land reforms given the huge number of poors, magnitude of hunger, and the largest body of land reform legislation. Approaches to land reforms. P.C. Joshi has pointed out that attempts to directly alter the pattern of the distribution of landholdings assume the form one of four types of approach in land reforms. Land reform from above, through statutory enactments made and implemented by the state legislatures on the lines broadly indicated by the central government. Land reform due to the pressures of militant peasant action from below, Telangana and Naxalbari movements, for instance, and to some extent, land grab movement by various left peasant organizations. Land reform from below by Perswa ing landlords and through peaceful pressure by peasants, e.g. Buddhan and Gramdan movements under the leadership of Vinoba Bhave. Land reform through legislative enactments from above, in combination with peasant mobilization from below, e.g. controlled land seizure in West Bengal under the United Front government during 1967-69 and protection of poor peasants. In Kerala under CPI ministry. Theories for land reforms. Institutionalist. They believe in the evolutionary changes like land reforms and development of cooperatives. India adopted this model considering it to be the most suitable because of the democratic nature of the state and socialistic pattern. Communists. They believe in forceful acquisition and redistribution of land. Productionist. The production The productionists believe in higher investment in agriculture to increase the production and productivity. Spillover effect of that will get reflected at lower level. History of land reforms. June 1946. The Eastern Economist, House Journal of the Burles, made a strong case for land reform, declaring that the landlord has no economic justification for his existence. December 1946. The Subcommittee on Land Reform of the National Planning Committee of the Congress, headed by J.C. Kamarappa, laid down 3 stages of land reform: abolition of zamindari and other intermediary rights, grant of tenancy right to the actual cultivator, and ceiling on land holding. 1/1 I 1947. Raja Jagannath Bhagat Singh moved an amendment to the draft article on the right of property, which allowed acquisition of private property by the state for public purpose against compensation, inserting the word just before compensation. Constitutional provisions. Directive Principles Art. 39b and 39c makes it a constitutional obligation on Indian state to address the concentration of wealth and economic resources. From 44 Amendment Act 1978, right to property is no more a fundamental right. 9 Schedule introduced by 1 Amendment Act contains large number of land reform legislation. Types of land reforms. Abolition of zamindari. Zamindars were intermediaries who exploited people in rural areas and which led to decline of agriculture. Legislative measures for the abolition of intermediary tenures started with Uttar Pradesh with the Zamindari Abolition and Land Reform Act of 1950 of UP, followed by legislations in other states. It is considered as most successful area of land reforms, which has benefited around 20 million tenants. It abolished all rights of zamindars and jagirdars and put a ban on further acquisition of land. The vast mass of the peasantry was freed from all illegal exactions in cash, kind, and services. Land records were created and survey and settlement was carried out in these areas. The holdings were demarcated on the basis of the individual as a unit. Drawbacks. However, critics argue that it only formally ended zamindari, but could not end the rent-seeking class. Zamindars were given huge compensation. The huge number of benami transactions, actual tillers hardly got the land. Uma Chakraborty and Daniel Thorner argues that with abolition of zamindari, there was limited change in practice. 2. Tenancy reforms. The objective was to give land to TI1 layers, actual cultivators, fixing their rent and security of tenure. The maximum ceiling on rent was 1/114th of the produce, and it has promised security of tenure and ownership to tenants. Drawbacks. Much of the land acquired by government remained undisputed and part of land acquired by government was kept for public purposes. The non-fertile land was transferred due to manipulation off loopholes. It also led to the evictions because many could not produce the papers. 3. Land ceiling. It fixed the maximum LMI to be held by a family. Government was to acquire the surplus land, and a part of surplus land was force-distributed. Drawbacks. Land ceilings are most poorly implemented. Joint families were broken to protect land. Even persons took divorce and transferred land to divorced wife. 4. Consolidation of land and cooperative farming. It is intended to ensure productivity and ensure better returns to the farmers. Drawbacks. These are most misunderstood part of land reforms. People were reluctant for coming together, and in states like Maharashtra, cooperative farming was transformed into joint. Paper 1, PSLR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 Pug 515. Stock fanning by rich fanners. Very limited area of land could come under cooperative fanning. Reasons for failure of land reform. 1s. Lack of political will. There was unwillingness of state authorities to confront powerful class interests of the urban class. Congress Party's incorporation of landed interests as pillars of party support. Sudipto Kaviraj and PRA 11 of Bard/10 argues that the state Oflandia represents the interest of the bourgeois class, federal structure, since land reforms constitute a state subject. The central government's role is restricted to formulating general directions on this issue and persuading the state governments to take them up for implementation. The political will on the part of the state governments to enforce the legislation is weak, and the bureaucracy rather indifferent. Biased legal system. A legal system that was biased in favor of property owners is also a major reason for failure of land reforms in India. Legal definitions. Tuesday legal definitions of the terms have left room for different kinds of interpretation affecting the process of realizing the goals of the programs. Others, lack of land records, corruption, bureaucratic apathy, domination of dominant caste in politics, lack of organized peasant movement, etc. Views of scholars on land reforms. 1. Atul Kohli. In 111 State of Poverty in India, he argues that land reforms failed because of institutional patterns of domination led by political elites and entrepreneurial classes. He also argued that the failure of land reforms in Hindi heartland is because of domination of Congress Party, which was led by upper caste and upper class. The establishment of patronage politics, politicized bureaucracy, and elite interests in India shaped the politics of redistribution. He has analyzed land reforms under CPI-M in West Bengal, under Congress in Karnataka, and Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. List's view is that chances of success increase if ruling party is ideologically committed. 2. Besley and Burgess. In their study, they have argued that there is a strong correlation between land reforms and poverty reduction. 3. Francine Frankel. He points to a paradox. India was ruled by dominant classes who had vested interests in stalling the land reforms. During the breakdown of Congress system, the accommodative politics of Congress led to a democratic compromise between various political groups and rent-seeking capitalist class. This prevented the successful implementation of land reforms. 4. Gunnar Myrdal. The state and bureaucracy were unable to challenge vested interests of the Zamfadars, and this led to a vicious cycle where the state of India fell into the category of a post-colonial or Bonapartist state, where the economic relations of the society remained skewed in favor of the landed elite class. Despite the weakness to abolish intermediaries, the reforms should not be taken lightly dismissed. It brought about changes in rural power structure insofar as it transferred power, which go with landowning from absentee landlords to local landowners and peasants. 5. Wolf Lajinsky. In spite of its obvious limitations, the effort, abolishing intermediaries, was a great effort towards reconstruction of Indian agriculture. 6. Rudolph and Rudolph. They questioned the poor land reforms implementation which was done by the bureaucratic and political class. The Green Revolution led to formation of bullock cart capitalists led by OBCs who have taken the political spaces and formulation policies in favor of their political agenda against land reforms. 7. Emil Dantwala. He held that land reforms were in the right direction, but due to lack of implementation, results have not been satisfactory. 8. Daniel Thorner and Lajinsky. Land reforms have made some major changes in Indian society. Land reforms has increased democratization, led to rise of political consciousness and participation, and has played an important role in the reducing inequalities in rural India. 9. Joshi. It is true that land reforms could not assume revolutionary dimensions like China or dramatic changes like in Japan, but it was not a total jigsaw. There are changes in agriculture structure which often remains unnoticed because of our biased view. 10. Daniel Thorner. India is the most interesting case study of land reforms considering the largest body of land reform legislation and large number of poor. He believed that lack of land records was the reason for the failure. 11. Sudipto Kaviraj. The state of India represents the interest of the bourgeoisie class, so step-like land reforms can never be successful. Reforms needed. Proper identification of land above ceiling and identification of Benajt 1 transfers. Establishment of tenancy rights. Initiation of the legal process to establish tenancy rights and to register names in the record of rights. A legal and physical support to tenants against their eviction from the homestead, as most of the tenants in a number of areas live on landowners' land as mere permission possessors. Prevention of land alienation due to indebtedness, displacement on account of large-scale development projects, industrial, hydroelectric, etc. Development projects, industrial, hydroelectric, etc., and capitalist farming. Promotion of institutional arrangements for contract farming while protecting ownership rights of and providing better returns to the small farmers. Role of intellectual class. The intellectual class need to bring back land reforms in public sphere, and civil society also needs to mobilize people for new land reforms in order to create pressure on government. Suggestions. Atul Kohli. India's policies should be accompanied with coherent leadership, institutional mechanisms, and ideological and organizational commitment. National Commission on Agriculture. 1970, it recommended some reforms like Tenancy Reform 1S, involving local authorities, distributing waste lands, simplification of legal procedures, and proper land record management. M.S. Swaminathan Report. India has very skewed patterns of land ownership. To reform agriculture sector, we need robust land reforms. P.C. Joshi argues that it is true that land reforms could not assume revolutionary dimensions like China or dramatic changes like in Japan, but it was not a total jigsaw. There are changes in agriculture structure which often remains unnoticed because of our biased view. Agrarian crisis. 1. M.S. Swaminathan argued that if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right, which stands its ground true and is in consonance with the current situation of agricultural distress. However, despite its significance, agriculture sector suffers stagnation, low productivity, and lack of remunerative prices. 2. Major problems in Indian agriculture. M.S. Swaminathan Committee. The major causes of agrarian crisis are unfinished agenda and large reform, quantity and quality of water, technology fatigue, access, adequacy, and timeless of institutional credit, opportunities and assured and remunerative marketing. Underproductivity. According to economist Irvin Panagria, underproductivity captures the essence of all that is wrong with Indian agriculture, India Unlimited. He has estimated per worker agriculture output at meager TL per day for a family of 5. Fragmentation of land holdings. Preponderance of tiny land holdings, apart from reducing efficiency, is related with the exit problem in Indian agriculture. Dependency on agriculture. While the share of agriculture in total GVA is showing a secular decline, around 17% at present, around 50% of Indians still depend on agriculture for their livelihood. Issues with farm subsidies. Farm input subsidies like fertilizer, water, power, irrigation have made agriculture input-intensive, flood irrigation, indiscriminate urea use, creating environmental problems, receding water tables, groundwater pollution, land degradation. Apart from squeezing public funds for gross capital formation, GCF, in agriculture, stagnated during 2010s. Low crop diversification into high-value crops, like fruits and vegetables, and into allied activities, fisheries, livestock, have been very slow, despite these showing double-digit growth figures. The area under cultivation for pulses have declined from 13.2% to 10% in the 1980 to 2014 period, while area under paddy and wheat has increased. Tuesday Economic Survey, 2015 to 16, has called Indian agriculture a victim of its own past success. The policy thrust on input subsidy during the era of Green Revolution and agricultural market regulations aimed at managing scarcity have failed to evolve to meet the needs of agriculture modernization, increased productivity, and environmental sustainability. Views of scholars. Sign-off. Agrarian crisis is a social crisis now. Agriculture represents around 42% of the Indian economic workforce, but contributes only 17% to the GDP, which shows the vast difference in the numbers. Therefore, the crisis in agriculture is no less than an economic and social crisis. Radha Kamal Mukherjee. Where private ownership might confer a privilege against the rest of the community, their use has never been allowed to be exclusive. Mukherjee's view on privatization of agriculture is something India needs to adopt in the coming years and will help in the diversification and solving the crisis in the agricultural sector. Artham Lewis. In the long run, the only way to help farmers is to have less of them. The aim must be to shift workforce to higher productivity sectors, industries and services. Major government interventions in the agriculture. Green Revolution. India was importing major agricultural products during independence. With the success of Green Revolution, India developed HYV seeds, major technological advancements in the field. Operation Flood, launched in 1970 under the leadership of Dr. Verghese Kurian, transformed India from a milk-deficient nation to the world's largest milk producer. Budhan movement, under the leadership of Acharya Vinoba Bhave, Budhan movement literally meant donation of land for the cultivation helped in agriculture. Micro-irrigation fund, government approved a dedicated 5,000 rupees crore fund to bring more land area under micro-irrigation as part of its objective to boost agriculture production and farmer income. PM Fasal Bima Yojana. It is the government-sponsored crop insurance scheme that integrates multiple stakeholders on a single platform. Minimum support price. MSP minimum support price is price at which the government will purchase the product from the farmers if the market prices fall below a threshold price due to bumper harvest. PM Kisan. Under the scheme, the center transfers an amount of 6,000 rupees per year in 3 equal installments directly into the bank accounts of all landholding farmers irrespective of the size of their land holding. Liberalization and economic reforms. The economy of India had undergone significant policy shifts in the beginning of FEL 990s. This new model of economic reforms is commonly known as the liberalization, privatization, and globalization (LPG) model. These reforms were guided by neoliberalism. The primary objective of the reforms was to move Indian economy from a planned framework towards a market-oriented system. The LPG reforms were aimed at freeing the Indian tiger from tiger cage of populist policies. The reforms were based on neoclassical ideas of economics with the underlying assumptions that a free market removes politics from the economy and leads to an efficient allocation of resources and efficient growth over time. According to Varsalmi, it marked a fundamental transformation of India's economic strategy. The government has introduced the new economic policy, NEP, in 1991 to start liberalizing the Indian. Suggestions. Atul Kohli. India's policies should be accompanied with coherent leadership, institutional mechanisms, and ideological and organizational commitment. National Commission on Agriculture, 1970, it recommended some reforms like tenancy reforms, involving local authorities, distributing waste lands, simplification of legal procedures, and proper land record management. MS Swaminathan report. India has very skewed patterns of land ownership. To reform agriculture sector, we need robust land reform 1S. PC Joshi argues that it is true that land reforms could not assume revolutionary dimensions like China or dramatic changes like in Japan HUD. It was not a total jigsaw. There are changes in agriculture structure which often remains unnoticed because of our biased view. Agrarian crisis. 1. MS Swaminathan argued that if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right, which stands its ground true and is in consonance with the current situation of agricultural distress. However, despite its significance, agriculture sector suffers stagnation, low productivity, and lack of remunerative prices. 2. Major problems in Indian agriculture. MS Swaminathan Bayo Committee. The major causes of agrarian crisis are unfinished bed agenda and lard reform, quantity and quality of water, technology fatigue, access, adequacy, and timeless of institutional credit, opportunities in assured and remunerative marketing. Underproductivity. According to economist Irvin Panagria, underproductivity captures the essence of all that is wrong with Indian agriculture, India Unlimited. He has estimated per worker agriculture output at meager T71 per day for a family of 5. Fragmentation of land holdings. Preponderance of tiny land holdings, apart from reducing efficiency, is related with the exit problem in Indian agriculture. Dependency on agriculture. While the share of agriculture in total GVA is showing a secular decline, around 17% at present, around 50% of Indians still depend on agriculture for their livelihood. Issues with farm subsidies. Fan input subsidies like fertilizer, water, power, irrigation have made agriculture input intensive, flood irrigation, indiscriminate urea use, creating environmental problems, receding water tables, groundwater pollution, land degradation, apart from squeezing public funds for gross capital formation, GCF, in agriculture, stagnated during 2010s. Low crop diversification. Diversification into high-value crops, like fruits and vegetables, and into allied activities. Low crop diversification. Diversification into high-value crops, like fruits and vegetables, and into allied activities, fisheries, livestock, have been very slow, despite these showing double-digit grow/VTH figures. The area under cultivation for pulses have declined from 13.2% to 10% in the 1980 to 2014 period, while area under paddy and wheat has increased. The Economic Survey, 2015-16, has called Indian agriculture a victim of its own past success. The policy thrust on input subsidy during the era of Green Revolution and agricultural market regulations aimed at managing scarcity have failed to evolve to meet the needs of agriculture modernization, increased productivity, and environmental sustainability. Views of scholars. P. Signoff. Agrarian crisis is a social crisis now. Agriculture represents around 42% of the Indian economic workforce but contributes only 17% to the GDP, which shows the vast difference in the numbers. Therefore, to be crisis in agriculture is no less than an economic and social crisis. Radha Kamal Mukherjee. Where private ownership might confer a privilege against the rest of the community, their use has never been allowed to be exclusive. Mukherjee's view on privatization of agriculture is something India needs to adopt in the coming years and will help in the diversification and solving the crisis in the agricultural sector. Arthur Lewis. In the long run, the only way to help farmers is to have less of them. The aim must be to shift workforce to higher productivity sectors, industries, and services. Mark government interventions in the agriculture. Green Revolution. India was importing major agricultural products during independence. With the success of Green Revolution, India developed HYV seeds, major technological advancements in the field. Operation Flood, launched in 1970 under the leadership of Dr. Verghese Kurian, transformed India from a milk-deficient nation to the world's largest milk producer. Budden Movement. Under the leadership of Acharya Vinoba Bhave, Budden Movement literally meant donation of land for the cultivation helped in agriculture. Micro-irrigation fund. Government approved a dedicated 5,000 rupees core fund to bring more land area under micro-irrigation as part of its objective to boost agriculture production and farmer income. PM Fasal Bima Yojana. It is the government-sponsored crop insurance scheme that integrates multiple stakeholders on a single platform. Minimum support price. MSP minimum support price is price at which the government will purchase the product from the fanners if the market prices fall below a threshold price due to bumper harvest. PM Kisan. Under the scheme, the center transfers an amount of 6,000 rupees per year in 3 equal installments directly into the bank accounts of all landholding farmers irrespective of the size of their landholding. Liberalization and economic reforms. The economy of India had undergone significant policy shifts in the beginning of the 1990s. This new model of economic reform 1S is commonly known as the liberalization, privatization, and globalization (LPG) model. These reform 1S were guided by neoliberalism. The primary objective of the reforms was to move Indian economy from a planned framework towards a market-oriented system. The LPG reforms were aimed at freeing the Indian tiger from the cage of populist policies. The reforms were based on neoclassical ideas of economics with the underlying assumptions that a free market removes politics from the economy and leads to an efficient allocation of resources and efficient growth over time. According to Varshney, it marked a fundamental transformation of India's economic strategy. The government has introduced the new economic policy, NEP, in 1991 to start liberalizing the Indian economy. Its main features were delicensing, disinvestment, and privatization of PSEs, enactment of FEMA, rationalization of tariffs, and encouraging foreign investment. Standard introduction. LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Reforms were instrumental in transforming the Indian economy from a closed, socialist model to an open, market, 01-oriented one. Manmohan Singh. LPG Reform 1S were necessary for India to integrate into the global economy and unleash its potential for growth and development. Narasimha Rao. LPG Reform 1S ushered in a new era of entrepreneurship, innovation, and competitiveness in India, which has made it one of the fastest-growing economies in the world. Narendra Modi. LPG reforms were a game-changer for the Indian economy as they helped to increase investment, boost exports, and create jobs, which have benefited millions of people across the country. Arun Jaitley. LPG reforms have played a crucial role in reducing poverty and improving the living standards of people in India by creating opportunities for economic growth and development. Montek Singh, Aluwalia. Background of economic liberalization. Sluggish economic growth. India's sluggish economic growth BAS been described as the one Lindu rate of growth. The modernization of industry and introduction of green revolution has only led to mere 3.4% average annual rate of growth between 1956 and 1974, at a time when many economies of Asia had boomed. Balance of payment crisis. By 1985, India had started having balance of payments problems. This is due to more expenditure by the government, whereas the income generated was less. By the end of 1990, it was in a serious economic crisis. In 1991, India met with an economic crisis relating to external debt. The government was not able to make repayments on its borrowings from abroad. Dr. Manmohan 11C11 GLR in his budget speech July 24, 1991 said, "There is no time to lose. Neither the government nor the economy can live beyond its means year after year. The room for maneuver, to live on borrowed money or time, does not exist anymore. We need to expand the scope and the area for the operation of market forces." Concept of liberalization. Liberalization refers to the slackening of government regulations. It means elimination of state control over economic activities and greater autonomy to the business enterprises and decision-making and removal of government interference. During the past decade, liberalization has been the hallmark of economic policy throughout the world, even in centrally planned economies of East Europe or Latin American countries, or even advanced mixed economies of Europe. The reforms under liberalization in India include deregulation of the industrial sector, financial sector reforms, tax reforms, foreign exchange reforms, trade and investment policy reforms, and external sector reforms. Liberalization was done in various sectors. 1. Deregulation of industrial sectors. Industrial licensing was abolished for all but product categories: alcohol, cigarettes, hazardous chemicals, drugs, explosives, etc. Many industries which are reserved for public sector and have now been de-reserved. Only railways, defense equipment, atomic power generation have been reserved with the public sector. Market has been allowed to determine the prices. 2. Financial sector reforms. Reduce the role of RBI from regulator to facilitator of financial sector. These reform 1s led to the establishment of private banks. FDI in banks was raised to 50%. But certain managerial aspects have been retained with the RBI to safeguard the interests of the account holders. 3. Tax reforms. Corporate tax, which was very high earlier, has been gradually reduced. The tax procedures have been simplified and the rates also have been lowered. 1973 to 74 11 tax slabs, with rates from 10 to 85%. 1990 to 91. In 5 budgets between 199196, FM Manmohan Singh reduces IT slabs to 3, 20, 30, and 40%. 4. Foreign exchange reforms. The RMPC was devalued against foreign currencies, which led to an increase in inflow of foreign exchange. Market has been allowed to determine the foreign exchange rates. 5. Trade and investment policy reforms. Dismantling of quantitative restrictions on imports. Reduction of tariff rates, taxes on imports. Removal of licensing procedures for imports except in case of hazardous and environmentally sensitive products. Quantitative restriction on imports was also fully decreased later. Export duties have been removed to promote exports. Concept of privatization. Privatization refers to the participation of private entities in businesses and services and transfer of ownership from the public sector to the private sector as well. It is the transfer of control of ownership of economic resources from the public sector to the private sector. It means infusing competition, i.e. marketization or liberalization, where demand and supply are allowed to play their free roles instead of being controlled or directed by any centralized authority. It is known by different names around the world. It is called denationalization in the UK, disincorporation in Mexico, prioritization in Australia, transformation in Thailand, peopleization in Sri Lanka, and disinvestment in Pakistan. Concept of globalization. Globalization essentially means integration of the national economy with the world economy. It implies a free flow of information, ideas, technology, goods and services, capital, and even people across different countries and societies. It increases connectivity between different markets in the font of trade, investments, and cultural exchanges. The concept of globalization has been explained by the IMF as the growing economic interdependence of countries worldwide through increasing volume and variety of cross-border transactions in goods and services and of international capital flows, and also through the more rapid and widespread diffusion of technology. I do not minimize the difficulties that lie ahead on the long and arduous journey on which we have embarked. But as Victor Hugo once said, no power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. I suggest to this august house that the emergence of India as a major economic power in the world happens to be one such idea. Let the whole world hear it loud and clear. India is now wide awake. We shall prevail. /VE shall overcome. Dr. Manmohan Singh. Budget speech, July 24, 1991. Budget speech, July 24, 1991. Reasons for the liberalization of the economy. Macroeconomic stability, to restore macroeconomic stability by reducing fiscal and balance of payments deficits. Stabilization and macroeconomic balance through fiscal, monetary, and exchange rate policies. Poor performance of industry. Before the 1990s, the industries were mostly government-owned. The employees did not feel the need to be either competitive or effective because their jobs were secure. The state had the ultimate authority. High inflation. At a massive 13.88% inflation rate could not be borne anymore. Liquidity had to be poured into the economy and had to be done very quickly. The inflation rate increased from 6.7% to 16.7% due to a rapid increase in money supply, and the country's economic position became worse. Balance of payments, BP, crisis. The foreign exchange reserves were just adequate to finance 15 days of imports. Fiscal deficit. The fiscal deficit during 1990 to 91 was around 8.4% of GDP. Others. Gulf War I in 1990 to 91. The situation was aggravated by the rise in the price of oil due to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait and collapse of the Soviet Union. Positive impacts. Increase in GDP. Indian GDP increased almost eightfold, with the economy generating enough savings and investment to ensure an annual average growth rate of almost 5%. Grav 1H rate. It resulted into higher growth rates from 0.8% in 1991 to 92 to around 9% in 2011-12. From the Hindu rate of growth to post-reforms, India remains one of the fastest-growing major economy in the world. Increased competitiveness. The LPG reforms has increased the competitiveness of Indian industries. Growth of industries and services. The 2000s marked the inflection point for growth trajectory, with average GDP growth of about 9% between 2004 to 2008, and with all subsectors accelerating. Paper L, PSIR optional. Subscribe from www.sunbhx.com Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 522. Decline in poverty. Professors Jagdish Bhagwati and Arvind Panagria highlight the role played by market liberalizing reforms in increasing growth and reducing poverty. Official poverty estimates provided by Planning Commission show the proportion of the population below the poverty line in India decreased by 7% in 2 decades, from 44.5% in 1983 to 27.5% in 2004 to 2005. Growth of new sectors. Positive effect of delicensing and trade liberalization is evident in the telecom, electronics, where improvements have benefited society at large. Views of Jagdish Bhagwati and Arvind Panagria in Why Growth Matters argue that these reforms have led to greater democratization in India. Views of Raj M. Desai. The Indian political system has become more issue-based, corruption, scheme implementation, policies like Narega, and less identity-driven, such as based on caste and religion. Views of Palomi Chakrabarti. The LPG reforms has created a huge middle class with specific demands, leading to a third democratic upsurge in India. Negative/criticism. The poor have been excluded from the market, and the market has seen the exclusive predominance of the elite. The phase of liberalization is marked by the erosion in the credibility of the state and rising role of market. As per Nair, for the first time in India, economics of liberalization and politics of empowerment are moving in the opposite directions. Views of Amartya Sen. The sprint of Tiger was not as it should have been. He argued that the reforms have led to agricultural stagnation, bad performance on social indicators, and bypassing of manufacturing sector in India. Views of Jean Dries. The reforms have led to widening of disparities as India continues to rank along with LDCs in parameters like education and healthcare. Views of Prof. Deepak Nair. The voices of the poor are not heard across the boardrooms of corporate business houses. Views of Nirja Gopal Jayal. Because of rising inequalities, Indian democracy has been stretched on two ends: grassroots-based livelihoods movements and movements by backward caste groups. Views of Yutsa Putnaik. She says that present agrarian distress and farmer suicides are a product of economic reforms. Views of Atul Kohli. He has analyzed the political fallouts of economic reforms. The consensus on economic reforms has made ideological differences redundant. There is mobilization on the lines of identity, such as religion and caste, which has led to crisis of governability. Views of Montek Singh Ahluwalia. In his article Economic Reforms, a Retrospective View, he stated that the reforms have led to large uneducated and unskilled population and jobless growth. Views of Shrikant Gupta. Empirical evidence like that of research of Shrikant Gupta's impact of trade and investment policies on the environment highlights that as a result of the trade liberalization of 1991, India has become more specialized in both the production and from dirty industries, causing high-scale environmental externalities. Views of Mohanty. With increasing openness, India's trade cycles were becoming more synchronized with global cycles. Net capital inflows doubled from 2.2% in 1990s to 4.6% in 2004. 08. Views of Raghuram Rajan. He held that India continues to underperform. 1. It may be growing faster than its peers, but it amounts to little more than being a one-eyed king in the land of the blind. There is various underachievement in agriculture sector, and there is lack of genuine structural reforms. Views of Prof. Sumit Roy. India accounts for about a third of the world's absolute poor. The nature of her integration with the international economy has critical implications for liberalization and globalization, reducing world poverty. The focus needs to be on domestic and external policies in the frame of globalization. Views of Prof. Manmohan Aganal. In his work, Foreign Direct Investment and Poverty Reduction, India in Regional Context. He pointed that FDI inflows in India have not been able to reduce poverty, as FDI has been more beneficial to high-skilled workforce than low-skilled ones, which actually funds the higher number. Views of Bimal Jalan. In Emerging India, Economics, Politics, and Reform, he says that the reforms released creative energy, accelerated growth and productivity, but also resulted in poor social indicators. The present government's unqualified pitch for the privatization seen in the step towards privatization of banks, PSIR, and labor codes have raised questions on the socialist nature of the state. The three FAN laws were seen as pro-corporate and anti-farmers, leading to large-scale fanners protests. Agenda for economic reforms beyond liberalization. Focus on digital aspects, as India has a comparative advantage, supply chain diversification away from China, moving to a net zero economy and harnessing green initiatives as a source of investment and innovation. Developing skills and capabilities and improving employability, reducing logistics and other business costs through better center-state coordination, enhancing the quality of governance, improved data use and privacy, functioning of courts and police. Wavenvard. Welfare state approach. The very philosophy of neoliberalism needs to be changed by the government, and it should follow the Indian constitution principle of welfare state. Views of Chalmers Johnson. In 1982, he gave the concept of a development state, we Japan, where a determined state directs developmental process by creating suitable conditions of economic growth. In such a scenario, state continues to remain relevant but also ensure society-wide economic development. Views of a tool called Indian model is a case par excellence of a democratic development state. State continues to remain interventionist while opening up gradually at the same time. Views of Granville Austin. India needs an inclusive growth agenda to address its problems. Paper L. PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Views of Martha Nussbaum. The model of development should not be where people are used as a means and growth is an outcome, where economic growth is means and human development is an outcome. Conclusion. The 1991 reforms helped the economy stave off a crisis and then bloom. The economic reform is a continuing process, and it is high time that we outline future reforms that fill the gap left open due to the execution of 1991 reforms. A credible new reform agenda is needed that will not just bring GDP back to pre-crisis levels, but also ensure growth rates higher than it had when it entered the pandemic and ensure the ideals of social justice. Characteristics of neoliberalism. Privatization. Privatization includes selling of state-owned entities and businesses to the private sector. The purpose is to normally achieve efficiency, as the private sector is thought to be more effective when running businesses. Deregulation. Deregulation entails reducing government regulation on economic activities, such as trade or imposing taxes on certain businesses. Deregulation will allow companies to become more profitable and improve the overall quality of running businesses. Free trade. Free markets are marked by globalization and greater openness towards investment and trade, with total freedom on the movement of capital between different geographies. Economic growth is expected to occur, along with better and cheaper access to resources. Reducing public expenditure. Government expenditure is normally targeted towards the health and education sectors or towards building infrastructure. It is up to the private sector how they manage these services and how accessible they are to the overall community. Elimination of the public good. A related concept to the previous point states that people are motivated to work towards their individual well-being rather than think about society overall. Free flow of capital and labor. The foreign investment has limited restrictions. Labor mobility is relaxed. Trickle-down philosophy. Belief and rhetoric of trickle-do. VN, economics runs strong and alone sided the belief that even would be better off if it were a private business. Paper 1. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 Puge 525. Unit 9. Caste in Indian politics. The 10 caste comes from a Portuguese. Unit 9. Caste in Indian politics. The 10 caste comes from a Portuguese term casta, which is a European translation of the Indian term jati. Caste is the basic unit of social stratification in Indian society. Louis Dumont described the caste system as an Indian model of social stratification against Western model of social stratification based on class. Caste is essentially a system of values that legitimize the existing structures of social inequality. Caste plays a decisive role in Indian politics, which has been highlighted in several studies on relationships between caste and politics. According to Christoph Jaffrelot, caste forms the mosaic of Indian politics. Manda / and commandao are the two idioms of Indian politics. It is also said that Indians don't caste their OTC, rather yote their caste. PRC, ES years questions. Examine how caste as a social category is becoming a political category in the democratic politics of India. 2021. Development has overshadowed the influence of caste in electoral behavior in recent elections. Discuss. 2019. Comment on the emergence of backward classes in the Indian politics. 2016. Indian lyrics has influenced caste, and caste has influenced Indian politics. 2011. Standard introduction. Indians do not cast their vote, they vote their caste. Caste in Indian politics is not just about identity, but also about power and access to resources. G. Ristifi Jaftalat. KC is a complex social phenomenon that cannot be reduced to just political mobilization or electoral strategy. Surrey 11 Durs. Jod/com. The persistence of caste in Indian politics is a reflection of the enduring inequalities and discrimination that continue to plague Indian society. Deepankar Gupta. Caste-based polycal parties have played a significant role in shaping the political landscape of India and have been successful in A11IC11/aiding the aspirations of certain communities. 11. Kanchal Lail, Shepherd. Comparison between caste and class, merit versus birth. In class, the status is determined by merit or worth, whereas in caste, it is determined by birth. Economic criteria versus purity and pollution. Economic criteria is used to classify people in different classes, while the criteria of purity and pollution is used in identifying the status of a person in caste system. Flexible versus rigid. Class system is open and any person can jump from lower class to higher class, whereas caste system is rigid. 1. Paper I, PSIR, optional subscno from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 526. Caste and politics in pre-independence India, 1. Ancient times. Present since ancient times Hinduism, alliance of Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Buddhism, alliance of Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, 2. British period. The modern education brought in discourse on rights, liberty, equality. Phule, Ranade, Periyar, Ambedkar struggled for granting recognition and safeguard their rights. British authorities intervened in caste order in 3 important ways. Precedence to Brahmins. Gave Brahmins precedence by asking for their advice, which led to resentment and anti-Brahmanical movement, South India and Maharashtra, and formation of caste associations, Ahir Yadav Mahasabha, to resist Brahmin domination. Morley Minto reform, 1909 separate electorate for depressed classes. Missionary education system started by British government to educate them of their rights. 3. Political parties based on caste. Congress was the party of Brahmins, Justice Party and DK were the parties of OBCs, Republican Party was the party of Dalits. 4. Anti-Brahmin movements. Caste in politics expressed in the form of politics of resistance in FQRM of anti-Brahmin movements. 5. Intra and inter-caste competition. There were intra and inter-caste competition for status and power. 6. Views of Nicholas Dirks. Caste of mind. He argues that caste is a product of colonial modernity. He points that caste became a single, unique category under the British rule. The British reduced everything to a single explanatory category of caste. They made caste a measure of all things and the most important emblem of traditions. Caste and politics in the post-independence India. Use of caste for affirmative policies. The Indian Constitution did not abolish the caste and maintains it as a basis for distributive justice or affirmative action policies. Formation of political parties on basis of caste. Caste played an important role in the formatting of political parties. Every political party, especially the regional parties, are the parties of a particular caste. Organization of democratic politics. Caste identity and solidarity became primary Chan 11.1 through which electoral and political support is mobilized. Mobilization of rural electorate. Caste is used more extensively in mobilizing rural than urban J support. Political parties find it easier to mobilize support directly from a member of caste community by appealing. Breeding followers. The political system encourages the use of caste as a means of breeding followers. It enables illiterate and ignorant to politically participate in democratic process. Coalition politics. The rise of coalition politics since 1989 increased regionalization of the Pani system in India, which implied greater role of caste in Indian politics. Others, linguistic reorganization, Green Revolution, and Manda Commission has strengthened the role of caste in Indian politics. Jawaharlal Nehru, political democracy and caste cannot exist together. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar you can't build anything on the foundation of caste. Paper I, PSLR optional I subscribe from. I Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 527. Why there is role of caste in politics? Rajni Kothari, since society is traditional, caste and religion-based mobilization is natural. It is the consequence of introduction of democracy in India. Andre Thiel, Constitution abolishes untouchability without abolishing caste. Caste itself mentions caste as basis of public policy. Kanchan Chandra, since political patronage is based on caste, it is difficult to expect caste-free politics. M. N. Srinivas, caste consciousness is present at a subconscious level. Hence it is not possible to imagine caste-free politics. Features of caste system in Indian Society 1. G.S. Guri 6 features of caste system. Segmental division of society. Castes were groups with well-developed lifestyles of their own. The membership of the groups was determined by birth and not by choice. The status of a person depended not on the amount of wealth he possessed, but on the rank that his caste enjoyed in the Hindu society. Hierarchy. There was definite scheme of social precedence amongst castes. Each group was given a specific status in the overall framework of hierarchy. Restrictions on feeding and social interiors. There were minute rules as to what sort of food or drink could be accepted by a person and from what caste. Civil and religious disabilities and privileges of different sections. Segregation of individual castes or groups of castes in the village was the most obvious mark of civil privileges and disabilities. Certain sacraments could not be performed by any caste other than the Brahmins. Similarly, Shudras and other lower castes were not allowed to read or learn the sacred scriptures. Lack of unrestricted choice of occupation. Each caste considered a particular occupation as its legitimate calling. To abandon the hereditary occupation in pursuit of another, even it was more lucrative, was not considered right. Restrictions on marriage. Caste groups observed strict endogamy. Members of a caste group married only within their castes. However, there were a few exceptions. In some regions of India, the upper caste man could marry a lower caste woman. This kind of marriage alliance is known as hypergamy. 2. Professor David Moss. In Economics of Caste in India, he says that caste operates in invisible ways in India through networks and abilities to get things done. 3. Ashwami Deshpande. In The Grammar of Caste, says that caste is deep-rooted even in present society, prejudicing expectations, networks, and opportunities. 4. Robert Hargrave. In his study, The Nadars of Tamil Nadu, said that caste operates like a pressure group, an agent of upward social mobility. PSIR optional. I subscribe Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50. Caste and Class Debate 1. Louis Dumont. Book, Homo Hierarchicus, The Caste System and Its Implications. Dumont has described caste system as Indian model of social stratification, which is opposite to the Western model of stratification based on class. The theory of caste hierarchy that locates its basis in the notion of purity and pollution is associated with him. He considers class as superior over caste as it is based on merit, unlike caste, which is based on birth. 2. M. N. Srinivas criticism of Louis Dumont perspective textual approach. He criticized Dumont's approach as textual. In practice, there is not much difference in Western and Indian tradition. Class is as static as caste. Class is as based on birth as caste. Existence of mobility. Caste system was not entirely rigid. Mobility was permitted. Sanskritization. He coined the term Sanskritization. Persons of lower caste adopted the practices of Brahmins. He stated that Sanskritization has led to promotion of castes up the hierarchy. Concept of dominant caste. Dominant caste denote the caste holding economic power, social /ver, and political power. 3 characteristics of dominant caste are landowners, numerical majority, and social status. Examples. Yadavs are the dominant caste in Up and Bihar, Kamas and Kapus in Andhra Pradesh, Lingayats and Fakaligas in Karnataka. 3. Nicholas Dirk. He criticized Dumont's notion of caste as it failed to explain the social change, dynamism, and individualistic strivings even within the traditional Indian society. Nicholas D. cites ethnographic and textual evidence to demonstrate that Brahm.ins in their texts were not central to the social fabric of Indian life. 4. Dipankar Gupta's concept of difference. It is wrong to say both empirically and logically that a single and all-inclusive hierarchy based on the principle of the opposition of purity and pollution can be a defining feature of the caste system. 5. Louis Dumont explanation of caste is also criticized by scholars like Gerald Behrman, André Batil, and Joan Mincher. Role of caste in Indian politics. 1. Political socialization. Different caste groups have their loyalties behind different political parties and their ideologies. Caste values and caste interests influence the socialization process of a citizen and consequently his political thinking, awareness, and participation. 2. Leadership recruitment. Caste influences the process of leadership recruitment. In Haryana, the leadership comes either from the Jats or from the Bishnois or Brahmins. In Andhra Pradesh, the Reddys, Kamas, and Valamas provide state leaders. 3. Party politics. Some political parties have a direct caste basis while others indirectly bank upon particular caste groups. In particular, the regional political parties stand predominantly influenced by the caste factor. The DMK and AIDMK are non-Brahmin, rather anti-Brahm.in political parties of Tamil Nadu. In Punjab, Akali Dal has a community panthic identity but stands influenced by the issue of Jats versus non-Jats. 4. Caste as divisive factor. It provides a basis for the emergence of several interest groups in the Indian system, each of which competes with every other group in the snuggle for power. At times it leads to unhealthy struggle for power and acts as a divisive force. 5. Caste as source of unity. However, it is a source of unity among the members of various groups and nets as a cohesive force. In rural India, where the social universe of the rural power is limited to an area of 15 to 20 kilometers, caste acts as a unifying force. 6. Role in elections. Selection of candidates. All political parties give great weightage to the caste factor in selecting their candidates, in allocating constituencies to their candidates, and in canvassing support for their nominees in the election. In constituencies predominated by Muslims, Muslim candidates are fielded, and in areas predominated by Jats, Jat candidates are fielded. Voting behavior. Voting provides an opportunity to caste to assert their influence. Scholars like Campbell and Norman Palmer have referred to caste as a voting determinant. André Batil says that loyalties of caste are exploited in voting. Andy Palmer observes that caste considerations are given great weight in the selection of candidates and in the appeals to voters during election campaigns. In elections, caste acts as the most important political party. In Srinivas, caste communities are presented as determining electoral outcomes. They work as pressure groups and influence governance agenda at local, regional, and national levels. Caste structures influence political parties, their leadership, and programs. Views of Rajni Kothari. He believes that caste has been one of the factors behind the success of democracy in India. In Caste in Indian Politics, he points that caste has become basis for political mobilization by Indian elites. He stated that caste enters politics through the consciousness aspect highlighted by symbolism or value structure. This is where symbolic gestures for cultural mobility such as Sanskritization, Westernization, and secularization assume political overtone in their manifestation. According to him, not only caste has impacted politics, politics has also impacted caste. A phenomenon called politicization of caste. Point 7. Politicization of caste. Secularization. It shows how politics has changed the nature of caste. Earlier, caste was important for ritual purposes. Now caste is important for secular benefits like employment, education, etc. Integration. Earlier it was disintegrating force, but democracy compelled diff castes to integrate, form alliances. E.G. Ijgar, IAS, Jats, Gujars, Rajputs, Majgar plus Muslims, Kam, Kshatriya, Harijan, Adivasi, Muslim. Rise of consciousness. Lower caste becoming aware of their importance. Hence they themselves go for autonomous mobilization in politics. Example, BSP formation. 8. 2 different stages. The first stage involved intellectuals and resentment between high-entrenched castes, like Reddy in Andhra Pradesh, Patidars in Gujarat, Lingayats in Karnataka, Bhumihars in Bihar, and Rajputs in Rajasthan, and high-ascendant castes, like Kayastha in Bihar, Jats in Rajasthan. The second stage involved factionalism and fragmentation within the competing, entrenched, and ascendant castes, as a result of which multi-caste alignments develop. Politicization of caste. Bring both caste and politics nearer, and their interaction changes their fonts. When politics draws the caste system into the web of its organization, it finds material for its articulation, and when caste makes politics its sphere of activity, caste gets a chance to assert its identity and to strive for position. The relationship between and politics is basically a relationship for the specific use of or anis in public activi. RA 01 Kothari. 9. Views of scholars. Professor Y. Ojendra Yadav. The interaction between caste and politics has led to the democratic upsurge. First democratic upsurge in 60s, which symbolized OBCs coming out of Congress. Second democratic upsurge in the 1990s when Dalits left Congress and formed their own party. Lalita Chandrasekhar. In her articles, Emancipatory Power of Caste Politics suggests that caste-based mobilization has bridged the gaps between different sections of the society. It dislodged certain castes which had dominance. Christoph Jafferlot calls caste-based mobilization as India's silent revolution. Rudolph asserted that the new process of caste consolidation resulted in collectivity and association. Suhas Palshikar have argued that caste has allowed the participation of illiterate and politically ignorant masses into modem democratic processes, thus contributing to the stability of our democracy. Caste is weakening force of democratic for CP. Bombari, caste politics is not good in the long term as it leads to communalization. When one party uses caste, the other party will have to use religion. Ashutosh Varshansi, caste-based mobilization has not resulted into any concrete transformation in the distribution of power in the society. Andre Batil, not understandable as to how Nehru wanted to eliminate caste system without LN1 inat ion caste from the constitution and making caste as the unit for public policy. Pratap Banu Mehta, critical of caste in politics. SECC 2011, condemns us to tyranny of compulsory identities. Changing role of caste from social categorization to political grouping. Caste patriotism. From the late 19th century, the process of horizontal consolidation in a trend of what G.S. Giri, 1932, called caste patriotism emerged. Caste associations were formed to in cooperative societies in urban areas. In post-independent India, interactions between caste and politics accelerated due to the imperatives of electoral politics. Universal adult franchise, it provided new opportunities for caste to enter electoral politics. Caste identities and solidarities became primary channels of mobilization. Influence on voting pattern. Caste influenced voting patterns of citizens, alliance formations, and distribution of portfolios among ministers. Issue of Mandalization. With emergence of Bahujan politics in L980s, Mandalization of politics in 1990s, and emergence of other backward castes during what Yogendra Yadav called as second democratic upsurge, caste became prominent for national-level politics. As Rajni Kothari puts it, it is not politics that gets caste-ridden, it is caste that gets politicized. Caste in Indian politics 1970. Caste groups acting as pressure groups. Another channel of caste politics interaction is through pressure group politics. Christopher Jefferlot says in The Caste-Based Mosaic of Indian Politics 2013, the demand for statehoods were articulated by the dominant caste in the respective states like Marathas and Maharashtra. Numerically large castes have become important pressure groups at regional and even national level politics like Jats and Rajputs in Rajasthan, Okaligas and Lingayats in Karnataka, Bainiyas and Patidas in Gujarat for example. Patidas were instrumental in bringing the BJP to power in Gujarat by abandoning the Congress. Powerful caste groups Marwari Association have worked to secure a conspicuous place in business life in India. Protests and counter-protests in the context of caste-based reservations in educational institutions and public employment as during 1990s and more recently during Jat Reservation, 2016. Protests and counter-protests in the context of caste-based reservations in educational institutions and public employment as during 1990s and more recently during Jat Reservation, 2016, Patita Reservation, 2017, present other instances where caste-based groups tried to influence policy decisions. Other instances include 2017 to 18 Rajput protests to ban the release of movie Padmavat, 2018 Dalit protests against caste-based violence by upper castes. At some instances, farmer pressure groups have relied on caste-based channels to mobilize support in favor or against some policies, as during 2021 Farm Bill protests in North India. OBC politics in India. Definition of OBCs. OBCs are the intermediate castes primarily comprising of peasants, farmers, cultivators, and artisans. In the Constitution I, they are described as OBCs distinguishing from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. 2. Significance. OBC politics is the heart of Indian politics. They form around 42% of the population and are thus strategically unavoidable. They are in thick of the caste, which means they are going to determine the future of caste politics itself. Examples include Yadav, Kurmis, Jats, Gujars, Reddys Fakaligas, Patels, Marathas, etc. 3. Changes in electoral scenario after 1989 elections. Decline in the percentage of upper caste MPs in Hindi belt below 40%. Increase in the share of OBCs above 20%. From 1990s onwards, all party irrespective of ideology started distributing tickets to OBC candidates, which resulted in so-called silent revolution by Christopher Jafferlot. 4. Views of scholars. Mark Galanter, in his book Competing Equalities, Law and Backward, suggests that OBC is Paper J, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Loose conception, which makes it keep on changing. Satish Deshpande, in his article, The OBC Primer of Indian Politics, suggests that Indian politics is to be read and interpreted with reference to the direction of OBC politics in India. Christoph Jafferlot, in his book, The Silent Revolution, has explained the rise of OBC politics in North and South India. Gillis Verniers, Lok Sabha became more representative of the caste composition of India between the late 1980s and 2004, when the proportion of upper caste parliamentarians declined from nearly half to 34%, while that of OBC members went up from 11 to 26%. This was largely due to the emergence of regional parties with a strong OBC representation. OBC politics in North and South India. North India. The movements such as Arya Samaj and Shuddhi movement led to greater influence of Vedic religion. In North, more than one upper caste, and hence not so easy for backward to counter. The backwards resorted to Sanskritization, thus Brahmanism continued dominance of Congress. Instead of autonomous parties like DK, Dravid Kagga, OBCs in North remained the part of Congress for many years. Hegemony of Brahmanism. Mandalization of Indian politics. The increasing influence of OBCs is described as mandalization of Indian politics. 2. South India. Leaders like Jayadaba Phule, Satyashadhak Samaj, E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar, Self-Respect Movement, Srinarayan Guru were successful in strengthening the consciousness among OBCs. Composition. The composition of the society in the South is different from the composition in the North. In the South, the only upper caste has been Brahmins. Majority of the population of OBCs. Because of the numerical strength, Brahmins were not in a position to counter the challenge. Ethnicization. In the South, ethnicization took place. It has led to the assertion of Dravidia identity. Manda/Commission. Under the influence of socialist and backward caste MPs, the Janata Party government appointed the Second National Commission known as Mandal Commission to consider the proposal for extending reservation to the OBCs. The commission argued caste is also a class citizens, and if the caste as a whole is socially and educationally backward, reservation can be made in favor of such caste. It recommended reserving 27% seats for them, thus keeping all quota below 50% in accordance with the Supreme Court judgment in the Balaji case. Mandal Commission submitted its report during Indira Gandhi's regime. The government did not implement the Mandal recommendations. In 1990, the VP Singh government announced reservation of 27% jobs in civil services for the backward caste, as per the recommendation of the Mandal Commission. In Indra Soni and others versus Union of India case, the Supreme Court finally allowed the National Front government's decision to be implemented, that is 27% of seats to be reserved for OBC students in the civil services examination, with the clause of excluding the creamy layer from the reservation benefits. Significance of Mandal affair. Political organization. OBCs no longer remained an administrative category. They organized themselves politically. Emergence as interest groups. OBCs transferred themselves to interest groups. They organized outside the vertical clientelistic pattern and started voting for candidates belonging to OBC castes. Dalit politics in India. Dalit mobilization in India goes back to pre-independence times. It is an assertion of Dalits against their exploitation by upper castes or caste Hindus. The biggest contribution towards the politicization of Dalits is of Ambedkar. Within Dalits, there had been three choices for their upliftment. Co-option, Dalits to remain with Congress. They believe that annihilation of caste is a utopia, Hence, to gain tangible benefits, it is better to work with the major parties. Autonomy. Ambedkar preferred a constitutional approach, but Dalits should be an autonomous force. This approach is represented by Kangshi Ram, the founder of BSP. This section of Dalit leadership, autonomous force, ion decline. Radicalism. Inspired by Marxist ideas of struggle and revolution and by Black Panthers movement in USA. In recent years, there is a revival of radicalism as symbolized by Elgar Parispad, Beam Army, led by Chandrasekhar Azad. Views of Pratap Banu Mehta, article, New Dalit Challenge. Changes in new generation Dalit politics, no more satisfied with winning constitutional recognition. Rejection of managerial approach, upper caste strategy to co-opt Dalits in the symbolic order without any real shift of power. Dalits are building counter-hegemony. They are going beyond the politics of survival and are rewriting the history. Antagonistic postures. E.g. in Bhima Koregaon, instead of using the phrase, we won, they used the phrase, you are defeated. Views of C.P. Bomburi. It is good that consciousness is increasing, but Dalits should make alliances with the progressive forces, otherwise they will limit the scope of their own struggle. Critics of caste in politics. Pratap Banu Mehta. Caste is leading to weakening of civic nationalism in country. Andre Batil, in his study Caste and Political Group Formation in Tamil Nadu, he pointed out that traditional bodies such as groups of caste elders compete with functionally specific structures of power such as parties and statutory panchayats. C.P. Bomburi, the use of caste by one party forced the other parties to go for politics of religion. Paper 1, PSIR optional. I subscribe from I Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 534. The casteism and communalism are not independent of each other. Future of caste in politics. Milan Vaishnav. He expects a change in caste politics of India. Caste is one of the determinant, but not the only determinant. People are voting on the economic basis as well. Christoph Jaffer, OT. The last two elections show the erosion in the role of caste in politics. Arvind Panagria. Economics is playing the role along with caste. Hence, BJP has focused on development, Vikas. The EWS category diluted the role of caste and allowed the emergence of class identity. Zoya Hassan. The role of religion is increasing in the recent years more than that of caste in Indian politics. Sudipto Kaviraj. Caste-based political parties bring fluidity in electoral process. In the short run, such a process could give impression of a heightened sense of caste identity, but in long run it is bound to erode the logic of caste politics. Kanchan Chandra. We cannot think of caste-free politics until patronage is based on caste. Standard introduction. Standard introduction. Caste-based politics is a major challenge for India's democracy. It undermines the principle of equal citizenship and creates divisions among the people, hindering the Kui one tries progress. Yogendra Yadav. Caste-based politics is not only a reflection of social inequalities, but also exacerbates them. It reinforces prejudices and stereotypes, making it difficult to break out of the caste system. Deepankar Gupta. Caste-based politics P1 perpetuates the vicious cycle of inequality and poverty in India. It reinforces the exclusion of certain communities from political, social, and economic opportunities. 1L1 to L//Shrelivas. Caste-based politics undermines the idea of a secular and democratic society, as it promotes narrow identity-based politics over the larger common good. Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Caste and caste identity are not new factors, but the traction they have now received not just in political calculations, but in more routine social relations and personal identifications is a new factor in shaping the public sphere. Religion in Indian politics, previous year's questions. Examine the role of religion in Indian electoral politics in contemporary times. 2020. Religion is still an important factor in Indian politics. Discuss. 2017. Cultural and regional differences are the enduring basis on which politics is played out in India. 2016. Secularism in Indian politics is AMH. 2011. The political sociology approach of comparative politics studies interface of politics with societal factors like ethnicity, caste, religion, etc. Indian society is a prismatic society and hence the role of identity factor. Paper L, PSIR optional. I subscribe from I Telegram channel, Sunims 50 page 535. Like religion takes a dominant role. The religion and politics in India are inseparable. They have always been intertwined in a complex way. Religion has been present in Indian politics since pre-independence time. Policy of divide and rule by British, formation of Muslim League, separate electorates and partition of India on religious lines, all show how religion is entrenched in Indian politics. Standard introduction. Religion is undoubtedly a powerful mobilizing force in Indian politics. Its influence has been strong enough to shape electoral outcomes and policy decisions alike. S. Warren Sridhara 11, Senior Fellow at the University of Wisco 11 SI 11, Afadiso 11. Religion plays a significant role in shaping political attitudes and behaviors in India, particularly through the identities of religious communities and their leaders. It is a double-edged sword, however, as religious politics can be divisive and exclusionary, and can lead to violence, and I 11 Tolera 11c. Naraja Gopal Jayal, Professor of Political Science 11C at JNU. Religion has always been an integral part of the Indian political landscape, with diverse religious Kamu 11 IDs playing a vital role in shaping the Co 11 NHY's political destiny. While religion can be a unifying force, it can also be a source of conflict and division, depending on how it is used and politicized. SM1J Kumar. Religion has become a major factor in I11G11 politics, with political parties and leaders using it to appeal to voters mid-gain power. However, this has led to the politicization of religion and the marginalization of religious minorities, which threatens India's secular fabric and social LWMWNY. Christophe Jaffrelot, fellow at Carey Sciences PU, Paris. Religion has been an E11 during feat EE of Indian politics, but it has become increasingly Poland Zing in recent years, with the ISE of Hindu nationalism and the targeting of religious minorities. It is important for Indian democracy to uphold the principles of secularism and inclusivity, and to ensure that religion is not used to divide and exclude communities. Pratap BHA 1111 Meta. Perspectives on religion. Functionalists, Durkheim and Talcott Parsons. The basic assumptions of this approach is that parts of a society are linked to each other through its values and norms, and that each part of the society fulfills a positive function for the maintenance of the total society. Religion furnishes the consensual and integrative framework for society. Marxists, religion is part of superstructure of capitalism. Its main function is to benefit capitalism. It is opium of the masses since it drug working class into accepting their lowly positions in return for a better afterlife. Religion functions to prevent a working class revolution. Neo-Marxists, Ernst Bloch and Gramsci argues that ruling class rule over masses by establishing cultural hegemony through presenting dominant ideology as to be common sense. Examples of religious leaders affecting social change are reform movements led by Raman Krishna, Brano Samaj, and Arya Samaj. Feminists, Simone de Beauvoir. Religion is to maintain gender inequality and normalize patriarchal norms in society. It enforces male domination and legitimates female subordination. Paper I, PSIR optional. I subscribe from /Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 536. Religion gives women the false belief that they will be compensated for their second-class status on earth by equality in heaven. Thus, religion helps in maintaining the status quo in which women are unequal. Definition of communalism. The role of religion in politics is called as communalism. Communalism is an ideology which shapes the vision of members of a community formed on the basis of common religion, about themselves, other religious communities, nationalism, and the state. Elements of communalism. Bipan Chandra in his book India's Struggle for Freedom underlined that communalism consists of three elements. Belief that people from similar religion community have similar secular interests such as political, economic, social, and cultural interests. It is the first bedrock of communal ideology. People belonging to different religious communities do not have common secular interests, social, economic, cultural, or political interest. Phase of communalism shows a stage in which the relations between different religious communities are seen as mutually incompatible, hostile, and antagonistic. Approaches to study of communalism. Empirical approach. Scholars like Ashgar Ali and Paul Brass point to how different communal riots were studied and general conclusion have been drawn. Materialist approach. KT. Shah argues for understanding the social conditions such as nature of the state, material conditions in which community formations are taking place to understand the formation of ideology of communalism. Essentialist approach. They point where the communities are already seen to be different living across fault lines with essentially separate and defined mutual relationship. Evolution of communal politics in India 1. Pre-independence phase. Parsi Muslim riots 1851. The first riot took place over the blurred depiction of the Islamic prophet, Muhammad, and his appearance in a public print by a Parsi newspaper. Such riots reprised in 1857 and also in 1874. Divide and rule. British imperialism and their policy of divide and rule made one community against the other due to the British policy of favoring one against the other. War of 1857. It is generally regarded that the company was trying to convert Hindus and Muslims to Christianity and has been cited as one of the causes of the revolt. Cow protection riots 1893. The cow protecting Hindus attacked the Muslims and looted a bazaar in Mao. The British officials estimated 7 Muslims were lulled in the riots, while locals placed the toll at 200. Partition of Bengal 1905. As the partition was in favor of Muslims, they welcomed it, whereas the Hindus were not in favor of it and protested. Folding which the British decided to support the Hindus, angering Muslims. Formation of Muslim League 1906. The growing communalism led to the Muslims forming a new political party called the Muslim League in 1906. Initially, it was only confined to the educated class of Muslims. Two-nation theory. The theory believed by the Muslim League that Hindus and Muslims cannot live together in the same country, and thus a Muslim state, Palestine, must be created. 2. Post-independence. Partition of India. The partition of India saw the migration of Hindus and Muslims to India and Pakistan respectively, and thus witnessed mass bloodshed and violence that continued up to 1949. From 1960s, Selig Harrison calls 1960s as dangerous decade because of beginning of communal violence, linguistic reorganization of states, opposition to declare Hindi as only official language, E.G. Jabalpur, Ranchi, and Gujarat riots, 1960s, 1970s, 80s, breakdown of Congress system, political competition, criminalization of politics, greater use of caste and religion started, E.G. Khalistan movement and Sikh riots, 1980s, uncivil wars in Punjab, Sikh riots. From 1960s, Selig Harrison calls 1960s as dangerous decade because of beginning of communal violence, linguistic reorganization of states, opposition to declare Hindi as only official language, E.G. Jabalpur, Ranchi, and Gujarat riots, 1960s, 1970s, 80s, breakdown of Congress system, political competition, criminalization of politics, greater use of caste and religion started, E.G. Khalistan movement and Sikh riots. 1980s, uncivil wars in Punjab, Sikh riots, 1984 the assassination of PM Indira Gandhi on October 31, 1984 sparked riots that lasted 15 days between Hindus and Sikhs mostly around Delhi and North India. 1990s. Post-Cold War era. Rise of religious fundamentalism around the world. Conflict of ideologies was replaced by clash of civilizations. Mundal, caste, and Commandao, religion, have become the idioms of Indian politics. Role of VP Singh. He was unable to manage coalition and militancy in Punjab and Kashmir. Hence, to consolidate BIS position, he used Mundal card. This made BJP more insecure. It was not left with any option other than Rath Yatra, which culminated in the demolition of Babri Mosque. Babri Masjid demolition, 1992 communal violence reached a peak in 1992 when Babri Masjid was demolished by right-wing groups. Gujarat riots, 2002 Hindu-Muslim riots were triggered after a train containing Hindu pilgrims was burned in Godhra. Kayan Panikkar, politics and communalism have become complementary in post-independent India. It can devise policies which can either stop or encourage communalism. It can also play partisan role in communal politics. C.P. Bambry, the post-independence period inherited the legacy of religious backwardness and religious conflict. He held the politics of Congress responsible for the politics of caste. PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50. Reasons for communalism. Essentialist, Louis Dumont communalism is a result of differences. Hindus and Muslims antagonistic communities, difficult to reconcile the differences. Thus, not possible to go for coexistence. Jinnah's two-nation theory is based on this approach. Instrumentalist, Bipan Chandra people are not communal, but elites mobilize people on basis of caste and religion. Institutionalists, Ashgar Ali Engineer and Romija Thapar they point that communalism perpetuates because state has made religion, caste, ethnicity basis of public policy. Social constructivists, Mahmoud Mamdani they argue that communities nurture certain types of belief, perception, mental maps about each other, and continue to live according to their beliefs and assumptions without verifying. Hindus are considered to be the majority, which inspires many Hindu loyalist groups to claim that India is a Hindu state. Communal riots. 1. Paul Brass. He calls them as stage drama. In 3 phases, preparatory stage. There are proper rehearsals. In this stage, there is a role of fire tenders, keeping communalism in air through speeches. The parties raise divisive issues to ignite the fire. Precipitation stage. Through a mythical ethnic earthquake, people are mobilized into action. Role of conversion specialists. Explanatory stage, start of blame game. According to him, everyone loves good riots in India, all parties are fitted. Voters of all parties get consolidated due to polarization. F-colon, comma dot dash, straight face that are equals dash comma dot dash comma, dash colon dot j dash. PR Kapil, CL Tori dash, 1, at RP, EC 101 RA00 inch. R. E comma, gla, o. J. Luri TC Airs Con Rasayan J010, LE, P at HCBDI, comma, RR, C1, 11, T. Dash. T. Dot equals, colon dot dash, dot C dash, dash equals dash comma dot dash, dash to comma dash, dot dash equals dash. 7. F slash. Y. 2. Deepankar Gupta. He is called the satisfaction of rioters as picnic rioting. Picnic riots means celebration after riots. 3. Ashgar Ali Engineer. Communalism as a mask for class conflict. 4. Ashutosh Varshne. Communal violence as spontaneous events. Views of different scholars. Thomas Pham Hansan. Book. The Saffron Wave Rise of Hindu Nationalism has unified India's majority community, which was earlier fragmented in caste, language, and regions. Projected communalism of Indian politics through the phenomenal rise of BJP. James Manner. The decline of Congress led to rise of BJP because people had 2 options, either left or right. Left lacks ideology which can attract imagination, not strong leadership with grassroots basis. Leaders jumped into politics from universities. Thus, right appeared better option. Pratap Banu Mehta, the politics of Hindutva is not recent. Even Congress has followed. The politics of soft Hindutva along with zero-1 Orthodox Muslims. Neera Chandak, Indian model of secularism, itself allowed space for legitimization of communalism. BJP BAS been successful in establishing Congress model as pseudo-secular and its own communal model as genuinely secular. Ashgar Ali engineer, communalism and communal politics in India, he argues that social and economic factors responsible for communalism, i.e. uneven development. Development process has benefited certain communities in certain regions. Sprayas Sardiesel article, The Religious Divide in Voting Preferences and Attitudes in the 2019 election. Religious polarization was at the core of the 2019 Lok Sabha election verdict. Christoph Jaffrelot, Religion, Case and Politics in India tracks India's tumultuous journey of recent decades, exploring the role of religion, caste, and politics in weaving the fabric of a modern democratic state. He contests this idea that religion has overtaken caste politics and highlighted that caste arithmetic played a greater role in recent elections. Gunnar Myrdal, Asian drama Ti1e Indian state was characterized as a soft state by Swedish economist Gunnar Myrdal. The Indian state remained not only soft towards communalism but it also encouraged it, if it paid political dividends. Louis Dumont viewed sadhus as the agent of development in Indian religion and speculation, the creator of values responsible for founding of sects and their maintenance, and for the major ideas and social innovations. D. Muni. He says end of ideology has increased mobilization on identity lines with religion playing the primary role. Atul Kohli. He says this is because India is a society in transition and forces of tradition, religion, and modernity, democracy, both act simultaneously. Standard conclusion. Communist/ism and casteism are examples of increasing plebeianization, mobocracy, of Indian democracy. They can be considered as Indian variants of fascism. As the political competition becomes cuj throat, we can expect greater violence in the upcoming years. Our leaders knew the prevalence of religion in public life, and hence emphasized on secularism. We have co-ensure that religious sensitivities do not turn into religious prejudices and keep maintaining tolerant FO 1111 of Indian society. Ethnicity in Indian politics. Previous year's questions critically examine the ethnic conflicts in Northeast India. 2018. Comment on relation between ethnicity and democracy in India. 2014. Explain the phenomenon of ethnic politics in India in recent times. 2013. Ethnicity refers to a social group that shares a common and distinctive culture, religion, language. Standard introduction. Donald Horowitz defines ethnicity as a sort of collective consciousness which can be due to communal descent, language, religion, and history. K.S. Singh and Samira Wallman, 1988, feel that ethnicity is being increasingly used to denote people with a distinctive set of biocultural and biosocial characteristics. Ethnicity in Indian politics is an intricate phenomenon woven into the fabric of its diverse social, cultural, and political landscape. Bidut Chakrat Bardi. Ethnicity plays a critical role in determining the political outcomes in India, where political parties have to navigate through the complex web of competing ethnic interests. 11. Subrata K. Mitra. Ethnicity is not just a social identity in India, but a powerful political force that shapes the distribution of power and resources and also affects the stability of the Indian state. Zoya Hassan. Dipayakar Gupta differentiates between the ethnicity and communalism. He argues that ethnicity necessarily denotes mobilization of a group in relation to another with reference to the nation-state, the territory, and the sovereignty. Multi-ethnic nations such as India and USA are political nations, which means they have to be built politically. For instance, the Indian Constitution provided for the concept of welfare state, federalism, and secularism to convert into a nation. Approaches of ethnicity. Primordial approach. It states that the ethnic differences among the people are inherited by then and given. The differences are bound to take the form of ethnic conflict between the groups. Instrumentalist approach. Ethnic differences are created by the elite, such as politicians, religious jetters, etc. They manipulate the social cleavages or differences for the attainment of their goal. Characteristics of ethnicity. Ascriptive identities. Ethnicity relates to ascriptive identities like caste, language, religion, region, etc. Distinctiveness. The ethnicity is socially mobilized and territorially confined. It has numerically sufficient population and is a pool of symbols depicting distinctiveness, victim of uneven development, being left out of the developmental process. Ethnicity causes ethnic movements. Result of vested political interest. Ethnicity is manifested in Indian politics not merely due to grassroots discontent, but is also a creation of vested political interest. Rigidity and resistance. Groups that begin ethnic movements are rigid in their beliefs and thus do not applaud social changes. If policies and societal changes are obstructing, degrading, or in opposition to their way of life, they choose to raise their voices. The Indian model of nation building is known as salad bowl model or tossed salad, society can integrate different cultures while maintaining their separate identities, whereas USA model is called as melting pot, combination of the parts into a single whole. Paper L, PSLR optional. I subscribe from / single quote / vw.sunyajax.com. I Telpern channel. Shunya notes. 50 ph. Reasons for ethnic connects in India. Rajni Kothari. Excessive modernization and homogenizing tendencies of state is the cause for the ethnic movements in India. Nchanchan Chandra. In YET/Renik parties succeed, he calls India a patronage democracy where ethnic parties emerge because of previous apathy by state towards some ethnicities. Rudolph and Rudolph. Coexistence of modernity and tradition is the cause of ethnic movements in India. W11 in democracy is introduced in a traditional society. Ethnic basis of mobilization is taken by the elites. Charles Taylor. Ethnic movements are assertions by marginalized communities. Professor S. D. Muni. Ethnicity is not the choice of the people but preference of political parties. They are also the result of erosion of ideology and failure to implement development policies by state. Professor Dipankar Gupta. He argues that the manifestation of ethnicity in Indian politics is not so much an outcome of popular grassroots passions as it is a creation of vested political interests. He applies the notion of conspiracy to ethnic politics in India to draw attention to the deliberate and calculated manner in which such politics is fashioned. Atul Kohli, in Can Democracies Accommodate Ethnic 11a Show 11alism, argues that ethnic movements are the result of too much democracy, abnormal mobilization during elections, and too less democracy, over centralization of powers. Atul Kohli points that two proximate variables are important in understanding varying trajectories of ethnic movements. The level of institutionalization of state and accommodative strategies, attitudes of leaders towards self-determination demands. Ethnic challenges in India. 1. Khalistan movement, 1970s to 1990s. It was started by a section of Sikhs who wanted an independent Khalistan. The movement demanded more autonomy in a country of its own and resorted to violence as means to an end. To resist violence, government has launched Operation Blue Star to counter the militant actions of the group and shot down armed terrorists in the Golden Temple in Amritsar. The Khalistan movement also resulted in the ethnic divide between the Hindus and Sikhs in Punjab. Views of Paul Brass. The Punjab crisis has been the outcome of the political manipulation of religion and problems of the people by politicians. The attitude of the central government towards the ethnic conflicts in the 1950s and 1960s was marked by an unwritten code, aversion to the demands for creation of the states on the religious grounds, no concession to groups involved in ethnic dispute unless there was support to the demand from both groups involved in the conflict. The demand for creation of a separate state of Punjab was accepted only when there was also a demand for creation of the separate state of Haryana for Hind-speaking population of the same state. 2. Gorkhaland movement. It began in 1980 with the goal of carving an independent state of Gorkhaland from West Bengal on the basis of language. Subhash Gaising, the founder of the National Liberation Front, is a prominent figure in this movement. Paper J, PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya notes. 50 page 542. 3. Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, following the legacy of E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, three issues formed the basis of ethnic movement in the first 2 decades following independence: language, Dravidian culture, and religion. The leadership argued that imposition of the North Indian Hindi language, Brahminical Hindu religion, and Aryan culture were detrimental to the development of the Dravidian identity. 4. Jharkhand movement. The tribal belt of central India comprising the portion of Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa has seen the rise of the Jharkhand movement, which agitated for the formation of a separate state for tribals, and which they succeed in achieving. The Jharkhand movement is a good example of politics of ethnicity. The movement drew its sustenance mainly from the growing discontent among tribals on account of their land alienation, exploitation, and political neglect of their problems at the national level. 5. Ethnic movement in Northeast. Since the independence of India, various tribes across Assam have been organizing ethnic movements. Tribes, such as the Bodo, have been demanding a separate state to safeguard their culture and lifestyle. Scholar views on ethnic conflicts in Northeast India. Anuradha Prakash. Ethnic conflicts in Northeast India. Northeast India is plagued by inter-ethnic conflict. The emerging educated elite of the ethnic groups articulates values and interests which generate many conflicts, as many of them are competing with each other for scarce resources. Prakash Singh. India's Northeast. The frontier and ferment insurgencies in Northeast, incly present to the national government, provides an excellent insight into a significant security challenge to the Indian state. S.K. Chow B. and Myron Weiner. The ethnicity problem in Northeast is the result of process OT nation-state building in the face of the conflict between the process of modernization and transition, democratization. Effects of ethnic movements. Myron Weiner, Sons of Soil Theory, Conflict between Natives and Migrants. Ashutosh Varshney. Ethnic movements causes mutual distrust and discrimination, resulting in separatism and identity politics. Atul Kohli. Ethnic movements leads to crisis of governability, weak political organizations, and strong social groups. Government strategy to deal with ethnic movements. Paul Brass. In his book, Ethnicity and Nationalism, he has given 4 features of the approach of Indian state in addressing ethnic demands. All demands short of secession will be allowed full expression, but secessionist demand will be suppressed, if necessary, by M1 forces. A regional demands based on language and culture will be accommodated, but those demands based on religious differences will not be accepted. An ethnic demand will be accepted only when it achieves broad popular support in the region and the views of other GROL, PS involved in the dispute is essential for problem solving. Views of different scholars on ethnicity and politics 1. James M. Ainer, book, Ethnicity and Politics in India. It is difficult to determine ethnicity in India. In India, various ethnic markers cut across each other. Primarily, there are 4 ways to describe ethnicity in India, which are religion, language, race, and caste. 2. Professor S. D. Muni. It is not a challenge to territorial integrity as identity markers of Indians are not permanent. Their identities are fluid and can be changed by political class as per convenience. 3. Atul Kohli. He appreciates Pandit Nehru way of handling Tamil nationalism and Raj for Gandhi democratic handling of movements in Assam and Mizoram. However, he is critical of Indira Gandhi way of handling crisis in Punjab as she preferred coercive methods over accommodation. 4. William G. 4. William G. Sumner. People have their own group as the center of their lives and rate all other groups with reference to their own. He called this tendency of individuals to cling to their clan ethnocentrism. 5. Paul Brass. Ethnic groups in the state. He examines the effects of the state, its official ideologies, its structural fonds, and its specific policies upon the formation of ethnic identity. The formation of ethnic identity is viewed as a process that involves 3 sets of struggles. First, struggle within ethnic groups for control over its material and symbolic resources. Second, struggle between ethnic groups as competition for rights, privileges, and available resources. Third, between the state and the groups that dominate it, on the one hand, and the population that inhabits its territory, on the other hand. Standard conclusion. The ethnic movements are not purely ethnic, but they have a blend of political and economic deprivations. Only democratic decentralization and cooperative federalism can address secessionist trends. 17 WS. Democratic practices are key to accommodate ethnic demands and ensure maintenance of multicultural fabric of Indian democracy. James Manner, in his work, Ethnicity and Politics in India, argues that Indians have multilayered identities. This enabled India to pass through its dangerous decades because of linguistic and communal conflicts. 171E. Complexity of India 11. Society tends to prevent tension and conflict building up along a single fault line in ways that might threaten national unity in the democratic process. PSIR optional. I subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 544. Unit 10, Party System. Previous year's questions. The Indian party system is shaped by a complex interaction of the country's federal structure, electoral system, and social cleavages. Explain. 2021. To what extent has inadequate intra-party democracy affected functioning of Indian democracy? 2020. The changing socio-economic profile of our legislators does not augur well for the health of Indian democracy. Comment. 2019. Comment. Political personalities are more significant than political parties in India. 2018. Explain the increasing role of regional political parties in the national political. 2018. India moved from one-party dominant system to one-party-led coalition. Discuss. 2017. Discuss the pattern of political parties from one dominant party system to coalition politics and national politics. 2016. Identity politics has trumped development politics in India. Comment. 2015. Account for rise of regional political parties and assess their role in contemporary India. 2015. Comment on marginalization of the left ideolo in India 2014. Standard introduction. A political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. They perform the most essential input function of interest aggregation. Edmund Burke defines political parties as a group of people with a shared ideology for the pursuit of common interest. Party system is the lifeblood of democraticocracy. Political parties are the vehicles through which the electorate exercises its right to participate in the political process. MS. Gore, a healthy party system is essential for a democratic polity. It provides the necessary link between the citizen and the government and ensures that the latter is accountable to the Janner, Rajni Kothari. Party system is an indispensable component of modem representative democracy. It provides the necessary framework for the competition of ideas and the negotiation of interests. Sarada K. Mitra. The party system is a reflection of the diversity and complexity of Indian society. It offers the opportunity for different groups to articulate their interests and participate in the democratic process. Zoya Hassan. The detailed study of the political parties started with the behavioralism in the writings of Duverger and Robert Michels in his book, Political Parties. Importance of political parties. Political parties are essential for the effective working of modern democratic states. Professor Harold J. Lasky called political parties as the life and blood of democracy and stated that, Here is no alternative to party government, save dictatorship, in any state of modem size. Government requires leaders. Leaders require not an incoherent mob behind them, but an organized following able to canalize the issues for an electorate with a free choice. Paper L, PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 Pinge 55. The views of other GRO PS involved in the dispute is essential for problem solving. Views of different scholars on ethnicity and politics 1. James Manner, book, Ethnicity and Politics in India. It is difficult to determine ethnicity in India. In India, various ethnic markers cut across each other. Primarily, there are 4 ways to describe ethnicity in India, which are religion, language, race, and caste. 2. Professor S.D. Muni, it is not a challenge to territorial integrity as identity markers of Indians are not PIM1 and their identities are fluid and can be changed by political classes per convenience. 3. Atul Kohli, he appreciates Pundit Nehru way of handling Tamil nationalism and Raj for Gandhi democratic handling of movements in Assam and Mizoram. However, he is critical of Indira Gandhi way of handling crisis and PM1 jab as she preferred coercive methods over accommodation. 4. William G. Sumner, people have their own group as the center of their lives and rate all other groups with reference to their own. He called this tendency of individuals to cling to their clan ethnocentrism. 5. Paul Brass, ethnic groups in the state. He examines the effects of the state, its official ideologies, its structural forms, and its specific policies upon the formation of ethnic identity. The formation of ethnic identity is viewed as a process that involves 3 sets of struggles. First, struggle within ethnic groups for control over its material and symbolic resources. Second, struggle between ethnic groups as competition for rights, privileges, and available resources. Third, between the state and the groups TLRNT dominated, on the one hand, and the population that inhabits its territory, on the other band. Standard conclusion. The ethnic movements are not purely ethnic, but they have a blend of political and economic deprivations. Only democratic decentralization and cooperative federalism can address secessionist trends. Thus, democratic practices are key to accommodate ethnic demands and ensure maintenance of multicultural fabric of Indian democracy. James Manner in his work, Ethnicity and Politics by India, argues that Indians have multilayered identities. This enabled India to pass through its dangerous decades because of linguistic and communal conflicts. The complexity of Indian society tends to prevent tension and conflict from building up along a single fault line in ways it might threaten national unity in the democratic process. Paper I, PSIR optional I subscribe from. Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 544. Unit 10, Party System. Previous year's questions. The Indian party system is shaped by a complex interaction of the country's federal structure, electoral system, and social cleavages. Explain. 2021. To what extent has inadequate inter-party democracy affected functioning of Indian democracy? 2020. The changing socio-economic profile of our legislators does not augur well for the health of Indian democracy. Comment. 29.9. Comment. Political personalities are more significant than political parties in India. 2018. Explain the increasing role of regional political parties in the national political. 20i8. India moved from one-party dominant system to one-party-led coalition. Discuss. 2017. Discuss the pattern of political parties from one dominant party system to coalition politics and national politics. 2016.